This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Come here, kill concubine Li, and the freak she gave birth to. Yuilua tried hard to open her eyelids, and looked around at where she was. Just after observing the ancient palace, and accepting that she was dressed as a newborn baby, she heard this sentence. She always felt that this sentence was familiar, and wanted to look up to see who was speaking. But this body was born not long ago, so she couldn't see who was speaking at all. Empress, how could my child be a freak? On the carved bed, concubine Li, who had just given birth, had her hair in disarray. She propped herself up slightly, and a few strands of hair on her forehead were wet with sweat during childbirth, but it did not affect her beautiful face at all. Yuilua, who was held by the nanny, felt something was wrong the more she listened, and her mind was working frantically. Why did the conversation between the two sound more and more like that? Before she traveled through time, she watched a lot of palace dramas. This so-called queen wanted to execute her, and the concubine who gave birth to her? She just took a look at the bedroom. So luxurious, she was going to die to enjoy it? As she was thinking, she heard the queen sneer. Li Fei, you gave birth to a freak, but it's a big deal if it affects the stability of the country. As the head of the harem, I naturally have the right to deal with all matters in the harem. After saying that, she glanced at the nanny holding Yuilua and ordered, bring this freak to Li Fei to have a good look, so that she won't think that I have wronged her. The people in the bedroom dared not make a sound, and they all hung their heads and said nothing. Although they didn't see what the little princess looked like, since the queen said it was a freak, she would definitely not keep it. My queen, the little princess. The nanny walked to concubine Li's bedside and handed the child to her, hesitant to speak. You will know when you see it. She noticed that the little princess was different from other children as soon as she was born. Fortunately, the midwife didn't find it. She was so nervous that she asked someone to send the midwife out of the palace before she was relieved. She didn't expect the queen to come at this time. Concubine Li hurriedly took the wrapped child, and saw Yuilua trying to open her eyes. Her eyes couldn't help but fall on her golden pupils. What a broken beauty. Look at her nose, eyes, and mouth. No wonder many emperors don't live past 30. If the harem is full of beauties like this, it would be strange if they can live long. Voices exploded beside her ears. Concubine Li paused while holding Yuilua's hand, and looked up at the other people in the palace. The maids who served her all lowered their heads, and the queen stared at her with a smile, and no one spoke. Who made the voice she heard? Concubine Li, please see clearly. If a concubine in the palace gives birth to a monster, she will be executed. This is the rule left by our ancestors. The queen didn't notice concubine Li's strangeness, thinking that she was frightened by this freak, and didn't speak. Ah, now I remember. I didn't travel through time, I traveled through a book. I said why it sounded more and more familiar. The emperor, the tyrant, will come over later and ruthlessly execute me and my beautiful mother together. After hearing what the queen said, Yuilua screamed in her heart, and the memories before the travel through time could not help but emerge in her mind. Before she traveled through time, she read a novel in which the little princess was executed at birth. At that time, she was still complaining about the ancient feudal superstitions, but now she has traveled through time. A series of voices rang in her ears again. Concubine Li lowered her eyes and looked at the child in her arms, with a bold guess in her heart. Could it be that the words she heard were spoken by her newly born daughter? Although she didn't understand the time travel book, she understood that the emperor would execute them. She didn't understand why her daughter called the emperor a tyrant. The emperor was decisive in killing, but he would never kill innocent people. As for executing her, it was even more impossible. The emperor and she were still respectful to each other, so how could he execute her? As she was thinking, the impatient queen winked at the maid beside her. The maid understood and stepped forward to grab Yuilua held by concubine Li without any hesitation. How dare you? This is my child. If anyone dares to take a step forward, I will be rude to them. Concubine Li protected the child tightly, but because she had just given birth and was weak, she could not grab the maid beside the queen at all. Queen, the little princess is innocent, please let her go. Nani Zhang knelt down in front of the queen and began to kowtow. At this time, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded from outside. The emperor has arrived. Eunuch Chao beside the emperor walked into the bedroom with him. Everyone in the bedroom knelt on the ground. The emperor glanced at the queen calmly and asked everyone to stand up. Your Majesty, concubine Li has just given birth. You really shouldn't come to such a filthy place. The queen stood up and walked to the emperor with a graceful and dignified look. But she couldn't stop being happy in her heart. She was still worried that it might be bad to deal with concubine Li privately. Now the emperor is here. He hates freaks the most, but concubine Li is protecting her so much. Let her do the opposite. The Emperor should deal with her together. No problem. The Emperor waved his hand and ordered Eunuch Chao, go and bring the child born by concubine Li to me to see. Eunuch Chao took the order and brought Yuilua to the Emperor's side. The Emperor pretended to go to see, and the Queen hurriedly said, Your Majesty, no, the little princess. Concubine Li closed her eyes and dragged her tired body out of bed. Although her daughter was a little strange, she was still a piece of flesh that fell from her body. She couldn't bear to see her being executed. Seeing the Queen hesitate to speak, and the other people's expressions were different, the Emperor narrowed his eyes and leaned over to check on Yuilua, who was held by Chao Gonggong. What are you looking at, tyrant? Are you going to deal with this freak of mine? When he met her golden pupils, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears, and he paused his leaning action. Yuilua snorted in his heart. You are ignorant. You are scared by this freak of mine, bah, a freak. This is all the Queen's doing, just to get rid of me and my mother. You have such long hair, but you are so short-sighted that you didn't even think of asking the Imperial physician to check me before you killed me. It's a pity that I was just born and can't speak, otherwise I would have exposed the tricks of you, the dignified and generous Queen. But it's okay, if the whole group is wiped out, the worst that can happen is that we can start over. The Emperor straightened up, looking at Eunuch Chao with some uncertainty in his mind. Have you ever heard anyone talking? Eunuch Chao was stunned for a moment and shook his head. Concubine Li raised her head suddenly and looked at the Emperor's majestic and handsome face. Could it be that the Emperor could also hear his daughter's voice? My daughter said so many rebellious words. If the Emperor really heard them, I'm afraid my daughter would not be able to survive. Concubine Li breathed a sigh of relief when she didn't see anything unusual on the Emperor's face. It seems that the Emperor can't hear it, otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. Chapter 2. The Emperor hated freaks. If he really heard his daughter's voice, she would really become a freak. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then she heard the Queen's voice. Your Majesty, the little princess is like this now. Do you think you should just deal with her? There have been similar cases like the little princess in the palace before, and they were all dealt with directly. After saying that, he glanced at Concubine Li, who looked a little unhappy, waiting for her to get angry and provoke the Emperor. But Concubine Li just walked slowly in front of the Emperor and knelt down expressionlessly. I asked the Emperor to send a doctor to take a look at the little princess. Since the daughter said that it was the Queen's handiwork, let the doctor check why the daughter's eyes turned into gold. Just now, the daughter said that the Emperor would come, and the Emperor came. She believed that her daughter's words were true. The Queen was a little flustered and subconsciously looked at her personal maid Lanji. Lanji shook her head, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. TSK, in front of a mother who had just given birth, he said that he would dispose of her child. What a vicious heart. You are planning to provoke the beautiful mother and let the tyrant get rid of us together. Your plan is really good. Didn't you get rid of the child you disposed of before in the same way? Now you are using it on me again. It's a pity that I can't speak to defend myself, otherwise I would just kill you, the scheming bitch. The Emperor's eyes deepened after hearing this. The Queen has always been dignified and tolerant. How could she do such a vicious thing? Your Majesty, asking the Imperial physician to see is undoubtedly telling the world that Concubine Li gave birth to a monster. How can we stop the worries of the world at that time? Seeing that she was slow to speak, the Queen was worried that he would really ask someone to invite the Imperial physician. Here you go again, you are worried that the Imperial physician will find out something, and you are panicking, and you are still talking so high-soundingly. But the beautiful mother is really smart. She knew to ask the Imperial physician to see, unlike this tyrant, who killed me without saying a word, really wasting this good face. The Emperor cleared his cough and motioned for Concubine Li to stand up. In his heart, he didn't understand why this newborn child kept calling him a tyrant. He was diligent in his work and loved the people, but he was a little suspicious. But who in a high position is not suspicious? Eunuch Chao, go and ask the Imperial doctors to come and see the little princess. Ask for more doctors. He held Yuilua in his arms, his gestures a little unfamiliar. Your Majesty, have you forgotten the rules of our ancestors? The Queen was anxious. She had bribed people in the Imperial hospital, but if the Emperor asked several people at once, if there were others who really found out something, her plan would be exposed. Queen, are you teaching me a lesson? He glanced at the Queen sharply. Rules are meant to be broken. As the Emperor, what's wrong with breaking some unreasonable rules? He would naturally follow the good rules, but there was no need to follow the bad ones. I dare not. The Queen lowered her eyes, wondering why the Emperor did not deal with this freak, and even agreed to invite the Imperial physician. How domineering tyrant, and even knew to invite more Imperial physicians. The Queen's back teeth might have been bitten to pieces. After all, she only bribed the Imperial physician Su who took her mother's pulse. It was rare to be praised, and the Emperor pulled the corner of his mouth, feeling a little happy. The compliments from this little guy were different from the compliments from the ministers and concubines. After all, she didn't know that he could hear her voice, so the compliments must be from the heart. Woo, so sleepy, and it's so uncomfortable to be held by this tyrant. Although she has the consciousness of an adult, her body is just that of a baby. Now she feels that her eyelids are fighting, but she dare not fall asleep. She is worried that she will never be able to open her eyes again if she falls asleep. Hearing her voice, the Emperor subconsciously adjusted his gestures. Wow, this holding posture is also great. As soon as I raise my eyes, I can see the beautiful face of my beautiful mother, and I am not sleepy anymore. Yuilua moved her hands and looked at the various ornaments placed in the bedroom with some excitement. Your Majesty, the Imperial physician is here. Eunuch Chao came in with 3 Imperial physicians and said respectfully. Yuilua opened her eyes with difficulty and looked at the 3 people who came in. As expected, Imperial physician Su was among them. After coming in, she exchanged glances with the Queen and then bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, since the Imperial physician is here, let them help to see why the little princess. The Queen held the handkerchief to maintain her dignified appearance and spoke in a gentle voice. Imperial physician Su knew the inside story, but the other 2 did not know, and some of them did not understand why the atmosphere was a little strange. Look at why the little princess has golden pupils. The Emperor handed Yuilua to Eunuch Chao, and the 3 of them changed their expressions, but soon recovered. I take the pulse of concubine Li every day, and I didn't notice anything unusual about her pulse. Dr. Su pretended to be surprised. Yuilua, who had been taken over by him, sneered. Continue acting. The Queen has told you that even if there is something unusual, you won't say it. It's a pity that there is no Oscar here. If it were in modern times, you would be awarded a little golden man. The 3 of them checked on Yuilua one after another. Smoke was rising from the incense burner next to the bedroom. The Emperor, Empress, and concubine Li were sitting there, but no one spoke. They were all waiting for the final result. Your Majesty, the 3 doctors have checked. Eunuch Chao smiled and walked to the Emperor's side, motioning the 3 doctors to come forward and talk. Concubine Li looked up at the 3 doctors. My lords, why is the little princess like this? Mr. Su glanced at the Queen, bowed with both hands, and said, I haven't found out the reason. The little princess is fine. The Emperor nodded calmly, and took a sip of tea. My minister and Lord Su have the same result. Another Imperial physician spoke. The Queen's smile deepened, and her tense heart relaxed. Dr. Lin, what about you? The Emperor put down the teacup and looked at Dr. Lin, who was the youngest of the 3. Dr. Lin's medical skills were good, and he would definitely be able to find out what was wrong with my body, but he was suppressed by the Queen's people in the Imperial hospital, and I don't know if it was because the Queen didn't dare to say it. My life is in his hands. Yuilua sighed, pricked up her ears, and waited expectantly for Dr. Lin to speak. Dr. Lin raised his head and said, Your Majesty, the little princess is in good health. The Queen was overjoyed, and was about to speak when Dr. Lin added, It was just that the little princess took a medicine and her eyes turned golden. The Queen was shocked when she heard this, and knocked her hand that had put down the teacup heavily on the table, making a sound. How could Dr. Lin know? Didn't Dr. Su say that no one could find out anything unusual? What happened to the Queen? The Emperor looked at the Queen, who lost her composure with a half-smile. He confirmed the little girl's statement in his heart. Maybe the weather is getting colder, and I am not feeling well, so I lost my composure. The Queen kept smiling. Oh my God, this time my life should be saved. Dr. Lin is so great that the Queen is guilty. According to the Queen's vengeful nature, Dr. Lin will probably have a harder time in the Imperial hospital in the future. Chapter 3. When concubine Li heard that her daughter was drugged, she asked hurriedly, Dr. Lin, can you help the little princess return to normal? She didn't dislike her daughter's condition, but thought it was very beautiful and special. But people in the world would not think so. Besides, medicine is poisonous, and she was afraid that the medicine would threaten her daughter's health. Okay, I will go back and prepare a few doses of medicine for the little princess, and she will be back to normal. Since the little princess is fine, I apologize to concubine Li. The Queen stood up, worried that the Emperor would continue to investigate the matter. I am the head of the harem, and I want to share the burden with the Emperor. I don't want to do something bad with good intentions and misunderstand my sister. I will go back to the palace and ask someone to send ginseng to my sister to replenish her body. She was about to leave after she said that, but someone outside came to report in a hurry. The guard greeted and glanced at everyone. The emperor raised his eyebrows, knowing that the guard must have come here to see him because of an urgent matter. He dismissed several imperial doctors and servants, and then let the guard come forward to speak. Although the queen was curious, the most urgent thing was to escape from this place of trouble. So she left without stopping. The guard stepped forward and lowered his voice, took out a letter from his arms, and handed it to the emperor. Your Majesty, this is from the border. The emperor took it, opened it, and read it. His face darkened. Yuilua was still obsessed with the queen's affairs, feeling the strange atmosphere in the bedroom, and the contents of the book exploded in her mind. It's over, how could I forget this? The letter this person gave must have come from the border. In order to defeat a small country that often invaded the border, my uncle pretended to surrender and infiltrated the country. He didn't want to be used by someone with ulterior motives, saying that my uncle was treasonous. First, I was Jean Tong, and then there was the letter from the border. The tyrant was furious and executed me and my beautiful mother, completing a perfect double kill. My grandfather had been fighting outside for many years, and his health was not very good. When he learned that my mother and I were executed, my uncle was falsely accused of treason. He vomited blood and died in anger. It's really a narrow road for enemies. This matter was the work of the Grand Tutor, and was related to the Queen. The Emperor, who had only guessed before, now completely confirmed his guess. The letter the guard gave him did say that General Jean was a traitor. He hadn't said it yet, but the little guy knew it clearly and knew who wrote it. It seemed that the little guy really had the ability to predict the future. Concubine Li was anxious. She and her daughter survived, but what about her brother? It would definitely not work to talk to the Emperor directly. The harem could not interfere in politics. At this moment, she hoped that the Emperor could hear her daughter's voice, so that he could save her brother. After my grandfather vomited blood and died, my uncle found out. He hurried back to Beijing to see my grandfather, but his identity was exposed, and he was shot to death by thousands of arrows. Yuilua was also very anxious, but she couldn't speak and couldn't write. She admired people who defended their country the most. She was so angry that she had a heart attack when she saw it at the beginning. Now she is in it, and knows the plot but can't change it. This feeling is like having an unlimited bank card, but not knowing the password. I thought I survived, but according to the tyrant's nature, I'm afraid this time I'm really going to be wiped out. Yuilua, who couldn't open her eyelids, yawned. I'm so sleepy, I take a nap first. Anyway, the tyrant's family won't live long. They won't live long, and the whole family won't live long. Why won't they live long? The Emperor wanted to know the reason, but there was no sound in his ears. Knowing that the little guy must have fallen asleep, the Emperor stood up. He gave Concubine Li a few words and left with the others. The bedroom suddenly became quiet, and Aunt Zhang came forward with the sleeping Yuilua and whispered, "My queen, the little princess is fine. Why are you not happy at all? You just gave birth, take care of yourself." She was Concubine Li's nurse, and watched Concubine Li grow up, so she couldn't bear to see her unhappy. I'm fine. Concubine Li took Yuilua, looked at her delicate eyebrows, and said softly, "Please ask someone to change the bedding." Madame Zhang was about to leave, but suddenly remembered something and stopped. Your Majesty, the Queen was able to succeed this time. I think she planted someone in our palace. I will find the person, Your Majesty. Please relax. Yuilua woke up again. It was already night, and the candlelight was flickering in the bedroom. It was dark when she woke up, but why was it so quiet? Hearing the sound, Concubine Li knew she was awake, and got up and hugged her. My queen, these are the wet nurses I found for the princess. Which one do you think is more suitable? Madame Zhang pointed at 3 women in blue-gray clothes. If you don't want a wet nurse, how can a wet nurse smell as good as your own mother? Concubine Li curled her lips, and the depression in her heart was relieved a little, and asked Madame Zhang to send them out. My daughter's eyes haven't recovered yet, and I'm really worried about letting these people take her. The 3 people who were full of expectations raised their heads abruptly when they heard the words. They were pointing at being selected to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks, but in the end, Concubine Li actually let them go. Although they were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to say much, and were sent away by Nanny Zhang. Concubine Li was playing with the soft Yuilua in her arms. When she heard the footsteps of Nanny Zhang coming back, she asked without raising her head. I sent her out. Where is Furong? She didn't hear any sound, so she took back her hand teasing Yuilua, and raised her eyes to see a bright yellow figure standing in front of her. She was surprised for a moment, and was about to stand up and salute. The emperor stopped her from saluting and said softly, "You are holding the little princess, and you just gave birth, so you don't need to salute." After saying that, he reached out to hold Yuilua and sat on the chair beside him. What is this tyrant doing here again? Is he disturbing the world of two people between me and my beautiful mother? Yuilua twisted her soft body unhappily. I wonder why the emperor came to my concubine. Concubine Li didn't know the purpose of the emperor's visit, and broke the silence between the two of them. The emperor raised his hand, and pinched Yuilua's fair and tender face. I remembered that the little princess has not been named yet, so I came here after finishing my business. What do you think the little princess should be called? Li Fei was stunned. She really forgot about it. But now that the emperor has come in person, he should be planning to name his daughter. I am not very talented, so please give the little princess a name. No, mother, why are you so modest? You are the most talented woman in the capital, and you say you are not very talented. I don't know what name the tyrant will give me. Although Concubine Li was born in a military family, she was an exception. She only liked music, chess, calligraphy and painting. Yuilua looked up at the emperor's slightly bearded chin. If he changed his name, she was afraid that she would not be used to it. The emperor pondered for a moment, looked out the window, and said, "Autumn water is beautiful, Luoluo is like stone, let's call it Iluo." He rubbed Yuilua's little face again, lowered his voice, "Luoluo, do you like this name?" Chapter 4. Concubine Li thought about it for a while, and was very satisfied with the name. When she was about to speak, Yuilua's voice came out. "Luoluo is like a stone, stubborn as a stone, which really suits me. As for the meaning of Chiu Shui Yiren, it is a secret confession to my mother, the person she misses." The emperor and Concubine Li drew a black line on their foreheads. "This daughter is a little smart, but not much." She explained the good meaning like this. "Luoluo, this means that your father hopes you will grow up to be gentle and elegant, and Luoluo is like a stone means that you hope you will be tenacious no matter what you encounter." The emperor patiently explained. I don't know why the little guy said that he confessed to Concubine Li. Yuilua sighed in her heart. Keep pretending, you are obviously interested in my mother, otherwise you wouldn't have found a substitute after my mother died. Now you don't realize that you like my mother, wait until those bloody truths come out. You will regret it, you regret that my mother died, and you regret that your grandfather's family died. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine. The emperor suppressed the urge to throw her to the ground. This daughter has a lot of complaints about him. Your Majesty, I dreamed of my brother last night. I wonder if he is doing well at the border. Hearing her daughter's voice, Concubine Li remembered the important matter and asked indirectly. General Jean is doing well at the border, you don't have to worry. I heard that he sneaked into the enemy country. I believe he will be able to return to Beijing soon. The emperor said this with a little pride in his heart, and pricked up his ears to listen to Yuilua's voice. Oh my god, this tyrant is out of character. How can he believe that his uncle is not collaborating with the enemy in treason? Is it because the evidence is not yet in hand? Someone will fabricate evidence tomorrow morning. The emperor frowned after hearing this. There is actually evidence? He didn't want to wrongly accuse a loyal minister. He would take Luoluo with him tomorrow. He might find out more, such as his own death. I feel refreshed when I see Luoluo. I will take Luoluo with me to the court tomorrow morning. Concubine Li was stunned, and her daughter's voice with resentment rang out. I was just 1 day old, and you let me work. Tyrant, please be a human being. You feel refreshed when you see me. I'm not Finjujing. Woo, is this my fate as a worker chosen by heaven? In the 21st century, he had to work every day, and now he was just born and had to be forced to work. He was undoubtedly a chosen worker. Forget it, I'd be forced to work. By the time, I find a way to save my mighty uncle, so as not to make my beautiful mother sad. Concubine Li felt warm in her heart. Her daughter was really considerate. But she was just a baby, so what could she do no matter how smart she was? The emperor held Yuilua for a long time, and didn't hear any useful information, but he heard a lot of stories about him. He was obviously not that kind of person. The little guy only knew how to throw dirty water, and he couldn't refute or explain. Then the little guy will know that he can hear the inner voice, and he will definitely not say it again in the future. He was very depressed, and ate a few bowls of rice. He felt much better, and stood up to leave. Oh, finally left, and now it will be my mother, and I alone. The emperor paused, and a palace maid dressed more flamboyantly than others walked in. She was a little surprised to see the emperor. Farong, do you have something to do with the queen? Seeing her staring at the emperor wantonly, Zhang Mama spoke unhappily. Farong came back to her senses, quickly retracted her gaze and bowed. Her voice also became a little more coquettish. There were also clips in ancient times, concubinely, and the emperor didn't know what a clip was, so they automatically ignored it. From the time she gave birth to now, concubinely recalled that she didn't see Farong. I felt a little uncomfortable in my stomach, so I went back to my room to rest. Now I feel better, and come to ask for forgiveness from the queen. Farong lowered her head, her face was ruddy, and it was hard to tell whether she was feeling well or not. Concubinely was not stupid. Farong had grown up with her since she was a child. She looked high above the rest. This outfit was so flamboyant that she looked like a master, not a palace maid. If you are not feeling well, just take a rest. Why are you wearing this outfit? She picked up the handkerchief and wiped her mouth gently, saying nonchalantly. Farong looked up in fear, and was relieved to see that concubine Li's expression was normal. The emperor did not leave after seeing this, and sat back on the chair. What else can he do? Look at this outfit, he is here to see the tyrant. She lies so easily, and her accomplice is indispensable for my eyes turning golden. After Yuilua finished complaining, she noticed that the emperor sat back. I am fine now. Thank you for your concern. Concubine Li nodded. After hearing her daughter's words, she was sure that Farong was betraying her. Farong had often said to her before that some concubine sent a beautiful maid to compete for favor. I guess she was reprimanded and blocked her way at that time, so she was retaliating like this. Is this maid your personal maid, concubine Li? The emperor picked up the tea and said lightly, she just bumped into me. Eunuch Chow, drag her away, and beat her to death. Farong's smile froze on her face. She thought the emperor asked her the first question because he liked her, but she didn't expect the next words to throw her into the abyss. She knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Your Majesty, spare me. I didn't mean to offend you. Yuilua couldn't help but praise the emperor in her heart after hearing his words. The tyrant is really a master of judging bitches. He knew Farong's little tricks at a glance. Hurry up and get rid of this pest for your mother. The emperor was happy to hear this, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips. But it may be that Farong is not beautiful enough. If she was more beautiful, he would definitely accept her without saying anything. The emperor, is he that kind of person? The concubines in the harem were all given to him by the ministers, not brought back by him. Besides, he spent most of his time in the Imperial study, and he couldn't remember all the concubines, which made him look like a tyrant who only knew how to enjoy himself. The person standing outside came in and dragged Farong up. My lady, I really didn't mean to offend the emperor. Farong was so anxious that she started crying, struggling to look at concubine Li, who looked indifferent. I grew up with the queen, please save me. The emperor was afraid that she would be too soft-hearted, so he left Farong behind and scolded the two people who were dragging her. Don't you know how to block her mouth and drag her away? Do you want me to teach you? Concubine Li couldn't hear her daughter's voice, but if he could hear it, he couldn't let this person continue to serve her. If he heard his daughter, who would he cry to? The two hurriedly took out a piece of cloth and stuffed it into Farong's mouth, dragging her out and beating her to death. After the beating was over, the emperor stood up with satisfaction and looked at concubine Li. I will ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs to assign a few obedient people to serve you. After saying this, he waited for Yuilua to praise him, but unfortunately he waited for a long time and heard nothing. Your Majesty? Eunuch Chow looked at the emperor, who stood up and walked to the door, and then stopped, and called out in confusion. Chapter 5. Yuilua was also puzzled and complained. No, why did he stop again? Could it be that he wanted mother to let him stay in the palace? He said no, but his body was honest. The emperor's face turned black, and he walked away directly. Eunuch Chow was confused. What happened to the emperor? He changed his face so quickly. After the emperor left, Nani Zhang asked someone to take away the food, and then said earnestly, Madam, I know you are uncomfortable, but you can't let a tiger be a threat to you. She wanted to wait until the emperor left before telling the madam about this, but Farong came over dressed up. Concubine Li sat in front of the dressing mirror, her hands pausing while she was untying her hair, and smiled. Madam, don't worry, I'm fine, I'm just a little sad. Yuilua was still thinking about how to help her uncle tomorrow, but she fell asleep as she felt sleepy. The next day, at noon, Yuilua was sleeping soundly when she felt someone holding her up and feeding her. After she finished her milk, the emperor's voice came from outside. Luo, go to court with your father. Concubine Li smiled and handed Yuilua to the emperor. Although she couldn't bear to wake her up so early, she wanted to know what would happen in the morning court so that she could think of a way to deal with it. It's so difficult to be a baby, and it's only what time. Yuilua closed her eyes, and was carried to the palace by the emperor. The emperor laughed at her sleepy look. This seemed to cure the little guy who always made trouble for him, and it felt good. The ministers who were waiting heard the emperor coming. They all bowed and saluted. The emperor spoke loudly, "Everyone, please stand up." After thanking him, the ministers stood up and saw the emperor holding a child in his arms. "Luo, wake up, it's time to go to court." The emperor ignored the expressions of the ministers and shook the sleeping Luo. Luo opened her eyes with difficulty, looked at the magnificent palace, and forced herself to cheer up. "Your Majesty, what is this?" The Fong Taisher below didn't understand and asked. The emperor glanced at him and said lightly, "Little princess, I brought her to the court. Does Fong Taisher have any objection?" The others looked at each other, thinking that the emperor was ridiculous, but they didn't dare to speak. Fong Taisher stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, since ancient times, women cannot interfere in politics, and it is even more unreasonable for you to bring the little princess to the court. Which emperor would bring a baby to court? It's unheard of." Eunuch Chow standing by was also confused. In this palace, the emperor rarely held a princess or even a prince, let alone brought one to court. The emperor raised his hand and gently patted the rapt Yuilua, sneering. "The little princess is just born. What can she understand? You're still interfering in politics. I think you're getting old and confused." Master Fong was speechless. "You also know that the princess is just born, so why did you bring her here?" "Your Majesty." He wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the emperor without any courtesy. "How about I give the seat to you, Grand Tutor?" Grand Tutor Fong's face changed slightly. This old minister is terrified. "You are still terrified. It seems you are not completely senile." After the emperor finished speaking, he looked at everyone. "If you have something to say, please come to court. If not, please leave." Yuilua laughed in her heart like a goose. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the tyrant to be so good at scolding people. The Grand Tutor's face is really more beautiful than that color palette." Grand Tutor Fong lowered his eyes and returned to his original position, and the Prime Minister stepped forward. "Your Majesty, General Jin is a traitor. Should he be arrested and brought back to be punished?" The Emperor picked up Yuilua and looked at the Prime Minister, who was speaking below. "General Jin's family is loyal." "Prime Minister, do you have evidence?" The quiet hall began to whisper and discuss in low voices. "I have evidence that General Jin communicated with the enemy country." The Prime Minister took out the evidence. Eunuch Chow went to present it to the Emperor with both hands. The Emperor opened it and took a look, then handed it back to Eunuch Chow. Prime Minister Li, who was used as a pawn, regretted it when he found out that the letter was fake. His honest life was tainted by it. The Emperor narrowed his eyes. The Prime Minister was trustworthy. It seemed that his vision was still very sharp. The Prime Minister was indeed a good Prime Minister. Seeing that the Emperor did not speak, Yuilua came back to her senses from her emotion and began to go crazy. The tyrant did not speak. Could he believe it? Although the handwriting of this letter was the same as that of my uncle, it was indeed forged. After all, my uncle had sent several secret letters, but they were all intercepted. "But I can't speak, I can only cry, but it's useless." The Emperor sneered in his heart. He actually intercepted General Jin's secret letter. If he hadn't heard his daughter's voice, he would really believe that this letter was written by General Jin. He was very familiar with General Jin's handwriting, and could not see any difference. He really took great pains. This letter looks exactly like General Jin's, but if you look closely, there are still some differences. "Prime Minister Li, what do you think?" Prime Minister Li had mixed feelings. He certainly believed that the Jin family was loyal, otherwise he would not have hesitated for so long before taking out this letter. But the handwriting of this letter was indeed the same as General Jin's. On one side were the common people, and on the other side were the loyal Jin family. He was in a dilemma. "Your Majesty is familiar with General Jin's handwriting." "I believe Your Majesty." After making up his mind, Prime Minister Li stepped forward and said, "The tyrant has really gone beyond his character. He actually believes his uncle." Prime Minister Li must be a little confused. Just believe him. No need to be wiped out. It's a great joy. Yuilua cheered in her heart. She was very satisfied with her current status. The only thing she was not satisfied with was that she was worried that the tyrant would take her to court every day. Master Fong's eyes changed. He wanted to say something when he saw the Emperor stand up and leave the court directly after saying it. "Luo, do you think your father trusts your uncle so much? Am I a wise and powerful ruler?" The Emperor carried Yuilua to the Imperial study, talking as he walked. Eunuch Chow followed behind him. The Emperor said so much. Can the little princess understand? Yuilua waved her hands. Yes, yes, if you can keep doing this, your family's life and country will definitely not fall into the hands of others. The queen ordered people to send ginseng to Li Fei to replenish her body. When she learned that the emperor took Yuilua to court, she was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped to the ground. Carrying the soup, she went to the imperial study to wait for the emperor to find out. A princess, the emperor personally gave her a name, and he also took her to court. Even the prince did not have such an honor. Li Fei, this foxy woman, really can't be kept. Now a newborn baby can cause trouble for herself. Seeing the emperor walking towards the imperial study, the queen tightened her hanging hands. The emperor actually came all the way with the little princess? Queen, are you looking for me to apologize? The emperor glanced at her and walked into the imperial study. The queen was stunned for a moment, followed into the imperial study, and smiled. I have already apologized for my sins, and said ginseng to Li Fei's sister. As she said that, she took the soup from the maid Lanji, walked to the table, and served a bowl to the emperor. Chapter 6. She held the soup in one hand, and walked towards the emperor with a smile. Your Majesty, this is the soup I made for you, drink it to warm your body. The emperor just stared at her, neither raising his hand to take it nor speaking. Why is your Majesty staring at me like this? The queen felt the coldness in his eyes, her smile froze, and she asked with a twitch of her mouth. Don't you think you should apologize to me? He retracted his gaze, and subconsciously patted Yuilua in his arms. Yuilua was no longer sleepy after hearing their conversation. You said you endured it yourself, you lied without blushing or breathing hard. The palace servants carried it all the way in, and you took it, and it became yours. The emperor was used to it. The concubines in the palace would often use this set of rhetoric, and he was too lazy to expose them. But I have. Before the queen finished speaking, the emperor raised his hand impatiently to stop her from saying anything. You said ginseng to concubine Li to apologize, but Luo became like this. Wasn't it your handiwork? If I had been there a little later, would you have killed concubine Li and her daughter? I'm usually too lazy to take care of the harem, and I really think he's easy to fool. The queen put down the soup, knelt on the ground, her eyes sincere, her words earnest. I am innocent. I took care of all the pregnant concubines in the harem, and I was worried about the emperor's heir. If I really harmed concubine Li, wouldn't others suspect me first? She said so, but her heart was full of horror. The emperor found out about her so quickly. Could it be that Dr. Su confessed? Yes, you took care of him personally, but you used medicine to turn the unborn little prince into a freak, and then killed the mother and child on the day of delivery. You took care of them all, and they died one by one. The harem still praises you as a kind queen. You are really a bunch of fools, who are sold and still help others count money. The emperor thought about it, and it seemed to be true as Luo said. The queen took care of concubines who were either crazy or gave birth to freaks or stillborn. He was about to say something when Yuilua's inner voice came again. Look at your sincere face. I'm afraid the tyrant believes it again. After all, you are his good queen. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that his good queen has no children herself and doesn't want other concubines to have children. This jealousy is awesome. Before the emperor recovered from the last thunderbolt, Yuilua dropped another thunderbolt. What do you mean the queen has no children of her own? Whose is the prince? Is it so miserable for an emperor? He is exhausted every day handling government affairs, but the newborn baby calls him a tyrant. Now the prince, who has good morals, also has a questionable background. What sin has he committed? Dr. Su has confessed. After calming down, the emperor looked at the queen on the ground. What have you done? Do I need to call someone to confront you face to face? The queen's face changed. Her straight back suddenly bent. Her hands fell weakly on the floor. Tears fell from her eyes. Since the emperor has already determined that it is me, I have nothing to say, and I will let the emperor deal with me. She knew that no matter how the emperor dealt with her, he would not easily depose her. She was the queen appointed by the previous emperor and the mother of the prince. If the emperor wanted to depose her, he had to see whether the people of the world and the civil and military officials agreed. The emperor also had some concerns, and was silent for a long time before saying, the queen has a flawed moral character, so the phoenix seal and the power to manage the 6 palaces will be taken back, and she will be confined for 2 months to reflect on her mistakes. The emperor had too many questions in his mind, and wanted to get answers from Yuilua, but the little girl had already fallen asleep. He smiled and looked at her for a while, then handed Yuilua to eunuch Chow. Send the little princess back to concubine Li, and then go to the Ministry of Justice to convey my oral order, asking them to interrogate Dr. Su. After that, he reminded her worriedly, be careful when you hold her, don't drop her. Eunuch Chao nodded, and walked out with Yuilu in his arms. The emperor doted on the little princess so much, how could he not be careful? Yuilu was sent back to concubine Li's palace and took a nap. After waking up and drinking milk, she smacked her lips in satisfaction. It is said that beauty is a feast to the eyes. Now I have finally realized it. I can never get tired of looking at my mother's beautiful face. Concubine Li smiled, and couldn't help but kiss her on the face. My baby daughter's mouth is so sweet. I just don't know how her brother is doing. She looked at Aunt Jean next to her, and said with some concern, I don't know how my brother is doing. My eyelids have been twitching all day. Mammy, go and find out what happened in the court today. Yuilua started to worry again when she heard this. I am so annoyed. I really want to tell my beautiful mother that my uncle is fine, and tell her not to worry. Li Fei touched her head and said softly, with Luer, the little lucky star, here, I believe my brother will be fine. Yuilua nodded in agreement. Yes, my uncle is fine. Is this the way my mother and I are connected? Mammy Jean came back after about a cup of tea. Tell Concubine Li what she has found out. Concubine Li was looking for an excuse to listen to her precious daughter's voice, so she was not surprised at all. But Aunt Jean was happy from the bottom of her heart, and she deliberately kept it a secret after she finished speaking. Your Majesty, today is really a series of happy events. I also heard another thing. Concubine Li raised her eyebrows, looking like she was listening attentively. Oh, what makes you so happy? There was no one else in the bedroom, so Aunt Jean was not shy. I heard that the queen was deprived of the power of the 6 palaces, and was punished to reflect on her mistakes behind closed doors for 2 months. The emperor also asked someone to interrogate Dr. Su. Now everyone in the harem is talking about this. Others didn't know what the queen had done to the little princess, but she knew it all, and knew that the emperor must be seeking justice for the little princess. Yuilua didn't care, lying on the bed looking at the purple bed curtains. The queen had lost the right to manage the harem, and she didn't know who the tyrant would let manage it. While she was thinking, the sound of the emperor's arrival rang out. Concubine Li and Nani Zhang bowed, and before they could ask the emperor's purpose, they saw him walk straight to the carved bed, raising his hand to hug Yuilua, who was crying on the bed. Your Majesty, no. Concubine Li stopped him and explained softly, you came from outside, and you are cold. I am afraid that Luer will catch a cold. Although his daughter is mature, she is just a baby. She knows how uncomfortable it is to be sick. The emperor did not get angry, and took his hand back. I am not thoughtful enough. He waved to Eunuch Chao, let them carry the things in. Concubine Li blinked in confusion, and saw several eunuchs carrying things in one after another. The 4 people in front carried an exquisite and gorgeous baby bed, and the few people behind each carried a box. What is this, Your Majesty? The emperor walked forward with his hands behind his back and pointed at the baby bed. These are all for Luoluo, Concubine Li, keep them well. Yuilua was still crying, and when she heard this, she immediately pricked up her ears. Chapter 7. In fact, she didn't want to scream, but it was her baby's instinct, and she couldn't control it. Ah, pick me up. I want to see what good things the tyrant gave me. Li Fei held her up, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. My beautiful mother understands me too well. This crib is good. The things on it look very valuable. When I grow up and can't use it anymore, I will sell all the valuable things on it. The emperor, what's in that box? The emperor asked someone to open the box, took out a piece of warm jade from one of the boxes, walked to Li Fei, and put it on Yuilua. This is the warm jade that my father gave to Luoluo. Does Luoluo like it? Yuilua raised her little hand, grabbed the warm jade, and passed it to her eyes with difficulty. The texture of the warm jade is warm and mellow. Without a trace of impurities, it looks like a good piece of jade. I like it. It looks like it is worth a lot of money. I would like it even more if I could get it for 10 or 8 yuan. The emperor raised his eyebrows. It turned out that Luoluo was a money grubber. Then could he bribe her with money and learn something from her? After putting down the warm jade, Yuqi looked at the other boxes. When she saw the night-shining pearl as big as her fist, her eyes were wide open. Suddenly I became a little rich woman. I was rewarded so much when I was born. If the tyrant continued to reward me until I grew up, what kind of innocent and cheerful little girl would I be? Concubine Li glanced at the emperor and felt a little sympathetic towards him. He was given so many good things, but his daughter kept calling him a tyrant. It was too miserable. Fortunately, the emperor couldn't hear his daughter's words, otherwise he would be angry to death when he saw the comparison between praising himself and scolding him. After looking at the rewards, the emperor sat down and coughed lightly. General Jean is doing well at the border. Concubine Li doesn't need to worry. When the emperor said this, he was proud for no reason. Who allowed him to hear Luoluo's voice? He would convey it to save concubine Li from worrying. Although Luoluo likes to make up stories about him, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. He is also a lucky star. He will not bear grudges and automatically filter out bad words. Thank you, Your Majesty. Concubine Li gently squeezed her daughter's hand, and the bedroom became quiet again. No, if you don't know how to chat, don't chat awkwardly. I have the habit of embarrassing others. The emperor paused while drinking tea. He was the emperor, and it was always these concubines who flattered him, so he didn't know what to talk about. He stayed to listen to what this little guy would think, but the little guy's thoughts were all irrelevant. Because of concubine Li's presence, he couldn't guide her. He had to stand up and said, I will take Luoluo to the Imperial study to play. Yuilua screamed in resistance, but she was already carried out of the bedroom by the emperor. Resistance was futile, so she had to shut up obediently. It was now late autumn, and the leaves on the side of the palace road had turned yellow. The palace maids bent over to sweep the yellow leaves on the ground, and when they saw the emperor, they put down their brooms and saluted. The news that the emperor brought the little princess to court today has spread throughout the harem. Now seeing the emperor holding the little princess, it seems that what he said is true. I don't know what ability this little princess has that makes the emperor like her so much. The emperor nodded in a good mood and continued to walk forward holding Yuilua. When he walked to the door of the Imperial study, he saw the Minister of Justice waiting at the door and raised his eyebrows. Is there a result? Come in and tell me. The Minister of Justice followed into the Imperial study and looked at the little princess held by the emperor. He was stunned for a moment, but he didn't say anything after all. The Grand Master was eloquent, but was silenced by the emperor. He should not humiliate himself. Speak. The emperor sat down and took the tea poured by eunuch Chao. Tyrant, please behave yourself. Look at the way the Minister of Justice hesitated to speak. He must think that you should not bring me to the Imperial study. Is it appropriate for you to bring me to the Imperial study? Take me back quickly. I want to sleep in my mother's soft arms. Yuilua didn't understand. Even modern dads couldn't do this. Why is the tyrant so keen on taking care of children? Is it because she is so cute that the tyrant likes her at first sight? Or is it because she is the youngest daughter that he dotes on her? This character setting is too broken. Your Majesty. The Minister of Punishment was interrupted by the emperor, just as he opened his mouth. He put down the teacup, pointed at his daughter in his arms, and asked seriously, Do you also think it is inappropriate for me to bring the little princess to the Imperial study? Want to persuade me not to do this? The Minister of Punishment, who was obviously stunned, exclaimed, and quickly bowed and said, Your Majesty dare not. The emperor snorted coldly, I dare not because I think I shouldn't do this, but I dare not say it because of my status. These old guys like to pick on some trivial things and say that he is causing trouble for them. That's right, you won't change even if they tell you, and people are too lazy to tell you. After all, the Grand Master has been speechless by you. The emperor, Okay, how is the trial of Dr. Su going? The Minister of Justice was relieved when he got back to the point and took out the memorial of Dr. Su's crimes. This is the memorial signed and sealed by Dr. Su. Please have a look, Your Majesty. Eunuch Chao presented the memorial to the emperor. After reading the charges, the emperor threw the memorial on the long table with a gloomy face. Since these are all true, the execution will be carried out tomorrow. The Minister of Justice took the order and left, and Eunuch Chao picked up the memorial that fell on the ground. Seeing him pause, the emperor glanced at him. What's wrong? Your Majesty, this is General Jin's memorial. The emperor stared at the memorial and raised his hand to take it. My uncle's memorial has been sent for a few days, but I only saw it now. The memorial must have hidden secrets, and it was not seen before it was handed in. Hidden secret? The emperor thought it was just an ordinary memorial. He stroked the memorial, thinking about various ways to pass the message. He went through it in his mind, and suddenly realized it. It turned out that General Jin was telling him that he was fine and asked him to be careful. Could it be that someone around him had a problem? The emperor glanced at Eunuch Chao and denied it. At this time, a guard came in from outside to report. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister wants to see you. Let someone come in. The Prime Minister was wearing court clothes. After coming in to pay his respects, he saw the emperor holding the little princess. He was no longer surprised. He had heard this all the way when he entered the palace. What is the purpose of the Prime Minister's visit to me? Your Majesty, the third prince has taken a fancy to my daughter and wants to take a concubine. I have come to ask your Majesty to uphold justice. Although the third prince was a loser, he was still a prince. He could not ask his daughter anything, so he naturally thought it was the third prince. After all, the third prince's reputation was there. The emperor rubbed his temples with a headache and looked at Eunuch Chow. How many this month? Eunuch Chow counted on his fingers with a serious face and replied, the sixth. Prime Minister, did you hear that? You are the sixth person to come and tell me this month. Is it because your daughter has taken a fancy to the third prince and wants to be his concubine? Chapter 8. Every minister said this before, but when the parties were summoned to the palace, it was all because the girls insisted on entering the backyard of the third prince. It would be fine if it happened once or twice, but if it happened every time, he couldn't say that the third prince was wrong. After all, these girls volunteered. Impossible, my daughter is introverted and obedient. How could it be? Why not? It's because of the male protagonist's halo. He was a member of the backyard before he ascended the throne. After he ascended the throne, he dismissed 3,000 beauties in the harem for the time-traveling girl. Okay, I know, I will summon you to the palace for questioning tomorrow. The emperor waved his hand to dismiss the prime minister. How could the virtuous concubine have such a son? Her personality is really different from anyone else. Luo, among your brothers, who do you think can be the emperor? The eunuch Chow next to him tried to reduce his presence. The emperor was really crazy. He said everything to the little princess. The emperor was concentrating on asking questions, and didn't notice the twitching face of eunuch Chow. What male protagonist traveled through time and space? It's not a storybook. The prince he appointed is not the third prince. How can the third prince ascend the throne? Didn't they say that the whole family would die? How come the third prince was fine? He was a little mad and had many questions, but Luo would definitely not tell him if he asked her directly, so he could only be patient and ask indirectly. Is there any room for me to choose? It must be the third prince, he is the male protagonist. You all died in his hands. The next day, Luo was not taken to the court, and she slept until she woke up naturally, which moved her to the point of almost crying, thinking that the tyrant finally behaved like a human being. In fact, she didn't wake up naturally, but was woken up by the urge to urinate, and ended up peeing on the diaper. This body is too small, and it can't be controlled at all. She just hopes to grow up quickly, and not need diapers, otherwise it will be shameful to watch her beautiful mother change her diapers. After feeding, she changed into warm clothes and wrapped her up, and then she heard the tyrant's voice. Luo, your father will take you to play. The emperor didn't get the words yesterday, so he decided to bring the third prince and the prime minister's daughter to the palace today and take the little guy to see. Where does your emperor take Luo to play? I will give her another piece of clothing. Concubinely turned around and went to look for clothes. What if the emperor took his daughter out to get cold if she didn't wear enough clothes? No need, the third prince will come to the palace, I will take her to see him. Luo, who was a little resistant in her heart, no longer resisted after hearing this. The third prince in the book was extremely handsome, and she was quite curious whether he was really that handsome. Okay. Concubinely nodded, handed Luo to the emperor and watched them leave. Your Majesty, the emperor is really good to the little princess. Concubinely curved her lips, maybe Luo is likable. The concubines in the palace all hoped to give birth to a prince, but she thought the princess was great. The emperor carried Luo to the main hall, and after he sat at the top seat, several people saluted in unison. Luo rolled her eyes and stared at the people below. The man in the center of the hall was wearing a gorgeous purple brocade robe, a jade crown on his head, with fair skin and delicate features that could not find a single flaw. His narrow eyes were slightly raised, and his whole body revealed a seductive and dissolute aura, charming and dangerous. He is really good-looking, and he is popular with both men and women. No wonder girls are trying their best to get into his backyard. Sympathize with the tyrant for a few seconds. No, why do you sympathize with him again? The emperor was speechless. If you want to praise the third prince, just praise him. Don't you have to be so exaggerated? Isn't it because the third prince inherited his good looks? The third prince is so good-looking and doesn't look like a tyrant. Doesn't the tyrant have any doubts? What are you doubting? The emperor felt that he was really confused. He hadn't figured out one question yet, and another one came up. He really wanted to hug Luo and shake her hard, so that she could tell him everything she knew at once. But it was just a thought. Seeing that the emperor was slow to speak, the kneeling third prince spoke first. I wonder why your father summoned me to the palace. He knelt casually and unfocusedly, and his narrow eyes could not help but glance at Luo in his arms. This imperial sister is really favored. I heard that your father takes her with him wherever he goes, and because she dealt with the queen, I don't know what magic she has that makes your father value her so much. You all get up. You want to take Miss Li as a concubine. Has the Prime Minister agreed? The Emperor pulled back his thoughts and said. The three stood up. Li Jia blushed, glanced at the third prince, and then quickly looked away, her face full of girlish shyness. Your Majesty, I am willing to be the concubine of the third prince, please help me. The third prince is so handsome, the most handsome man she has ever seen. This Miss Li must have a brain, a love brain, and her status is not low. You are the daughter of the Prime Minister, so why don't you do anything else? You must rush to be a concubine. If Wang Baochuan comes, I'm afraid I will have to give you half of the mountain and let you dig wild vegetables with her. Prime Minister Li looked at his daughter with a look of disappointment. He didn't believe the Emperor when he said that. He asked his daughter for a long time in the mansion, but she didn't speak, like a mute. But now she can speak more than anyone else. Prime Minister, you heard it. The Emperor glanced at Prime Minister Li, not surprised at all. He actually didn't bother to care, but Miss Li was the Prime Minister's daughter, and he couldn't let the loyal minister feel disappointed. The result was still the same. Please help me, Your Majesty. Li Jia was afraid that her father would say something to stop her from entering the third prince's mansion. The Prime Minister felt ashamed. Such a daughter was really not worthy of being on the stage. Your Majesty, my daughter has been promised to someone else, and she must not be the concubine of the third prince. Although this daughter is not a legitimate daughter, the wife is kind-hearted and chose a good family for her to be the main wife. As a result, this daughter insisted on being the concubine of the third prince. Everyone knows what kind of person the third prince is, from the civil and military officials to the common people. There are countless women in the backyard, and they only know how to eat, drink, play, and hang out in brothels. When the Emperor heard that Li Jia had been promised to someone else, he said, Since she has been promised to someone else, I will pretend that I have never heard of what happened today. Not bad, not bad, the tyrant is still quite humane. The Emperor's mouth twitched. He was not stupid. He forced Li Jia into the backyard of the third prince even though they were engaged. What was the difference between that and robbing a commoner girl? Li Jia could not hear anything. The third prince next to him looked like he had nothing to do with it. Dad, if you don't agree to me today, I will crash to death here. Li Jia was determined, and was about to crash into the pillar next to her. Prime Minister Li quickly grabbed her and scolded, Nonsense, your mother picked a very good marriage for you. He was really disappointed to see his obedient and reserved daughter become like this. Miss Li was really born with a blessing, but she didn't know how to appreciate it. The family chosen by the Prime Minister's wife for her was really good, but unfortunately her heart and eyes were full of the third prince. The Prime Minister's wife could only lose face and cancel the engagement. The marriage failed, so she let another concubine take over. This concubine's sister was also a success and lived a good life. Chapter 9. The Emperor sat up straight and waved his hand to signal the Prime Minister to take his daughter away. Since Luo Luo said that the Prime Minister would solve it, let the Prime Minister solve it. After all, it is his family matter. Otherwise, if Li Jia dies here, Luo Luo will say he is a tyrant. Li Jia was dragged out of the hall by Prime Minister Li. It was late autumn, but Prime Minister Li's forehead was covered with tiny beads of sweat. He was worried that this rebellious girl would displease the Emperor and punish her. Father, since everything is fine, I will take my leave first. The third prince bowed. The dancer in my son's house has just choreographed a new dance. I'm waiting to go back and watch it. The Emperor frowned. I asked your mother to take charge of the harem temporarily. You are not young anymore. I asked your mother to pick a wife for you. Don't hang out with those prostitutes all the time. Oh my silly father, you are really good at choosing people. Why did you let the virtuous concubine take charge of the harem? The third prince's successful ascension to the throne is really inseparable from your contribution. Do you think the third prince only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun, and hang out with women? In fact, he is discussing how to replace you. Father, with my reputation like this, no minister would be willing to marry his daughter to me if I were to choose a wife. After all, a wife is different from a concubine. Besides, he already has someone he likes, so he definitely only wants to give the position of wife to Xiner. The third prince's face lost its casual look, and he looked at his father, who was silent and had a dark face. I have made up my mind, you can go back. It seems that the male protagonist has fallen in love with the time-traveling girl, so he is unwilling to choose a wife. This male protagonist is also a bit miserable. He doesn't know his own life experience. Even after ascending the throne, he still thinks that the tyrant is his biological father. The Emperor was so angry that his throat itched. He almost choked after taking a sip of tea. What do you mean by thinking that you are his biological father? Isn't that right? concubine Xian still has the guts to have an affair with someone else, defile the harem and confuse the royal bloodline? Your Majesty, are you okay? Eunuch Chao stepped forward and patted him on the back, thinking that he was angry with the third prince. The third prince's personality is not like concubine Xian and you, Your Majesty. Yui Lua shouted in her heart. Eunuch Chao is so good at talking, but don't say it again next time, it's easy to lose your head. The emperor felt that he was one step closer to the truth and glanced at Eunuch Chao. Who do you think the third prince resembles? This question stumped Eunuch Chao. He just said it casually, but the emperor asked it. This? Who else can he resemble? Of course, he resembles Ding Feng, the commander of the Imperial Guards that you value the most. You will never guess it. Crack. The teacup in the emperor's hand broke. But Yui Lua's voice continued to ring in her ears. It seems that the tyrant was very angry with the third prince. He helped others raise children and entrusted his own safety to the third prince's biological father. Now he handed over the power of the harem to the virtuous concubine. In the end, he was the one who was angry. The big wrong species is confirmed. In addition to being a wrong species, he is also an ordinary little angel who steps on landmines. If he is not a landmine, you will not keep him by your side. I admire you. Yui Lua thought, and couldn't help but look up at the emperor's head, and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha! If you want to live a decent life, you must have some green on your body, and if you want to live a good life, you must have some grass on your head. It's over, I can't look directly at the tyrant's majestic and handsome face now. I always feel that he has a lot of green on his head. The emperor threw away the teacup in his hand, handed Yui Lua to Eunuch Chao, and said with his back teeth, You hold it. Eunuch Chao pointed at his hand. Your Majesty, is your hand okay? It's okay. He was afraid that if Eunuch Chao didn't take Yui Lua over, it would be Yui Lua who would be in trouble. Yui Lua, who was taken over by Eunuch Chao, curled her lips. It's the third prince who is angry with you, not me. Why are you being so mean to a little cutie like me? It's still because the beautiful mother has a good temper, unlike the tyrant, who is moody. The moody emperor pointed at Yui Lua. He said the word you, and put his hand down again. He rubbed his temple. Eunuch Chao, take the little princess back. He didn't want to see Yui Lua for the time being, fearing that she would be angry to death before he was killed. On the other side, Prime Minister Li, who returned home with his daughter, was also very angry. Seeing his ugly face, the Prime Minister's wife asked with concern, What's wrong with the master? She glanced at Li Jia, who was crying and had red eyes. What's wrong with Jiar? Her eyes are red from crying. Did the third prince insist that Jiar be his concubine? Who knew that as soon as she finished speaking, Li Jia stared at her with wide eyes. The look in her eyes made her feel that this was not the Li Jia she knew, and it was a little scary. Can you stop pretending to be kind? If you hadn't arranged a marriage for me, how could this happen? She had been well-behaved and obedient since she was a child. Knowing that she was a concubine's daughter, she worked hard to learn music, chess, calligraphy and painting, hoping to marry a good family in the future, so that her children would not be inferior to her. Finally, someone came to propose marriage and let her be the legal wife, but her mother rejected the man outright. She told her that the man had bad character and a complicated family, and she was afraid that she would suffer. She believed it, and thought her mother was doing it for her own good. However, not long after, her mother showed her a family. The only son of the Kai family, a merchant family, a nerd who only knew how to study but was still a scholar. This was not for her own good, it was clearly not for her good. The former was a wife of an official, but this one had no power, and was ordinary looking. I don't know how her mother picked it. The Prime Minister's wife looked at Li Jia in disbelief when she heard this. As the mistress of the Prime Minister's mansion, she cared about all the children in the mansion, regardless of whether they were legitimate or illegitimate, and never treated them harshly. I didn't expect to be misunderstood like this. I really fed an ungrateful person with my sincerity. Li Jia, how did you talk to your mother? Prime Minister Li was really angry and scolded. You insisted on humiliating yourself to be the concubine of the third prince, and now you are angry at your mother. Who taught you to be like this? He knew his wife's character very well. He had broken his heart so much, but in the end, she was still misunderstood. I just want to be the concubine of the third prince. The third prince at least has status. Li Jia said, wiping away tears. Don't think you are all doing this for my own good. What's wrong with me not wanting to marry into the Kai family? Pa. Prime Minister Li slapped Li Jia's face heavily. You don't know what's good for you. Since you want to be the concubine of the third prince, I will help you. The Prime Minister's wife held Prime Minister Li. Master, how can you agree? This is pushing Li Jia into the fire pit. The master should know better than her what kind of reputation the third prince has. Okay. Li Jia didn't appreciate the prime minister's wife's kindness at all. I made the decision myself, and I won't regret it. The third prince is romantic and passionate, but he understands her, which is better than suppressing her nature in the prime minister's mansion. The prime minister's wife sighed. Okay, I will cancel your marriage with the Kai family. Chapter 10. Li Jia has a prejudice against her now. If she talks too much, she will only think she is hypocritical. I just hope she won't regret it in the future. You want to be the concubine of the third prince, I have no objection. Prime Minister Li looked at Li Jia deeply, but the prime minister's mansion can't afford to lose this person. Once you leave the prime minister's mansion, you will no longer have any relationship with the Li family. Okay. Li Jia nodded without thinking. Prime Minister Li snorted coldly and left. The prime minister's wife hurriedly followed, and the two went to the main hall. Madam, you are too wronged. The prime minister patted her hands, and felt a headache when he thought of the mess Li Jia had made. I don't know if the Kai family is willing to cancel the engagement. We were supposed to get married before the new year, and it's only been a few months. The prime minister's wife poured him a cup of tea and comforted him. Master, don't worry, I will find a way to deal with this matter. After all, we are sorry to the Kai family. Unlike Li Jia, the third prince went to Yang Xian's yard as soon as he returned home. Seeing him coming back, Yang Xian hurriedly ran up to him and took his arm, her voice clear and crisp. Brother Chun, you're back. The third prince raised his hand and rubbed her head, letting her pull him into the house, and said softly, It's cold outside, be careful not to catch a cold if you stand outside. Yang Xian waved her hand indifferently. I just want to see Brother Chun. Why did the emperor summon you today? Isn't it because of Li Jia scolding you again? She pushed the third prince to sit on the chair, sat next to him, held her face with both hands, and looked at the third prince's flawless handsome face. She said with a somewhat dissatisfied tone, It's obviously Li Jia who is pestering you. If you want to blame someone, blame it on Brother Chun, you are too handsome. The third prince was used to her strange words, and knew that she was praising him for his good looks. He smiled and poured her a cup of tea. Father didn't scold me, but you, Xianer, were wronged. Young Xian knew what he was talking about, and said generously and freely, I am not wronged. Brother Chen, you don't like them. They came to me. This also shows that Brother Chen, you are charming and I have good taste. If others don't even look at someone, then Yang Xian will not like him. Wouldn't that be a disgrace to the time traveler? Hearing her say this, the words that the third prince wanted to blurt out were swallowed back. Xianer was so good, giving him advice, he really couldn't say it. What's wrong? Seeing that he didn't speak, Yang Xian stared at him closely. Brother Chen, are you hiding something from me? We said we can't hide things from each other. The third prince pondered for a moment. While observing Yang Xian's expression, he told her that the emperor wanted to choose a queen for him. Looking at Yang Xian's frozen smile, he tried to say something, but before he could open his mouth, Yang Xian stood up suddenly, her eyes full of disappointment. Brother Chun, I know you are in a bad situation, so your backyard is full of women. As long as you don't touch them, I will tolerate it. She tried her best to suppress the tears that were about to burst out. But you clearly promised me that the position of the main wife is mine, and you also promised to be with me for the rest of my life. The third prince held her shoulders and coaxed her patiently. Xianer, you also know that I have no ability to resist now. It is normal for men here to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. It is different from the place you came from. Yang Xian is special, smart, talented, and different from other women, and he likes this very much. But he doesn't understand why Yang Xian must be with her forever. What's the difference? Yang Xian struggled to break free from his hand. We are all men, we can do it there. Why can't you? If you can't do it, don't mess with me. After saying that, she wiped her tears and ran out. Yui Lui knew nothing about what was happening outside, and spent half a month of quiet days. She didn't know why the tyrant hadn't taken her to court recently or visited her. But she was happy to see it happen, thinking that this was the life a baby should live at the moment. Every day, being close to her beautiful mother, she felt that life was too good. Your Majesty, now the palace is saying that the little princess has fallen out of favor. Another close maid of concubine Li, Hua Rui, whispered beside her. Hua Rui, why are you gossiping in front of your Majesty? Nani Zhang came in, with hot tea and warned. Hua Rui was loyal, but she put everything on the table, and spoke too directly, which easily offended people. I just think they are talking nonsense. Hua Rui shrank her neck. Although the emperor didn't come to the palace, He also sent a lot of things to the little princess. Concubine Li looked at Huarui with amusement and interrupted their conversation. Since you think they are talking nonsense, why bother to pay attention to them? There are so many people in the palace, and you care about everything. Aren't you embarrassing yourself? Huarui nodded seriously, looking like she had learned something. I understand. Since you understand, go and get the charcoal. Nani Zhang dismissed Huarui, worried that Yuilua might catch a cold, and turned around to close the window. My queen, I heard that concubine Xian is going to select a wife for the third prince recently, and will let all the noble ladies participate in this election. Concubine Li put down the book in her hand and raised her eyebrows. The prince's selection of a wife is such a big deal. Concubine Xian is trying to use this opportunity to establish her authority. Now that concubine Xian is in charge of the harem, if she wants to crack down on others, she will take this opportunity to show that she is valued by the emperor. Isn't it true? Concubine Xian has changed a lot of her people recently. I don't know what the emperor thinks. Concubine Li smiled indifferently. The emperor's heart is hard to predict, and it has nothing to do with us. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something and changed the subject. I asked you to go to the Imperial Hospital to see Dr. Lin. Did you do it? Luor's eyes have now returned to normal, all thanks to Dr. Lin. I saw Dr. Lin. Everything is fine, but I heard that Dr. Su was beheaded. Beheaded? Concubine Li was slightly surprised. She hadn't even taken action to avenge Luor yet, and the emperor acted so quickly. The two talked for a while, and Huarui, who went to get the charcoal, came in crying. What happened? Nani Zhang asked hurriedly. Didn't you get the charcoal? Huarui handed the charcoal to Nani Zhang. I got the charcoal. Why are you crying? Nani Zhang understood, after seeing the charcoal clearly, and raised her eyes to notice that there was a slap mark on one side of Huarui's face. What's going on? Concubine Li stood up and saw the slap mark on Huarui's face, frowned, turned around and took a bottle of swelling medicine and handed it to Nani Zhang. Apply the medicine to Huarui first. Nani Zhang pulled Huarui to sit down, applied the medicine to her before asking. What's going on? Huarui opened her mouth and wanted to cry. Nani Zhang glanced at her. I just applied the medicine. Don't cry away the medicine and waste the medicine given by the Empress. The people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs said that it's not winter yet, so they won't give me charcoal. Huarui held back her tears and sniffed. I said the little princess needed it, but they gave me this bad charcoal. I was so angry that I started arguing with them. Chapter 11. Madame Zhang frowned. People in the palace were all opportunists. Seeing that the emperor did not come to the palace, they began to make things difficult. It was also possible that the virtuous concubine instructed it. Huarui, you go down and rest first. Concubine Li looked at her swollen face and said softly. Huarui retreated, and Madame Zhang asked, Madam, what should we do? Concubine Li curled her lips. If she swallowed her anger, these people would think she was easy to bully. It didn't matter if she was wronged, but her precious daughter couldn't. Mammy, go and ask the emperor to come over, and tell him that I want him to come over to discuss the little princess's full moon banquet. Yuilua sucked her little hands, her heart leaping with joy. Is my beautiful mother getting angry? She must be so worried about me. It's true that there is only one good mother in the world. When Concubine Li heard the voice, she picked up Yuilua and touched her head. Don't worry, Luor, mother won't let you suffer any grievances. Before, she was alone, and she didn't care. She just closed the palace door and lived her own life. Now she has Luor, and the emperor treats Luor very differently, and other people will definitely not let her live a peaceful life. Madame Zhang walked through the long palace corridor to the imperial study, explained her purpose to the guards at the door, and asked them to go in and report. One of them nodded, turned around and went in to report. Your Majesty, the maid in the palace of Concubine Li wants to see you. The emperor threw the letter in his hand on the long table, put his hand on the armrest of the chair, and raised his eyebrows to ask. What's the matter? Concubine Li was not competitive. Other concubines would come to the imperial study from time to time, and they would bring soup and snacks. This was the first time she took the initiative to ask someone to come. I discussed the little princess's full moon banquet with you. The emperor nodded. I understand. I go there later. Eunuch Chao turned around and fetched a thicker piece of clothing for the emperor to wear. I was a little puzzled. The emperor was really strange. He wanted to tie the little princess to him before, but he refused to see her for half a month. But he still said her things. I couldn't guess what he was thinking. Let's go to Concubine Li's palace. The emperor put on his clothes and walked out the door. On the way, I heard a group of palace maids and eunuchs talking. You know, I thought the little princess was favored before, but after just a few days, she is no longer favored. The emperor hasn't visited her for a long time. She is just a princess. I expected that even the princes may not always be valued by the emperor. I used to envy those who worked in the palace of concubinely, but now I am a little glad that I didn't go. I heard that the palace maids around her were. Do you allow you to gossip about the master's affairs? Eunuch Chow scolded several palace maids and eunuchs, interrupting them. When several people heard the sound, they turned around and saw the emperor and Eunuch Chow. They knelt on the ground and were almost scared to death. The emperor glanced at them lightly. Eunuch Chow, deal with it according to the rules. When he arrived at the door of concubine Li's bedroom, the emperor gathered his outer robe, stopped the maid who was about to go in to report with his eyes, and walked in. Concubine Li was teasing Yui Luo. When she heard Nanny Zhang's greeting, she raised her eyes and looked over, smiling and standing up. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. The emperor stepped forward to help her get up and sit at the round wooden table. Yui Luo's inner voice, lying on the bed, began to explode in his ears. Ah, you big pig's hoof. Let go of my beautiful mother. Why are you still holding her, you shameless one? Concubine Li subconsciously wanted to take her hand back, but the emperor held it tightly, just to make the little one angry. Your Majesty, I will go and bring Luo here. Concubine Li, who had freed her hand, turned around and picked up the little one on the bed, and told Madame Zhang to make tea. The emperor looked around Concubine Li's bedroom, and except for the madam who served her personally, he didn't see anyone else. Thinking of the discussion of the palace maids and eunuchs, he couldn't help but ask. Concubine Li, where is the maidservant serving you? After dealing with Farong some time ago, I wanted to send someone to Concubine Li, but she refused. Concubine Li frowned. She feels a little uncomfortable. Let her go to rest. The maidservant was beaten, and the beating was not light. The harem is now in charge of Concubine Xian. I don't believe this matter has nothing to do with Concubine Xian. The emperor frowned slightly. After hearing Luo's voice, he did want to take back Concubine Xian's right to manage the harem, but Concubine Xian had done nothing wrong, so he couldn't take back her rights for no reason. On the one hand, he was also worried about alerting the enemy. Ding Feng was in charge of all the Imperial guards in the capital. If he easily attacked Concubine Xian, this man would be angry and attack him. Nanny Zhang came in to make tea and poured tea for the two of them, and then listened to Concubine Li's instructions. Mammy, go and light the charcoal. It's a bit cold. Nani understood, and turned to light the charcoal. I am weak, Luo is still young, and there is a lotus pond next to the bedroom. The wind is quite cold. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Concubine Li took the tea and took a sip. The emperor knew that babies and people who had given birth were afraid of the cold, so he didn't say anything. He raised his hand to pick up the tea, and felt a thick smoke spreading, and the bedroom was instantly filled with smoke. Ahem. Madame Zhang coughed and stood up. What kind of charcoal is this? The emperor ordered in a deep voice, put it out quickly, otherwise Luo will inhale it. Not to mention the child, he, an adult, almost choked to death. After the charcoal was put out, the smoke in the bedroom gradually dissipated. Is there no charcoal in the palace? Why use this kind of charcoal? This kind of charcoal is obviously low grade, and ordinary people find it choking. Yui Luo raised her eyelids. Of course, there is no charcoal in the palace. This is all a palace fight. It must be that the virtuous concubine deliberately made things difficult for her mother, and humiliated her with this charcoal. Without her instruction, how could the people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs dare to beat my mother's personal maid? Maybe it's not winter yet, so someone around me went to get it, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs replied like this. Concubine Li paused and continued. I used the remaining charcoal from last year, but I forgot that it's not winter yet this year. The emperor's face became more and more ugly, and Concubine Xian couldn't wait to take action as soon as she took over the harem. He knew better than anyone whether there was charcoal or not, and these were just excuses to embarrass Concubine Li, just to embarrass her. Eunuch Chow, go and call the general manager of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and also call whoever brought the charcoal to Concubine Li's palace. The purpose was achieved, and Concubine Li raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Don't worry, I want to see who is so bold. The emperor comforted Concubine Li, hugged Yui Luo, and pinched her chubby face before he felt a little relieved. By the way, I will ask someone to hold Luo's full moon banquet, and make it grand. Didn't these people say that the little princess had fallen out of favor? He insisted on holding a grand banquet to give the little girl face, otherwise Concubine Li would be so weak and bullied that anyone could step on her. Eunuch Chao left quickly, and came back quickly. When he came in, he was followed by 2 eunuchs. One was older, and the other was slightly younger. Your Majesty, the people are here. Chapter 12. The 2 of them saluted tremblingly. Eunuch Chao did not say what the matter was. They had thought about all the bad things in their hearts along the way. After seeing Concubine Li's bedroom, they understood why the Emperor called them over. The Emperor did not let the 2 of them stand up immediately. He looked down at the 2 people kneeling on the ground. After a long while, he spoke slowly. Do you know why I called you here? Look at the charcoal. Is it for people? Your Majesty, maybe Xiao Linzi was careless, and took the wrong one. I will replace it with good red charcoal for Concubine Li. Eunuch Wang kowtowed as he answered, and his forehead turned red after just a few kowtows. Your Majesty, please forgive me. It's all my fault for being careless, and taking the wrong charcoal. Xiao Linzi hurriedly agreed. Godfather must have a way to protect him by doing this, so he could only follow his godfather's words. He took the wrong charcoal. Eunuch Wang wanted to push the blame on Xiao Linzi. Why would someone who can't handle such a small matter stay in the Ministry of Internal Affairs? Since you can even take the wrong charcoal, I think there's no need to keep this hand. Xiao Linzi suddenly raised his head, looked at the Emperor, and then at Eunuch Wang. But Eunuch Wang lowered his head, obviously not intending to speak for him. Eunuch Wang, since you know that it was Xiao Linzi who was careless, and took the wrong charcoal, you should chop off his hands that took the charcoal and hit Concubine Li's maid. The Emperor glanced at Eunuch Wang, who wanted to stay out of the matter, but he didn't want to let him have his way. He wanted to see what would come out of the dog-eat-dog fight between the 2. 6. The tyrant is deliberately stimulating Xiao Linzi to spit out more. In fact, the Emperor in the book is not stupid, but he was controlled by drugs in the later period, otherwise the 3rd prince might not succeed. I obey. Before Wang Gonggong finished speaking, he was interrupted by Xiao Linzi, who was kneeling beside him. Your Majesty, spare my life. It was Concubine Xian and Eunuch Wang who asked me to do this. I was just following orders. If I didn't do this, Concubine Xian would kill my family. They also said that Concubine Li was weak and would not complain, and the little princess was not favored, so nothing would happen. Even if the Emperor really knew about it, let me take the blame. The lives of his family were important, but he himself was dead. Godfather and Concubine Xian will definitely not let his family go. He didn't know Concubine Xian's methods, but he knew his godfather better than anyone else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit in the position of the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Your Majesty, Xiao Linzi is talking nonsense. I have never seen Concubine Xian. He is slandering me. I didn't. Concubine Xian said that if this thing is done, she will give the maid next to her to Eunuch Wang as a concubine. If your Majesty doesn't believe it, have someone search Eunuch Wang. He has a handkerchief with a crabapple flower on it, which was given by Concubine Xian's personal maid. Xiao Linzi's face was serious, and he didn't seem to be lying. The Emperor signaled Eunuch Chao to search him. As expected, the handkerchief Xiao Linzi mentioned was found, and there was indeed a crabapple flower embroidered on it. Your Majesty. Eunuch Wang knew that he was finished, and wanted to struggle again. I was wronged. Madame Zhang stepped forward and took a look at the handkerchief. The handkerchief is indeed Miss Haitong's beside the virtuous concubine. I have seen it. The Emperor was too lazy to say more, and called to the door, come here, drag the 2 out, and give them 50 strokes of the cane, and expel them from the palace. As soon as he finished speaking, for people came in. Based on their experience from the last time, they stuffed cloth into the mouths of the 2 men, and then dragged them out. They didn't give the 2 men a chance to scream. Yes, this removed a great helper of Concubine Xian. Otherwise, with Eunuch Wang around, it would be easier for Concubine Xian to plant spies in the palaces. The Emperor was pleased to hear this. This little guy praised him twice today. Eunuch Chao spread the news that the 2 were caned and expelled from the palace. Concubine Li stroked the teacup. Is the Emperor going to take action against Concubine Xian? The news soon reached Concubine Xian's ears. She raised her hand and knocked heavily on the table, her face grim. Waste, ruining my good deeds! Haitang suppressed her joy. In order to win over the old man, the queen asked her to deliberately please Wang Gonggong, and she went there with disgust every time. Now, Wang Gonggong has been beaten with a stick, and I'm afraid he will die. She pulled back her thoughts and whispered. Quit your anger, queen. Concubine Xian glared at her. I know you hate Wang Gonggong, but now he has been punished. How can I place spies in the palaces in the future? Haitang pursed her lips. You are in charge of the harem now. Just promote someone. Hearing this, Concubine Xian became even angrier and calmed down. You make it easy. maybe the emperor began to suspect me, so he punished Wang Gonggong and Xiao Linzi. It doesn't matter if these two idiots die, but they also implicate her. It's really unlucky. The emperor did this to vent his anger on Concubine Li, and I don't know if the two have betrayed her. Aren't you going to choose a queen for the third prince? Hai Tang suddenly remembered something. You can ask Concubine Li to help you choose, and test the waters. Concubine Xian looked at Hai Tang with appreciation and stood up. Yes, let's go to Concubine Li now, and take a look at the little princess that our emperor loves. Concubine Li had just finished feeding Yuilua when Concubine Xian came. Seeing Concubine Xian coming, she had some guesses in her mind. With a smile on her face, she greeted, "Hello, Sister Concubine Xian." Concubine Xian helped her up. "Sister, you are with the little princess, so you don't have to greet." As she spoke, she sat down at the table and said with an apologetic look on her face, "I came here to apologize to you, my sister. It was my poor management that allowed the dog slaves of the Ministry of Internal Affairs to humiliate you." Li Fei shook her head. Her face was as gentle as the spring breeze, and she didn't seem angry at all. "What are you talking about, sister? You just took over the harem. How can you be thoughtful about everything? The people in the harem have always stepped on the low and praised the high. How can it be my sister's fault?" "Haha, I didn't expect that the beautiful mother also understands the yin and yang. The dead green tea concubine Xian Fei came here just because she smelled the smell. She must be trying to trick my mother. Fortunately, my mother is not a naive person." Yuilua stared at Concubine Xian with her big eyes without blinking. She looked dignified and her eyes were as narrow as the third prince's. It seemed that the third prince looked like Concubine Xian. She was more and more curious about what Concubine Xian's adulterer looked like, which made the third prince look so good. Suddenly hearing such a big news, Concubine Li was glad that she didn't drink tea. How did Luo know everything? In fact, she was also very curious about who Concubine Xian's adulterer was. Did the emperor know? It was a pity that Yuilua didn't continue. Sister is really reasonable. As she spoke, she changed the subject. With a look of concern on her face, "I heard that the emperor punished the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs in my sister's palace. I wonder if you are scared." As expected, she was trying to get some information, so she got to the point. Concubine Li smiled lightly, and shook her head. The emperor had someone execute the sentence outside, and I was not scared. Thank you for your concern. Chapter 13. Xian Fei asked a few more questions, but Li Fei evaded them all, and she couldn't get any useful words out of her. "I came here today to ask for something else." Since she couldn't get anything out of him, Xian Fei stopped asking. "Sister, please speak." "You know, the third prince is a troublesome person," Xian Fei sighed. "The emperor asked me to pick a wife for him, but I'm not familiar with the noble ladies in the capital, so I want you to help me pick one." Li Fei was surprised, but she didn't show it on her face. Before she could say no, she heard her daughter's voice. "Mother, promise her. I'm so curious about what kind of wife she will help the third prince choose. Please, please, you must agree." "Okay, I go when the time comes." Concubine Li reluctantly agreed. "Oh yeah, mother, and I really have the same thoughts." "That's great." Concubine Li agreed so readily that Concubine Xian was stunned. She told Concubine Li the time, and stood up to leave. The two left Concubine Li's palace, and Concubine Xian's hand holding the handkerchief gradually tightened. Concubine Li couldn't get anything out of her, which made her feel even more uneasy. After Concubine Xian left, Aunt Zhang stepped forward. "Concubine Xian is trying to get the queen to tell you something." Concubine Li chuckled and didn't answer. She handed Yuilua to Aunt Zhang. "Hold lure, while I draw a picture for her." She spread out the rice paper, ground the ink, and started to draw seriously. "Wow, this picture is so beautiful. The beauty's painting shouldn't be too pleasing to the eyes." Concubine Li almost lost her pen. She calmed down and ignored the little girl's voice from time to time, and continued to draw. Not long after, she put down her brush, and held up the rice paper in front of Yuilua. "Luor, do you like it?" She was vivid and lifelike in the painting. A delicate baby jumped out of the paper, allowing her to see her appearance clearly for the first time. "I like it, mother. You are so amazing. You painted it directly to my heart. I look so beautiful. With my appearance, it's not too much to be a beauty when I grow up. The little princess is the most beautiful child I have ever seen, and the queen also painted very well." Nani Zhang smiled and praised both of them. Yuilua drank breast milk. She actually didn't like the taste of breast milk, but she couldn't refuse it as a baby. Concubine Li always fed her before eating. When Yuilua's eyes returned to normal, Nani Zhang advised Concubine Li to find a wet nurse to feed Yuilua, but Concubine Li refused. Luo, your father is here to see you. Yui Luo was held by Nani Zhang, and her scalp tingled when she heard this. Every time the tyrant said this, he was planning to take her out and force her to watch him handle government affairs. Didn't you come here just this morning? Why are you here again? The tyrant must want to take me away again. The emperor almost stumbled when he stepped over the threshold. Didn't he praise him this morning? Why is he looking down on him now? But he was used to being looked down on, so he pretended not to hear. I will take Luo to the Imperial study. Concubinely, you continue to eat. The emperor took Yui Luo and left without staying for a moment. Actually, it's good for the emperor to take the little princess with him. Your Majesty, you can relax. Nani Zhang smiled and served her food, saying softly. When Yui Luo was carried out, she saw the big words Imperial study and had only one thought in her mind. She wanted to escape, but she couldn't. Hey, why is the Prime Minister here too? He looked so haggard, with dark circles under his eyes almost falling to his chin. Did he quarrel with the Prime Minister's wife and was kicked out? The Emperor. He took a closer look at the Prime Minister, and he was indeed not in good spirits. He didn't notice it just now. Your Majesty, is there anything wrong with me? The Prime Minister adjusted his court clothes and asked in confusion. He had been here for a while, and thought the Emperor would let him in, but the Emperor came out directly, saying that he had to go pick up the little princess first, and then left past him. Now he was staring at him for no reason, making him feel uncomfortable. Go in. The Emperor retracted his gaze and walked in. What's wrong with the Emperor? He lowered his voice and asked Eunuch Chow. Eunuch Chow spread his hands. You get used to it. It was not normal for the Emperor to be with a little princess, but he was used to it. Does the Prime Minister have something important to discuss with me? Sitting on the chair, the Emperor asked calmly. I want to ask the Emperor for a few days off. The mess left by Li Jia's rebellious daughter has not been resolved yet, and the lady is so worried that she can't sleep well. After all, they broke the contract first, and they can't blame the Kai family. Take a leave? The Emperor was a little surprised, thinking of his daughter. Could it be that your daughter's marriage has not been cancelled yet? Prime Minister Li hesitated for a moment and nodded. The Kai family has already informed relatives and friends that their son will get married this year. Seeing that the divorce date is getting closer and closer, and the bride is gone, they will definitely not agree to cancel the engagement. Yui Luo subconsciously wanted to tell the Prime Minister to marry his other daughter, but all that came out was wah wah wah. The Emperor had an idea in mind. This matter was also caused by the third prince, so he should help the Prime Minister. Retracting his thoughts, he said, this matter was caused by the third prince anyway. What did the other party say? I will help you with some ideas. No, what ideas can you come up with? Kill the Kai family or force them to cancel the engagement? This is not good. The Kai family is still very useful. Yui Luo was also stunned. You don't discuss state affairs in the Imperial study. Is it appropriate to discuss the affairs of the harem here? Ah? The Prime Minister didn't react for a moment, raised his head, and looked at the Emperor, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. The Emperor said to help you with ideas. Eunuch Chow reminded. Prime Minister Li hurriedly told the whole story. Yui Luo wanted to hold his forehead, but his hands were wrapped and couldn't lift them. I am convinced, really convinced. One dares to make ideas, and the other dares to believe. The Emperor cleared his throat. The Kai family wants a wife. Don't you have a daughter? Wouldn't it be better to send it over? Prime Minister Li showed a bitter expression. It's not that easy, otherwise I wouldn't be so distressed. With Li Jia, the ungrateful man in front, how could Madame Li dare to send another daughter over? The daughter was not her own, and if she didn't go willingly, it would have a counterproductive effect. The Emperor knocked on the long table with one hand, thinking that there were so many twists and turns. I heard that your wife's embroidery is very good. Why not let your wife come to the palace to meet concubinely? She wants to embroider a hat for the little princess. Oh, the tyrant knows how to mobilize people. If he asks the beautiful mother for help, this matter will definitely be accomplished. The Prime Minister in the book did this, but unfortunately he failed to convince his daughter. The matter was resolved, but his daughter broke off relations with him. Prime Minister Li understood the Emperor's intention, and the haze on his face instantly dissipated. Thank you, Your Majesty. When I go back, I will ask my wife to bring my daughter to the palace to see concubine Li tomorrow. Chapter 14. After returning home, Prime Minister Li went to Madame Li's courtyard with a smile on his face. Seeing him smiling, Madame Li asked in surprise. Did the Emperor grant you leave, Master? You are so happy. Recently, they have been very worried about Li Jia's divorce, and the Master has lost a lot of weight. No. Prime Minister Li sat on the chair, took a sip of tea, and then explained with a smile, "The Emperor asked you to take Sheer to the palace to see concubine Li tomorrow." Madame Li didn't understand at first, but when she saw the Prime Minister was so happy, she reacted and said in disbelief, "Does concubine Li have any ideas? Since the Emperor said so, he must have his intention." Prime Minister Li patted his wife's hand. "You have been wronged by Li Jia's matter. I will talk to Sheer about entering the palace." In the palace, the Emperor dealt with the Prime Minister's matter and had no intention of sending Yui Luo back. He stood up and looked at Eunuch Chao. "Go to the palace of concubine Xian." Eunuch Chao followed him, wondering, why take the little princess to the palace of concubine Xian? Concubine Xian's bedroom is not too far from the Imperial study, and it will arrive after a while. "Your Majesty, how about I help you hold the little princess?" The Emperor didn't even look at Eunuch Chao. "Do you think I'm old? No need." Eunuch Chao smiled and took his hand back. "How could that be? Your Majesty, you are still as charming as ever. You have been holding the little princess for such a long time without feeling tired, and you are holding her with one hand. If it were you, your hand would have been weak long ago." Eunuch Chao was just flattering. "It turns out that the tyrant held me with one hand. I was wondering why it was not as comfortable as my mother holding me. I don't know why he came to the old green tea concubine Xian." The Emperor listened to Yui Luo's voice and propped up her head with one hand. The palace servants guarding the palace gates saw the Emperor coming from afar and ran in to report. Concubine Xian was leaning on the beauty couch with her eyes closed. She suddenly opened her eyes when she heard the words, stood up, tidied her clothes, and stood at the door to greet him. "Your Majesty, why did the Emperor come here suddenly?" Hai Tang supported her beside her, a little worried. Concubine Xian was also a little uneasy, but now that she hadn't seen the Emperor, she couldn't guess the Emperor's intention to come. While thinking, she saw the Emperor holding Yui Luo and walking over. "Your Highness." Concubine Xian bowed and saluted. "Get up." The Emperor walked past her and walked inside. It was already cold outside, but it felt warm inside Concubine Xian's room. Concubine Xian's palace is warm. He said it casually, as if he was talking about family matters, but Concubine Xian was alarmed, thinking that the Emperor would not come to question her. "Come on, serve tea." She kept smiling and sat on the chair opposite the Emperor. Yui Luo complained in her heart. "What tea? Aren't you just a green tea lover? The tyrant just loves this. I'm afraid of the cold, so I burn charcoal. I feel very sorry that my sister Li Fei was harassed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. These dogs really deserve to die. But it's also my fault. I'd beg the Emperor to punish me." The Emperor waved his hand and said softly, "You just took over the harem, and some negligence is inevitable. I don't blame you." Unexpectedly he said this. Xian Fei didn't know how to answer for a while. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your consideration. This makes me feel even more guilty." Ugh, she was pretending to be hypocritical. She almost vomited the milk she just drank. The Emperor even looked at Yui Luo after hearing this. When he found that she didn't vomit the milk, he continued, "My winter clothes have not been made yet. They should have been delivered to me at this time of year." It turned out that the Emperor came for this matter. From this point of view, the Emperor should not know that Eunuch Wang is his man, otherwise how could he have easily revealed it? The tense heart relaxed, and the expression on Concubine Xian's face when she spoke also became more sincere. "I'm really negligent about this matter. I asked the embroidery workshop to make the Emperor's winter clothes as soon as possible." The Emperor didn't want to stay any longer and stood up. "Remember to keep a close eye on it, and don't make any mistakes. I let you take charge of the harem because I trust you. If you continue to trust me, you lose your life. You still trust me?" Yui Luo curled her lips and wanted to remind the tyrant, but couldn't open her mouth. "I understand. I respectfully send Your Majesty off." The virtuous concubine saluted and stood up after watching the Emperor's figure gradually disappear. "I ordered someone to go to the embroidery workshop to ask how the Emperor's winter clothes were being made." After leaving the palace of Concubine Xian, the Emperor's face turned cold. "Your Majesty, are you going back to the Imperial study?" Eunuch Chao asked in a low voice. The Emperor paused. "Go to Concubine Li's palace for dinner." Eunuch Chao was a little embarrassed and reminded, "Your Majesty, you haven't turned over the card for a long time." "Why, I handle government affairs every day. Do you think I'm not annoying enough? I was annoyed by those old guys when I went to court, and I was annoyed by the women in the harem when I returned to the palace." He almost grew up in the Imperial study, and Chao Gonggong reminded him again. "But..." Eunuch Chao was interrupted by the Emperor before he finished speaking. "Don't say but, if you mention it again, I will punish you to clean the toilet for a night." After saying that, he strode forward, and Chow Gongdong followed him quickly, holding back a sentence for a long time. Ministers all come to me, and I can't do anything. Those adults couldn't see the emperor, so they asked him to convey it, and he didn't want to do it. The emperor glanced at him. Do you listen to me or those old guys? I am the emperor's servant, and I won't say it again. If you say it again, you will have to wash the toilet. The emperor is not kidding. The tyrant hates to turn over cards so much. No wonder the virtuous concubine can't stand the loneliness and has an affair. The emperor, who was suddenly stabbed, almost threw Yuilua to the ground. While talking, they arrived at the palace of Concubine Li. Knowing that the emperor was coming to have dinner, Concubine Li had already ordered people to prepare the food. After dinner, it was dark outside. The emperor told Concubine Li that Madame Li would enter the palace tomorrow. Concubine Li was a smart person. She smiled and agreed, and then she heard her daughter's voice. Come on, mother. If this is done, the Kai family's treasury will be very useful in the future. After talking about the business, the emperor chatted for a few more words before leaving. At noon the next day, Madame Li brought her youngest daughter Li Qian to Concubine Li's palace. Greetings, Madame Li. Concubine Li smiled softly, and asked the two to stand up, and looked at Li Qian next to her. She was wearing a moon-white long dress, and looked like a beautiful girl. She followed Madame Li obediently, but her eyes fell on Yuilua from time to time. Thank you, madam. The two of them sat at the bottom. Seeing that Concubine Li was so good-tempered, Madame Li was not so restrained. Miss Li likes Luor very much. Concubine Li asked. Li Qian stood up in fear. Madam, please forgive me. The little princess is so delicate. I couldn't help but look at her a few more times. I didn't mean to offend her. My mother said that when entering the palace, don't stare at the nobles in the palace. She was so subtle, but she didn't expect that Concubine Li still found out. Don't be nervous. I don't mean to blame you. Since you like the little princess, you can hug her. Really? Li Qian was a little flattered. After getting the affirmation, she stepped forward carefully to take Yuilua. Chapter 15. It is said that the nobles in the palace have bad tempers, but Concubine Li is very good. She makes people want to get close to her. Holding the little princess, who was soft and cuddly, Li Qian was worried that her technique was wrong and that the little princess would cry if she felt uncomfortable. But the little princess kept looking at her with her big eyes, giggling from time to time, very well behaved. Yuilua felt that her face was sore from laughing. Mother, my little cutie's face was sore from laughing for you. This Miss Li likes to settle accounts, and it is perfect for her to marry into the Kai family. Come on. After hearing this, Concubine Li curled her lips and looked at Huarui. Huarui, take Madame Li to see the hat I embroidered for Luor. Madame Li followed Huarui to the side hall. She thought that Concubine Li was just trying to get rid of her, but she didn't expect that Concubine Li actually embroidered a lot of small things. After getting Madame Li away, Concubine Li asked Madame Zhang to bring all the silver and money in the box. No matter how I calculate this silver and money, it's not right. Madam, please calculate it for me. Madame Zhang was puzzled, but she didn't ask any more questions. She sat down and did as she was told. The queen is better at abacus than anyone else, but she doesn't know much about it. Li Qian, who was playing with Yuilua, heard the conversation between the two and became interested, so she looked over. Seeing that Aunt Zhang had misplaced the abacus beads several times, she wanted to help, but her mother had told her not to talk nonsense, so she just watched quietly without saying anything. Your Majesty, my calculation should be wrong, right? Aunt Zhang raised her head and asked. I am embarrassing you. Concubine Li smiled, looked at Li Qian, and asked casually, does Miss Li know how to use an abacus? Yes, she is really good at it. She has made great contributions to the growth of the Kai family's business. Li Qian pursed her lips, a little hesitant. It seems that Miss Li can do it. Concubine Li took Yuilua over. Since she can do it, please help me calculate how much money is in this box. Concubine Li said so. Li Qian couldn't refuse anymore. She sat down and picked up the abacus. Her fingers flexibly moved the abacus beads, and soon she counted the money and put it in the box. Miss Li is really a wonderful person. Concubine Li praised from the bottom of her heart. Li Qian had indeed put a lot of effort into it, otherwise she wouldn't have been so good at it. Your Majesty, you are too kind. I am the one who is showing off my ugliness. She did learn it on purpose. Her mother had someone teach them a lot of things, such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as how to run a household. But she was not interested in other things, and was only good at accounting. She didn't show it because she was afraid that her father and mother would not like it. This is not showing off. Miss Li is so good at abacus, so she can show it openly. I have read a storybook in which there was a girl who was not interested in anything else, but was interested in accounting. She paused here. Perhaps because she was somewhat similar to herself, Li Qian couldn't help asking. What happened later? Concubinely smiled softly. Later, the girl married a good husband's family that supported her, and made her husband's family richer and richer with her own ability. Hearing this, Li Qian lowered her eyes, and couldn't help but think of the conversation between her father and mother. My mother? Li Qian raised her head, as if she had made a decision. I have also read a storybook. Why does the content of the storybook that my mother just talked about seem so familiar? Yuilua pricked up her ears and thought for a moment. Isn't this Li Qian? Where did you hear that? Concubinely raised her eyebrows, and said in a good mood, Oh, I would like to hear more details. Li Qian glanced at the door, and retracted her gaze. A woman, her elder sister was originally engaged, but her elder sister liked someone else, and didn't like the engagement her mother had arranged. So she ran away, leaving her parents with a mess. Her parents originally planned to cancel the engagement, but the man disagreed. She has a younger sister at home. Do you think that this younger sister should consider the family, and marry in place of her elder sister? Mother and Li Qian know how to talk to each other. What Li Qian said is exactly about her current situation. It seems that she was moved by what mother said just now. Yuilua shouted in her heart. You should quickly agree to marry her. Your blessing is in the future. Wait for Li Jia, the love-brained man, to regret it. Concubinely drank a sip of tea with interest and looked at Li Qian. It depends on whether this marriage is good or not. If it is good, everyone will be happy if my sister marries her. But I am a little curious. Concubinely paused. Did the girl's parents ask my sister to marry her? Li Qian shook her head quickly, feeling that her reaction was a bit too strong, and smiled with pursed lips in embarrassment. This marriage is good in the eyes of my parents, but my sister doesn't think so, and I don't know. This is what I have seen so far. My parents didn't mention that my sister should marry him. She didn't understand why her sister, who had always been obedient, ran to be a concubine of the third prince, and even gave up her identity as a lady of the prime minister's mansion. If the parents are good to their children, they will definitely not harm their children. They may not mention it because they are heartbroken by my sister, and are worried that their little daughter will think that she gave it to them because she didn't want it anymore, so they didn't mention it. After saying this, concubinely pushed a cup of tea to Li Qian. After saying so much, Miss Li, have some tea. After listening to concubine Li's words, Li Qian felt that she had finally figured out all the things that she hadn't figured out before. If her mother had said this to her, she would have thought so, and felt that she was not valued. But now she doesn't think so. The Kai family is a merchant family, unlike these official families, who have too many constraints. Maybe she can really do what she likes openly. Thank you, Your Majesty. She said this with a serious face, picked up the tea and drank it all. Mother, this is a great idea. Miss Li will marry him voluntarily, without Madame Li, and the others asking. The two families will not be alienated because of this. It's wonderful. What are you thanking me for? Concubine Li pretended to be confused and asked Aunt Zhang to see why Madame Li and Huarui hadn't returned yet. Madame Li returned to the main hall and said with a smile, Your Majesty's embroidery is so exquisite that I forgot the time while watching it. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Huarui put Concubine Li's embroidery on the table, and Yuilua stared at it. There are purses, hats, and strings, all very delicate. I get along very well with Miss Li. Concubine Li picked up the string, and showed it to Yuilua. I heard that Madame Li is very good at double-sided embroidery. Madame Li was very modest. It's barely acceptable. If you don't mind, I will go back and embroider a pair of tiger head shoes for the little princess. Concubine Li was naturally happy and agreed. She also seriously asked Madame Li for the double-sided embroidery method. Then she asked someone to personally escort the two out of the palace. Sitting in the carriage, Li Qian lifted the curtain and looked at the palace road gradually receding outside. Her mood was no longer as complicated as when she first entered the palace. She felt an unprecedented sense of ease and excitement. It was as if she had found the meaning of life. Don't catch a cold. Madame Li reminded her softly, and lowered the curtain for her. Mother, Li Qian looked at Madame Li with a serious expression. I have something to say to you and Dad when we return home. Chapter 16. Her face was so serious that Madame Li thought, could it be that Concubine Li failed to persuade Sheer? The two of them went to the mansion in silence and walked to the main hall. Madame and Sheer are back. Prime Minister Li stood up and looked at their expressions, but couldn't figure out anything. Well, Madame Li responded softly, Concubine Li's embroidery is very good, and she is very gentle. I promised to make a pair of tiger head shoes for the little princess. Li Shi pursed her lips and waited for the two to finish talking before pouring tea for them. Qianer, you said you had something to tell me and your father when you get back home. What is it? Mrs. Li picked up the tea and asked softly. Oh! Prime Minister Li also looked at Li Qian, a little curious. The daughter looked serious. Could it be that things were going wrong? Dad, Mom, I know why you've been worried these days. I've thought it through. The Kai family only wants a daughter from the Li family, and they didn't specify who they want, so I just marry her. After Li Qian finished speaking, Prime Minister Li and Mrs. Li were stunned. They were indeed worried about the cancellation of the engagement, but they didn't tell their little daughter. Unexpectedly, the little daughter took the initiative to ask to marry after just entering the palace. Concubine Li is really capable. Qianer, do you know what you are saying? Prime Minister Li was the first to come to his senses. Looking at his determined little daughter, he felt relieved and complicated. My daughter knows, Li Qian nodded. My daughter likes to use an abacus and calculate accounts, but doesn't like playing chess, calligraphy and painting. It's the most suitable for her to marry into the Kai family. Then she looked at Madame Li. My daughter believes in the person chosen by mother, and mother will not harm me. My aunt died of dystocia when she gave birth to her, and it was mother who brought her up and took care of her in every possible way. Before, she had used her despicable heart to guess her mother's sincerity, but fortunately, there was the advice of Concubine Li. Madame Li stood up and held her hand, with a complicated look. Think about it carefully. Mother doesn't want you to regret it, and this will make you alienated from us. After all, she was the one who brought her up since she was a child, and Li Jia had already made her sad enough, and she didn't want this daughter to be separated from her again. My daughter has thought it through very clearly. Prime Minister Li suddenly asked, remembering what his daughter had just said. Qianer, you said you like to count and use an abacus. How come your father and mother don't know? Seeing that she didn't say anything, Madame Li thought she was afraid of being blamed, and smiled and said, your mother and father are not people who don't know how to adapt. If you like these, mother can ask someone to teach you this, and then give you a shot to practice first. Li Qian almost cried with joy, nodded and hugged Madame Li. Thank you, mother and father. Li Qian agreed to the marriage, and Madame Li went to the Kai family again. When the Kai family heard that Madame Li was coming, they thought she was here to cancel the engagement again, so they sighed and asked the servants to invite her in. Madame Li took Li Qian and walked a short distance along the bluestone road to the main hall. Mr. Kai and Madame Kai were both there, and they politely invited Madame Li to sit down. Madame Li, are you here today to cancel the engagement? Madame Kai spoke first, looking at Li Qian next to her, confused. Li Qian lowered her head slightly and listened to the conversation of several people obediently. It's not that our Kai family doesn't want to cancel the engagement, but relatives and friends all know that my son will get married this year. The most important thing for businessmen is integrity. Mr. Kai was a little embarrassed. Mrs. Li chuckled. You misunderstood. I came here today to discuss the marriage. She pointed to Li Qian next to her. This is my daughter Qianer. When the marriage was arranged, it was said that it was the daughter of the Li family, but it was not said who it was. If the person engaged is changed to my daughter, the marriage can naturally continue. The two looked at each other, but didn't say anything. Seeing what they were thinking, Madame Li smiled and said, my daughter has been with me since she was young, so she is naturally very good. I can't ruin my daughter, who I personally raised just to settle the marriage. Marrying into the Prime Minister's mansion is actually considered as marrying up for their Kai family. Now Li Qian was raised by Madame Li herself, so she is naturally no worse than Li Jia. Everyone in the capital knows the character of Prime Minister Li and his wife, and there are many people who want to marry their daughter. In this case, Miss Li will be the daughter-in-law of our Kai family. Mrs. Kai stood up, took off the bracelet on her wrist, and put it in Li Qian's hand. Li Qian didn't know whether to accept it or not. Mr. Kai smiled heartily. This is what my mother gave to you. Now I pass it to you. Just accept it. I originally wanted to give it to Li Jia when she came over, but who knew that such an unexpected change would happen? Thank you, madam. Li Qian took the bracelet and sat with Mrs. Li for a while. The few of them chatted happily, and Li Qian would occasionally join in a few words. She found that she was quite knowledgeable in accounting, and Mrs. Kai was even more satisfied with this daughter-in-law. She only had one son, but he only knew how to study and had no interest in business. Now her daughter-in-law seemed to be interested, which was a good thing. Li Qian had never seen the son of the Kai family, and was actually a little curious. Before standing up to leave, Mrs. Kai reluctantly pulled Li Qian. I see that Qianer is interested in accounting, and I will teach you in person when you marry me. She followed her husband everywhere, and was proficient in business and accounting, so it was no problem for her to teach others. Mother. As they were talking, they heard a voice coming from outside the door. After seeing other people in the room, he swallowed the rest of his words. Li Qian looked at the boy at the door, wearing a light blue brocade robe, with his hair tied up high and a handsome and clean face. He was not the same as the nerd she imagined. While Li Qian was looking at Kai Zhe, he was also looking at Li Qian. She was wearing a moon-white long skirt, with black hair hanging on her shoulders, and her petite appearance and bright eyes made people feel more favorable. Realizing that he had stared too long and was too rude, Kai Zhe quickly retracted his gaze and bowed, with a trace of embarrassment on his handsome face. Mrs. Kai saw her son's reaction, covered her mouth, and laughed secretly, and exchanged glances with her master. After Mrs. Li and Li Qian went out and got on the carriage, Mrs. Li asked with a smile, "What do you think of the young master of the Kai family?" Li Qian held the handkerchief and nodded. Kai Zhe also faced this problem. He knew that his original fiancée wanted to cancel the engagement, so the marriage between the two families was deadlocked. Now it seems that a solution has been found. Marriage has always been decided by parents and matchmakers, so he naturally has no choice. But if the girl just now is his wife, he is very willing in his heart. Why are you in a daze? Mrs. Kai raised her hand and waved it in front of him. What do you think of Sheer? Mr. Kai glanced at his son. Look at him. He must be secretly happy in his heart. He didn't even blink when he looked at Miss Li just now. Mrs. Kai couldn't help laughing. After you get married, you can look at her however you want. Sheer is very satisfied with her, and can help with business. Chapter 17. After the Li family's affairs were resolved, Prime Minister Li was much more energetic when he went to court. After leaving the court, Prime Minister Li went to the Imperial study to thank the Emperor. Thank you, Your Majesty, my family affairs have been resolved now. The Emperor waved his hand. It's all thanks to Concubine Li. You don't have to be polite, Prime Minister. The little guy in my arms spoke in his heart. That is, if it weren't for my mother's help, this would definitely not be accomplished. The only way you two old guys can do is to force her to marry. By the way, today, Concubine Xian, that dead green tea, is going to choose a concubine for the third prince. The tyrant has been holding me in the Imperial study. How can I watch the fun? The Emperor raised his eyebrows. He had forgotten about it. Prime Minister, if you have nothing else to do, please leave. I still have things to deal with. Before, because of family affairs, Prime Minister Li temporarily forgot about General Jean. Now that the family affairs have been resolved, he remembered it. Your Majesty, how is General Jean now? He is still worried about the letter, but the Emperor obviously thinks that there is nothing wrong with the letter. General Jean is fine. Does the Prime Minister not believe in General Jin's loyalty? This time, he was not doubted. The tyrant firmly believed in his uncle. His uncle would definitely be able to solve the small country and return triumphantly. That's good. I believe in General Jean. The Prime Minister hesitated for a moment and continued, but that letter. It's fake. It wants to alienate my trust in General Jean. Instead of staring at General Jean, you should pay more attention to Master Fang. The tyrant is really sober, but unfortunately, he started to lose his intelligence when facing the dead green tea concubine Xianfei. The Emperor's mouth twitched a few times and sent the Prime Minister to Xianfei's palace. See, he can't wait to find Xianfei. The tyrant really loves her. The Emperor, don't you want to join in the fun? Besides, he doesn't like concubine Xian at all. It's not the right time to not deal with her for the time being. Concubine Xian's bedroom was bustling with activity. She and Concubine Li sat at the top, and a group of gorgeously dressed girls sat below. The Emperor has arrived. Everyone stood up and saluted after hearing this. The Emperor walked to the top and sat directly in the main seat before letting everyone stand up. Your Majesty, why are you here? Concubine Xian was a little surprised, thinking that you came just like that, and you came with a little princess in your arms. The people below were also curious. Some of them thought it was ridiculous when they heard their father say that the Emperor brought the little princess to court. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they believed it a little bit even if it was ridiculous. Bring the little princess here to get some fresh air, shouldn't I come? He handed Yuilua to Concubine Li and spoke lazily. Let's start, the third prince hasn't come yet? The third prince was probably still coaxing the time-traveling girl. She wanted to be together for life, but the third prince agreed to it, and you turn around and ask the third prince to choose a wife. Isn't that a nuisance to the young couple? A couple for life? The Emperor sneered in his heart. Not to mention being a prince, who doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines in ordinary families, But it doesn't matter. When he abolishes the third prince, they can be satisfied with being a couple for life. Shinner will be here soon. The virtuous concubine smiled and replied, secretly winking at Haitang. The emperor looked at him boredly, and the girls below became restrained because of his arrival. He lowered his eyes and said nothing, fearing that looking around would anger the emperor. Sister Li Fei, which lady do you think is suitable? The virtuous concubine looked at Li Fei and asked sincerely. No lady is suitable. Don't you know what your son's reputation is? You still have the nerve to ask the beautiful mother. If my mother told you, wouldn't it be pushing the girl into the fire pit? Li Fei knew that her daughter had a poisonous mouth, but she didn't expect it to be so poisonous. She covered the smile on her lips by drinking tea. Just as she was about to answer, she heard the emperor say, Are you choosing a concubine for the third prince, or is Li Fei choosing one? Xian Fei didn't expect the emperor to help Li Fei. She really wanted to embarrass Li Fei. When did the emperor know how to sympathize with others? She maintained a stiff smile. I just think that Li Fei's sister knows more about the ladies in Beijing, so I asked Li Fei's sister to help me. The emperor snorted coldly. Your own prince is choosing a concubine. Why don't you understand the young ladies who are participating in this election? Do you still expect others to do so? The virtuous concubine was speechless, feeling that the emperor seemed to have a lot of opinions about her today. The emperor felt happy when he saw the virtuous concubine being humiliated. No wonder Luo Luo likes to make up stories about him. It turns out that watching others being humiliated can make him feel comfortable physically and mentally. Especially when this person is the virtuous concubine. At this time, Haitang, who had gone out, returned to the virtuous concubine and leaned over to whisper a few words in her ear. The virtuous concubine's face changed, and then returned to normal without a trace. Has the third prince arrived? The emperor did not give the two a chance to play dumb and asked directly. Your Majesty, Chen. Unexpectedly, the emperor interrupted him directly. You come on. The emperor pointed at Haitang. Haitang's face turned pale, and she glanced at concubine Xian. Just say it when I ask you to. What are you looking at concubine Xian for? Is there something written on her face? The emperor looked gloomy, and Haitang had to tell him the news she had heard. The third prince is drinking and having fun with a group of prostitutes in the mansion, and he said he would be here soon. Haitang finished speaking carefully and stepped aside. I thought the tyrant was speaking for his mother, so he criticized concubine Xian, the green tea. The emperor rolled his eyes in his heart. Isn't it? Then the little guy's voice continued to sound. Thinking about it, it doesn't seem right. He doesn't know the bloody truth now, and he doesn't know that he has been cheated, so he must feel that his dignity has been challenged by the third prince, so he took it out on concubine Xian. The emperor, whatever he does with him can be misinterpreted. Hasn't his dignity been challenged enough? After listening to her precious daughter's voice, concubine Li glanced at the emperor with some sympathy. She came to choose a concubine for the third prince in person, but the third prince was not her own child. It's too miserable. The others waited for a while before the third prince finally arrived. Greetings to father, mother, and concubine Li. The emperor picked up a cup and smashed it on the third prince's forehead without any hesitation. Rebellious son, don't you know that the concubine will be chosen today? The third prince had no time to dodge, and the cup hit his forehead and fell to the floor. With a bang, it broke into pieces. His smooth forehead also oozed bright red blood, which slid down to the end of his narrow eyes. The noble ladies sitting next to him were so scared that they almost screamed, but fortunately they covered their mouths in time to prevent the sound from coming out. The hall was as quiet as a chicken, and some timid girls were trembling with fear, wishing to escape from the palace and return home. The third prince raised his hand to wipe the blood from his forehead, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He liked reading and practicing martial arts since he was a child, but his father only had eyes for the prince. The prince was born more noble than the other princes. Not only was he taught by his father himself, but he also found a famous teacher for him. Obviously, he was also very good and wanted his father to teach him, but his father always perfunctorily sent him away. Chapter 18. Yui Luo looked at the third prince, who clenched his fists, and thought to himself, It's over, it's over. With the third prince's vindictive nature, he will definitely double his revenge on the tyrant in the future. You tell me, why not hit the hero? The emperor waved his hands indifferently. Who cares if he's the hero or not? It feels good to hit him. Your son knows. The third prince raised his head, and his originally charming face was stained with a dazzling red, which made people unable to look away. The past casualness faded, and his face was firm. Your son already has a girl he likes, and he doesn't want to choose a concubine. He cowed out heavily on the ground. Please take back your decision, father. When reading this book, from the perspective of the third prince, Uilua felt that he was a typical beautiful, strong and miserable man. Neither his father loved him, nor his mother loved him. He was used from beginning to end. Even young Exion, whom he liked, brainwashed him constantly in order to satisfy her own desire to be the most noble woman, which led him to the step of rebellion. Even at the end of the book, he didn't know that he was a chess piece, nor did he know that his biological father was Ding Feng. The emperor looked at the third prince deeply. Get up. Since you don't want to choose a concubine, I won't force you. The virtuous concubine tightened her handkerchief. Your Majesty, marrying a concubine is the fastest way to increase her son's power. She didn't expect that young Exion, that little bitch, would dare to disobey her promise. She'd promised to give her son advice, but ended up bewitching her son so much that he didn't marry anyone else for her. She lowered her eyes to hide the murderous intent in her eyes, and asked these young ladies from noble families to go back. These young ladies from noble families were too lazy to maintain their image after hearing this. They grabbed the musical instruments they brought to show their talents, lifted their skirts, and ran away without hesitation. This time-traveling girl was quite good at brainwashing, and she actually made the third prince no longer endure because of her. However, she used this tactic of playing hard to get quite well, making the third prince reflect on himself while making him hate the tyrant even more, inspiring the third prince to rebel. Uilua actually didn't understand young Exion's idea. She was a time-traveling girl, and she knew that the third prince had an official partner, but she still tried to seduce the third prince. Isn't this a complete case of knowing the third prince as the third prince? If the third prince and the official partner were together, there would be no rebellion, and the tyrant's family would not all die. A time-traveling girl, concubinely, and the emperor had heard this strange word more than once. They were all very curious about what this time-traveling girl was, and how she could have such a powerful ability. Concubinely felt that it was not appropriate for her to stay any longer at this moment, so she took Uilua and left. The emperor naturally left with her. When he didn't know the identity of the third prince, he was really doing good for the third prince, so he asked concubine Xian to choose a concubine for the third prince. The third prince was smart since he was a child, even smarter than the crown prince. Fearing that this child would be too sharp, he deliberately ignored him, and many ministers in the court were ambitious. If he didn't know how to hide his shortcomings, he would definitely be used by those with ulterior motives to disrupt the court. Later, the third prince did learn how to hide his shortcomings and lingered in prostitutes. He was somewhat relieved, thinking that his son had listened to him, but he didn't expect that this would become the reason for the third prince to rebel. After the few people left, only she and the third prince were left in the palace of the virtuous concubine. The gentleness on her face was gone, and she raised her hand with a gloomy face and slapped the third prince. Don't you know what choosing a concubine means to you? Do I need you to tell me this? The third prince seemed not to hear her words, raised his hand, and touched the place where concubine Xian hit him, and said nothing. Concubine Xian became more and more angry, and did not care about the wound on his forehead with dried blood, and continued, Is it because of young Exion? I knew she was not a person who would keep quiet. She now began to reflect on herself, whether it was right to arrange for young Exion and her son to meet. Isn't it clear to the mother? The third prince raised his eyes with a sneer. Even if Exioner was not there, I didn't want to choose a queen. I don't want to implicate others with my current reputation. Xianfei slapped him mercilessly again. Who am I doing this for? Isn't it for you? Haitang felt a little distressed and gently persuaded, Your Majesty, the third prince still has a wound on his head. Please don't hit him, and talk it over nicely. Xianfei sat back in the chair and finally took a look at the third prince's wound, saying indifferently, It's just a small wound, he won't die. If you can be more promising, will the emperor still treat you like this? Not even as good as a baby. That bitchly Fei is really good at giving birth. A princess is even more favored than the prince. The third prince's ears are almost calloused from hearing these words. Mother is always gentle and virtuous in front of others, but she is a different person in front of him. It seems that mother will not be satisfied with anything he does. If mother has nothing to do, I will take my leave first. Stop. Xianfei called him. He stopped, turned around with a hint of expectation in his heart, thinking that mother would give him medicine and let him go back to apply the medicine. I don't think it's just a command. No matter what you think of young Exion, I will kill her. The third prince didn't think so. His mother would definitely not kill Exioner. Seeing that he was about to leave again, concubine Xian continued, The little princess is about to be full-month-old. Your father will hold a full-month banquet for her. Don't be absent at that time. You can pay attention to this little princess and make use of her. Back to the third prince's mansion. He saw young Xian standing at the door in a pink dress, looking at him with a smile on her face. Brother Chun, young Xian ran forward and took his arm. I prepared your favorite dish for you. Let's go eat. The third prince did not break free, nor did he speak. He sat down in the main hall before speaking. Where have you been during this time? Since he said that his father wanted to choose a concubine for him, the two of them parted unhappily. He sent many people to find young Xian, but to no avail. Young Xian said that she was not from this world and had severed ties with the Yang family. He was so worried that he couldn't sleep well because he was close to her. But now young Xian came back by himself. His complexion looked normal, and his body did not become thinner. Brother Chun, I'm sorry to have worried you. Young Xian did not answer his question directly. She looked up and noticed the wound on his forehead. She explained and looked for medicine with a worried look on her face. The charming face of the third prince must not be disfigured. If there is a scar, it will be ruined. She is a serious face control and cannot tolerate a handsome guy with a flaw on his face. What's the matter with this injury? She opened the medicine bottle and carefully sprinkled the medicine powder on the third prince. Did the emperor beat you? Without waiting for the third prince to answer, a series of accusations came out. How can the emperor do this to you? You are his son. If it goes a little lower, it will hurt your eyes. It is said that the Imperial family is the most ruthless. It is true. Chapter 19. The third prince waited for her to speak before speaking calmly. Don't blame my father, I refuse the selection. Young Xian lost her grip on the medicine bottle and dropped it to the ground. She came to her senses and bent over to pick it up, but the third prince grabbed her sleeve. Be careful with your hands. How can I not blame the emperor? He is the emperor, and he can't just hit you. Young Xian withdrew her hand and stood up straight, hiding the strangeness on her face, and said indignantly, in our place, everyone is equal, and marriage is free. If you don't like those people, what's wrong with refusing them? As she spoke, she observed the third prince's expression. I remember that in the novel, the heroine was the one the third prince met at the concubine selection banquet. Although the third prince said that he did not choose, it was inevitable that the protagonist's halo collided, and it was possible that the two of them had some sparks. If she had known earlier, she would have come back earlier. Xianer, I said, our place is different from your place. This was not the first time that the third prince said this to young Xian. In the past, young Xian would argue with him, but not today. Okay, I understand. Young Xian didn't argue with him. She wanted to know whether the third prince had seen the heroine. Are those girls pretty? Do you like any of them? Accustomed to her eccentric personality, the third prince didn't think much about it, and shook his head. I didn't notice. Young Xian breathed a sigh of relief and heard the third prince ask, Have you seen my mother? Your mother? Young Xian dodged her eyes and pretended to be calm. How could I have seen her? Brother Chen is going to take me to see her? The third prince stared at her and naturally saw that she was lying. He didn't expose her, but just smiled and shook his head. If you are curious, I will take you to meet my mother during the full moon banquet of my sister. She should like you very much. Young Xian didn't notice the flash of deep meaning in the eyes of the third prince, and focused on the words full moon banquet of my sister. She remembered that the third prince didn't have such a young sister in the novel. Could it be that she had a butterfly effect when she came here? Brother Chen actually has such a young sister. Isn't she very cute? The third prince sketched Yuilua's delicate little face in his mind and nodded. Very cute, father likes her very much. Yuilua, mentioned by both of them, had just woken up from a nap. When we left just now, the third prince must have been beaten by concubine Xian again, so pitiful. Concubine Li heard her voice, and got up to change her diaper and feed her. After having experienced this several times, Yuilua still felt embarrassed. It was so embarrassing to let my beautiful mother deal with my poop. So shy, Concubine Li took away her little hand covering her face with a bit of laughter and tears, and teased, Luor still knows how to be shy, like a little adult. Hua Rui stood aside and agreed. The little princess is so smart now. She will definitely be very powerful when she grows up. Concubine Li chuckled, I just hope she grows up safely, gentle and smart, not too powerful. Yuilua paused with her grin. Smart is fine, but gentle is definitely not. My big account is useless. If mother wants gentle, she will have to practice a small account again. Her personality was destined in her previous life, and it is definitely impossible to change, so gentleness is impossible. As they were talking, Nani Zhan came in and whispered. The emperor is here. When Yuilua heard that the tyrant was here again, her face fell. She closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. I will take Luoluo to the Imperial study. In the past, the Emperor would say something else, but now, he would get straight to the point. The Emperor came at the right time. Luo just woke up. He came at the wrong time. I've fallen asleep. Don't disturb me. Don't disturb me. The tyrant, please leave quickly. The Emperor deliberately warmed his hands on the charcoal stove before picking up Yuilua, who was pretending to sleep. Luoluo, I take you to see your brother, the Crown Prince. Yuilua's dark eyes opened immediately after hearing this. The Crown Prince, he's also a bit miserable. After the two left, Aunt Zhang whispered. The Crown Prince went to the Emperor probably for the Queen, and Concubine Xian's hand was also involved. Concubine Li raised her eyebrows slightly, then chuckled. If Concubine Xian uses the Crown Prince to plead for mercy, the Emperor will not release the Queen even more. She is afraid that the power in her hands will be taken back before it gets warm. Let them fight. As long as the Queen is not released, we will just watch from the other side. The Imperial study. The prince sat at the bottom waiting for the Emperor. Hearing footsteps, he stood up and saluted. Oh, I met my stupid brother. The prince raised his eyes and looked around, but no one spoke. Before he could figure out who made the sound came again. You are good in every way, but you are too stubborn. The third prince and the time-traveling girl jointly killed the tyrant, wrote a fake edict asking you to commit suicide and give up the throne to the third prince, but you committed suicide without even verifying it. I am afraid that the tyrant is so angry in his coffin that the coffin lid can't hold it down. The prince confirmed that no one spoke. The voice was a female voice. His eyes were fixed on Yuilua, and he felt it was a bit absurd. But what made him feel even more absurd was that the third prince would kill his father. Would he commit suicide? The Emperor originally wanted the prince to stand up, but changed his mind after hearing Yuilua's voice. As a prince, he was so cowardly that he actually committed suicide. His teachings were really wasted. Tell me, what do you want from me? Father, I want to see my mother. The prince maintained the gesture of saluting. His father did not ask him to stand up, so he naturally did not dare to stand up. Tsk, the prince should want to plead for the queen. A big grudge pleading for the murderer of his mother. If there was no queen, your mother would not have died. The prince was stunned. What queen mother? Wasn't his mother the queen? The emperor breathed a sigh of relief, feeling extremely fortunate. Fortunately, the prince is his blood, not the queen's child with someone else. Queen Lu died of dystocia that year, and gave birth to a stillborn baby before her death. Everyone thought that Queen Lu died of dystocia, but it was actually because the current queen swapped their children and killed Queen Lu. When reading the book, Yuilua liked Empress Lu very much, but unfortunately she didn't meet. No, why didn't these two talk? The tyrant didn't ask the prince to stand up. What's going on? Prince, kneel down. The emperor was already very angry when he heard that the prince committed suicide, and now he is even more angry when he knows that he is Empress Lu's child. Empress Lu's character and his character actually gave birth to such a foolish and filial person as the prince. Although he hasn't done this yet, Luolua thinks so in her heart. He has done it, and he must be taught a lesson. The prince was still immersed in Yuilua's thoughts. He was stunned for a moment when he heard the emperor's words, then he knelt on the ground with his skirt lifted. Your son obeys your order. I ask you, are you here to plead for the queen? The answer was originally affirmative, but he began to hesitate when it came to his lips. He thought that voice was ridiculous, but there were some things that could be traced. Chapter 20. The Queen Mother looked at him with a complicated expression. He could not understand the emotion in it before, but now he understood it. That was definitely not the look a mother gave her child. Let me ask you again, if I was framed by a traitor, and the other party used the will I left to ask you to commit suicide, would you do it? The prince cupped his hands. Father is the king, and I am the minister. If the king wants me to die, I must die. The emperor was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He stood up, hugged Yuilua, walked to the prince, and kicked him. Is that what I taught you? He raised his hand and pointed at the prince, who was kneeling again. Don't you know that this is foolish filial piety? You are sure whether the will is true or false without checking. If you commit suicide like this, won't it let the traitor succeed? Your Majesty, calm down. Eunuch Chao looked at the emperor, who wanted to kick the prince again, and hurriedly stepped forward to persuade him. Be careful not to hurt the little princess. The emperor snorted coldly, and then retracted his foot. If I hadn't been holding Luo, I would have kicked you to death. If the emperor wants the minister to die, the minister must die. I think you want to piss me off to death. When you go back, Write the words foolish filial piety to me until you understand it. Uilua could feel the emperor's chest rising and falling with anger even when she was hugged. She laughed unkindly in her heart. Isn't this due to the good teacher you found? You should be thankful that you didn't teach the Crown Prince brother the wrong way. In fact, the Crown Prince brother is still quite strong in other aspects. If he can correct himself, he will definitely be a better emperor than you. The Crown Prince glanced at his father inconspicuously, and found that he didn't react. He looked away again. If my father had heard such brazen words, he would have thrown my sister out long ago. Fortunately, I could hear it myself. I know I am wrong. I will right it when I get back. The prince admitted his mistake very well. The emperor nodded with satisfaction, and finally let him stand up. Uilua saw the prince's appearance clearly this time. He was wearing a white gold brocade robe, with a slender figure, black hair tied up high, fair skin, clear and gentle eyebrows, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Seeing that the prince stood up and was not going to leave, the emperor glanced at him. Anything else? If he pleaded for the queen again, he would give Luo Luo to eunuch Chao and continue to kick the prince. I want to hug my sister, the prince asked tentatively. Can I? Since he could hear his sister's thoughts, she was special to him, so he should get close to her. Hold her, the emperor reluctantly handed Uilua to him, thinking that it was thanks to your sister, otherwise you would still recognize your enemy as your mother. Be careful, don't hurt her. The prince took it very carefully, looking at the giggling Uilua. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and his voice couldn't help but lower. I am the prince's brother, and your sister is so beautiful. Uilua chuckled a few more times and raised her hand to touch the prince's face, which was so close to her. She is indeed like the white moonlight. Not only does she have a nice voice, but she also has a good temper. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you die. The emperor on the side had a sullen face, and he was so unhappy. Look at the little guy giggling when he was held by the prince. To him, the little guy had no good words in his heart. He either made up stories about how miserable he was or poked at his sore spots. He had completely different faces from the prince. He really regretted not kicking the prince enough just now. The more the prince looked at Uilua, the more he liked her. Thanks to his sister, he knew her life story. He went back to check whether it was true or not. Father, can I take my sister to the East Palace to play? I will personally send her back to Concubine Li's palace later. The emperor refused without thinking. Did you do what I asked you to do? Do you have time to take Luolua with you? He took Uilua in his arms and continued, Hurry up and write to me. Concubine Xian asked someone to keep an eye on the prince's movements and report to her as soon as there was any news. Your Highness, the people watching the prince are here. Hai Tang whispered beside Concubine Xian. Let someone in. She sat up straight and glanced at the eunuch coming in from outside. Tell me, what's going on? Since the queen has been put in solitary confinement, don't even think about getting out again. Your Highness, the prince did not plead for the queen, but instead did something to displease the emperor and was kicked out of the imperial study. Concubine Xian was waiting to hear good news, but when she heard this, she stared at the eunuch fiercely. What did you say? The eunuch repeated his words with a trembling voice. Hai Tang gave him some change and asked him to leave. Why didn't the prince ask the emperor to release the queen? Concubine Xian tapped her nail-polish painted fingers on the small table, feeling that something was out of control. Your Majesty, since the prince has displeased the emperor, it may not be a bad thing. As for the queen, you can take your time. Thinking about it, Concubine Xian picked up a piece of dessert, suddenly remembered something, put it down again, and asked lightly, Did Yang Xian return to the third prince's residence? Hai Tang nodded. She has returned. The third prince refused to choose a concubine for her. Why did your Majesty? Xianfei continued her words. You want to ask me why I still keep her, right? I advise you to put away your little thoughts. She was indeed angry at first, but now she has figured it out. It is not easy to control the third prince, but it is easy to control Yang Xian. Hai Tang pursed her lips when her little thoughts were seen through. She really liked the third prince, and she was jealous of Yang Xian, who was treated differently by the third prince, and hoped that she would disappear. Yang Xian has the ability to make the third prince listen to her, so how can I get rid of her? With her around, even if the third prince is unwilling to do something, he will have to let me control him for her. She hoped that Yang Xian would have more ability to make the third prince listen to her. Your Majesty is wise. As long as Yang Xian is around, the third prince will definitely listen to you. Hai Tang paused. What if Yang Xian goes against your Majesty's wishes? Wouldn't that ruin your Majesty's plan? Concubine Xian chuckled, looking confident. No, Yang Xian wants the third prince to take that position more than anyone else. That woman is ambitious. She shouts that everyone is equal, but she dreams of that position. She is so noble and ridiculous. If she were not still useful, she would have dealt with her long ago, and would not have allowed her to jump around. While the two were talking, Eunuch Chao walked in. Greetings, Concubine Xian. Concubine Xian smiled and asked him to stand up. What do you want to see me for, Eunuch? Eunuch Chao did not beat around the bush. The Emperor asked me to ask the Queen, have the winter clothes been made? I don't know why the Emperor keeps urging for winter clothes. It's not like he has nothing to wear. I will go to the embroidery workshop to take a look later. You go back and tell the Emperor. I will send it to the Emperor when it is made. The virtuous concubine was also thinking about the Emperor's intention, and after Eunuch Chao left, she took Hai Tang to the embroidery workshop. When the nanny in charge of the embroidery workshop heard that the virtuous concubine was coming in person, she hurried out to greet her. I came to see if the Emperor's winter clothes have been made? The nanny smiled, and took the ready-made dragon robe, and handed it to the virtuous concubine. The Queen came at the right time. I was just about to have someone send it over, but I didn't expect the Queen to come in person. If the Emperor knew that the Queen was so concerned, he would definitely be very happy. Chapter 21. The concubine raised her hand and stroked her hair, with a smile on her lips. You are good at talking, and I am happy to hear that. She gestured to Hai Tang to take the dragon robe that had been made in a hurry, and turned to leave. The housekeeper looked at her back as she left, her eyes deepened, and she followed her out of the embroidery workshop. Your Highness, should this dragon robe be sent to the Emperor now? Hai Tang followed the concubine, and asked softly. The concubine held a handkerchief, and the late autumn wind blew with a chill. Without even turning her head, she could not help but quicken her pace. Go back to the palace first, check it before sending it over. After all, it was the Emperor's clothes, there couldn't be any mistakes. Back in the palace, the warmth swept over her body, and the virtuous concubine felt the coldness on her body dispelled. Then she picked up the dragon robe and carefully checked every stitch and embroidery. Your Majesty, everything is fine. The virtuous concubine responded, and motioned her to fold the dragon robe again. She planned to send the dragon robe over at dinner. The Emperor hadn't turned over the cards recently, and he didn't go on the days he had scheduled to go to the Queen's place. As for the bitch, Concubine Li, she sees the Emperor almost every day. There is a person kneeling in front of the Emperor she is thinking about. It is the housekeeper of the embroidery workshop. You said that Concubine Xian has taken the dragon robe back? Eunuch Chao looked at the housekeeper. Yes, I personally handed it to Concubine Xian, and it will probably be delivered to you later. The housekeeper did not understand the Emperor's intention, and thought that he was too concerned about the dragon robe, so he called her to question her. Okay, you go back. Eunuch Chao waved his hand to let her leave, and walked to the Emperor to ask. Your Majesty, are we going to have dinner at Concubine Li's palace? The Emperor was still with the little princess, so he guessed that she would be at Concubine Li's palace, and he would send the little princess back by the way. No, have it in my palace. TSK, are you planning to wait for Concubine Xian to send the dragon robe over before having it together? You've been using the excuse of urging Concubine Xian to make progress on the dragon robe to meet Concubine Xian. You're really something. After complaining in her heart, Yuilua felt a little hungry. She wanted to speak but couldn't, and the Emperor glanced at her and realized the problem. Hand her to Eunuch Chao, take the little princess to Concubine Li's palace to feed her. Thinking she was temporarily relieved, Yuilua had no time to be happy. The Emperor added another sentence. Bring her back to me after feeding her. He wanted to let this little girl see how he dealt with Concubine Xian, so that she would doubt herself. When Yuilua was taken back to drink milk and change her diaper, it was time for dinner. She was just carried into the Emperor's Qingxin palace, and Concubine Xian came in with the dragon robe. It was obvious that Concubine Xian had dressed up carefully. She changed into a dark green palace dress, and bowed with a smile on her face. Oh, she is wearing green. Do you think the tyrant is not green enough? Look at her hesitant look. The tyrant was stunned. Emperor, He just suddenly found that Concubine Xian liked green. He didn't think it was a big deal before, but now he hears Luo say that he doesn't like Concubine Xian's palace dress. Get up. Concubine Xian's clothes today really suit you. Xian Fei was slightly surprised. The Emperor actually knew how to praise people? Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty. This is the new dress I made this year. I like it very much. Not only do you like it, but the tyrant also likes it. Ha ha ha. Yuilua laughed in her heart. But she hasn't seen Deng Feng yet. Shouldn't he be by the tyrant's side? Have you checked the dragon robe that Xian Fei sent over? When Eunuch Chao said this, Xian Fei immediately handed over the dragon robe with a smile. Your Majesty, please take a look at this dragon robe. When it was being made, I specially sent someone to watch it. I took it back and checked it again before sending it to you, Your Majesty. The Emperor put down the teacup and stood up. Xian Fei is thoughtful. I will go and try it to see if it fits. This is a dragon robe. If anything goes wrong, can Xian Fei take the responsibility? No. No, the tyrant just met the nanny who manages the embroidery workshop. Good guy, he is planning to praise Xian Fei to death. She said that the tyrant knew that Xian Fei was restless and didn't care. It turned out that he was waiting for Xian Fei here. Sure enough, the old ones are still the best. No wonder he was always urging me to buy winter clothes. It's not difficult to find a reason to take back the power of concubine Xian, but it's not painful. If it's a plot to murder the Emperor, it's a serious crime. He is planning to crush concubine Xian completely, and make her unable to get up again. A smile flashed across the Emperor's eyes, and he walked behind the screen. Concubine Xian followed the Emperor in with the dragon robe. I will help you change your clothes. Eunuch Chao was waiting outside the screen with Yuilu in his arms. Hunting time. Concubine Xian's offline countdown began. Yuilu stretched her neck and waited for the two to come out. Okay, let the Emperor see if he is satisfied. The Emperor came out from behind the screen, and his smiling face suddenly turned cold. The virtuous concubine noticed that his expression was not right, and felt a little uneasy, so she asked with concern. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? The Emperor untied the dragon robe, took it off, and threw it to the virtuous concubine. The virtuous concubine, did you do something to the dragon robe? You still have the nerve to ask me what's wrong. The virtuous concubine did not expect such a change to happen. She widened her eyes in disbelief, and shook her head to deny it. Your Majesty, even if I have the guts to do anything to your dragon robe, I have checked it, and there is nothing wrong with it. The Emperor snorted coldly. You said that you sent people to supervise the production of the dragon robe, and you personally checked it, and sent it over. Who else could it be but you? The concubine Xian searched the dragon robe, trying to find something, but she searched it several times, and there was still nothing wrong with the dragon robe. Look at the collar yourself. After seeing a thin needle hidden in the collar, concubine Xian's hands trembled a little. How could it be? Someone must have framed her. With a bang, concubine Xian knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I am innocent. It is a capital crime to murder your Majesty. How dare I do this? Someone must want to frame me. The Emperor looked down at her and shouted expressionlessly. Come here, concubine Xian is trying to murder me. Drag her away and lock her up. Wow, the tyrant did a great job and successfully got the first kill. Yuilua was very excited. With concubine Xian and the time-traveling girl around, the third prince would definitely rebel. Now that concubine Xian is locked up, the probability of the third prince, the male protagonist, taking the road of rebellion is lower. Seeing that her master was about to be imprisoned, Haitang also knelt down and begged for mercy. The guards who came and took the people away, and put them in prison without saying a word. Madam, what should we do? Haitang shrank her body. The prison was too cold, and this would be a little warmer. Concubine Xian calmed down and frowned. She didn't notice when she entered Qingxin Palace, but she found out when she came out that Ding Feng didn't seem to be outside the Emperor's palace. Did the Emperor find out something? Impossible. Haitang, as her personal maid, didn't know. How could the Emperor know? It must be a coincidence. Chapter 22. The news that concubine Xian was imprisoned in the heavenly prison for murdering the Emperor quickly spread in the palace. It also reached the ears of Ding Feng, who was patrolling outside the palace gate. He stopped and asked someone to continue patrolling, while he hurried to the Imperial study. Concubine Xian was suddenly thrown into the heavenly prison. This matter might not be so simple. The Emperor didn't know what was going on, and suddenly transferred him out of the palace. If he wanted to know some news, he could only get it through the conversations of the palace maids and eunuchs. Unlike before, he could get any news first outside the Emperor's palace. Eunuch Chao, who was waiting outside the palace, asked in surprise when he saw Ding Feng. Why is Commander Ding here? Do you have something to do with the Emperor? The Emperor asked him to wait outside, and someone would come to find him. He thought that person would be the third prince, but he didn't expect it to be Commander Ding. Ding Feng also felt that it was a bit risky to do this, but he didn't care about so much. He promised concubine Xian that he would protect her life no matter what. Yes, there are some things. Please report to Eunuch Chao. Eunuch Chao raised his hand. Commander Ding, go in directly. There was only the emperor in the Imperial study, with a little princess in his arms. He was annotating the memorial in one hand, and when he heard footsteps, he put down his pen and raised his head. This is Ding Feng. Didn't the tyrant say that he valued him very much and was always protecting the tyrant outside the palace? Why did he only see him now? Although he is a little older, it can be seen that he must have been handsome and in good shape when he was young. No wonder concubine Xian had an affair with him. Your humble servant greets the emperor. The emperor closed the memorial and smiled. Get up. Why is Commander Ding here? Did they catch some criminals? This Ding Feng is really impatient. He couldn't wait to see him as soon as the news of concubine Xian being imprisoned spread. He is really good. Your Majesty, everything is normal outside the palace. It's just that I heard that concubine Xian was trying to murder your Majesty. I am worried about your Majesty's health, so I came to ask about it. I don't believe you. If you are worried about concubine Xian, just say it directly. You are using the tyrant as a raft. When you two were serving the tyrant before, you flirted with each other a lot, and it was quite romantic. She was still wondering why she had just met Ding Feng. She didn't expect that the tyrant had transferred him out of the palace. The tyrant was really on the road of ruining his character. I'm fine. Concubine Xian has been imprisoned in the prison. I will ask the Ministry of Justice to interrogate her. I don't believe she won't speak. So Commander Ding doesn't have to worry about my safety. The emperor stared at Ding Feng with a smile, and his words were full of deep meaning. Unfortunately, Ding Feng lost interest in listening to other things when he heard the word Ministry of Justice. He knew better than anyone how the Ministry of Justice interrogated prisoners. How could concubine Xian, a woman, withstand such torture? I'm afraid that even if she didn't intend to murder the emperor, she could still be tortured into confessing. It's good that the emperor is fine. Ding Feng retracted his thoughts. The virtuous concubine is a woman. I'm afraid she won't be able to survive the interrogation of the Ministry of Justice. The emperor nodded in agreement. That's right. Since she dared to murder me, I should have expected this. Commander Ding, you also said that you don't have to be merciful to the bad guys. What he wanted was for the virtuous concubine to be punished. Otherwise, how could he force Ding Feng to lose his composure? The more cruel he was to the virtuous concubine, the more anxious Ding Feng would be. But Ding Feng wanted to say something else, but the emperor raised his hand to interrupt him. Okay, Commander Ding, if you continue, I will doubt whether you have a personal relationship with concubine Xian. Since there is nothing else, please leave. Ding Feng's heart suddenly lifted when he heard this. He looked up and saw that the emperor did not have any extra expression. He felt that he was too sensitive and turned around to leave. Ha ha ha, this is the closest time for the tyrant to the truth. I really want to tell you that the two of them not only have a personal relationship, but also have a child together. The emperor's face darkened, but Yuilua continued. The third prince, the male protagonist, originally had a pretty positive outlook. If the tyrant had a mouth, he would not be brainwashed by the time-traveling girl. But in the final analysis, it was because the time-traveling girl messed up the plot. Yuilua seemed to have found the cause of everything. If she didn't want the tyrant's family to die, the easiest way was to deal with the time-traveling girl and tell the third prince his identity. The third prince was the male protagonist, with the aura of the protagonist, and the tyrant couldn't kill him. But telling the third prince his identity was another difficult problem. Only the third prince knew his identity, and he couldn't speak. By the time he was 1 year old and could speak, the third prince might have completely turned evil. Yuilua felt that she was at a loss. Why didn't she just travel through time and space to become an adult, or even be able to speak? The emperor without a mouth touched his mouth, puzzled. Didn't he have a mouth? Your Majesty, now that the virtuous concubine has been imprisoned in the sky prison, who should be in charge of the harem? Eunuch Chao asked softly beside him. Move to the Qingxin Palace and summon the concubines, with the title of concubine, to the Yongxin Palace. The concubines who were summoned to the Qingxin Point all looked puzzled. They all bowed and sat on both sides. The emperor summoned all the ladies here to ask them who should be given the power to manage the harem. If it was before, the concubines would have been ecstatic, but now they feel that this is a hot potato. The queen was put in solitary confinement, and the virtuous concubine was imprisoned not long after taking over. This is simply a death warrant. How can it be the power of the harem? They all bowed their heads and kept silent, as if they were afraid that the emperor would see them. Da Fei, you come to take charge of the harem. The emperor looked at Da Fei and said with a smile. Da Fei stood up. Thanks to the emperor's love, I only know how to grow flowers and plants, eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures. It is really difficult to be competent. The emperor motioned her to sit down, and then turned his attention to Xu Fei, who was playing with her nails. Xu Fei, you. Before he finished speaking, Xu Fei stood up directly. I thought she would refuse as well, and the concubines all looked up at her. But she heard her say, let me take charge of the harem. As long as you can tolerate my way of doing things, I will naturally be willing. The emperor was naturally happy that someone was willing to take over. He made a direct decision that from today on, concubine Xu would be in charge of the harem. If I remember correctly, although concubine Xu was called concubine Xu, she was not a lady at all. She liked to wield swords and guns, and was alone in the harem. She was a mudslide in the harem. The other concubines looked unhappy when they heard this, but no one was willing to take charge. No matter how reluctant they were, they could only shut up. It would be better not to provoke concubine Xu, who was different from others. I don't seem to be happy to be in charge of you. Xu Fei glanced at them, and said with a smile, how about you come? No, no. The concubine waved her hands, no, no. You all leave. Li Fei stood up, and Xu Fei suddenly smiled at her, pointing at Yuilua in the emperor's arms. The little guy is pretty, can I take him to play with him? Chapter 23. It is not right for concubine Li to agree, nor is it right to refuse. Concubine Xu likes to tinker with some strange things. She says it is for fun, and it is really for fun. It would be bad if her daughter gets hurt. As if she could see concubine Li's worry, concubine Xu continued, don't worry, I haven't tinkered with anything strange recently, and I will definitely not hurt this cute little guy. Besides, the fourth prince was also raised by me. Isn't he living well? Yes, he is living well, but the fourth prince couldn't wait to move out of the palace as soon as he came of age, away from your clutches, for fear that you would continue to bully him. Thinking of the fourth prince's experience, the emperor cleared his throat. Xu Fei, Luo should go back to drink milk. You should go back and do your own thing. Xu Fei retracted her gaze and nodded reluctantly. Okay, I take my leave. After walking 2 steps, she turned back and said to Li Fei, I will prepare a gift for the little one when she is 1 month old. After that, she left. After Ding Feng returned from the Imperial study, he asked someone to pass the news of concubine Xian's arrest to the third prince. The third prince reacted calmly when he received the news. After sending away the visitor, he continued to watch the dancers in the palace. Brother Chun, Yang Xian came in and asked the dancers to leave on her own initiative. The room was quiet instantly. Seeing that the third prince ignored her, she snatched the wine glass from the third prince's hand and smashed it to the ground. Brother Chun, I just heard that the concubine Xian was in trouble. Why are you still in the mood to drink? If the concubine Xian really had an accident, she would know nothing about what was going on in the palace, so the concubine Xian must not be in trouble. Why don't you have the heart? The third prince brushed his sleeves and looked up at Yang Xian. Didn't you hear that she wanted to murder my father? What do you want me to do? Go to jail. Yang Xian was speechless, and managed to say something after a long while. She is your mother anyway. If you don't save him, who will? The third prince seemed to be meeting Yang Xian for the first time, with a sarcastic smile on his lips, staring at Yang Xian without saying a word. Mother? Other mothers would ask about their children's well-being, but the mother only scolded and beat him. I remember when he was a child, his father made him a wooden sword, and the mother broke it for him without saying a word. She said he was losing his ambition because of playing with things. Am I wrong? Yang Xian felt a little guilty when he stared at her. If concubine Xiang got into trouble, Brother Chen will get into trouble too. I just don't want you to get into trouble. If she didn't think the emperor was too old, she wouldn't have placed her hopes on the handsome and young third prince. As for the crown prince, many people say that the crown prince is by Yueguang, but she doesn't like the crown prince type, she likes the third prince type. The crown prince is the crown prince since birth, and supporting the crown prince doesn't give her the sense of achievement of supporting the third prince. What my mother did has nothing to do with me. Go out and don't bother me. The third prince pointed at the order to expel the guests. He was not stupid. Before, he only suspected that Yang Xian had contact with his mother, but now he was sure. Miss Xianer, someone is looking for you. Yang Xian's personal maid came in, and noticed that the atmosphere in the room was not right after she said that. Who is looking for me? Yang Xian was a little impatient. The maid glanced at the third prince, then lowered her head and stammered. It's Miss Li, the concubine you gave to the third prince. The atmosphere in the room, which was not right, dropped to the freezing point directly because of this sentence. Yang Xian glared at the maid with some reproach, and explained with a smile that was uglier than crying. Brother Chen, listen to me, it was the young lady of the Li family, who insisted on being your concubine. She begged hard, And as a woman, I softened my heart and agreed. Facing the cold eyes of the third prince, Yang Xian spoke more and more quietly. Anyway, it's just a matter of having more people and more food. I didn't say anything because I didn't want to bother you. How could she know that Li Jiao would come to see her at this critical moment? The third prince didn't want to save concubine Xian in the first place, and now that he heard that she acted on her own, he would definitely not listen to her. Thinking of this, Yang Xian used her ultimate move, choked up and said with red eyes, I did all this just to make you happy, Brother Chen, but I didn't expect it to backfire. Li Jia is the daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion, so she is not completely useless. The third prince stopped looking at her, and shouted to the door, asking someone to take Yang Xian away. 2 guards came in at the door, and hesitated when they saw Yang Xian. What? I can't order you around. The third prince stood up, and his charming face turned completely cold. After Yang Xian was taken out, the third prince rubbed his temples. He ordered people to prepare a carriage to go to the palace. When the emperor was told that the third prince wanted to see him, he had just finished lunch in concubine Li's palace. I know. The emperor wanted to take Yuilua with him, but he glanced at the bed and gave up the idea because he thought she was still sleeping. As a result, Yuilua's inner voice betrayed her. At this juncture, is the hero here to plead for concubine Xian? Concubinely, I took Luolua away. Yuilua was still thinking, when she was suddenly shrouded by a dark shadow. The emperor smiled on his slightly bearded face, and raised his hand to pick her up. Let's go, and see what the third prince has done. Let's go and see if the third prince has turned evil now. My beautiful mother, I will allow you to temporarily lose this little cutie of mine. Concubinely smiled, and put a hat on her, and gave her a fox fur cloak to wrap around her, and then let the emperor take her away. The leaves in the palace have all fallen, leaving only dry branches standing in the bleak autumn wind. Fearing that Yuilua would feel cold, the emperor took her to the Qingxin palace where charcoal was burning, and asked someone to bring the third prince over. Fortunately, the imperial study was not far from the Qingxin palace, and the third prince arrived in a moment. He was wearing a moon-white cloak, and the light purple brocade robe inside, with a jade pendant and a white sachet hanging around his waist. The beauty of the charming face was destroyed by the wound on the forehead that had not yet healed, which was a bit unsightly. He took off the cloak and handed it to the person serving next to him, and stepped forward to salute. Your son grieved the emperor. The emperor did not make things difficult for him. He gave him a seat directly after the formalities were waived. Someone served hot tea. The tyrant was really something. If you care about the third prince, just say so. It would be great if you could hold on to the thick thigh of the male protagonist. Are you looking for me to let me release the virtuous concubine? The emperor looked at him, and said straight to the point. He knew that Ding Feng had sent someone to inform the third prince, so he was not surprised at all that the third prince came to him. I dare not. I came here today to ask you something. He took out a box from his sleeve. Eunuch Chao took the box and handed it to the emperor. Yuilua was curious about what was inside the box, so she looked up, but she couldn't see anything. Ask. The emperor opened the box, looked at the things inside, and closed the box again and put it aside. He was very familiar with the things in the box. It was the wooden sword that he had made for the third prince when he was a child, but it had been broken into 2 pieces. Chapter 24. The third prince was silent for a while, as if he was thinking about how to start. After a while, he said, Do you remember what's in this box, father? Hey, instead of pleading for the virtuous concubine, he started chatting about family matters. Is this a confession? Tyrant, you must seize the opportunity. The emperor dismissed the others and smiled at the box. Remember, it's a gift from me personally. You don't like it, and give it back to me? Yuilua was so anxious that she wanted to go up and talk for the 2 of them. If you don't know how to talk, don't talk. It's such a good opportunity to be sentimental. Why are you ruining the atmosphere? I like it very much, but mother said that playing with things will lead to loss of ambition, so she broke it. Why did father give this wooden sword to me, and not to the crown prince? Is he also hoping that he would lose his ambition and avoid stealing the spotlight from the crown prince? He was very happy when he received this gift, but mother's words made him feel as if a bucket of cold water was poured over his head, chilling him from the inside out. Tyrant, have a good chat. Tell the hero what you really think in your heart. Let him know that he misunderstood you. Now he has not yet turned evil, he will definitely be moved to tears. You grabbed a sword when you were doing the 1-year-old ceremony, and when you were 5, you said you wanted to be a general who protected the people when you grew up, so I gave you this gift. The emperor paused and continued, I don't want you to lose your ambition because of playing with things. The reason why I don't value you is to let you know that showing off your talents is not necessarily a good thing. The third prince pursed his lips, and his hanging hands trembled a little. I still don't understand why I can't show off my talents, but the prince can. They are obviously both his father's children, but he has to pretend to be stupid, while the prince is praised everywhere. The prince is the future heir to the throne, so the smarter he is, the more he can calm people's hearts. You are different. You are a prince. Once you are too sharp, you will inevitably be dragged into the party's struggle by the old guys in the court. The emperor took a sip of tea and stared at the third prince. You probably don't know the identity of your mother. She was once the princess of Yulo Kingdom. Not long after she was sent to marry, Yulo Kingdom was destroyed by other small countries. The third prince raised his head in disbelief. His mother actually had this identity. He had never heard his mother mention it, nor had he heard anyone else mention it. So father asked me to hide my incompetence because he was worried that mother would use me to restore the country? No wonder mother was so angry because I didn't choose a queen. This was the best opportunity to win over ministers. The third prince didn't know how he walked out of Qingxin Palace. All the self-righteous cognition in his heart was overturned, and the original resentment had no place to vent. The bleak autumn wind blew his robe, and he regained some reason. Third prince, you forgot to take your cloak. Eunuch Chao came out holding Yuilua and handed the cloak to the third prince. I don't want the cloak to be grabbed by the little princess, who refuses to let go. This? Eunuch Chao didn't care whether Yuilua could understand or not, and whispered, Little princess, can you give him your third brother's cloak? Yuilua still grabbed it, and giggled at the third prince. Eunuch Chao felt that he was really confused. Seeing that the emperor often talked to the little princess, he also wanted to try, but the little princess didn't understand. Does the emperor usually talk to himself? Looking at Yuilua's innocent smile, the third prince couldn't help but laugh. Approaching Eunuch Chao, where are you going to take the imperial sister? I go with you. This was the first time Yuilua saw the third prince smile. There was no disguise or calculation, it was a smile from the heart. It made his already dazzling handsome face even more charming and seductive, making people feel moved. After all, the third prince had never taken care of a child, and the emperor loved the little princess like the apple of his eye. As soon as Eunuch Chao's words of refusal came to his lips, he saw the little princess' eyes narrowed with laughter, and stretched out her two little hands towards the third prince, as if she wanted to hug him. The little princess wants the third prince to hold her? Eunuch Chao was stunned for a moment, and handed Yuilua to the third prince. The third prince carefully took Yuilua, and the little guy laughed even more happily, and didn't want the cloak in his hand. Third prince cloak. Eunuch Chao caught the cloak that was about to fall to the ground. You take it, are you sending your sister back to Concubine Li's palace? The third prince's voice was low and magnetic. Yuilua smelled the pleasant fragrance on his body, and couldn't help raising her hand to pull the third prince's collar. No wonder the time-traveling girl Ji-san is the third. The male lead is really impeccable. If she had such a face, the most regrettable thing would be that she couldn't kiss this enchanting face. Yes. Eunuch Chao followed the third prince, wondering what magic the little princess had. The emperor liked her, the prince held her tightly when he saw her, the concubine also wanted to take the little princess to play, and now the third prince also smiled with her. The expression on his face was also very sincere. It seemed that he really liked the little princess. Li Fei was a little surprised to see the third prince holding Yuilua over. After greeting each other, Chao Dongdong explained with a smile, the little princess held on to the third prince's cloak and refused to let go, so the third prince accompanied the servant to send her over. Thank you, third prince. Li Fei stretched out her hand and coaxed, Luor, come and hold me. Wow, the third prince talked so much with the tyrant, he must be feeling bad now, and letting him go back would be a bargain for the time-traveling girl. He is vulnerable now and needs comfort. It just so happens that Yang Xian is very good at it, and knows how to control the third prince. Yuilua did not let go, and held the third prince's collar tightly. The third prince was a little at a loss, and lowered his head slightly. Royal sister, please let go of your brother, be good. Hateful, my little body can't do anything, I can only keep smiling foolishly. Or give him a kiss, every time he kisses the beautiful mother, the mother is very happy. My precious daughter wants to make the third prince happy so much, and Concubine Li doesn't want to disappoint her. Third prince, Luor may be reluctant to leave you and wants to kiss you. Concubine Li reminded the bewildered third prince. My beautiful mother really understands me too well, male protagonist. Please lower your noble head quickly, and let me, this peerless little cutie, give you a kiss. The third prince lowered his face, and tentatively moved closer to Yuilua's mouth. Baji. The crisp sound was clearly transmitted to the third prince's ears, and a smile immediately appeared on his lips. He handed the still giggling Uilua to concubine Li. I kissed you. I hope this will make you happier. My mouth is almost stiff from laughing. The third prince, who was about to leave, paused, and the voice continued to ring. Woohoo, now I just hope you go back and don't listen to Yang Xian's brainwashing. The tyrant finally opened his mouth to tell you something. If Yang Xian provoked me with a few words, I would really cry to death. I was just kissed by the little princess. Could it be that the sound was made by the little princess? The third prince glanced at concubine Li, and she smiled and asked him what was wrong. It seemed that there was nothing wrong. Chapter 25. How could the emperor's younger sister know Yang Xian when she was so young? Yang Xian did say that she had traveled through time, but the emperor's younger sister had never left the palace. Huarue, bring me my scar removal cream. My precious daughter loves the third prince so much, concubine Li sighed, as she looked at the scar on his forehead. The beautiful mother is really beautiful and kind. The scar on the male protagonist's evil face is really not good looking. Although Yang Xian, who is obsessed with appearance, will not tolerate him having a scar, her medicine is definitely not as good as her mother's. This time, the third prince was very sure that the sound he heard was the little princess's thoughts. But he clearly couldn't hear it before, but he heard it just now. Could it be because of the little princess kiss? Taking the scar removal cream from Huarue, concubine Li smiled and handed it to the third prince. Luor likes the third prince very much. This scar removal cream is very effective. You can use it, don't leave scars. The third prince hesitated for a moment, took the scar removal cream with mixed feelings, and held it in his hand. Thank you, concubine Li. After eunuch Chao and the third prince left, Huarue asked in confusion. Why did the queen give such a rare scar removal cream to the third prince? It was obvious that the concubine had embarrassed the queen last time. It's useless for me to keep it, so give it to him. Get on the carriage out of the palace, and return to the third prince's mansion. Yang Xian, who had been waiting for a long time, heard the footsteps and hurriedly stood up and walked out. The third prince got off the carriage and walked past her to the study. Brother Chen, don't be angry. Knowing that she was at fault first, Yang Xian softened her temper and stepped forward to pull the third prince's sleeve. I was wrong, please don't be angry, okay? She tilted her head and blinked. The third prince shook off her hand and looked down at her. Don't follow me. After saying that, he left, leaving Yang Xian disheveled in the wind. Before, the third prince was angry, and she coaxed him so that he would calm down quickly. Now, not only did she not coax him down, but he even called her this palace? Why did his attitude suddenly change so quickly? No, I can't have a cold war with the third prince now. She turned around and went to her room to get the golden wound medicine, and returned to the study again. Without knocking, she pushed the door open and walked in. Brother Chen. She smiled and shook the medicine in her hand. I help you apply the medicine. The third prince threw away the pen in his hand and said coldly, No need, I have the medicine and I will apply it myself. Yang Xian thought he wanted to refuse her to get close to him, so she deliberately found an excuse. She walked to the third prince and poured out the medicine powder. I know you are still angry, Brother Chen. I will go out after applying the medicine and will not bother you anymore. The third prince took out the scar removal cream given by concubine Li. I have the medicine, go out. Yang Xian looked at the scar removal cream and widened her eyes. Brother Chen, you actually have such a good scar removal medicine. Now you will definitely not have a scar on your forehead. She remembered that in the book, only concubine Li had a bottle, and it was her brother who got it from the border. The third prince was annoyed by Yang Xian and couldn't think about the problem at all. Come, take Yang Xian out. Without my permission, you are not allowed to approach my study. Yang Xian was taken out, and the study became quiet. The third prince tapped his slender jade-like fingers on the long table, thinking about Yuilua's thoughts and the emperor's words. Third prince, I have something to report. A voice outside the door pulled him back to his thoughts. Come in. The man was dressed in green, and was his personal bodyguard. What's the matter? I checked Miss Yang Xian as you ordered. She lived in a manor outside the capital during the time she disappeared. That manor. The person in that manor is my mother, right? The third prince interrupted him. Yang Xian really hid herself so that he couldn't find her. No. The guard shook his head. I checked, it's Commander Ding. He was also wondering, how could Miss Yang know Commander Ding? He hadn't heard Miss Yang mention it either. The third prince was a little surprised. It was certain that Yang Xian knew his mother, so how could she be related to Commander Ding? Thinking of the people Yang Xian had brought into the mansion, he ordered in a deep voice, "Go check the identities of those people young Xian had brought in, and see if they were related to the Yuluk kingdom." The virtuous concubine was locked up in the sky prison for a few days, and had no way to contact the outside world. At this moment, her hair was disheveled and her palace dress was a little torn, all from the whipping during the interrogation. She couldn't help but tremble as she heard the screams of the prisoners being tortured outside. The piercing pain of the whip hitting her body swept through her mind again, making her cover her ears. It had been a few days, and she expected that the rebellious son would not come to save her. After all, she was not good to him. But Ding Feng did not come to save her either, which was too strange. She dragged her injured body and slowly crawled to the prison door, opened her dry mouth, and shouted in a hoarse and unpleasant voice, come here, I want to see the Emperor, I was wrongly accused." The patrol outside the prison door came over and shouted impatiently, "Why are you yelling? I thought you were still the high and mighty queen. No one will get out alive after entering here." Outside the prison, Eunuch Chao came to check on concubine Xian on the Emperor's order. The people guarding outside saw that it was him and respectfully invited him in. "The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice is inside. I will go and invite him right away." Eunuch Chao nodded and waited for the Minister of Justice to come out. Not long after, the Minister of Justice came in a hurry. "Eunuch Chao, what do you want to see me for?" Eunuch Chao glanced behind him and didn't see the Minister of Justice. "Why don't you see Lord Qin? The Emperor wants to ask Lord Qin for questioning." As he was speaking, Lord Qin walked in. The smell in the sky prison was really bad, and it was quite cold, and there were screams from prisoners from time to time. Eunuch Chao just nodded and took Lord Qin to the Imperial study. "Your Majesty, Lord Qin is here." The Emperor put down the memorial, gave Lord Qin a seat, and said, "Lord Qin, is concubine Xian still alive? It has been a few days, and Ding Feng has not made any move, which is really too strange. If the information he found is accurate, Ding Feng will definitely save concubine Xian when he has the chance. Your Majesty, I will follow your instructions. Although I will torture her, I will not kill her." The Emperor nodded with satisfaction. Concubine Xian cannot die so easily. "How is the guard of the heavenly prison now?" Lord Qin answered truthfully. "Your Majesty, rest assured. The prison is heavily guarded. I guarantee that not even a fly can get in." After saying that, Lord Qin felt that the Emperor's face was not right, so he asked cautiously, "Your Majesty, is there anything wrong? The virtuous concubine murdered the Emperor. Such a criminal must not be in trouble. Is the Emperor still worried about someone robbing the prison? If the Emperor is worried about some prison robbing, you can transfer the virtuous concubine to the secret prison of the Ministry of Justice to ensure that the prison robbing will never come back." The Emperor rubbed his eyebrows, and finally understood why Ding Feng was so slow to act. It turned out that Lord Qin was so smart and alert. "Quickly withdraw everyone from me, just as usual." Chapter 26. When Lord Qin was sent out by Eunuch Chao, he was still a little confused. "Eunuch Chao, what do you think the Emperor means by this?" Eunuch Chao walked beside him and said with a smile, "The Emperor wants to see if concubine Xian has any accomplices, but Lord Qin, you guard the prison so tightly that even if there are accomplices, they dare not come." "I see." No wonder concubine Xian was not locked up in the secret prison. It turns out that he wanted to play a long game and catch a big fish. After returning to the prison, Lord Qin found a reasonable reason to restore the heavily guarded prison to the same state as before. At the same time, Ding Feng paid close attention to every move here. He originally wanted to secretly bring concubine Xian out, but the prison was heavily guarded and no outsiders were allowed to approach. He didn't know how concubine Xian was doing now, and he had no way to find out the news inside. "You know, I heard that concubine Xian was tortured in the prison and almost went crazy. She kept shouting that she wanted to see the Emperor. In my opinion, it won't be long before she will die. I don't know what she was thinking. She actually dared to murder the Emperor." Two maids in uniform palace clothes were talking to each other. When they looked up and noticed Ding Feng in front of them, their faces turned pale with fear. "Meet Commander Ding." Not sure if Ding Feng heard it, the two secretly glanced at him, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that he looked normal. Ding Feng nodded, lowered his eyes, and warned, "Don't talk about the master's affairs anymore. I will pretend that I didn't hear it today." After the two hurried away, Ding Feng tightened his grip on his sword and quickened his pace to the prison. To avoid being discovered and arousing suspicion, he just watched from a distance, trying to find out something about the virtuous concubine. "Master Ding, why are you here?" Minister Zhang stepped forward with a smile and bowed. Ding Feng retracted his gaze and raised a smile. Check around. There are so many nobles in the palace, I'm afraid something might go wrong. Minister Zhang didn't think much about it. With Master Ding here, bad guys dare not break into the palace without seeing. After a few compliments, Minister Zhang thought he had something else to do, so he turned around and planned to leave. Minister Zhang, why did your prison suddenly become lax? Ding Feng asked tentatively. Oh, the weather is getting colder, and there are no prisoners in there. Lord Qin wants everyone to take a break. It's okay to relax a little anyway. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Ding Feng dispelled his doubts and turned to leave. Yui Luo was still worried that the third prince would be brainwashed by Yang Xian, the time-traveling girl, when he returned. The conversation between Concubine Li and Nani Zhang rang in her ears. My queen, Concubine Xian has been locked up for a few days, and the emperor has not expressed his attitude on how to deal with her. I just came back from outside and heard that the guards in the prison have relaxed. Concubine Li stroked her sleeves with one hand, picked up the pen and wrote the last word carefully, then slowly put down the pen and picked up the words on the rice paper to carefully examine them. She spoke slowly. How can we guess what the emperor is thinking? Concubine Xian is in danger this time. Entering that place and letting the Ministry of Justice interrogate her is not the best attitude. That's right. The tyrant now suspects that Concubine Xian has the intention to restore Yulo Kingdom. He probably wants to play a long game and lure a group of Concubine Xian's accomplices by keeping her in prison. Concubine Li raised her eyebrows. She knew that Concubine Xian was the princess of Yulo Kingdom, and she also knew that Concubine Xian was not as simple as she seemed. But she didn't expect that she actually wanted to restore Yulo Kingdom. What's the difference between this and the rebels? Before she could recover from her surprise, Yui Luo's voice continued again. The tyrant's operation was good. When he found out that the big fish he caught was Ding Feng, his face should be very exciting. I am a little looking forward to it. Ding Feng? Concubine Li paused slightly while holding the tea, the commander of the Imperial Guards. Could he be the man who had an affair with Concubine Xian, the father of the third prince, as Luo said? My lady, what's wrong? Huare called softly. Is the tea cold? I go change it. Concubine Li shook her head gently. No need. The tea was not cold, but Concubine Xian might be cold. Just as I finished complaining about Concubine Xian, the emperor came in with Eunuch Chao. He helped Concubine Li up and noticed the dry ink on the table. He went forward and picked it up and looked at it for a long time, then smiled and praised. I didn't know before that Concubine Li has good handwriting. There are many things you don't know. My beautiful mother not only has good handwriting, but also good painting, playing the piano, and cooking. The emperor, When will Luo praise him like this? Concubine Li pursed her lips and smiled. Thank you for the compliment, your majesty. Are you here to take Luo out to play? The emperor put down the beautiful words in his hand, glanced at the little guy on the bed, and nodded. He was a little glad that he didn't bring Luo with him when the Minister of Justice questioned him, otherwise Luo would definitely take the opportunity to make up stories about him in her mind. In fact, he didn't know that it had been arranged just now. Yui Luo was carried out of Concubine Li's bedroom, frowning slightly, and sighing in her heart. I really want to grow up quickly. Now this little body has no human rights at all. I have no way to know the progress of the male protagonist and the time-traveling girl. The emperor was glad that she didn't grow up. She was a small ball. Whether you are willing or not, you can be taken away directly. Just thinking about it, a pleasant singing voice sounded. The emperor raised his eyebrows and signaled Eunuch Chao to go over to see who it was. Your Majesty, I brought someone here. The person was wearing a pink gauze dress and had a beautiful bun. She was about 20 years old. When she saw the emperor, she stepped forward and saluted with a clear voice. TSK, 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 you want grace but not warmth. Aren't you cold wearing so little? You were singing just now. Rupin nodded shyly. Your Majesty, it was you, the concubine. The emperor often went to Concubine Li's place, not to the harem, so she only pretended to meet him by chance here. You sang well. The emperor motioned her to stand up and mercilessly exposed her tricks. You can try something different next time. You either deliberately sang or danced where I passed by. There is nothing new to say. The smile on Concubine Rose's face froze. Her heart sank when she heard this. She pursed her lips and said, I just happened to be here. The emperor glanced at her gauze skirt and snorted coldly. You are singing outside dressed like this, and I happen to see you. Do you think I am a fool? Since you like it so much, sing here until dark. After saying that, he walked away without paying attention to Concubine Rose's slightly resentful look. Your Majesty, calm down. Eunuch Chao spoke carefully. I have already told the ladies that you don't like this, and there is nothing I can do if they don't listen to me. It is not known whether this concubine Ro really did not know, or was pretending not to know. After the other ladies knew about it, no one deliberately created a chance encounter to bother the emperor, but she had to bump into him. Isn't concubine Ro the cousin of the queen? She suddenly appeared here. Did the queen want her to compete for favors because she was desperate? The emperor narrowed his eyes. Eunuch Chao, what is the relationship between this concubine Ro and the queen? Chapter 27. Eunuch Chao said without hesitation. Princess Ro is the empress's cousin, and she was chosen by the empress to enter the palace. As they spoke, they arrived at the imperial study. Looking at the memorials on the table, the emperor rubbed his temples. He picked up one at random, glanced at it, frowned, threw it aside, and picked up another one, his face even more gloomy. Why are all these memorials submitted by that old man, Grand Tutor Fong? He submitted several memorials by himself. Isn't this adding burden to himself? The empress was confined by you, and the ministers in the court were already dissatisfied. Now they know that the emperor still let concubines should take charge of the harem, so Eunuch Chao did not dare to say anything more, and stepped aside. This old man, Grand Tutor Fong, wants to take advantage of his seniority. As he was speaking, he heard someone outside come to report. Grand Tutor Fong asked for an audience. The emperor picked out all the memorials on the table, and handed them to Eunuch Chao. Give them back to this old man, I am too lazy to see him. Eunuch Chao took a few memorials, and went out, smiling and greeting. Grand Tutor, please go back. The emperor has important things to deal with. He then handed the memorials to the Grand Tutor. Go back, it's cold outside. Fong Taisher wanted to say something, but Chao Gonggong didn't give him a chance. He turned around and went into the imperial study and closed the door. The whole action was done in one go, as if he had practiced it countless times. Sometimes the emperor didn't want to see some ministers, so he asked them to face them. He didn't want to offend people, but he couldn't argue with others, so he had to run away first. The Taisher looked at the tightly closed door with a cold face, and then looked at the guards at the door. The two immediately lowered their heads, fearing that the Taisher would ask them to go in and pass on the message. Humph. The Grand Tutor was so angry that he left in anger. Since the emperor refused to see him alone, he would speak in the court tomorrow to see how he could hide. The prince came over with his written words, and only saw the Grand Tutor's back as he walked away. He retracted his gaze, and asked the guard to go in and report. When the emperor saw the guard coming in, he thought it was the old Grand Tutor, who was still not leaving, and said impatiently, No. Your Majesty, it's His Royal Highness the Prince. His tone was still not very good. Let him in. The prince felt his father was in a bad mood when he came in. He saluted, but his eyes fell on Yuiluo. Get up. Have you figured out what I asked you to think about? The tyrant is in a bad mood now. If you don't figure it out, you might be used as a punching bag. Who told you that the tyrant didn't know your identity and treated you the same as Fong Taisher? The emperor, He also had this plan after knowing it. After hearing Yuiluo's voice, the prince stopped what he was about to say, and after carefully considering the wording, he said in a gentle voice. Replying to the emperor, I have figured it out. The emperor raised his eyes, and motioned him to continue. No matter who it is, if someone summons me in the name of my father, I will carefully investigate the truth of the matter. If I obey without thinking, I will be abandoning the safety of the people of the world. Crown Prince, my brother, I feel relieved with your words. At least you won't die in such a scam. The emperor nodded with satisfaction. It's good to know your mistakes. The queen's matter. The country has its own laws, and the family has its own rules. My mother made the mistake first, and I have nothing to say. The prince didn't stay in the imperial study for long, but his eyes were always on Yuiluo. Father, can I take Luor to the Eastern Palace to play? I was quite curious about what the Eastern Palace was like. I was tired of seeing the tyrant's imperial study and Qingxin Palace every day. The emperor swallowed his words of refusal. Never mind, it might not be a bad thing for the prince to be nice to Luor. If he was gone one day, at least the prince would protect Luor. Take her away, be careful. The people in the Eastern Palace were surprised when they saw the prince coming back with a baby. Although the prince was gentle, it was the first time he cared so much about a child. Yuiluo was amused by the prince and laughed continuously. Looking at his jade-like face, she felt that it was really pleasing to the eyes. Luor, do you want to go to the study room of the emperor brother? The prince's voice was deep and magnetic, and Yuiluo's ears were itchy. The prince's voice was too beautiful. It was a blessing for people who were obsessed with sound. I just loved it. The prince laughed. A low laugh overflowed from his throat, and patted Yui Luo with one hand. Then the emperor brother will take it as Luor's agreement, and take you to the study room, and then to the emperor's small treasury, okay? Hearing the word small treasury, Yui Luo's eyes lit up. Her originally black and bright eyes became even more beautiful. I love small treasury the most. The more valuable it is, the more I like it. I am so materialistic. The prince paused. My brother is confused. I should take Luor to pick out the gifts first. The guard Lin Chi who followed the prince was speechless. How could the prince talk to a little guy? The three of them walked through the corridor, and went to the prince's bedroom. Pushing the door open, Yui Luo's eyes were wide open. Any tea set or ornaments looked very valuable. Waking up every day to see so much money, the mood must be very good. Look at these gold cups and jade cups, too luxurious. The prince walked to a shelf with various ornaments and raised his hand to open a box. Luor, do you like it? Yui Luo looked at the several night pearls and gold jewelry in the box, and nodded her head quickly. I like it, but I don't know which one is more valuable, the gold jewelry or the night pearls. What should I choose? These things were all given by the emperor. Since the prince had no wife or concubine, he naturally couldn't use them, so he put them away. Luor likes them so much. Can you give them all to Luor? I just like being lavish with money. The prince is simply a prince who gives money. I love him so much. I want a dozen of such brothers. Yui Luo felt like she was stunned and laughed happily. Your Highness. A nani came in from the door. You go to the Imperial study to see the emperor. How is the queen? The person who came was the prince's wet nurse, who was originally a servant of the queen. After the prince grew up, she stayed with him. I am going to admit my mistake. The prince smiled. My mother is just under house arrest. Nothing will happen. At least he has no evidence pointing to the queen, so the queen will be fine. Manny sighed in disapproval. Your Highness, I know there are some things I shouldn't say, but we can't see the queen, and the women in the harem are not good people. What should we do if they take the opportunity to add insult to injury? The prince values filial piety. Last time he said he would plead for the queen, but now he has changed his mind. It's really strange. You know you shouldn't say that, but you still keep on talking. The queen is so hateful that she actually let such a slave stay with the prince. It's too much. The prince glanced at the nani. His voice was still gentle, but the words he said almost frightened the nanny to kneel on the ground. Chapter 28. Mammy, are you accusing my father of not dealing with my mother? A country has its own laws, and a family has its own rules. I have someone take you to my father, and tell him what he said, and see how many heads you have. After accusing the emperor, the maid's face turned pale. I was so concerned that I spoke without thinking. Please forgive me, Your Highness. The maid lowered her head, but she was thinking about the prince's attitude. The prince used to respect her, so she dared to say this. If you have nothing else, please leave. This slave has been serving the queen for a long time. She has participated in many of the queen's dirty deeds. It would be great if the prince could investigate her. The prince's eyes were slightly frowned, and he raised his hand to touch Yui Luo's little face. He thought that Luor was really a lucky star sent by God. Fortunately, he brought Luor here, otherwise he would not know where to start the investigation. In the study, the prince ordered someone to burn charcoal and bring it in. After sitting down, seeing Lin Chi's expression of wanting to say something but stopping, he asked lightly, What's wrong? Lin Chi is the emperor's confidant to the prince. He has always felt uncomfortable seeing Nanny Zhu acting arrogantly in the East Palace. Hearing this today made him want to kill Nanny Zhu with a knife. The queen found such a wet nurse for the prince and kept her by his side. I really don't know if it's for the prince's good or because she thinks he is living too well. Your Highness, Lin Chi didn't hide it. Nanny Zhu is such a traitor. It's not a pity to be beaten to death. No, if you kill this slave, there will be no evidence, although I hate this slave too. Yui Luo reached out and tugged at the prince, but couldn't utter a word. She put down her hand in frustration. She was so angry that she couldn't say anything. She couldn't expose the queen's hypocritical face. Seeing that the prince didn't speak for a long time, Lin Chi looked over. But he heard the prince say, It's not a pity to die, but she is still useful. Suddenly remembering something, the prince continued, How is the investigation going for you? Lin Chi almost thought he had heard it wrong. The prince actually said that it was not a pity for Nanny Zhu to die. When he mentioned Nanny Zhu before, the prince was not like that. Pulling back his thoughts, Lin Chi said respectfully, Empress Lu did give birth to a dead baby that year, and the cause of death was also dystocia. There are records in the palace. The prince looked out the window for a long time, and his mind was blank about Empress Lu. Only occasionally did he know from the palace servants that she was kind and treated concubines and palace servants well, and was a good queen who was the mother of the country. The prince sent Yuilua back to concubine Li's palace. He also gave her a gift for meeting her. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" It was surprising enough to see him send Yuilua here, and now he gave her a box of jewelry and night-shining pearls. "Just consider it as a gift from my brother to lure. The prince is rich and generous, and he gave too much. I really want to help him, and tell him that Queen Lu is his mother." Yuilua looked at the prince's back as he left, and sighed slightly in her heart. Knowing a lot of secrets from her daughter, concubine Li was still surprised by this secret. The third prince is not the emperor's child, and the prince is Queen Lu's child. Should she tell the emperor about the prince's background in a veiled way? After the prince sent Yuilua back, he went directly to the queen's palace. There were 4 guards guarding the entrance to the queen's palace, and they did not stop the prince when they saw him. The emperor did not say that the prince was not allowed to see the queen. The prince pushed the door open, and saw the queen holding a straw figurine in her hand, sitting on the couch and making it seriously. When she heard someone coming in, she did not raise her head, and continued to make it. "Mother." The prince walked closer, and saw clearly that concubine Li's name was written on it. The empress stopped the needle she was about to insert in midair, and looked up at the prince with some joy. "Did your father agree to let me go?" She stuffed the figurine in her hand under the pillow. "I knew that you, my son, would save me." The prince stared at her for a long time, and said calmly, "I just came to see you and ask for your advice. My father didn't say he would let you go." The empress stood up suddenly and asked, "Why didn't you let me go? Didn't you ask your father?" The emperor values the prince. If the prince comes forward, how could he not let her go? As expected, people born to others are ungrateful. "You framed concubine Li, and Dr. Su was also beheaded by my father. If I really go to plead for mercy, not only will I not be able to save you, but I will also be hated by my father." He paused and sat on a chair beside him. "Don't you worry about me at all, or maybe I'm not your son." Hearing this, the queen covered her trembling hands with her sleeves, and pretended to be calm and reprimanded. "What nonsense! Who told you that?" All those who knew about this were executed by her, and only Madame Zhu survived. "This person is hers, and he will definitely not talk nonsense. Some people say that I look like Queen Lu." The prince stood up and straightened his clothes. "It sounds like nonsense." Distracted by this, the queen forgot when she could go out and watch the prince leave. Who is gossiping in front of the prince? Now she is just imprisoned. If the identity of the prince is known to others, I am afraid no one can save her. After dinner, the palace lanterns were lit, and the queen who continued to prick the figurine welcomed the emperor she had been thinking about. When she heard the noise, she thought it was the maid Lanji, and said without raising her head, "Go down and rest. I don't need you here." After that, she heard a sneer, and the familiar voice made her body tremble, and she looked up at the emperor's cold face. She subconsciously hid the figurine on her hand behind her back, but it was full of needles, and she accidentally stabbed her hand. "Prick, why don't you continue?" "Your Majesty, I'm here to see you." "I wonder what you're talking about." She kept smiling and hid the figurine in her sleeve. "Isn't it in your sleeve?" The emperor sat on the chair and raised his eyebrows. "Take it out." "I watch you do it." Yuilua laughed like a goose. "Ha ha ha, I don't know which unlucky guy the queen is piercing. I'm just kissing the tyrant." The emperor's face was dark. He wanted to know if he was the unlucky guy. He signaled Eunuch Chao to take the figurine from the queen's hand. Eunuch Chao smiled and said, "I'm sorry," and snatched the little man away, holding it in both hands and handing it to the emperor. Looking at the little man with needles all over his body, Yuilua cursed in her heart. "Damn, it seems that the queen has been relying on this little man to pass the time during her imprisonment. How hateful." After seeing the words on the little man, Yuilua's face drooped. "Shame on you, you dared to stab my beautiful mother, sin, just a slip of the tongue." The emperor drew a black line on his forehead, and handed the little man in his hand to Eunuch Chao. Then he looked at the queen and said in a deep voice, "How do you want to explain this little man this time? Do you need me to find an excuse for you to get rid of it?" The queen knelt on the ground, pulling the corner of the emperor's robe and shouting that she was wronged. Chapter 29. The next day, Yuilua, who was taken to the court, yawned constantly. The tyrant holding her was full of energy, smiling at the ministers below. "Go to the court." Grand Master Fong stepped forward and bowed. "I wonder what mistake the empress made that the emperor wants to put her under house arrest." Others began to discuss in a low voice. "Is the Grand Master interfering in my family affairs?" The emperor interrupted the discussion in the hall. He didn't believe that the old man, Grandmaster Fong, didn't know and was still playing a guessing game with him. The queen is the mother of a country. I am talking about state affairs. Your Majesty should give me an explanation. The emperor sneered. The queen harmed the heir to the throne. If it weren't for her being the queen, I would have killed her directly. He took the figurine handed over by Chao Gonggong and threw it in front of Fong Taisher. Take a good look. When I went there last night, I saw that the queen had been pierced for a long time. The ministers behind all leaned out their heads and saw the figurine on the ground full of needles, and shut their mouths in dismay. Prime Minister Li picked up the figurine on the ground and handed it to Fong Taisher. Teacher, take a good look. Your Majesty, this is a misunderstanding. Everyone knows what kind of person the queen is. The daughter is a smart person. It is impossible for her to be so stupid. Master Fong held the little man in his hand. It is said that a husband and wife will be grateful to each other for 100 days after they have been married for a day. Your Majesty did not investigate and directly punish the queen. It is really hard to convince the public. TSK, is it hard to convince the public or is it hard to convince you? Don't you know what your daughter is like? It is hard to convince the public? The emperor glanced at everyone. Do you all have any objections to my punishment of the queen? The ministers shook their heads repeatedly. The queen was the daughter of the Grand Tutor, not their daughter, and they didn't want to get involved. The way everyone avoided him made Grand Tutor Fong frown. It seems that the Grand Tutor is the only one who is dissatisfied. You are old, so I will allow you to retire and return home. Don't worry about the affairs of the court. Grand Tutor Fong was going to use his ultimate move. Every time the tyrant asked him to retire and return home, he would take advantage of his age and make a fuss, but in the end, nothing happened. Yui Luo blinked her round eyes and looked at Grand Tutor Fong, who looked ugly. It's accumulating power. It's about to start. The ultimate move, and it's still accumulating power? The emperor immediately stared at the Grand Tutor with a defensive look on his face. The old guy wouldn't want to assassinate him, but he saw the Grand Tutor's face full of grief and anger. Your Majesty wants me to retire and return home. It's better to take my life. If your Majesty doesn't take back the order, I will hit my head and die here. The emperor, So this is the ultimate move. This old guy really uses it a lot. At that time, it was because of the queen's face, so he was allowed to take advantage of his age. Hearing this, the other ministers calmed down and looked like they were enjoying a good show. This was not the first time that the Grand Tutor had done this, and they were used to it. Every time he did this, the emperor would no longer mention the matter of him retiring to his hometown. After the Grand Tutor finished speaking, the emperor did not stop him as he did before, but nodded with interest. Let's go! These two simple words made the Grand Tutor neither advance nor retreat. He still cherished his life. Now he had both wealth and glory, but he did not want to give up the power in his hands, so he resorted to this desperate measure. When he was hesitant, Prime Minister Li said, Grandmaster, if you want to bump into him, do it now. He knew very well that Grandmaster Fong would not bump into him, and he was just watching the fun and not minding the big deal. If you don't bump into him, we can continue to make reports. Grandmaster Fong was in a dilemma, so he gritted his teeth and bumped into him. Ha ha ha, Prime Minister Li was just watching the fun and not minding the big deal, and he put Grandmaster Fong on the fire. Seeing that Grandmaster Fong really bumped into him, some ministers were so scared that their faces changed. With a bang, Grandmaster Fong was dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Prime Minister Li grabbed him and said, Are you okay? Some ministers wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to, so they had to hold it in. Come here! The emperor shouted outside the palace, Send the Grand Tutor back to the mansion. From today on, you will be stripped of your position and cannot enter the palace without being summoned. Grand Tutor Fong wanted to shout a few times and resist, but he was dizzy and couldn't speak. After the court was dismissed, Lord Qin went to the Imperial study with the emperor. Is there anything unusual after the relaxation of the Tianlao? The emperor took a sip of tea and asked lightly. Your Majesty, no. Suddenly, something popped up in Lord Qin's mind. By the way, I remember that Minister Zhang said that he met Commander Deng on his way back to Tianlao, and the two chatted for a while. He didn't know if this was unusual. Release the maid who was imprisoned with concubine Xian, and let her see concubine Xian before releasing her. Lord Qin released Hai Tang as soon as he returned. Hai Tang was taken out of the cell with a confused look on her face, and the jailer next to her pushed her, Hurry up and leave. Because she was injured, the jailer happened to touch her wound, and she gasped in pain. Brother, where are you taking me? Can I go out now? She hadn't slept well these days, and didn't know how the queen was doing. Well, The jailer was very frugal with his words, and continued to urge her to walk faster. Haitang pursed her lips, took off the bracelet on her hand and handed it to the jailer, begging, "Brother jailer, can you let me go see the virtuous concubine?" Fearing that the other party would not agree, she quickly promised, "I just see for a while, okay?" The jailer looked at the bracelet on his hand and said mercifully, "Go, Lord Qin thought you had nothing to do with this matter, so he let you go. Don't stay too long." Haitang didn't notice the sneer on the jailer's mouth after she left. Go to the place where concubine Xian was imprisoned. With the help of a ray of dim light, Haitang looked at concubine Xian, who was curled up with messy hair. If she hadn't been moving up and down slightly, Haitang would have thought she was dead. "Madam, madam." Haitang called twice in a low voice, and concubine Xian moved gently and turned her head to look at the place where the voice came from. Seeing Haitang at the door, her eyes, which were as dull as ashes, suddenly lit up, and she couldn't help but move faster. "Haitang, it's really you." These days, Lord Qin and Minister Zhang interrogated her in turns. She didn't want to admit that she had murdered the emperor. After all, she really didn't plan to do it to the emperor now, but the two of them would not stop until they got something out of her, so she had to admit it. And they made it clear that this matter had nothing to do with Haitang, so that she at least had a glimmer of hope. Now seeing Haitang, she was more certain that her approach was right. "My queen, I've been released. What should I do to save you? Although my queen has a bad temper, she has never treated me badly. Now that she has saved her, she can't just ignore her." This palace. After not drinking water for a few days, concubine Xian felt that her throat hurt as if she had swallowed a knife. Every word she said was torture. "I will go to the third prince and ask him to save you, my queen." Haitang grabbed concubine Xian's hand, but she shook her head. "You go to Commander Ding and Yang Xian." Concubine Xian spoke with difficulty. "If you go directly to the third prince, he may not find a way to save me." Chapter 30. Haitang wondered why the queen knew General Ding, but now was not the time to ask. She nodded. "I understand. The queen will wait for me." "Wait," concubine Xian called her and took out a jade pendant from her dirty clothes. "Give this to General Ding." Haitang put the jade pendant away, turned around and hurried away to find Ding Feng. She walked carefully to the palace gate and saw Ding Feng coming towards her. She lowered her head and bumped into Ding Feng as if she didn't see him, and took the opportunity to give the jade pendant in her hand to Ding Feng. "You are blind, you palace maid." The people around Ding Feng scolded unhappily. "Forget it." Ding Feng stroked the jade pendant in his hand, and the familiar pattern made his face change slightly. Haitang hurried away, and went to the place where concubine Xian said to wait. "I don't know if Commander Ding can recognize the jade pendant." She paced back and forth beside an abandoned palace, and hid herself when she heard the noise. She secretly poked her head out, and stood up after seeing the person coming clearly. "Commander Ding, I'm here." Ding Feng walked up to her. "Did concubine Xian ask you to come to me? How is she now?" The concubine Xian didn't want people to know about their relationship, nor did she want him to have contact with the third prince. Now that she had given the jade pendant she wore when she was a princess to the maid to find her, it seemed that the situation was not good. The queen has a lot of whip wounds on her body, and it is difficult for her to speak. "Commander Ding, you must find a way to rescue the queen." Ding Feng's heart tightened, and he nodded with a firm look in his eyes. "Okay." Knowing that Haitang was going to leave the palace to find the third prince, Ding Feng got her a set of eunuch clothes, and sent her out of the palace disguised as a eunuch. He had planned to look for the third prince these days, but he had promised concubine Xian that he could not contact the third prince privately, so he gave up the idea. Now it was the most appropriate for concubine Xian's maid to look for the third prince. The two thought they were being extra careful, but they didn't know that everything was under the control of the emperor. Haitang hurried to the third prince's mansion. Knowing that she was concubine Xian's maid, the guards did not stop her. She was about to ask Yang Xian where she lived, and happened to see Yang Xian coming out with her maid. Yang Xian sent away the maid next to her, and pulled Haitang aside. "What are you doing?" She wanted to blame Haitang for coming to her suddenly, but she found that Haitang was pale, so she quickly let go of her hand. "What's wrong with you?" "Don't touch her. She didn't even use any strength." "The concubine Xian was imprisoned in the prison, did you know?" Yang Xian nodded lightly. "I know." "Do you know why the third prince didn't find a way to rescue the concubine?" Haitang had a problem with Yang Xian, and now she had an outlet. "The concubine suffered a lot in the prison. If something happened to her, do you think you can really help the third prince?" Yang Xian was particularly depressed after being ignored by the third prince that day. She endured it because the other party was the male protagonist. She was not going to be angry with Hai Tang in front of her. How do you know I didn't say it? What can I do if the third prince doesn't listen to me? You are just a dog beside concubine Xian, and you are not qualified to teach me how to do things. Hai Tang was angry, knowing that now was not the time to be angry, and said with anger, we will take action tonight. Tell the third prince and let him help the queen. Since the third prince suspected that Yang Xian had contact with concubine Xian, he asked his confidant Xiang to secretly keep an eye on Yang Xian. After listening to the conversation between the two, he left and went to the study to find the third prince. Your Highness, Miss Yang just met Miss Hai Tang next to the virtuous concubine. The third prince raised his eyes slightly, and a knock on the door sounded. Xiang flew to the beam. Come in. Yang Xian smiled, holding a plate of snacks, and pushed open the door. Seeing that the third prince did not let her leave, her eyes lit up. Brother Chun, this is the snack I made for you, try it. The third prince glanced at the snacks indifferently, without any intention of tasting them. What do you want to see me for? Miss Hai Tang came to me just now. They will go to rescue concubine Xian tonight. Let Brother Chen help. She actually couldn't stand concubine Xian's superiority. But although the third prince has strength, he has no military power. Without the help of concubine Xian, it is indeed difficult to accomplish great things. I know you can go out. Yang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The third prince finally agreed. She walked out of the study reluctantly, and Xiang also jumped down from the beam. Your Highness, the person who sent you the message when concubine Xiang got into trouble last time has also been found. Who is it? Commander Ding. It was Commander Ding again, and the third prince frowned. In the palace. After reviewing the memorials, the Emperor went to concubine Li's palace in a refreshed mood. Concubine Li thought that the Emperor would leave with his daughter in his arms as usual, but he sat down directly without any intention of leaving. Yui Luo was also a little puzzled and muttered in her heart. Is the tyrant here to eat for free? It must be the food made by the greedy mother. In fact, she was also greedy, but now she had no teeth and could not eat. The Emperor calmly flipped through the book in his hand. Concubine Li's cooking skills were indeed good. But he didn't come here just for this matter. Ding Feng would take action tonight, and he had to bring Lure over to join in the fun. After dinner, the sky was completely dark. Ding Feng also started to take action. Are you sure the third prince will come to pick up the virtuous concubine? Ding Feng asked again uncertainly. Sure, the third prince will definitely come. As long as Yang Xian, that woman, told the third prince, there was no way the third prince would refuse. Okay, I go in and rescue the queen, you stand guard outside. Ding Feng said, then he stepped forward, sprinkled a handful of sleeping pills to knock down the weak guards outside the prison, and waved to Hai Tang. Hai Tang just nodded, felt a chill on the back of her neck, and heard a warning in her ear, don't make noise. She wanted to remind Ding Feng, but a piece of cloth was immediately stuffed into her mouth. Your Majesty, the bad guys have already gone in. Qin Feng respectfully saluted the Emperor, who was holding Yui Luo. Hai Tang turned her head stiffly, and saw that the Emperor and the guards behind him were as dead as ashes. How could the Emperor be here? But no one could tell her the answer. Her hands had been tied up, and she couldn't shout or say anything. It turned out that tonight was the hunting time. No wonder the tyrant had to carry me out. I was a little sleepy at first, but suddenly I wasn't sleepy anymore. Ding Feng successfully entered the prison, and found that there were only 2 guards inside. He knocked them down, and took out the key. According to the location Hai Tang said, he found concubine Xian. Princess, I'm here to rescue you. Concubine Xian raised her head suddenly when she heard the voice. Ding Feng, she said, her voice a little excited, stumbling to the prison door, are you alone? Where's Hai Tang? Ding Feng couldn't bear to see concubine Xian's scarred appearance, so he lowered his head and took out the key to open the prison door. Hai Tang is on guard outside, this is not the place to talk. Then he tried several keys but failed to open the prison door, and Ding Feng frowned. Sensing his abnormality, concubine Xian asked, what's wrong? Chapter 31. Ding Feng suddenly remembered something. The way to the prison seemed to be particularly smooth, and so was the way in. Could it be? He felt uneasy, and his hand holding the key was shaking. Princess, the key won't open it. The concubine Xian opened her mouth to say something, and a sound of footsteps came, getting closer and closer to the 2 of them. Someone is coming. The concubine Xian's face changed drastically, and she spoke with difficulty to signal Ding Feng to hide first. But there was no place suitable for hiding in the prison except the cold cell. When the 2 were running around in a panic, A majestic voice sounded. Why don't you surround the people? The guard stepped forward quickly and surrounded Ding Feng. He lowered his eyebrows and raised his hand to wrap the black scarf around his face, revealing only his dark eyes. So excited, the prize is about to be announced. Looking forward to the moment when the tyrant unveils Ding Feng's scarf. It must be exciting. You actually want to rob the prison and rescue the criminals. Why don't you turn your head around? Lord Qin said, looking at the guards surrounding Ding Feng. Bring the people here. Without waiting for the guards to approach, Ding Feng stood up by himself, looking at everyone with an expressionless face, trying to find a chance to escape. He felt it was too quiet when he came in, and now that he saw the Emperor, he understood everything was weird. The Emperor was deliberately setting a trap to catch him, and he was afraid that the moment Haitang found him, everything about him would be under the Emperor's control. Otherwise, he would not know about his actions tonight. Kneel down. Lord Qin stepped forward and kicked Ding Feng, making him kneel on the ground. Tell me, who are you to concubine Xian, and who asked you to break into the prison? Ding Feng knelt straight, not saying a word. The Emperor was so familiar with him that as long as he opened his mouth, his identity would be exposed. He had to find a chance to escape, and this chance was the Emperor. In the prison, concubine Xian pursed her cracked lips, grabbed the prison door, and slowly stood up. Your Majesty, he is not here to rob the prison, but to send medicine to me. It was not known whether it was because of her words, or the unpleasant voice, that made everyone frown. The Emperor sneered and glanced at Ding Feng, who was lowering his head on the ground. You made such a big fuss just to send you medicine. Do you think I am a fool? You are just treating me like a fool. Ding Feng was concubine Xian's personal bodyguard before she got married. When concubine Xian entered your harem, he followed her into the palace, and even rose to the position of commander. You don't know anything. If you are not stupid, who else would be stupid? The Emperor's mouth twitched. Come here, take his face towel away from me. Concubine Xian panicked and shouted, this man is ugly, and may offend the Emperor. Ding Feng seemed not to hear concubine Xian's words, and said in a low voice, I will take it off myself. As he spoke, a fierce look flashed across his eyes. He slowly raised his hand, and by pulling the scarf, he found the right opportunity to release the poisonous snake in his sleeve and attack the Emperor fiercely. If the Emperor was injured, these people would have no time to care about him. He could escape first, and then find a way to save the princess. The third prince who came in from the prison saw this scene, and his face changed slightly. Damn, it's a snake. I'm most afraid of this thing. Yuilu in the Emperor's arms was eating melon happily. When she saw the snake spitting out its tongue attacking her, her face turned pale with fear. At this critical moment, the third prince dodged and snatched the sword from the guard closest to him. A few sword lights flashed, and the poisonous snake spitting out its tongue was directly chopped into several pieces and fell to the ground. Yuiluo blinked, forgot to be afraid, and screamed in her heart. Ah, the third prince is so handsome, worthy of being the male protagonist, his life is saved. Otherwise, if he was bitten by this poisonous snake, he would have to go to see the king of hell directly. Fortunately, I didn't close my eyes just now because of fear, otherwise I would have missed such a cool scene of the male protagonist. The third prince looked at the stunned guards, and said in a deep voice, Why don't you bring the shackles and lock them up? Are you waiting to hurt the little princess and father? I really don't know what these people do. If he comes a little later, the snake will definitely bite Lure. The guards came to their senses, and put the shackles on Ding Feng. Father, are you okay? The third prince looked at the Emperor, who was still in shock, and asked. The Emperor shook his head. He didn't expect Ding Feng to know how to control snakes, so he was caught off guard. If the third prince hadn't arrived in time, he and Lure would have been either dead or injured. Ha! Ding Feng, who was in shackles, no longer concealed his anger, raised his head and laughed a few times, staring at the Emperor. If it weren't for the third prince, you would have died on the spot. The guards hung their heads, fearing that they would be blamed by the Emperor. They only felt a gust of wind, and the poisonous snake had been chopped to death by the third prince, who had come to the Emperor at some point. Isn't it said that the third prince likes to hang out in brothels and have fun? Why is he so secretive? The virtuous concubine holding the prison door glared at the third prince fiercely. It was all this rebellious son's fault. Not only did he not save her, but he also helped the Emperor. I want to see who is so bold as to assassinate my father. The third prince finished speaking word by word, walked up to Ding Feng, and directly pulled off the black scarf covering his face. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Ding Feng. After seeing his face hidden under the scarf, they all looked incredulous. Ding? Commander Ding? Minister Zhang exclaimed, and suddenly remembered something. No wonder he suddenly asked him about the Tianlao last time. It turned out to be for today. Ding Feng turned his head and looked at concubine Xian deeply. Since you already know, I have nothing to say. You can kill me or chop me up as you please. Yuilua, who was looking forward to seeing the tyrant's disbelief, suddenly lost interest. When the snake attacked the two of them just now, the tyrant's subconscious reaction was to raise his hand to protect her, but the third prince reacted faster than him. She sighed in her heart. In fact, it's good that the male protagonist doesn't know that he is the child of concubine Xian and Ding Feng. He really respects the tyrant as his father. The reason for the rebellion in the original book was that Yang Xian and concubine Xian joined forces to give the tyrant medicine to control him without telling him, making the tyrant unwilling to take care of the government, and then forced him step by step to the point of rebellion. When I read the book before, no matter who it was, they were just a string of numbers. Now the person standing in front of me is a person with flesh and blood and emotions. Yuilua secretly feels sorry for the third prince. Lock him up and interrogate him slowly, the emperor said. The group took Ding Feng away, and only the emperor, the third prince, and the virtuous concubine were left in the dim prison. The third prince was shocked by Yuilua's voice. His biological father is Ding Feng? Impossible, impossible. But reason seemed to tell him that this was true, because in this way, everything could be explained. Third prince? Seeing him in a daze, the emperor called him with a complicated expression. Why are you here? The third prince pulled back his thoughts, and before he could speak, concubine Xian laughed like crazy. The unpleasant laughter sounded a bit strange and harsh in the dim prison. Of course he came to rescue me. Is there any need to ask? Chapter 32. The emperor seemed not to have heard her words, his eyes fixed on the third prince. If I say that I got the news that someone would come to rescue my mother today, so I came to check whether the person who rescued my mother was a remnant of the Yulo kingdom, do you believe it, father? He did intend to do so, but the funny thing is that he is now also a remnant of the Yulo kingdom. I believe it. If the third prince was in cahoots with Ding Feng, there would be no need to rescue him and lure just now. Thank you, father. The third prince was stunned for a moment, and he lowered his eyes in surprise. His father just didn't know his life experience yet. If he really knew, he wouldn't say such words. Okay. The emperor patted his shoulder. Please help me send Luo back to concubine Li's palace. Knowing that the emperor still had something to say to his mother, the third prince didn't ask any more questions, and carried Yuilua out of the prison. Concubine Xian, how do you want to die? After the two left, the emperor stood in front of the prison door with his hands behind his back, looking at the embarrassed concubine Xian with a calm expression. Xian Fei knew that the situation was hopeless, so she sat down on the ground with a sneer on her dirty face. Does my saying how to die count? From the day you set up the trap, I have been a dead person in your heart. She couldn't figure out who framed her before. She thought of the nanny in the embroidery workshop, the queen, and even concubine Li, but she didn't think of the emperor. But when the emperor appeared just now, she understood everything. It was the emperor who wanted her to die. Set up the trap? The emperor raised his eyebrows slightly. If I didn't set up the trap, how would I know that Xian Fei had a wolfish ambition and colluded with Ding Feng to restore Yulo kingdom? Now that Ding Feng has been arrested, it's time to wake up from your dream of restoring your country. The concubine was a little surprised. How did the emperor know that she wanted to restore her country? Even the third prince might not know about this. Your Majesty is worthy of being the emperor. He knows a lot. She paused deliberately and continued, but you are wrong about one thing. I am not the only one who has the royal bloodline of Yulo kingdom. There is another person besides me. Does your Majesty want to know who that person is? I didn't want to reveal the background of the rebellious son before, but just wanted to sow discord between the rebellious son and the emperor so that I could use the rebellious son to seize the position of the crown prince. Now that her life is about to end, the rebellious third prince can't live comfortably. Thinking of this, concubine Xian was filled with the pleasure of revenge. Seeing that the emperor didn't speak, she spoke on her own. Your Majesty, you don't know, the third prince who just saved you is my and Ding Feng's child, not your child. After saying this, she waited for the emperor to show an expression of disbelief. But the emperor just glanced at her lightly and said calmly, I know. Concubine Xian's voice suddenly rose, thinking that she had heard it wrong. You know? She raised her head and laughed a few times, then stood up with the help of the prison door. I don't know if I'm crazy or the emperor is crazy. He was so calm knowing that the royal bloodline was mixed up. When did the emperor become so good-tempered? You know, and still believe him? Because she didn't see the expected reaction, her face was ugly. I told him since he was a child that you favor the prince in everything. When I beat him, I attributed everything to you, the emperor, because you don't value him, so I beat him. The emperor interrupted her sharply. That's enough. What, you don't want to listen? The virtuous concubine had a smug smile on her face. Even so, you still believe him? I'm afraid he has long been resentful of you. I'm reminding you kindly. The emperor was very suspicious. She didn't believe that he could still keep that rebellious son after saying this. On the other side, the third prince sent Huilua back to the palace and returned to the third prince's mansion. Young Exian, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, saw him come back, lifted her skirt and came forward, asking with a slightly anxious tone. Brother Chun, has concubine Xian been rescued? Are you injured? The third prince glanced at her and shook his head. You seem to care about mother? The person who rescued her was discovered by father and locked up as well. Young Exian was anxious when she heard this. How could this happen? It stands to reason that the third prince, as the male protagonist, would have the aura of a male protagonist. How could he not have rescued concubine Xian? It shouldn't be. What should we do then? Young Exian glanced at the third prince, but he was not in a hurry at all, as if it wasn't his mother who was captured. At this time, Ziyang came over. Your Highness, those people in the mansion have been sent out. Young Exian seemed to remember something and asked, who are they? Ziyang smiled and said, Miss Yang, you recruited people into the mansion. Your Highness said that the mansion's expenses are too high, and we can't waste money on irrelevant people. What irrelevant people? They are your clansmen. These words almost came out of Young Exian's mouth, but fortunately she held back. Brother Chen, those people are all capable people. Keeping them will be of great help to you. The third prince sneered in his heart. Why did he feel that Young Exian was different before? As a prince, what help do I need? Young Exian pursed her lips. I know you respect the emperor, but he not only scolds you, but also forces you to marry someone you don't like. Now he has captured the virtuous concubine. Isn't this trying to force you to death? If you don't resist, you may lose your life one day. She didn't understand. Others wanted to fight for power, but the male protagonist was capable but didn't fight for it. Young Exian. This was the first time the third prince called her name like this. Young Exian shut up and stopped talking. Do you want me to rebel? Now the world is peaceful, and the people live and work in peace, but Young Exian, who claims that everyone is equal, actually said such a thing. Young Exian stammered. I just feel sorry for you, Brother Chen. If you sit in that position, no one will dare to bully you anymore. How can she be the queen if the male protagonist doesn't sit on the throne? This male protagonist is really stubborn. Young Exian, if it weren't for you saving me, I would have kicked you out long ago. He rubbed his temples and turned away. He didn't notice the flash of guilt in Young Exian's eyes. The next day, Sir Qin went to Tianlao to interrogate Ding Feng and found that Ding Feng had committed suicide, with a letter written in blood next to him. He picked up the letter and hurried to the Imperial study. Your Majesty, Sir Qin wants to see you. After letting someone in, the Emperor asked, What's the matter? Sir Qin handed the letter in his hand to Eunuch Chao, and then presented it to the Emperor. Ding Feng bit his tongue and committed suicide in prison. This is what he left behind. The Emperor opened the letter, and could still smell the faint smell of blood. After reading the contents, he handed the letter to Eunuch Chao. It would be a pity if Ding Feng didn't become a storyteller. No problem. He took a sip of tea. He expected Ding Feng to commit suicide. He knew everything he should know. It didn't matter whether he tried him or not. Nothing would be found out anyway. Your Majesty, what about concubine Xian? Lord Qin asked respectfully. The Emperor pondered for a moment, and wanted to give him poisoned wine directly. Thinking of the look on the third prince's face last night, when he was worried about him and lure, he sighed. Let the third prince see concubine Xian for the last time, and then give him poisoned wine. Chapter 33. The third prince came to the gate of the prison, and Lord Qin took him in and turned away. Why, are you here to see if I'm dead? The virtuous concubine stared at the third prince with bloodshot eyes, as if she was looking at an enemy, wishing to eat him alive. It is said that a dying man's words are kind. It seems that mother will never like her son, no matter when. Since he could remember, mother had never given him a trace of warmth, and looking through all the images in his mind, there was still only scolding and abuse. Yes, I don't like you. If you weren't useful, I would have strangled you to death. The third prince suppressed the bitterness in his heart. Why? His voice was very soft, but fortunately the prison was quiet enough, so it still reached the ears of concubine Xian. Why? Concubine Xian stroked her messy hair, and said excitedly, because you are a disgrace. If Ding Feng hadn't defiled me, I wouldn't have gotten pregnant with you. She looked crazy, and raised her hand to point at the third prince, who was standing straight. You disdain the position of the crown prince only because you have the status of a prince, and can live a life of luxury. But now, I have told the emperor about your life story. Do you think he will keep you? The third prince's hanging hands gradually clenched, and his eyes were red. It was one thing to hear from Yuilua, and it was another feeling to confirm it from his mother. In the past, he often complained that his father was partial to the crown prince. It was not easy to untie the knot in his heart, and knew that his father had him as his son. As a result, the virtuous concubine told him that he had nothing to do with his father. It was as if someone rescued him from drowning, only to be kicked back into the water again. Noticing his expression, concubine Xian showed no pity, but became even more excited. This is the consequence of not saving me. Do you think the emperor will be merciful if you save him? This is ridiculous. The emperor won't care about you, a remnant of Yulo kingdom. Enough. The third prince raised his hand, and slammed it heavily on the prison door. You don't need to worry about me. Ha ha ha. Concubine Xian laughed so hard that her body trembled. I still have something to say. How can it be enough? The third prince didn't want to listen anymore, so he turned around and was about to leave. But he heard concubine Xian proudly say, Yang Xian, don't you want to know how she got to you? The third prince stopped and didn't move. Seeing that he was listening, concubine Xian said with a little pity, I sent her to you, and you can even take a fancy to such a fool. Sir Qin didn't know what concubine Xian said to the third prince, which made the third prince seem to have lost his soul. He saluted, but the other party didn't hear it. What's wrong with the third prince? Minister Zhang muttered, thinking of what the emperor had told him, and retracted his gaze. By the way, Lord Qin, this is the poisoned wine that the emperor gave to concubine Xian. The two of them carried it to the door of concubine Xian's cell. Concubine Xian was grinning like crazy, muttering, don't even think about getting well. Even if I die, you can't even think about getting well. Minister Zhang sighed. It seems that there is no way to make her drink it herself. Concubine Xian suddenly stopped laughing, her eyes wide open, and she rushed towards the two through the cell door, saying viciously, don't even think about getting well. Don't even think about getting well. After saying that, he slammed against the wall. In concubine Li's palace, Yuilua happily finished her milk, and heard Nani Zhang come in, and say that concubine Xian was dead. Concubine Li was not surprised at all. Without saying anything, she skillfully changed Yuilua's diaper. I heard that the emperor allowed the third prince to see her for the last time, but the third prince didn't look very good when he came out. Nani Zhang took the newly changed diaper, and said softly. She must have been angry with concubine Xian. After all, the third prince was born by Ding Feng, who defiled her. She always looked down on Ding Feng, and thought that Ding Feng was lowly, so she also disliked the third prince. But she didn't expect that she would have to annoy the third prince before she died. Concubine Li picked up Yuilua, but she continued to listen to her inner voice. If it wasn't for the third prince last night, I'm afraid I would have lost my life, and I don't know what I can do to make him feel better. Lost my life? Concubine Li was so scared that she carefully checked her daughter, and she was relieved when she found that there was no injury. She knew that the emperor took Luer to the prison last night, but she didn't know that she was in danger, and the emperor didn't tell her. Yuilua kept sighing in her heart that she was too small. But concubine Xian was offline, and Yang Xian had no help, which was also a good thing. As she was thinking, she heard Huarui bowing to concubine Shu. Concubine Shu nodded, and walked straight towards concubine Li. I'm here to give a gift to the little one, and motioned to the people around her to bring the things up. The things were a bit like modern baby carriages, with exquisite wood carvings hanging on them, which was very novel. Concubine Li had never seen this thing before, and was a little curious. The things are for the little ones, concubine Shu said, and demonstrated to concubine Li, you can put the little one in it and push it, you don't have to hold it all the time. This thing is not rare in modern times, but it was different in ancient times. Yuilua liked it very much. I will be the first to disagree with anyone who says that concubine Shu is tinkering with it. This craftsmanship, anyone who sees it will praise it. Concubine Li agreed very much. She smiled sincerely and thanked concubine Shu. Concubine Shu said that when she gave Luer a gift, she thought it was just a casual remark, but she didn't expect concubine Shu to take it so seriously. You're welcome. Concubine Shu gently pinched Yuilua's little face, smiled mysteriously, and raised her eyebrows at concubine Li. When the little guy grows up, he will be more useful. Seeing concubine Li's doubts, she raised her hand and pressed the small wooden sculpture on the baby carriage. Whoosh, a hidden weapon flew out from it. Yuilu, who just thought it was inferior to modern baby carriages, was dumbfounded. This is directly beyond the good, too strong. Not bad. Concubine Shu smiled and straightened up. The hidden weapon is smeared with poison. It can take people's lives. Yuilu's eyes lit up. It's not just good, it's simply a means of transportation in leisure time, and a life-saving talisman in danger. Amazing, amazing. Okay, I've delivered the gifts, I'm leaving. Li Fei called Xu Fei and handed her a plate of snacks. Thank you, Xu Fei, this is. Before she finished her words, Xu Fei took it with a smile. I heard that Li Fei's sister is good at cooking, I won't be polite. She left directly, leaving Li Fei a little confused. I heard that Xu Fei is a loner. Where did you hear that? I really love Xu Fei's personality. Yuilua swung her unbound feet, and put her worries about the third prince behind her. She forgot that concubine Li was still thinking about her. She would be good to whoever was good to lure. Huarue, wash the vegetables, I will cook. Huarue prepared the ingredients. Concubine Li put Yuilua on the bed, let her play by herself, and turned to the small kitchen to cook. When the emperor came over, the aroma of the food went straight to his nose. Looking at the exquisite dishes, he sat down with a smile. Your Majesty, this is what I prepared for the third prince. Chapter 34. The emperor cleared his throat. I thought you hadn't eaten yet, so why did you want to cook for the third prince? Concubine Li took the food box handed over by Huarue, and put the dishes in it while saying, Luor likes the third prince very much. He must be feeling bad when he heard that concubine Xian committed suicide today. Wow, mother is so warm. Although concubine Xian doesn't like the third prince, she is still his mother after all. He may not care on the surface, but he must feel bad in his heart. After all, the third prince is also a human being, and he certainly can't be indifferent. The emperor was silent for a while, then spoke. He saved me and Luor in prison last night. The emperor felt guilty when he said this. If he hadn't brought Luor to join in the fun, this wouldn't have happened. But after he finished speaking, concubine Li didn't say anything, and the little girl didn't make up stories about him in her heart, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. In this case, you should thank the third prince even more. The emperor looked at the dishes on the table, and put them into the food box. He cast his eyes on the only remaining plate of snacks, and then he raised his hand. Concubine Li put the snacks in faster than him. Seeing the emperor withdraw his hand, the eunuch Chow beside him tried hard to hold back his laughter, but his shrugged shoulders still betrayed him. Ha ha ha, the beautiful mother also has some emotions. She doesn't say it, but she must be secretly saying in her heart that she took my lure out and almost died, and she still has the nerve to eat the snacks I made, dreaming Li Fei, Emperor, After packing the food, worried that it would be cold by the time it reached the third prince's residence, Li Fei took a small fox fur cloak to wrap it up, and then asked Huarui to deliver the food to the third prince's residence. The third prince locked himself in the study room after returning from the palace, and did not come out during mealtime. Xiang stood at the door of the study room. The guards did not let him in, so he had to shout at the top of his voice. Your Highness, come out and eat something. No one responded from inside, and he called a few more times, but still no response. Then he sat down at the door of the study room in frustration. How did he become like this after a trip to the palace? When the virtuous concubine was in trouble, His Highness was obviously very calm, but now, he was so sad that he didn't even eat. Xiang, Brother Chen still hasn't come out? Yang Xian came over and glanced at the closed study door. Yang glanced at her indifferently. Do you have a way to get His Highness to come out? Yang Xian raised her hand and knocked on the door. Brother Chen, I know you are very sad that concubine Xian is gone. You can come out, and I will chat with you. She thought that the male protagonist didn't care about concubine Xian before, but now it seems that it is not entirely true. Maybe it can also whitewash some of concubine Xian's behavior, let the male protagonist hate the emperor, and avenge concubine Xian. As for her background, she didn't plan to tell. If she told, how could this male protagonist with a positive outlook take that position? Thinking of this, Yang Xian shouted even harder. It is said that a drink can relieve all worries. Brother Chen, just come out. But there was only one word in response. Get lost. This word was clearly heard by her and Ziyang, and Ziyang laughed without disguising. Miss Yang, His Highness asked you to get lost. Yang Xian felt aggrieved. Although she was a little selfish, her worry about the male protagonist was true. Huarui, who came in with a food box, came over here under the guidance of the servant. Excuse me, is the third prince in there? She asked Yang Xian with a smile. Yang Xian turned his head and glanced at her. Who are you? What are you holding in your hand? It couldn't be those careless concubines, who came out to make trouble again. I am serving the Empress Li, and I am delivering something to the third prince. Hua Rui didn't know who Yang Xian was, but she still smiled and replied. Give me the thing. Yang Xian stretched out her hand like a hostess. I will give it to the third prince. Hua Rui tightened her grip on the food box, not intending to give it to Yang Xian. The queen asked her to personally hand it over to the third prince, and also gave her a few instructions. What else could she say if she couldn't see the third prince? Didn't you hear me talking to you? Yang Xian saw Hua Rui ignoring her and rolled her eyes. It's not something shameful. What's wrong with me taking it in? She couldn't stand the maids around the concubines in the palace the most. They relied on following a master and felt that they were superior. They were different from the maids outside. In fact, they were not slaves, but just dogs of others. This is what the queen asked me to give to the third prince in person. Hua Rui pursed her lips. Zi Yang stood up and walked towards Yang Xian, who was trying to snatch the things from Hua Rui's hand. Your Highness just told you to get out. Didn't you hear that the things were sent to your Highness by Concubine Li? Yang Xian glared at him. Isn't Concubine Li also a human being? We are all human beings. Who is more noble than who? And you won't let me touch it, as if you were precious to someone. Zi Yang was too lazy to pay attention to her anymore, and shouted to the third prince in the study, Your Highness, Concubine Li sent someone to send something to you. I thought that no one would respond, but after a while of silence, the third prince's deep voice rang out. Let someone in. Yang Xian stamped her feet unhappily, watching Hua Rui go in, and the door was closed again. Meet the third prince. The queen asked me to bring you some food. The third prince glanced at the food box in her hand. Thank you, Concubine Li, for me. Hua Rui smiled and opened the food box. The third prince saved the little princess last night, so the queen specially cooked some food and sent it over. As the dishes were gradually being served, the third prince's empty stomach growled. Hua Rui pretended not to hear, and handed him the chopsticks. The queen is a good cook, and the emperor often goes to the palace for meals. Others were well-intentioned, and the third prince couldn't refuse. Whether Concubine Li was really thankful or out of pity, he knew that Concubine Li had no ill intentions. He picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, chewed it a few times and smiled. The dishes cooked by Concubine Li are indeed delicious. Hearing her own queen being praised, Hua Rui felt a little proud. She couldn't help but say one more thing. The emperor also said it was delicious, and he came to eat today, but the queen packed it all and gave it to you, the third prince. The third prince paused while picking up the food, feeling complicated. Father watched Concubine Li serve the food to me, and didn't say anything? Didn't mother say that father already knew his identity? Then why? He couldn't figure it out. Hua Rui was puzzled. Nothing. After the third prince finished eating, Hua Rui took the food box back to the palace to report. Concubine Li smiled at Hua Rui and asked softly, Is the third prince okay? She deliberately asked Hua Rui so that her daughter would know the situation of the third prince, so that she wouldn't stay up all night and think about it alone. Putting down the food box, Hua Rui frowned slightly. When I went there, the third prince seemed to be in a bad condition and asked a woman at the door to get out. Concubine Li thought it was the beauties in the third prince's mansion, and didn't think it was strange. As a result, Hua Rui added, I heard the guard call that woman Miss Yang, and she wanted to snatch the food box from my hand and send it in. I didn't give it to her, and she was quite angry. Miss Yang? Could it be the time-traveling woman that Luo mentioned? Chapter 35. Not only Concubine Li was in high spirits, but Yui Lui in her arms also pricked up her ears. She was so excited. What? The third prince asked the time-traveling girl to get out. Is this the rhythm of a breakup? Concubine Li narrowed her eyes. If this time-traveling girl was really so powerful, a breakup would be a good thing. Who is this Miss Yang to the third prince? Hua Rui shook her head. I don't know, she speaks strangely. As for the time-traveling girl, she naturally felt that she had a sense of superiority. She shouted that everyone was equal, but she longed for the position of the mother of the country. She treated the maids as sisters, and enjoyed the maid service at the same time. It was obvious that she was double-standard. What's hateful is that she's still a third party, which is really a disgrace to the time-travel army. I don't know if the male protagonist and the female protagonist can still have sparks with her involvement. With the end of the case of the virtuous concubine's murder of the emperor, the concubines in the harem all focused their attention on the confined queen. The emperor was no exception. He put down the memorial in his hand, and looked up at Eunuch Chow. Go and bring the little princess over. Eunuch Chow left in response. The emperor called for someone, and a man in black appeared in front of him. How is the investigation of Empress Lu going? The man in black said respectfully, My lord, all those who were related to Empress Lu were executed by the empress. I'm afraid only the empress and the prince's wet nurse, Nani Zhu, know the truth. The emperor frowned, asked them to leave, and fell into deep thought. Why did you bring me, this little cutie, to the Imperial study again? I see you are bored dealing with memorials. Hearing the voice, the emperor pulled back his thoughts, stood up and walked out. Give me the little princess, go to the East Palace. Eunuch Chow followed the emperor and said with a smile, Your Majesty, the prince is probably in class now. The emperor glanced at him. Just right. He wanted to see how this teacher taught the prince to be like this. When he arrived at the East Palace, the prince was indeed in a side hall. The emperor told people not to disturb the prince and stood at the door to listen to the class. The lecturer was so absorbed in his speech that he didn't notice the emperor at the door. Your Highness, last time I saw you writing the words foolish and filial. Why did you write them? The prince spoke softly, because I didn't understand the word filial piety correctly before, so... Before the prince finished speaking, Master Chu interrupted him. Do you think I'm teaching you wrong? He was invited by the emperor to teach the prince. Although he didn't have an official position, because he was specially invited by the emperor, everyone in the palace treated him with courtesy and respectfully called him Master Chu. Master, if it's up to you, I listen to whatever the emperor says. What if the emperor is wrong? Master Chu raised his hand and stroked his beard, saying righteously, The emperor is the king, how could he be wrong? Prince, haven't you heard that if the king wants his subjects to die, the subjects have to die? TSK, this teacher is really misleading the students. If he says so, will the ministers dare to make suggestions? I don't know where the tyrant found this antique. The prince heard his inner voice and looked at the door, and saw the emperor walking in with a sullen face. Master Chu, so this is how you teach the prince? Master Chu knelt down and saluted, asking sincerely, Your Majesty, what's wrong with me doing this? He had always taught like this before, and no one said it was wrong. Master Chu, from today on, don't teach the prince anymore. If he continues, he will really ruin the prince. Your Majesty, don't you think that I have taught well? Facing the emperor's cold eyes, Master Chu shut up. I respect your order. Seeing that he still looked a little aggrieved, Yui Luo laughed wildly in her heart. Good fellow, did anyone in ancient times also know how to market themselves? If the tyrant knew that the reason why Master Chu became famous was because he used money to hire someone to spread the word, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Eunuch Chow suddenly felt the emperor's sharp eyes sweeping over him, and asked in confusion. Your Majesty, what's wrong? He came in and probably did nothing except breathe. Why was the emperor staring at him like that? You found Master Chu, where did you find him? He was worried about others doing things, so he asked Eunuch Chow to do it, but he found such a person. Your Majesty, you said that the thoughts in the capital are more conservative, so I went to other places to find him. At that time, many people wanted to invite Master Chu. Eunuch Chow said carefully, I paid a high price to invite him. Emperor, Prince, Father also told him that this teacher had traveled a lot and was well informed, so he should listen carefully. Father, what do you want to do with me? The prince took the emperor to the main hall. Remembering the business, the emperor put aside the matter of Master Chu. Send someone to call Madame Zhu over, I have something to ask. The prince ordered someone to bring Madame Zhu over quickly. Seeing the emperor, he knelt down respectfully. You used to serve the queen? The emperor glanced at her and asked calmly. Nani Zhu didn't understand the emperor's intention and nodded. Then you should have met Empress Lu. Nani Zhu was shocked when she heard this and smiled reluctantly. Yes. The prince was also puzzled. Could it be that his father also had doubts about Empress Lu's death, but more than 10 years have passed? I forgot that the queen used to love to go to Empress Lu's palace. It's not surprising that you have met her. Nani Zhu's kneeling body was shaking a little, and she smiled and replied. Look at how guilty Nani Zhu is. She was not afraid when she harmed Empress Lu, but now she feels guilty. If she knew that the killing was not complete, she would be scared to death. The emperor and the prince pricked up their ears at the same time, waiting for Yui Luo to reveal more, but the little guy didn't say anything. I remember that the people around Empress Lu were placed by the empress. Nani Zhu, do you know where the people who served Empress Lu were placed? Except for Empress Lu's close people, others should not know how the empress did it. It's been so many years, I don't remember it very much. If you don't remember, I really want to find the nanny next to Queen Lu to slap you in the face, and see if you remember it. You really thought you did it perfectly. In the book, this nanny was hired by concubine Xian to deal with the queen. Yui Lua frowned and thought. I remember it. The emperor and the prince couldn't help but get nervous. This nanny should be serving at the Kai family now, but she witnessed the whole process. If she hadn't been smart and faked her death, when the queen went to silence her, no one in the world would know how Queen Lu died. Yui Lua sighed slightly. It was useless to remember it. She couldn't speak, and she couldn't let this nanny enter the palace. You go down. The palace was quiet for a long time, and Nani Zhu finally heard the emperor's order to let her go down. She stood up as if she had been pardoned. Her body was a little weak, and she steadied herself and walked out. Chapter 36. The prince acted quickly, fearing that something might happen to Nani Zhu, so he locked her up in the woodshed. Then he secretly sent people to the Kai family to investigate the matter about the nanny next to Empress Lu. The emperor also started to act. After returning to the Imperial study, he ordered Eunuch Chao to paint a picture of Nani Chang. After Eunuch Chao finished the painting, he smiled and held the painting in front of the emperor. Your Majesty, I have finished the painting. The emperor raised his eyelids and looked at the painting in his hand clearly. His face darkened. Can the secret guards find you if you paint like this? Yui Lua raised her neck curiously to see the painting on the rice paper, and was speechless. Eunuch Chao's painting is too abstract. Who taught him to paint like this? This is probably not a painting to ward off evil spirits. Mother is still good at painting. The portrait she drew for me is lifelike. The emperor, Luor didn't realize that this was Nani Chang beside Empress Lu. Could the secret guard recognize her? He crumpled the painting into a ball and threw it to Eunuch Chao. Your Majesty, are you dissatisfied? Eunuch Chao quickly caught the paper ball. If you are not satisfied, I will continue to paint. He said this, but in his heart, he thought his painting was pretty good. He even dotted the mole on Nani Chang's face. But the emperor was still not satisfied. Satisfied? The emperor glanced at him. If I take your painting to look for someone, won't I find a pockmarked person? Your Majesty, that's a mole, not a pockmarked person. Eunuch Chao explained in a low voice. Seeing him like this, the emperor remembered that he had not yet settled accounts with him about the prince's teacher, so he raised his hand and asked him to come over. Then he raised his hand and slapped him on the head. How do you think I should punish you for Master Chu? Eunuch Chao straightened the hat that was not crooked on his head. Seeing that the emperor had not put his hand down, he said carefully, Your Majesty, as long as you don't ask me to wash the toilet, I will accept the punishment. The emperor took his hand back, and Eunuch Chao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You don't want to wash the toilet, right? The emperor snorted coldly. Then I will do as you wish. Eunuch Chao was delighted and moved to tears. After serving the emperor for so many years, the emperor was still very good to him. Before he finished being moved, the emperor said quietly, Let's go wash the toilet tonight. Your Majesty. Eunuch Chao said bitterly, If I go to clean the toilet, what if I come back to hold the little princess and she gets choked? Yui Lua, Why are you still seeing her? Can't you clean yourself and stop choking people before you come back? Because Eunuch Chao's paintings were not good enough, the emperor went to Concubine Li's palace. Concubine Li saw her daughter being brought back and smiled to greet her. Concubine Li, I want you to help me draw a picture. Concubine Li asked with a smile, What does your Majesty want to draw? The emperor glanced at the people serving around him, and Concubine Li understood and dismissed the people serving around him. Do you still remember Nani Chang who was beside Empress Lu? Yui Lua in her arms shuddered. It turned out that the one that Eunuch Chao just painted was Nani Chang. It can't be said that they are exactly the same, but they are completely unrelated. Could it be that the tyrant found out something and began to doubt the identity of the prince? You are worthy of being the emperor. You have found out about Nani Chang. Come on, you are not far from the truth. Concubine Li raised her eyebrows imperceptibly, and asked Nani Zhang to prepare the rice paper. I am showing off my ugliness. Hey mother, how can your painting be showing off your ugliness? Eunuch Chao's painting is really showing off his ugliness. It is simply unbearable to look at, and it hurts the eyes. The emperor agreed in his heart that Eunuch Chao's painting was indeed ugly. Li Fei painted very quickly. The emperor was originally staring at the painting, but as he was looking at it, he moved his attention to Li Fei's face. Luoer praised Li Fei all day long for a reason. Li Fei was wearing a moonlight blue palace dress, with delicate eyebrows and eyes drooping, and she was concentrating on painting. She was painting, but she became another painting. This was the first time the emperor looked at Concubine Li seriously. Tyrant, look away. I know my mother is beautiful, but don't keep staring at her. My saliva is about to flow out." Hearing this, the emperor looked away. Concubine Li's hand holding the pen trembled, and the black ink fell on the painting that was about to be finished. Fortunately, there was still a chance to remedy it. "Your Majesty, the painting is done." Concubine Li put down the pen and brought the finished painting to the emperor. Eunuch Chow stretched his neck to take a look and was stunned. The emperor glanced at him. "Eunuch Chow, look at Concubine Li's painting, and then compare it with yours." Eunuch Chow smiled and said, "How dare I compare with Concubine Li? Your painting is so vivid, and the painters in the palace may not have such ability." "This is not a compliment. Concubine Li's painting is indeed vivid, and the style is completely different from that of the painters in the palace. Indeed, the modified parts cannot be seen unless you look carefully." The emperor suddenly stopped talking and stared at Concubine Li. Concubine Li looked puzzled. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" "Concubine Li knows how to repair paintings." Concubine Li nodded. "I know a little bit." The emperor's tone was a little excited. "Have you ever repaired a palace music painting?" Concubine Li thought for a moment and said softly, "I did. At that time, I had not yet entered the palace, and someone paid me to help with the repair. Because the painting was so badly damaged at the time, it took her a month to repair it. It was not because the other party paid a lot of money, but because she couldn't bear to see the painting full of joy destroyed. I'm dumbfounded, right? Here comes the bloody mistake." The old man Fong Taisher took the palace music picture that his mother had restored and told the tyrant that it was restored by his daughter, the empress, who had not yet married. When the tyrant heard this, he couldn't wait to ask Fong Taisher to send his daughter to the palace, but the empress had never painted in all these years. Concubine Li, who wanted to ask the emperor what was wrong, swallowed her words. No wonder Fong Taisher's daughter suddenly entered the palace. Because of this, her father was angry for a long time. Everyone knew that Fong Taisher wanted to send his daughter to the palace, but the emperor refused many times. But later, he suddenly agreed and took the initiative to let Fong Taisher send her to the palace. Unexpectedly, it was because of the painting she restored. The emperor put away his anger at being deceived, took the painting and left, returned to the Imperial study, and gave the painting to the secret guard to find someone. "Eunuch Chow, tell someone to prepare the carriage. I want to leave the palace." Eunuch Chow agreed, and after giving the order, he pointed at Yuilu in his arms. "Where is the little princess? Should she be sent back to Concubine Li?" The emperor then remembered that he was too angry to bring the little girl over. Maybe he was used to holding her so often that he forgot. "While leaving the palace, I also want to see what it is like outside the palace." Yuilua couldn't speak, so she had to wave her little hands to pull the emperor's dragon rope, trying to attract his attention. Look at me, this little cutie, please, please." Seeing her staring with round eyes, begging him for the first time, the emperor sighed. "No, I take the little princess with me. With the secret guards, there will be no danger." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuilua's excited voice sounded in his arms. "You are worthy of being my wise and handsome father. Long live my father. If I can control myself in the future, I will try to complain less about you." Chapter 37. Emperor, Although the praise was a bit perfunctory, not as serious as the praise of the crown prince and the third prince, it was still a praise. The carriage was quickly prepared, and the emperor took Yuilua out of the palace in a low-key manner. Not long after the carriage drove, it stopped in front of the Grand Tutor's mansion. Yuilua was carried out of the car and saw a mansion. When she looked up, she saw a golden Namu plaque hanging above the vermilion lacquered gate, with 3 large characters written on it in a dragon-like and phoenix-like style. The emperor snorted coldly, and said to the eunuch Chow next to him, "Let someone remove this plaque for me later. It's an eyesore." After saying that, he stepped past the gatekeeper and went in directly. "Who are you?" A maid saw the 3 people coming in and asked in confusion. Because it was a low-key departure from the palace, the emperor wore casual clothes, and so did eunuch Chow. Just as eunuch Chow was about to speak, the maid's eyes fell on Yuilua, and her face changed. "Are you here to see the young master? Wait a minute, I go call the lady." After saying that, he turned and ran away, leaving eunuch Chow with a puzzled look. Mrs. Fong was drinking tea in the main hall. When she saw the maid beside her hurriedly running in, she said unhappily, "What's going on? In a hurry?" The maid bowed and glanced at Master Fong. Seeing that he didn't care about her, she walked to Madame Fong and whispered in her ear, "Master, I'm going out to do something." Master Fong was still immersed in the matter of being dismissed from office. He waved his hand with a gloomy look. He could go to court before, but now he can't go to court, and the emperor refused to see him. The emperor didn't see him, so he wrote a memorial, but he couldn't pass it in. After leaving the main hall, Madame Fong, accompanied by the maid, went to the three eunuchs Chow and sighed when she saw Yuilua in the emperor's arms. You are here to look for the rebellious son, right? Is this the rebellious son's child? He winked at the maid, who handed a bulging purse to Chow Gonggong. Here is the money for you. Give me the child, and you can go. The young master has been out having fun. Women often came to the house before, but they were all sent away by the lady. I didn't expect that the one who came now was actually carrying a child. Mrs. Fong must have treated me as the child of her useless son. Looking at how skilled Mrs. Fong is, she must have used a lot of money to clean up her sons, but... Eunuch Chow frowned and scolded, How dare you? You haven't even met the emperor and the little princess yet. Master Fong came out of the main hall and hurried over when he heard the familiar voice. It was Eunuch Chow's voice. Did the emperor remember him? Seeing the emperor in the courtyard, Master Fong was delighted. He knelt down and saluted with a loud voice, Your Majesty, I pay my respects to the emperor. Long live the emperor. Mrs. Fong and the maidservant, who were still doubting the truth of Eunuch Chow's words, hurriedly knelt down and saluted. Get up. Master Fong stood up and led the emperor to the main hall with a smile. Compared to the smile on his face, Mrs. Fong's face was a little pale. She didn't expect the emperor to be so low-key and come with a child. Now, not only does he have to face the master's questioning, but he also has to bear the emperor's anger. Is the Fong mansion a kidnapper's den? Eunuch Chow smiled at Master Fong and raised his hand to shake the silver in his hand. The emperor and I haven't even entered the house yet. Your wife has already hit us with silver and asked us to leave the little princess behind. Do you think we are kidnappers? Master Fong glanced at his wife with a questioning look. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Madame Fong knelt on the ground. I didn't know you were the emperor. Your Majesty, this is a misunderstanding, all misunderstandings. Master Fong smiled and changed the subject. My old minister's injury has healed. What do you want, Your Majesty? The emperor stared at him with a half-smile. It seems that you have hit so many times that you have found the technique. Eunuch Chow tried hard to hold back his laughter, but Yuilua couldn't help it. Grabbing bamboo shoots, you have grabbed all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. I came here today to find out who restored the palace music picture. Palace music picture? Master Fong thought for a while before remembering. It was my daughter who restored it. Your Majesty, didn't you let my daughter enter the palace because of this? Is there something wrong with the painting? It shouldn't be like this. He spent a lot of money. Could it be that he was cheated? You are still lying now. The emperor slapped the table heavily. I already know that it was Concubine Li who restored it. What else do you want to say? Master Fong, who was still wondering if he had been cheated, was surprised. He didn't know it was Concubine Li when he was looking for someone. Your Majesty, I must have said something wrong at the time. I didn't know it was Concubine Li. The emperor sneered and winked at Eunuch Chow. Eunuch Chow called to the door. Come on, take down the plaque on the door of the mansion. The servant heard the conversation inside and knew the identity of the emperor, so he dared not disobey. Your Majesty. Master Fong was anxious and realized that the emperor was here to settle accounts today. The emperor drank tea calmly, as if he didn't hear him. After a while, the servants came to report that the plaque had been taken down. The emperor looked at the anxious Fong Taisher beside him. How much do you know about what the queen has done in these years? Fong Taisher stroked his beard. Your Majesty, I don't know. He just saw that other families had daughters entering the palace, so he also wanted to send his daughter in to consolidate his position, but the emperor didn't agree, so he had to find another way. After thinking of a way to send his daughter in, his daughter didn't contact him. Fong Taisher lowered his eyes. Could it be true that his daughter was a villain? He knew that his daughter was scheming, but it was a good thing for a woman living in the palace, so he did not control her too much. Seeing that he did not seem to be lying, the emperor retracted his gaze. Did the queen do something? Fong Taisher asked anxiously. Mrs. Fong, who was kneeling on the ground, also pricked up her ears. If something happened to her daughter, the Fong family would be finished. Since their son was useless, the Fong family's hopes were pinned on their daughter. No hurry. The emperor stood up. I call you when the queen is interrogated. At this time, a servant came running out. Master, someone outside said that the young master raped a commoner girl, and they want to find you to give an explanation. The servant spoke in a hurry, and only after he finished speaking did he notice that there was someone inside. The main hall was extremely quiet, and Fong Taisher's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. That rebellious son was useless, and he even dared to rape a commoner girl. Could someone be fanning the flames? Fong Taisher's son often relied on his sister, the queen, to bully others. These common people were afraid to speak out because of the status of the queen and the Grand Master. Every time, she was dismissed by Madame Fong with money. The queen was good at acting. Although she was not as popular as Queen Lu in the hearts of the people, she was still a good queen. Therefore, the people who were bullied by Fong Chong dared not speak out, because even if they did, others would just laugh it off. Some people even thought it was a blessing to be related to the queen's brother. Chapter 38. Eunuch Chao glanced at the emperor's expression, and said to the servant, "Bring the person in." Yuilua actually admired the people who served the emperor. The emperor didn't say a word, but just a glance could tell what the other person meant. The emperor tapped his slender fingers on the table, wondering who was fanning the flames. Mrs. Fong, kneeling on the ground, could almost hear her uneasy heartbeat. She had already properly dealt with the person who came to cause trouble before. Why did he come again now? And he had to choose when the emperor was here. The scene of different expressions in the main hall was broken only when the servant came in. People who wanted to seek justice came in one after another, and began to cry and wail. "Wu, my poor daughter, if you Fong family don't give me an explanation today, I won't leave." There were 7 or 8 people, all women, crying so hard that several people in the main hall frowned. "Stop arguing." The emperor frowned and interrupted their wailing. "Speak one by one, I will make the decision for you." Hearing his self-proclaimed name, several people looked at each other and cried with joy. "Thank you, your majesty, for your grace." "Thank you, your majesty, for your grace." "Eastern Palace?" "Your highness, I have followed your instructions, and have had people gather all the women who were bullied by Mr. Fong, and have them go to the Fong family to seek justice." The prince put down the book in his hand, stood up, and straightened his sleeves. "Those people should have arrived at the Fong family now. Let's go to the Fong family to take a look." He stopped and said, "Did the emperor take the little princess with him?" Lin Shi nodded, and saw his own prince walked out with a gentle smile. "I understand. Your highness wants to see the little princess." "Your highness, wait for me." Lin Shi caught up with him. When the two arrived at Fong's house, there were still many people gathered at the door, whispering about something. Seeing that the two were dressed in luxurious clothes, he quickly made way. "Your highness, look, the plaque of Fong's house is gone." The prince raised his eyes, and it was indeed empty. The plaque was written by the late emperor himself, and it seemed that his father had it removed. After entering the yard, Lin Shi grabbed a servant and took the two to the main hall. "Well, it's the prince." Yuilua noticed the prince at the door, and her eyes lit up. It turned out that the prince was the one who was fanning the flames. "Well done. The tyrant is already investigating Queen Lu. Once the truth comes out, the queen will be deposed. Now we can break the people's perception of the queen's hypocrisy first, which will save a lot of trouble when deposing her." The emperor glanced at the prince and asked him why he came. "I passed by and saw a lot of people gathered at the door. I was worried that something might happen, so I came in to see. I didn't expect that you, father, were here too." Lin Shi next to him rolled his eyes. He clearly came prepared, but he said he was just passing by. The emperor did not expose him, and let him sit aside and listen. "Who's next?" "Continue." He glanced at Eunuch Chao. Eunuch Chao smiled and said, "There are only 2 left. Your Majesty, my daughter was kidnapped by Mr. Fong when I was at the market. Knowing his identity, I came to Fong's house to ask for an explanation, but Mrs. Fong gave me silver to send me away. Because of the status of the Queen and the Grand Master, I dared not say anything more. I took the silver and left, but was kidnapped back by Mr. Fong on the way. He also said that it was a blessing for us to have the daughter of low-class people like us in several lifetimes." When the woman said this, she began to cry softly, "My poor daughter, the emperor must make a decision for us." When the last woman finished speaking, only low sobbing could be heard in the main hall. The emperor rubbed his temples and looked at Fong Taisher, who had an ugly face. "Your Majesty, I don't know how that rebellious son dared to do such a thing to humiliate the people. I have someone call that rebellious son. He knew better than anyone that his son was useless, so he let his daughter enter the palace and held on to the power in his hands tightly. His wife often told him that her son had been well behaved recently, and sometimes even learned to write. He felt relieved and did not check whether it was true or not. He did not expect that this rebellious son would make him do something that would cost him his life. "Master, the young master has not come back yet," the maid whispered. "Find him and tie him up." He did not need to tie him up, as Fong Chong's happy voice could be heard from the door. "Mother, the child is back." Before he could figure out the situation, Master Fong shouted, "Rebellious son, why don't you kneel down?" Fong Chong didn't understand why, but since he was a child, besides being afraid of his sister, he was most afraid of his father. He put away the smile on his face, noticed that his mother was also kneeling, and realized that something terrible seemed to have happened. "Haven't you met the Emperor, the Prince, and the little princess yet?" Seeing him standing there like a wooden stake, Master Fang's face became even uglier. Bang! He knelt on the ground and saluted. "Master Fang, someone sued you for robbing a commoner girl. Is this true?" Eunuch Chow asked loudly. Fang Chong glanced at Madame Fang, then looked back at the row of women. It must be true. Fang Chong is simply a big borer in the capital. If it weren't for the queen, he would have died hundreds of times. The emperor narrowed his eyes. Think it over before answering, otherwise if it is proven that what others have accused is true, I will chop off your head for the crime of deceiving the emperor, and the crime of robbing a woman. Fang Chong was so scared that he shrank his neck and quickly said, "I didn't rob them, I gave them the silver, I was buying it." "You are talking nonsense," a woman retorted excitedly, "you didn't give us any money, and you even took the money your mother gave us. Give my daughter back." In an instant, the main hall was noisy again. The emperor rubbed his temples, stood up, and said to Eunuch Chow, "Let Jing Zhaoyin come and take Fang Chong away." "Your Majesty," Mrs. Fang knelt down and moved to the emperor's feet, crying and begging, "Please, don't take Chong away. I only have this one son, please." The prince glanced at Madame Fang. "Your child is a child, but other people's children are not children. Madame Fang, put yourself in their shoes." Master Fang moved his lips, but said nothing in the end. He knew the emperor too well. The emperor hated bullying the most. His son was afraid. After the group left, Fang Chong realized the seriousness of the matter. He stood up and begged the silent Master Fang without caring about the pain in his knees. "Dad, you must save me. I don't want to die." Madame Fang also cried and said, "Master, you must save Chonger. This is the lifeblood of our Fang family. She only has this one son. Without him, what's the point of her living?" "Enough," said Fang Taisher, interrupting the two crying people. "I have no official position now, and the queen is under house arrest. No one can save you." Suddenly, the crying filled Fang Taisher's ears again. The people from Jing Zhaoyinfu took Fang Chong away without saying a word. "Master, is Chong really hopeless?" Mrs. Fang wiped her tears. Chapter 39. Madame Fang saw that Master Fang really didn't intend to take care of her son, so she placed her hopes on the queen. She asked the maid to find a way to pass the message to the queen, and she looked for connections everywhere. But others were not fools. Knowing that her son had made a mistake, they wanted to stay away from her for fear of being implicated. Even those ladies who were usually on good terms with her stayed indoors. Madame Fang was very disappointed that she didn't find a connection, but fortunately the maid brought good news. She told her that she had passed the message to the queen. In the palace, the queen did receive the message, but she seemed to be absent-minded as if she didn't hear it. "Madam," Lanji called softly, "do you want me to reply?" The queen came back to her senses and asked her to repeat her words. After listening, she sneered, "I can't even protect myself now. Why should I care about the life and death of that waste? If mother wants to make trouble, let her do it." She didn't want to waste her energy on a waste who was incapable of doing anything but always causing trouble. If he could be more capable and become a general like the brother of concubine Li, the emperor would have to think twice before he could move him. So why would he need to ask for help everywhere? "Yes, your majesty is like this now, and your madam doesn't care about your majesty, but makes things difficult for you. This heart is really biased." The queen's face was calm, and her hands were on the table. She had been used to it for so many years. "If I were not the queen, my mother might not remember that she had a daughter in the deep palace. By the way, is there anything interesting in the palace in recent days? I want to hear about it." Lanji saw that she took the initiative to ask about the outside world, and smiled and said, "I have wanted to tell your majesty for a long time, but I was afraid that your majesty would not want to listen." She happily poured her tea. The concubine Xian colluded with Commander Ding to murder the emperor, and both of them committed suicide in the prison. The concubine Xian and the queen had always been at odds, and Lanji thought that the queen would be happy if she told her about this, but the queen just sighed, and there was even a little sadness on her face. After a long while, she slowly said, "This is the fate of women in the harem, and I am afraid that I will also end up like this." These days, her eyelids have been twitching non-stop, as if reminding her that something is going to happen. Coupled with the words of the prince, she couldn't sleep all night, and when she closed her eyes, she would see the scene of Queen Lu staring at her. "What are you talking about, madam? You are the queen, so you are not like a virtuous concubine." The queen smiled and said nothing, took a sip of tea and asked about Master Fong again. Lanji lowered her eyes, looking like she wanted to say something but had some concerns, which made the queen guess something. Tell me, what else can I hear now? The master was dismissed by the emperor and asked to retire. Lanji said hesitantly, observing the queen's expression. I see. Although the emperor didn't like his father before, he didn't let him retire. Now that he did this, I'm afraid he will start to deal with her. Lanji, the queen called softly, where's Concubine Li? How's she doing? The emperor treated her like this because of that bitch Concubine Li. Concubine Li must be very proud. Now when the emperor goes to the harem, he only goes to Concubine Li. Even her daughter, the emperor loves her like a treasure, holding her wherever he goes, and she is more favored than the prince. Hearing this, the queen's nails slowly scratched a mark on the table. Is there nothing wrong with General Jean? She prepared everything. Does the emperor really trust the Jean family so much? I haven't heard any news. It should be fine. At the same time, in the emperor's study, the secret guards sent out to investigate have returned. Tell me, is there any result? Your Majesty, I didn't see the person in the painting in Kai's house. No way. Did I remember it wrong? It shouldn't be. Yuilua had some self-doubt, but after thinking about it, she felt that she was right. She remembered the plot of the queen's death very clearly, and it was certain that Chong Ma was in Kai's house. Could it be that the plot is different, so Nanny Chong hasn't arrived at the Kai family yet? She also deduced from the plot time that Nanny Chong should also be at the Kai family. You continue to observe. The emperor dismissed the secret guards, thinking that the little guy couldn't have really remembered it wrong. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister wants to see you. Yes, how could he forget Li Qian? If Li Qian often goes to the Kai family, she might have seen Nanny Chong. The emperor raised his eyebrows and asked someone to invite the Prime Minister in. The Prime Minister's face was full of smiles, and he seemed to be in a particularly good mood. Your Highness. The emperor asked him to stand up, gave him a seat, and ordered someone to serve tea. Prime Minister Li was a little flattered, and felt that the emperor treated him differently today. Lord Li, what do you want from me? Hearing this address, Prime Minister Li became more reserved. Your Highness, I am here to give you the shoes that my wife made for the little princess. He handed the box in his hand to Eunuch Chow. The lady had been doing it for several days, but she couldn't enter the palace for no reason, so he had to give it to the emperor. Okay, I will give it to Concubine Li. The emperor took it and put it aside. He asked with a smile, my dear, I see you look radiant. I guess your daughter and the Kai family are about to get married? TSK, the tyrant is like a gossipy young couple. The emperor, He wanted to know if Li Qian had met Nanny Chong. Prime Minister Li put away the smile on his face and nodded. Indeed, my daughter has been learning business from Madame Kai recently. Yuilua was delighted. Isn't this a coincidence? Nanny Chong is the one who serves Madame Kai. God helps the tyrant. It would be great if the tyrant could let Li Qian enter the palace. Just thinking about it, the emperor's voice sounded. This is a good thing. Last time, Concubine Li and your daughter hit it off. My dear, why don't you let your daughter enter the palace to talk to Concubine Li? That's great. The tyrant is like a worm in my stomach. He said what I wanted to say. The emperor had a black line on his forehead. If it's Concubine Li, it's a telepathic connection. If it's him, it's a worm. Thanks to Concubine Li's kindness, I will let my daughter enter the palace to talk to you when I go back. Prime Minister Li was delighted. His daughter was a concubine, so it was a good thing that she could catch the eye of Concubine Li. After sending Prime Minister Li away, the emperor waited until dinner time and went to Concubine Li's palace. After dinner, he told Concubine Li about Li Qian's visit to the palace. Concubine Li smiled and agreed. It was good to have someone to talk to her. There was nothing interesting in the palace all day, but she was quite interested in the affairs of Li Qian and the Kai family. These are the shoes that Madame Li made for Luor. Eunuch Chow handed the box over. Concubine Li opened it and took out the cute tiger head shoes. She praised sincerely, these shoes are much better than mine. Concubine Li held the shoes in front of her daughter and smiled softly, Luor, take a look. Do you like it? Yuilua nodded politely and raised her hand to grab the shoes with a smile. If Concubine Li said it was good, it must be excellent. The emperor laughed happily. Is this a new way of praising people, a flatterer? Chapter 40. Li Qian was so happy that she didn't sleep well all night when she learned that Concubine Li let her enter the palace. She had always wanted to thank Concubine Li, but because she couldn't enter the palace at any time, she put it aside. The next day, Li Qian got up at dawn and asked the maid to dress her up. Then she picked out a lot of things to bring to the palace for concubine Li and the little princess. Before getting on the carriage, Madame Li gave Li Qian some instructions before letting her get on the carriage. When they arrived at the palace gate, the palace servants led Li Qian and her maid to concubine Li's palace. "Your Highness, Miss Li is here." Hua Rui came in to report. Concubine Li put down the painting sent by the emperor and asked Hua Rui to invite Li Qian in. Without waiting for her to salute, Concubine Li smiled and said, "Miss Li, you don't have to be polite. Please sit down." Li Qian felt a lot different this time, not in terms of appearance, but in the confidence she exuded from the inside out. This was Yuiluo's most intuitive feeling. "Thank you, Your Highness." As expected, people will become confident when they find their life goals. It can be seen that Li Qian is living a good life. "I heard that Miss Li and the Kai family are getting married soon. Seeing how good Miss Li looks, I think it's really getting married soon." In fact, if she hadn't heard her daughter's voice, she might not have helped Prime Minister Li. After all, this is related to the happiness of a woman's life, and it can't be finalized because of her words. When it comes to marriage, Li Qian's face showed shyness and nodded. Then she suddenly became serious. "My queen, the last incident was not a story, but..." Concubine Li interrupted her with a smile. "Marriage means the rest of a woman's life, so it's always right to be cautious." "Thank you, madam." Li Qian smiled sincerely. "Because of your words, I made the right decision, and the Kai family treated me very well." Her mother gave her a jewelry store, and asked her to learn how to run it herself. Mrs. Kai knew about this, and asked her to ask if she had any questions. At first she felt embarrassed, but after going there once, she found that Mrs. Kai was not just saying polite words, but was really patient in teaching her, which made her learn a lot. I also met Kai Zhe when I went there. He was gentle and polite. He didn't look down on women who showed up in public like other scholars. Instead, he encouraged her. "If that's the case, I'm relieved." The two chatted casually for a while. Li Qian remembered the gift she brought and asked the maid at the door to bring it over. Seeing the box, Yuiluo's eyes lit up and rolled over to see what was inside. "Woo woo woo, I want to know what's inside. Will it be a gift for me too?" Concubine Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so she went to pick her up from the bed. "Your Highness, this is a gift from me for you and the little princess," Li Qian said as she opened the box. "They are all new styles from my jewelry shop. I hope you like them." She knew that these things were rare in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of the nobles, who had seen all kinds of rare things in the palace, they were not worth mentioning. "Miss Li sent these, so your shop is not going to make a profit?" Concubine Li did not intend to accept them. It was not that she looked down on them, but that she did not want Li Qian to lose money. Li Qian pursed her lips. "Your Highness, I will definitely make it back, so just accept it." "That's right, money is earned, not saved, mother, just accept it." Concubine Li didn't continue to refuse, and picked up an exquisite buyao and held it in front of Yuiluo. "Luo, do you like the gift from Miss Li?" Yuiluo smiled with her mouth open, and raised her hand to grab it. Concubine Li was worried that she would scratch her hand, so she didn't let her grab it, and put the jewelry in the box. "Thank you, Miss Li, Luo likes it very much." Adhering to the principle that she couldn't take her things for free, Concubine Li asked the name of her shop. "There are the most women in the palace. If others see her wearing it and like it, they can tell Li Qian's shop and let them buy it. It's called Pinjin Pavilion." Concubine Li smiled and nodded. "What a good name. Mother is planning to advertise for Li Qian, and she even asked for the name of the shop. But with mother's looks, if she wears these jewelry and walks around the harem, wouldn't the sales of Li Qian's shop increase?" "Madam." Hua Rui came over with snacks and looked at the paintings on the table. "Do you want me to put away the paintings on the table? I almost forgot about this." "Mother, show the painting to Miss Li and ask her if she knows this person." Yuiluo, who was attracted by the jewelry, remembered the business and wanted to stand up and grab the painting to show Li Qian. The painting was sent by the tyrant later, and Chao Gonggong was sent over. When he came, he only wanted to eat and forgot about the painting. "No, you bring the painting over." Hua Rui brought the painting over and handed it to Concubine Li. Li Qian took a curious look and happened to see Chong Ma Ma in the painting, and her face changed. How could Concubine Li have a portrait of Mrs. Zhang? Yuiluo had been observing Li Qian, taking in her changes, and said excitedly. Li Qian's face changed when she saw the painting, and she must have seen Nani Chong. "Miss Li," Concubine Li called her out of her distraction. "What's wrong? Do you know the person in the painting?" Li Qian pursed her lips, and did not speak immediately. Knowing that she had some concerns, Concubine Li explained it specially. "She is not a wicked person, Miss Li, don't worry about her." After hearing this, Li Qian told what she knew. She was originally a nanny serving Madame Kai. Madame Kai was busy recently, so she gave her to me and asked her to teach me some things. No wonder the tyrant's people didn't see Nanny Chang. It turned out that she was with Li Qian. Li Qian was curious about how concubine Li could have a painting of someone close to Madame Kai, but she was afraid of breaking some taboo, so she could only hold back and didn't ask. This person was originally in the palace. Miss Li went back and told her that the emperor was looking for her. Li Qian returned to the mansion and saw that she looked worried. Madame Li stepped forward and asked softly, "Qianer, what's wrong? You look worried after going to the palace." Empress Li was gentle and kind, and she would definitely not embarrass Qianer. "Mother, I'm fine." "I'm glad you're fine." Madame Li felt relieved and thought of the maid next to Madame Kai. She smiled and said, "The maid that Madame Kai asked to teach you is a good one. She looked so impressive that I would have thought she was a noble in the palace." As she was talking, Aunt Chang, who had changed her name to Zhang Posey, knocked on the door. "Come in. I have something else to do, so I go first. You guys can chat slowly." Posey Zhang nodded to Madame Li and said to Li Qian, "Miss Li, do you have something to ask me?" Li Qian withdrew her thoughts. Even her mother thought that Posey Zhang looked like someone from the palace, but how could someone from the palace be in the Kai family? She had too many questions in her mind. "Posey Zhang, I went to the palace to see concubine Li today and saw your portrait, so I told her about your experience in the Prime Minister's mansion." Posey Zhang's original smile faded when she heard this, and she stared straight at Li Qian, with a cold look that Li Qian had never seen before. Knowing that she was in the wrong, Li Qian apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry, Posey Zhang, concubine Li is not a bad person. She asked me to tell you that the emperor is looking for you." Chapter 41. She didn't know what happened to Zhang Posey that led her to end up in the Kai family. It was indeed inappropriate to tell concubine Li about her story, but what if the emperor really needed Zhang Posey? On the way back, she was thinking that she would not interfere with whether Zhang Posey entered the palace after the story was told. Zhang Posey did not speak, her folded hands tightly clenched together, covering up the uneasiness in her heart. For more than 10 years, as long as she closed her eyes, her mind was full of the scene of the queen being killed. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday, and she remembered it very clearly. Could it be that the queen knew she was still alive, so she told the emperor, and the emperor looked for her? Over the years, she had always wanted to return to the palace to tell the emperor the truth, but she was afraid. She was not worried about her life, but she knew that the vicious woman had taken the position of queen, and she was afraid that the emperor would hand her over to the vicious woman because of her words. She was even more afraid that she would not be able to fulfill the queen's last wish before her death, to tell the prince the true identity and let him know what kind of person his biological mother was. Mrs. Zhang, seeing that she had been silent for a long time, Li Qian called her softly, with a worried look on her face. "It's okay if you don't want to go, I can refuse concubine Li." Mrs. Zhang slowly let go of her clasped hands, walked to the window, and said in a low voice, "Do you know what kind of person concubine Li is?" When she left the palace, concubine Li must not have been in her current position. There were many concubines in the harem. If concubine Li was the one of that vicious woman, she would be trapped if she went. Concubine Li is a very good person, very generous and gentle, and now she is in favor. Kind and gentle? Mrs. Zhang disagreed. Didn't that mean woman deceive the emperor and let the queen die innocently? What is her relationship with the current queen? Li Qian didn't understand why Mrs. Zhang asked this, but she didn't hesitate to tell her everything she knew from her father. The two of them are not close. The queen was confined because she murdered the little princess and concubine Li. What did you say? Mrs. Zhang turned around excitedly. You said the queen was confined? Li Qian nodded. Yes, I heard it from my father. Mrs. Zhang's face was full of excitement. She stepped forward and pulled Li Qian's hand. Miss Li, please help me prepare a carriage. I'm going to the palace now. While this vicious woman was under house arrest, she could take the initiative. Because she was too emotional, Li Qian felt that her hands were hurt. Noticing her frown, Mrs. Zhang smiled and let go of her hand. Excuse me. Li Qian turned around and went out to have someone prepare a carriage. Thinking that she couldn't take Mrs. Zhang into the palace, she planned to go to her father. Before she even stepped out, she saw Prime Minister Li walking towards her. Dad, I just happened to have something to talk to you about. Prime Minister Li smiled and said, What a coincidence, Dad also has something to talk to you about. Have you told me what concubine Li told you about? Is she willing to enter the palace? Just now, she received a message from the palace that the emperor asked him to bring the maidservant next to his daughter into the palace. I don't know who this maidservant is, But the emperor actually wants to see her in person. Yes. Li Qian seemed to remember something. Dad didn't come to me for this matter. I was looking for someone to bring the maidservant into the palace. Mrs. Zhang and the Prime Minister were sitting in the carriage to the palace, feeling nervous and excited. I don't know what the Crown Prince looks like now. Prime Minister Li looked at Mrs. Zhang inconspicuously, but didn't see any difference. The emperor only sent someone to pass on the message, but didn't tell him what it was. The two of them had different thoughts, and no one spoke. They listened to the sound of the wheels turning in silence all the way to the palace gate. Standing at the palace gate, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar palace, Mrs. Zhang's eyes were red, and she felt sad and sighed. Mrs. Zhang, let's go! The road was smooth and smooth. When they reached the Imperial study, Prime Minister Li found that this woman was more familiar with the palace than he was. She knew exactly when to turn. Mr. Prime Minister, the Emperor said that you should go in directly when you come. Prime Minister Li nodded and took Mrs. Zhang into the Imperial study. The Imperial study was quiet. The Emperor held the little princess in one hand and carefully reviewed the memorials. Eunuch Chao stood behind him and saw the Prime Minister come in and reminded him softly, Your Majesty, the Prime Minister is here. He put down his pen, closed the memorial and looked at Mrs. Zhang. Madam Chang, I have finally waited for you. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Your servant pays your respects to you. Madam Chang felt that her tears were about to burst out. Get up, I have wronged you all these years. Madam Chang finally came. It was unexpected that she could enter the palace so quickly. After all, she did not trust the tyrant. The emperor, who was stabbed with a knife, glanced at his daughter with big round eyes in his arms. Then he listened to the little girl continue. The tyrant treated the queen differently before. Nanny Chang was worried that she would be handed over to the queen when she entered the palace, but she was dealt with directly. If the emperor didn't know that the queen was so vicious, he would do this. For the sake of the queen and the prince, this old slave will not be wronged. Nanny Chang's voice was a little choked, as the emperor suspected that there was something strange about the queen's death that year, so he found out about this old slave and asked him to enter the palace? Prime Minister Li was stunned when he heard it next to him. He felt that the conversation between the emperor and this old maid who had changed from a mother-in-law was understandable separately, but not when they were put together. Isn't this woman from the Kai family? Why is she talking about the crown prince and the empress? He was confused. The emperor had just let Nanny Chang enter the palace, and the crown prince received the news. The crown prince changed his clothes and took Lin Qi to the imperial study. The guard went in to report and let the two in. Great, the crown prince can finally know that he is the child of Queen Lu. When Nanny Chang heard that the crown prince wanted to see her, her eyes were fixed on the door. The crown prince, who was walking in front, was wearing a moon-white woven gold python robe, with an upright posture, a jade crown tied up his hair, and a faint smile between his handsome eyebrows. From a distance, he looked humble and gentle, like a slender orchid. Is this His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? The temperament of the whole body is very similar to that of the Empress. If the Empress were still alive, she would definitely be very pleased. Your son pays homage to the Emperor. Get up. I was planning to have someone call you to come and listen together. Prime Minister Li felt that he was a little redundant, but the Emperor did not intend to dismiss him, so he could only act as a wooden stake. Thank you, Father. The Crown Prince looked at Nanny Chang and asked in confusion, I wonder who she is? Is this the person that Luor said knows the truth? Your Highness, I am the maid who serves Empress Lu, your mother. Once this was said, apart from the two people who knew about it, the Crown Prince and the Emperor, Prime Minister Li, and Eunuch Chao were all shocked. Madam Chang, tell me everything you know. If it is true, I will definitely give justice to Empress Lu. Madam Chang knelt on the ground and cowed out heavily. Everything I said is true. Chapter 42. Madam Chang raised her head and glanced at the prince, her thoughts drifting away and sinking into memories. Back then, the Empress and concubine Fong were both pregnant, and the Empress kindly let concubine Fong live in her palace, so that they could take care of each other and chat together. Women in the harem are so dangerous, not to mention being pregnant. If something happens to concubine Fong, the Empress will definitely be involved. So the old slave persuaded the Empress, and after persuading her several times, the Empress did not listen, so the old slave had to take concubine Fong over. At first, everything was fine. The queen was in a better mood because of the good sister of concubine Fong, and I gradually felt relieved. Speaking of this, Nanny Chang paused, with a look of regret on her face, and continued to tell the story. Until the day of delivery, it was a night with thunder and rain. Concubine Fong suddenly had a severe stomachache. I knew she was going to give birth, so I went to find a midwife to wait for the delivery. The queen was worried that concubine Fong would get into trouble, so she asked me to help, and she herself was beside her to comfort concubine Fong. Concubine Fong's child was born, but it was stillborn. She kept crying while holding the child. The queen couldn't bear it, and went forward to comfort her. At this time, the queen's stomach began to hurt. The servant helped her lie on the bed next to her. Everyone started to rush to help the queen deliver the baby. With a baby's cry, the queen gave birth to a little prince. She took a look at the little prince, listened to concubine Fong crying next to her, and asked me to invite the emperor to come. But the emperor happened to be out of the palace that day, and I didn't see him. When I returned to the queen's palace, I saw concubine Fong covering the queen's mouth and nose with a pillow with a sinister smile on her face. The queen struggled non-stop, but the more she struggled, the harder concubine Fong struggled. The atmosphere in the imperial study became very heavy, and a sense of grief filled the air as Nani Chong spoke. Nani Chong sniffed, her voice a little hoarse. I was behind the screen at the time, and when I wanted to step forward to stop concubine Fong, the queen found me, and she shook her head at me, asking me not to go out. The old slave could only raise her hand to cover her mouth, fearing that she would make a sound and be discovered by concubine Fong, and watched the queen being suffocated to death. She knew why the queen did not let her go out. If she really went out, she would be killed if concubine Fong found out, and the life and death of the little prince that the queen had given birth to with great effort would be uncertain. Because at that time, the people around the queen had been sent away by concubine Fong and replaced by her own people. The emperor knows what happened later. Madame Chong retracted her thoughts and wiped her tears. Concubine Fong swapped the two children and told the emperor that the queen died of dystocia, but 2 days had passed by then, and all the people who should be silenced had been silenced by concubine Fong. Yui Lu sighed in her heart, looking at the prince standing below, and wanted to raise her hand to pat his shoulder. Don't be sad, brother prince, Queen Lu loves you. It is because of her love for you that she did not let Nani Chong go out and be discovered. She is using her only ability to protect you. Come here, bring the queen, the vicious woman, and Nani Zhu here. The guards took the order, and went to the queen's bedroom, and pushed the door open directly. You are so brave that you actually broke into the queen's bedroom. Lanji heard the voice, and walked over to scold loudly. The emperor asked us to take the queen to the imperial study, so as not to interfere with official business. The leader pushed Lanji aside, and went straight inside. The queen heard the footsteps, and looked at the guards, who came indifferently. Why did the emperor ask me to go? No one answered her question. Queen, please! The queen raised her eyebrows slightly, and walked out. The feeling of uneasiness became stronger and stronger, and she couldn't ignore it even if she wanted to. Lanji. She turned her head, and looked at Lanji behind her with an anxious face. If I can't come back this time, you can leave the palace with the silver. At the door of the imperial study, Nani Zhu, who was also brought here, was delighted when she saw the queen. Your Majesty, has the emperor let you out? Hurry up and go in. The guard pushed her impatiently. Nani Zhu had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. She had been locked up in the woodshed for the past few days, and was only given 1 meal a day. Now that the queen was out, she had to tell the queen about this, and let her give the prince a good lecture to vent her anger. Your Majesty, the person has been brought here. The queen raised her chin slightly, and her pupils dilated when she saw Nani Chong, and she was shocked. Why is this slave girl here? Didn't Nani Zhu get dealt with? Ah, ghost. Nani Zhu pointed at Nani Chong beside her, and was so scared that she couldn't speak clearly. You are dead, ghost, you are a ghost. She couldn't remember it wrongly. This person was obviously dead at that time, so why did he appear in the palace again? Is he here to seek revenge on her? Nani Zhu, open your eyes, and see clearly, this is a human. Where does a ghost come from in broad daylight? The queen frowned and said unhappily, a fool who is more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. Your Highness. She bowed with a gentle expression. Your Highness asked me to come here. Is it because of the old friend, Madame Chong? The emperor snorted coldly, and said sarcastically, the queen actually recognized Madame Chong. She really has a good memory. As if she didn't hear the sarcasm in his words, the queen smiled and glanced at Madame Chong. Her tone was normal, but the handkerchief in her hand was deformed by her. I had a close relationship with the queen's sister in the past. When I was pregnant with the prince, I lived in the queen's sister's palace. Naturally, I would not forget Madame Chong. What a big face. You killed someone and still have the nerve to call her Empress Lu's sister. You are really shameless. The world is invincible. You vicious woman. The queen kindly took you to her palace, but you killed her and took the prince away, and now you have the nerve to call the queen's sister." Madame Chong glared at the queen fiercely, wishing to tear her hypocritical face apart. "Madame Chong, I know that you are very sad that the queen's sister died, but you can't frame me with empty words." Madame Chong was almost laughed out of anger. The queen shouldn't have let you live in her palace back then, and she shouldn't have been soft-hearted to you, a wolf-hearted thing. A flash of hatred flashed in the queen's eyes, and the knuckles of the handkerchief she was holding turned white. Then she looked at the prince, who was drooping his eyebrows, exuding a sad atmosphere, and not saying a word. "Prince, do you also think that you are not my son?" The emperor slammed the teacup in his hand at her feet. "Enough, Nani Chan has already told us what happened in the past. It doesn't matter if you are stubborn. I have plenty of ways to make you speak." The queen laughed softly, and looked at the emperor with tears in her eyes. "Is the love between husband and wife for more than 10 years not as good as Nani Chang's few words? The emperor is always like this. As the queen, why can you trust your sister wholeheartedly, but only doubt me? She couldn't beat the queen when she was alive, and now that the queen is dead, she still can't beat her. At least Queen Lu is not as vicious as you." Chapter 43. The queen seemed to be provoked by something, raised her hand and pointed at herself, with a sneer on her face, looking at the emperor. The calmness just now was gone, and her voice could not help but become sharp. "Is your concubine vicious? Is Sister Lu really a good person?" Madame Chong wanted to say something, but she heard the emperor shouting, "How dare you? You still want to bite Queen Lu now?" Queen Lu was the queen he appointed when he ascended the throne. She was gentle and virtuous, and treated people kindly. The harem was very harmonious under her care, and it would never be like now, full of intrigues, which made him very annoyed. Yui Lua felt that she was enveloped by the tyrant's intense anger, which made her feel particularly uncomfortable. "Can you let Eunuch Chow hold me? In that way, you can not only get angry, but I will also support you to kick the queen." The emperor, who was originally full of anger, put away his anger in an instant and calmed down. Before he handed Yui Lua to Eunuch Chow, the little guy's inner voice sounded again. "The tyrant just threw the teacup at the queen. Now he won't get excited and throw me out too. He seems to have forgotten that he is still holding me." "Emperor, The little guy didn't say anything. He almost forgot. "Give me to Eunuch Chow." "Oh no, Eunuch Chow went to clean the toilet last night." "Give me to the prince. He looks so sweet." The prince just knew his life experience. He must be in a bad mood. He is grateful for what he has done. After all, he has given her so many valuable things. She should comfort him in her own way. "Prince, come up and hold lure." The emperor looked at the prince below and motioned him to come up. The prince nodded slightly and walked forward to take Yui Lua. "The prince is really sweet. I know you are feeling bad now. After all, you finally know who your biological mother is, but she is gone. But it doesn't matter. At most, I will treat you better when I grow up." The prince lowered his eyes and looked at Yui Lua in his arms. The little girl grinned at him at the right time, and her black grape-like eyes were filled with worries that she shouldn't have at her age. Seeing the prince staring at her without any expression, Yui Lua felt a pang in her heart. Could it be that I laughed too foolishly and frightened my brother, the crown prince, or maybe I shouldn't laugh in this atmosphere? The crown prince raised his hand and rubbed her head. A warm current passed through his heart. The queen never cared about his feelings. His father cared about him, but he was the son of heaven, and would never sit down and talk to him like an ordinary father. This was not something a crown prince should expect to care about. The queen was deeply hurt by the picture of the loving father and filial son. Continue to sneer. "Is your servant trying to bite Sister Lu? Your Majesty, why did Sister Lu ask you to make me a concubine? Do you think she has no plans? She just wants to consolidate her position." She and Lu Jingyi were close friends. Before they got married, they often watched flowers and drank tea together. Later, Lu Jingyi entered the palace and became the noble queen, but she could only listen to her mother's nagging every day, saying how useless she was. She and Lu Jingyi were sisters, but she became the queen and forgot about her. At first, she just listened and didn't take it to heart. But as time went by, Lu Jingyi never remembered her good sister when she was choosing concubines for the emperor. She knew how much her father wanted her to enter the palace. Finally, her father helped the emperor to repair a painting and said that it was she who repaired it, and she entered the palace as she wished. She still remembers what happened that day very clearly, because her mother, who was usually indifferent to her, talked to her for a long time. But her words reminded her not to forget her brother at home. After entering the palace, she met the emperor, who was the emperor of the highest rank, and next to him was Lu Jingyi, who she was familiar with. She didn't remember what Lu Jingyi said to her. she only remembered the handsome and majestic emperor in a dragon robe on the high throne. You are talking nonsense. Madame Chang's eyes were red, and she said angrily, if the queen wanted to use you to consolidate her position, she would have let you enter the palace long ago. The reason why she didn't let you enter the palace was to protect you, and hope that you could find a perfect husband. The queen pulled back her thoughts, turned around and scolded Madame Chang, shut up. She just doesn't want the best for me. What perfect husband? I just want to enter the palace. She clearly knows how unpopular I am at home, so how could she work hard on my marriage? Even if her brother is a playboy or useless, her mother's heart and eyes are full of her brother, and she, as a daughter, is a useless person. So she must climb up? She wants to make those who look down on her crawl at her feet, and make her mother regret it. If the queen didn't want you to be well, she wouldn't seriously choose a good husband for you. She originally chose one and planned to ask the emperor to grant you a marriage, but before she could propose, you were sent to the palace. The queen snorted coldly. You are pretending to be nice. You are Lu Jingyi's dog, so you naturally think she is very good. After I entered the palace, she did treat me very well, and I thought so at the time. She should have hated Lu Jingyi, but when Lu Jingyi treated her well, she softened her heart. It wasn't until she heard the conversation between the imperial physician and Lu Jingyi that she realized that everything was just exploitation. The queen raised her hand and wiped the tears that had flowed down her face. She said in a sad voice, if I hadn't heard her conversation with the imperial physician and knew that her health was getting worse, I would have been deceived by her. She looked at the surprised Chang Mama. You don't know. She knew that I was not in good health, so she asked the emperor to raise my position. Isn't it to exploit me? So I killed her just to help her end her pain. She wouldn't live long anyway, and she was waiting for her to give birth to a child, which was already the most righteous thing she could do. I know your majesty is in poor health, but I didn't expect you to know it too. Your majesty deliberately didn't let concubine Fong know. The emperor rubbed his temples and glanced at eunuch Chao next to him. Go, bring me the letter that Empress Lu left for me that year. He knew that Empress Lu was in poor health, so he didn't doubt her death. Now that he heard them mention it, he remembered that Empress Lu had left him a letter. Let him take it out and give it to Fong Yu when she makes a mistake. Soon, eunuch Chao came over with a box. Yuilua stretched her neck. She was curious about what Queen Lu would write in the letter. Your Majesty. Opening the box, eunuch Chao held the letter in both hands and handed it to the emperor. Not only Yuilua was curious, but even the queen stared at the letter in the emperor's hand. Give it to her. The emperor glanced at the queen. The letter is for her. Eunuch Chao walked down and handed the letter to the queen. The queen grabbed it and couldn't wait to open it. After reading it, she burst into laughter, and tears came out of her eyes again. It was hard to tell whether she was laughing or crying. So that's it. It turns out that everything I'm proud of was given by Sister Lu. I was wrong. Chapter 44. The emperor was puzzled. What did Empress Lu write to make her cry and laugh so hard? What did she write? Was the empress crazy, crying and laughing, curious? Eunuch Chao. The emperor glanced at Eunuch Chao, who immediately understood. He went down to take the letter from the empress and handed it to the emperor. Maybe it was because of the passage of time. The letter paper was a little yellowed, and the ink was much lighter. On it was the words that Empress Lu was familiar with. Seeing you is like meeting you in person. Reading this letter makes you happy. When you see this letter, I am no longer here. Actually, I don't want you to see this letter. My health is getting worse and worse. I am afraid that I don't have much time left, so I specially asked the emperor for permission to let you be the queen after my death. We grew up together since childhood. I believe you will be able to lead the 6 palaces and be a good queen. And if the child in my belly can be born safely, I will be relieved to raise him by your side. You will definitely treat him well because of our sisterly friendship. Actually, I don't want you to enter the palace to experience the intrigues in the palace, but since you have entered the palace, I can only do my best to protect you. The emperor promised me a promise. This letter, take it as my last time to protect you. The queen was still laughing, and the sad laughter mixed with crying echoed in the imperial study. She was wrong. She thought it was because of her talent that the emperor asked the emperor to make her the queen, but it turned out to be Sister Lu. She wiped her tears, closed her eyes, and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I killed Queen Lu, found someone to frame General Jean, murder the heir, and pretended that the prince was her own child. I know that I have committed serious crimes, and my crimes are unforgivable. I would like to ask to be deposed and die to apologize for my crimes. Prime Minister Li was shocked. The queen had done so many things, and even reached out to the court. If it weren't for the emperor's firm belief in General Jean, I'm afraid the queen would have succeeded. The emperor didn't intend to keep her and shouted outside. Come on, take Fong away, and give her a white silk to end her life. Fong Yu cowed out heavily on the ground. I have something else to ask for. Seeing that the emperor didn't speak, she acquiesced and continued. Everything I did has nothing to do with my father. My father was a little stubborn, but he never thought of doing anything harmful to the country and the people, so I asked the emperor to let my father retire and return home in peace. The old man Fong Taisher just didn't want to lose the power in his hands. At least, he was better than the teacher of the prince. The emperor knew that Fong Taisher had not done anything that was detrimental to the country and the people, otherwise he would not have dismissed him so easily. I promise you. Thank you, your majesty. Fong Yu pursed her lips. Can I burn some incense for Sister Lu? The emperor shook his head. I can allow you to see your father. The queen was taken to the prison and locked up, and Nani Zhu, who was still kneeling on the ground, had collapsed to the ground. The empress was executed. What about her? Just thinking about it, the emperor looked at her fiercely. Madame Zhu, you are helping the tyrant. Drag her out and beat her to death. As for the people in Fong's palace, all those who are related to this matter will be beaten to death, and no leniency will be shown. Madame Zhu, who was limp all over, wanted to shout, but before she could open her mouth was blocked and she was dragged out like a dead pig. After the people were dragged out, the emperor asked Madame Chong, Madame Chong, do you want to stay in the palace, or return to the Kai family, or go back to your hometown to live? I agree to your request. The crown prince is in need of a loyal and protective person like Madame Chong. She knows a lot about Empress Lu, so she can tell him about it and comfort him. The crown prince has this in mind. Now that he is no crown princess, he can rest assured to let Madame Chong help take care of the affairs of the crown prince's mansion. Before she could speak, the emperor smiled and said, I don't think there are many loyal madams around the crown prince. Madame Chong, if you are willing, you can go to the crown prince's palace. Empress Lu will be very pleased if she is in heaven. Wow, tyrant, you are really great. Reporting to the emperor, Nani Chan looked up at the prince. I am willing. I will go and make it clear with the Kai family. After all, it was Mrs. Kai who kindly took her in, which allowed her to survive until today and help the queen get justice. Thank you, father. The emperor sighed and asked someone to escort Nani Chan out of the palace to the Kai family, and then patted the prince on the shoulder. Go and burn incense for your mother. If you want to know about her, you can ask Nani Chong. Nani Chong has been with Queen Lu since she entered the palace, and knows much more than he does. The prince reluctantly handed Yui Luo to Eunuch Chao and left. Prime Minister Li had heard enough and left as well. To the little princess. The emperor glanced at Eunuch Chao. I asked you to wash the toilet. Did you do it? If Luor hadn't mentioned it just now, he would have almost forgotten. Your Majesty, I go. Eunuch Chao said, as he sniffed his body to see if there was any strange smell, and then he felt relieved. Well, it's clean. Eunuch Chao smiled and thought. Can it not be cleaned? If the little princess is fumigated, the emperor will probably make him wash the toilet forever. Your Majesty, are you going to issue an edict to announce the dethronement of the queen now? When the decree to dethrone the queen was issued, the people and ministers felt incredible. Those ministers who wanted to speak for the queen gave up the idea after knowing what the queen had done. If it were anyone else, each of these things would cost them their heads. They didn't have the courage to go up and offend the emperor. At the Fong mansion, after receiving the news of the emperor's summons, Grand Tutor Fong still knew nothing about what was happening outside. Eunuch Chao, why did the emperor summon me? Eunuch Chao looked up at Grand Tutor Fong. He used to be energetic, but now looked much older, with messy hair and more wrinkles on his forehead. Master Fong doesn't know what's happening outside. The queen made a mistake and was deposed. The emperor is merciful, and specially allowed you to see her for the last time. Mrs. Fong next to him widened her eyes in disbelief. How could this be? My daughter was the queen appointed by the emperor himself. How could she be deposed? She was still waiting for her daughter to rescue her son. What hope was there now? Master, Mrs. Fong grabbed Master Fong's sleeve. Go to the palace and ask her to ask the emperor to release Chang'er. Chang'er is her brother. She can't just watch him die. Master Fong shook her hand and went into the palace with Eunuch Chao. Eunuch Chao shook his head and sighed in his heart. No wonder the queen is so paranoid. It turns out that there is such a biased mother. She is not worried about her daughter who is almost gone, but she is still thinking about her son who committed a crime. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Eunuch Chao. After saying this, Grand Tutor Fong stopped talking, thinking about what her daughter had done wrong. When the carriage reached the palace gate, Eunuch Chao took Grand Tutor Fong directly to the prison where the queen was imprisoned. Master Fang, please talk slowly. Then he turned and left. The queen, who was standing with her back to Grand Tutor Fang, heard the voice and slowly turned around. Seeing that it was Grand Tutor Fang, she smiled calmly and said in a low voice, "Dad, you are here. Your daughter has disappointed you." Chapter 45. Master Fang walked a few steps closer with her hands behind her back and glanced at her daughter, who looked neither sad nor happy. She recalled what the emperor said in the court, and said with a tone of disbelief, "The emperor said that you slandered concubine Li. Is that true?" Fang Yu straightened her sleeves and lowered her eyes. "Dad, don't you know what I did wrong? In theory, her crime should have been announced to the world by the emperor, and her father still doesn't know about it. I'm afraid it's because of his brother's matter, so he has no time to pay attention to what's happening outside. If it were in the past, she would definitely feel unwilling and resentful. But now she felt calm, and it didn't matter. What did you do wrong?" Grand Tutor Fang's old face showed doubt. "I murdered the heir to the throne, framed concubine Li, killed Queen Lu, framed General Jin for treason, and took the child born by Queen Lu as my own child," Fang Yu said in a light tone, as if she didn't do these things. Grand Tutor Fang's face turned pale, and he felt cold all over. He raised his hand and pointed at Fang Yu, saying in disbelief, "How could you do such a rebellious thing? Not to mention that Queen Lu and you are like sisters, and she always cares about you. You even framed General Jin. How important is a general in a country? If you succeed, those people around us who are eyeing our country will launch an attack. Do you think you can still enjoy the glory and wealth in the harem safely and intrigue?" His daughter knew when to advance and retreat in front of him, so he didn't believe it when the emperor said that his daughter murdered concubine Li, because he knew better than anyone what his daughter wanted, but he never expected that she would be so rebellious. "My daughter was wrong." Fang Yu did not refute his words, and admitted her mistakes very well. "Dad hoped that I could be like Sister Lu, a good queen respected by the world, and I disappointed you." Master Fang was silent for a long time, and his straight back finally bent down. He sighed slightly. "Forget it, it's my fault after all. If I had listened to Queen Lu and agreed to let you marry the ideal husband she carefully selected for you, you wouldn't have come to this point." He was blinded by power, and too afraid of losing it, so he let his daughter go down a path of no return. "So did Sister Lu show Dad the ideal husband she picked for me? Who was that person?" Fang Yu's face remained calm, but her slightly choked voice betrayed her true emotions. "She picked General Jin for you. But she wanted her daughter to enter the palace, so she kept it a secret." When Master Fang said this, Fang Yu couldn't help but recall what she said when she went out to the lake with Sister Lu. That day, the weather was fine, and the two invited each other to go boating on the lake. When they arrived at the market, a sound of horse hooves was heard. Hearing people around her say that it was General Jin, who had returned from a victorious battle, she was curious and looked up. The young general in armor rode a horse and galloped past her. Because she was so distracted by the sight, Sister Lu teased her at the time and asked her if she had taken a fancy to General Jin. At that time, she blushed at the teasing and said something casually. Who wouldn't like such a young general in bright clothes and riding a horse? She still remembered that Sister Lu gently raised her hand and patted her shoulder, and said with an extremely serious expression, "As long as Yu likes it, Sister Lu will definitely help you." She never thought that Sister Lu remembered what she said unintentionally. Fang Yu just felt that her whole heart was blocked and uncomfortable, making her a little breathless. "Dad, my daughter has come to this point today. It's all my own fault. I can't blame others." She raised her red eyes and raised her hand to grab the prison door to stabilize her unstable body. If she had been less jealous of Sister Lu, she wouldn't be like this now. She would be too ashamed to face Sister Lu's sincerity towards her. Thinking of this, she smiled again. Sister Lu was so pure and kind that she wouldn't go to the same place with a vicious person like her. "Where are you?" Master Fang wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. "Go." Fang Yu wiped the tears that kept falling. "The Emperor has promised me that he would let you retire safely. As for Fang Chang, I can't do anything." Master Fang stood in silence for a long time before he walked out of the prison with heavy steps. Eunuch Chow, who was waiting outside, saw him coming out and smiled and said, "Master Fang, is everything settled?" He then ordered the two eunuchs beside him, "Go in and send Fang off." Master Fang, who was about to go down the stairs, staggered and almost fell to the ground. Eunuch Chow went in with the two eunuchs. Fang Yu, who was squatting on the ground crying with her face covered, heard the footsteps, wiped her tears, stood up, and said softly, "Eunuch Chow is here." Eunuch Chow thought she would struggle, but it went very smoothly. Even when Fang Yu was strangled to death by Bai Ling, Her face was not painful, but beautiful, as if she had thought of something that made her happy. After completing the tasks assigned by the Emperor, Eunuch Chao returned to report. Okay. The Emperor held the indictment signed by Fong Chong, which was just sent by Jing Xiaoyin. Every item on it made him furious. Pass on my oral order, Fong Chong for robbing a commoner girl and taking human life lightly, shall be executed immediately. I obey your command. Eunuch Chao withdrew, and went to Jing Xiaoyin to pass on the oral order. Fong Chong, who was still shouting in the prison, saw someone coming to open his prison door, and his eyes lit up. I said my mother would get me out. He had been locked up for a few days, and these people beat and scolded him. Now it should be my mother who sent someone to release him. My mother still has a way. Before he could be happy for long, the person next to him kicked him, and said impatiently, Hurry up, Eunuch Chao is waiting to send you on your way back to the palace to report. On the way? Fong Chong thought he had misheard. Didn't you let me out? My sister is the queen. What right do you have to touch me? My sister listens to her mother the most. She will definitely not let him go. Queen? The people next to him laughed twice. Your sister has been executed. If you walk faster, you may still see her, and you will have a companion on the road to the underworld. Fong Taisher just returned to the mansion, and was told that his son was beheaded. He and the crying Mrs. Fong rushed to Xingtai, the Jing Xiaoyin. Master, didn't I ask you to tell you where to save Chang'er? How could Chang'er be beheaded? Didn't you tell you where? After the two got off the carriage, Madame Fong cried and complained. Enough, Yuer has been executed. How can you let her beg the Emperor? Grand Master Fong scolded. Dead? Madame Fong was surprised for a moment, but it was just surprise. If she wanted to die, why didn't she arrange Chang'er's affairs before dying? I said my daughter was unreliable. She didn't care when you lost your official position, and now her own brother is dying, she doesn't care either. Chapter 46. Master Fong only felt that his head was filled with Madame Fong's crying, which annoyed him. When the two of them reached Xingtai, the executioner's sword fell. All he saw was a bloody head rolling to the ground, leaving a trail of blood. Ah, my Chang'er. Madame Fong wanted to rush forward like crazy. But she was stopped by the guards next to her. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she didn't know where she got the strength from. She pushed the person who stopped her away, and went forward to pick up the head that had rolled to the ground. She held him like a baby, crying and saying, My Chang'er, mother is here. Why don't you wait for her? Madam, let go. Master Fong came over, and tried to persuade Madame Fong to let go of the bloody head. But these words seemed to touch her nerves. She laughed like crazy, and stood up to accuse Master Fong. If you had thought of a way, Chang'er would not have died. It was you who did it. It was you and Fong Yu who did it. After saying that, he stumbled and hit his head against the wall next to him, muttering to himself. Don't be afraid, Chang'er, mother is here to accompany you. At the same time, Nani Chong has returned to the Kai family. Seeing her come back, Mrs. Kai was a little surprised. Why are you back? Have you learned everything from Sheer? Nani Chong smiled, and shook her head. Madam, I am here to say goodbye to you. Mrs. Kai put down the teacup in her hand. When I brought you back, I knew you were different from ordinary people. You know a lot, and your temperament makes people believe that you are a master. She paused and continued. If you have a place to go, I will naturally be happy for you, but I don't know where you are going. I can go to see you if I have a chance. Although she had gotten used to having Nani Chong around over the years, everyone had their own ambitions, and Nani Chong was a person with secrets, so she knew she couldn't keep her. As she was talking, Kai Zhe walked in from outside. My son meets my parents. Madame Kai smiled and asked him to sit down. Didn't you go out? Why are you back? Kai Zhe pursed his lips, knowing that Nani Chong was someone his mother trusted, so he spoke directly. My son did go out, but I heard on the way that the queen had committed a serious crime and was executed. It was because Prime Minister Li brought people into the palace today, so my son was a little worried. Mr. Kai laughed out loud and looked at Mrs. Kai. Look, Sheer hasn't even been married yet, but he's already worried about the Prime Minister. His son used to be oblivious to what was happening outside, but now it's rare to see him like this. Master, don't worry, Nani Chong said softly. It was me who was brought into the palace by the Prime Minister. Miss Sheer won't be implicated. If you're really worried, I go see Miss Sheer later and say hello for you. Kai Zhe smiled, took the red oil paper wrap thing from the servant's hand, and handed it to Nani Chong. Please help me give this to Sheer. Madame Kai smiled softly, and shook her head helplessly. Suddenly she seemed to remember something and looked at Madame Chong. So, are you going to the palace, old woman? The eyes of several people in the room instantly fell on Madame Chong. Yes, Madame Chong did not hide it. Something happened back then, and I had no choice but to escape. I was taken in by the lady and master. Now the truth is out, and the prince needs me, so I came here to ask for leave to take care of the prince. Madame Kai sighed and nodded. Come back whenever you want. Reluctantly watching Nani Chong leave the Kai family gate, Madame Kai smiled and waved, and did not look away until Nani Chong walked away. She was grateful to Nani Chong, and Nani Chong was also grateful to the Kai family. If it were not for Nani Chang's insights and advice, the Kai family would not be rich enough to have no worries about food and clothing. Go back, madam. Madame Kai gathered her coat and said in a low voice, I'm afraid it will take a while to get used to it. In the Prime Minister's mansion, Li Qian saw her father coming back, but Nani Chong hadn't come back yet, and she was a little worried. After knowing the whole story, she widened her eyes in disbelief. I said that Mrs. Zhang's temperament was like someone from the palace, and I was right. Madame Li smiled and poured a cup of tea for Prime Minister Li. The master hasn't come to the mansion yet, and Qianer and I knew what happened outside in advance. We were worried all the time, but fortunately the master is fine. The family talked and laughed, and Nani Chong was brought in by the maid. She bowed slightly and handed the item in her hand to Li Qian. Miss Qianer, this is what Mr. Kai bought and asked me to bring to you. He heard what happened outside and was worried that the Prime Minister's mansion would be implicated, but I have already explained it to him. Li Qian thanked him, opened the red oil paper to see what was inside, and her mouth curved up. She felt sweet in her heart, as if she was immersed in a honey pot. Madam, what else did you come here for besides this? The Prime Minister asked. I came here to thank Miss Qianer and the Prime Minister. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to see the Emperor so easily and seek justice for the Queen. After all, she was outside the palace, knew nothing about what was going on in the palace, and couldn't grasp the right opportunity to enter the palace. After a few more words, Nani Chong couldn't even drink a sip of tea, and couldn't wait to return to the palace. It had been a few days since the Queen's incident, and the people in the harem were still in a panic. Both the concubines and the eunuchs were worried that they would be implicated if they had any relationship with the Queen. The eunuchs and maids who were close to the Queen in the Queen's palace were dealt with, which was even worse than the concubine Xian. Fortunately, the full moon banquet of the Emperor's favorite little princess was coming soon, which dispelled a lot of the heaviness in the palace. Eunuch Chow, has that old guy returned home? Eunuch Chow stepped forward and knew who the old guy the Emperor was talking about. He smiled and said, Your Majesty, Lord Fong has returned home. The Emperor nodded gently, send someone to Concubine Shu to invite her over. Concubine Shu has been in charge of the harem for a while, and no bad comments have been heard. I think she is doing a very good job. Your Majesty, I dare not go to Concubine Shu. There are traps everywhere. He is worried that if Concubine Shu is not invited out, his life will be lost there. You won't yell outside? The Emperor glanced at him. Your Majesty. Eunuch Chow looked aggrieved. I don't know if there are any traps on the ground. Empress Shu has always been a loner, and she doesn't care about anyone. In the early years, other concubines wanted to pick a fight with her, but they were killed in the end. Later, those concubines didn't dare to provoke her again, for fear that she would use some strange things to deal with them, and they didn't dare to approach her palace full of traps. The Emperor himself didn't dare to go, so how could he dare to go? Okay, look at your ability. The Emperor stood up and walked outside. I will go with you. A group of people went to Feiyu Palace of Concubine Shu. You two go and knock on the door. Eunuch Chow pointed to the two guards behind. Chapter 47. The two looked at each other, crouched forward, put their hands on the swords at their waists, and looked as if they were facing a great enemy. With a click. Sound, Eunuch Chow hurriedly protected the Emperor. The guards behind him also drew their swords to block the Emperor. It's okay. The two guards who came forward smiled back. I accidentally stepped on a dead leaf. The Emperor pushed Eunuch Chow away, frowning. You all go up and knock on the door. This concubine Shu is really something. She is a concubine after all, but there is no one at the palace gate. The guards took orders and stepped forward. When they reached the steps, ropes suddenly flew out from both sides of the palace gate, tying up the guards, who were on alert. Finally, a net fell directly and trapped them all. The trapped guards lay on the ground and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Concubine Shu changed a non-lethal trap. Before the Emperor could speak, a very impatient and slightly irritable voice came from the closed palace gate. Is it that reckless person who broke into my palace again? Do you think he has lived too long? As soon as the words fell, the tightly closed palace door suddenly opened, and the concubine Shu, dressed in a blue dress, walked out. She was not wearing any makeup, and her black hair was tied into a bun, without any head ornaments. Instead, it was stained with some sawdust. "Madam, it seems to be the Emperor." The maid Tao Yi next to her carefully reminded the unhappy concubine Shu. The concubine Shu followed Tao Yi's gaze, and saw a familiar bright yellow standing with eunuch Chao. "Your Majesty, I am sorry for not welcoming you from afar," concubine Shu said, as she walked in front of the Emperor and saluted perfunctorily. Without waiting for the Emperor to let her stand up, she stood up automatically, looked at the guards, who were caught in the net and struggling like silkworms, and shook her head. "A bunch of trash. They fell into such a simple trap. Talia, untie them." "Concubine Shu, I came to see you for something." Concubine Shu smiled. "Your Majesty, please come in." The two followed Concubine Shu into the room. Concubine Shu's bedroom was different from other concubines. Other concubines' bedrooms were as gorgeous as they could be, with the fragrance of flowers, fruits, or incense in the bedroom. Her bedroom was very different. There were tools that the Emperor and eunuch Chao could not understand, and the floor was full of sawdust. The wind outside blew, and the air was filled with sawdust and the smell of sawdust. "Your Majesty, please sit down." The Emperor nodded and sat down at the round wooden table beside him. Fortunately, the bedroom was big enough, and there was no sawdust on the floor. "Shu Fei, I remember your bedroom was not like this before." Shu Fei poured him tea, poured herself a cup, looked around her bedroom, and said indifferently, "It is a bit messy, but it's okay, just clean it up." The Emperor took a sip of tea, knowing that he didn't understand what he meant, and continued, "I'm talking about the valuable ornaments you had in there before. How come they are all gone?" Eunuch Chao discovered it when he entered the room. If this wasn't the Imperial Palace, he would have mistakenly thought that concubine Shu's bedroom had been robbed. Nothing valuable was left. It was as simple as it could be. "Oh!" Concubine Shu understood and said shockingly, "I sold them all." She made some things. The materials were too expensive, and her salary was not much. It was not enough for her to spend. "You said you sold them all?" The Emperor was full of disbelief. "Didn't the palace give you a salary?" Shu Fei answered as a matter of course, "Yes, but I spent it all." She seemed to remember something. "Your Majesty, those things belong to me in my bedroom. You won't punish me if I sell them, right?" The Emperor, Not wanting to argue with her, the Emperor remembered the purpose of this and changed the subject. "Are you used to managing the harem these days?" Tao Yi beside her hung her head. Her mother had never managed the harem. She locked herself in the bedroom all day long, doing something unknown. She went out a few times to get money. "It's a habit. Everything is the same as before." "Did no one else say anything to me?" Shu Fei glanced at eunuch Chao. Eunuch Chao forced a smile and shook his head. The Emperor was very pleased. "Luo's full-month banquet is coming soon. Since you, Shu Fei, are now able to manage the harem well, I will leave this matter to you." "Your Majesty, I am not familiar with this either. Why don't you leave it to the Minister of Rites or the Queen? Letting her organize the banquet, wouldn't it ruin the little guy's full-month banquet?" After concubine Shu finished speaking, she felt that eunuch Chao's face seemed a little strange, and she raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't say anything wrong, right? Could it be that something interesting happened outside that she didn't know about? "Madam Concubine Shu, there is no queen now," eunuch Chao reminded softly. Concubine Shu stole a glance at the Emperor. She didn't know the reason and didn't ask any more questions. She planned to let Tao Yi go out and ask about it later. The Emperor can ask the Minister of Rites to do it, so you can rest assured. At the same time, when the other concubines in the palace heard that the Emperor had come to the palace of concubine Shu, they all came to Feiyu Palace with anger on their faces. They planned to let the Emperor make the decision for them. They were afraid of concubine Shu's trap and dared not come. Today they finally got the chance. The Emperor discussed with concubine Shu and decided to let the Minister of Rites to organize Yue Luo's full moon banquet. Just as she was about to get up and leave, she heard hurried footsteps coming from the door. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and a group of concubines, fat and thin, entered in a line, holding up their skirts. "Your Majesty, you must make a decision for me, Wu." A huge group of people knelt on the ground, crying and asking the Emperor to make a decision. "What's going on?" The Emperor frowned. "Don't cry. Whoever cries again will be sent to the cold palace directly." The crying stopped abruptly, and the bedroom became quiet instantly. "Your Majesty, Sister Shu Fei withheld our monthly salary. You must make a decision for us." Shu Fei supported her forehead, received the Emperor's gaze, regained her composure, and said calmly, "They are talking nonsense. They took the initiative to give it to me." The Emperor glanced at the people on the ground and asked uncertainly, "Is it really as concubine Shu said?" When several people were about to speak, they saw concubine Shu took advantage of the emperor's inattention, raised her hand, and made a gesture of wiping her neck towards them. Then she smiled and said, "Sisters, please be careful with your words. The little princess's full moon banquet is coming, and I plan to give her a gift. You know that I am short of money, so you deliberately gave me your monthly salary. Why are you saying that I withheld your monthly salary now?" The kneeling concubines exchanged glances, trying to recall when they said they would give their monthly silver to concubine Shu. "Why are you silent? Have you remembered everything, or do you think I shouldn't spend your silver to buy a gift for the little princess?" Everyone, Concubine Shu continued to speak, with an understanding smile on her face. "If you think this silver shouldn't be spent on the little princess, I will go and get the gift back. I can't let you sisters hate the little princess, right?" Chapter 48. How dare they say no to the little princess? They know how high the little princess's status in the emperor's heart is. This concubine Shu is really insidious. Not only did she advance their monthly salary for 2 months, she also threatened them. Now she is using the little princess as a scapegoat. This is simply too much. Ha ha ha. The emperor laughed happily, not noticing the undercurrent between them. "Okay, my beloved concubines are thoughtful. It seems that everyone in the harem is very harmonious under concubine Shu's management. I am very relieved." The concubines who dared to be angry but not speak forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. "It's all because of the emperor's wisdom." Shu Fei nodded with satisfaction, looking at them with a sincere smile. "In that case, do you have anything else to say?" It's okay, we leave now and not disturb the emperor and Sister Shu Fei." After saying that, the emperor only felt a gust of wind blowing in front of his eyes, and the concubines who were kneeling on the ground disappeared instantly. For fear that if someone was late, Shu Fei would cheat them again. "I was waiting for the monthly silver to buy jewelry, but after what Shu Fei did, I had to endure it again. Shu Fei, you care so much about lure, and the harem is well managed. What do you want? I will satisfy you." Shu Fei's eyes lit up, and her impatient face immediately brightened. "Your concubine. Can you really do anything?" The emperor cleared his throat, except serving the emperor in bed. Shu Fei, She had never thought about this. If it weren't for the emperor's abundant money, she would not have entered the palace. Now she has climbed to the 4th concubine, and the monthly silver is barely enough, and she is too lazy to serve the emperor in bed. "Your Majesty, then you should reward me with 100 taels of gold." The emperor readily agreed. "I will have someone send it to you later. Please close the trap at your door first, otherwise no one will dare to approach." After the emperor left, concubine Shu waved for Tao Yi to come over. "Your Majesty, what do you want? What happened outside recently? Go and ask for me." "Your Majesty, I wanted to tell you before, but you asked me not to disturb you." Concubine Shu raised her eyebrows. "Then you can tell me now." Tao Yi told her what happened outside and stepped aside. Concubine Shu held her chin with her hand. "The concubine Xian and the queen are gone. I miss such a good thing." Her tone was a little regretful, but she quickly recovered and put her mind on the queen and concubine Xian's palaces. "Tao Yi, go to the queen and concubine Xian's palaces with me." Tao Yi was puzzled. "Your Majesty, why are we going there?" Concubine Shu smiled. There should be a lot of valuable things in the queen's palace and concubine Xian's palace. She remembered that the emperor had given them many gifts before. Tao Yi had a sad face. "My queen, isn't the 100 taels of gold that the emperor gave you enough?" She grumbled in her heart that she had already advanced so much of the queen's monthly salary, and she didn't know where the queen had spent it. "It's enough, but don't waste it." She raised her hand and patted Tao Yi. "Forget it, you stay here, and when the emperor sends gold to me, you can take it, and I'll be back soon." The material of the thing she made for the little guy last time was not good, and she planned to change it to a better material to improve it. The little guy she was thinking about was complaining about the emperor in her heart. "You come to eat for free again, but it's a pity that mother doesn't cook today, so you can't eat for free." Concubine Li also thought so, and poured a cup of tea for the emperor. "Your Majesty, do you want to serve the meal?" The emperor waved his hand. "I heard that concubine Shu gave Lure a gift, so I came to see it." He really didn't come to eat for free this time, okay? Besides, in this huge palace, everything is his. Concubine Shu gave me a gift, and you didn't even show any appreciation. Think about it yourself. How long has it been since you sent me something? The emperor automatically filtered out the little guy's voice, and looked at the baby carriage pushed out by Hua Rui, but he didn't see anything. This thing has a secret. Sister Shu Fei is thoughtful. I don't know how many gifts I will receive at the full moon banquet. The tyrant has so many concubines and ministers. If one of them sends me something, I can make my dream of being a rich woman come true. I'm looking forward to it. The Emperor, concubinely, This daughter must be obsessed with money. Empressly, I let the Minister of Rites organize Lure's full-month banquet. If you have anyone you want to invite, just give me the list, and I have someone do it. Empressly thought for a while, and said with a smile, Prime Minister Li's family and Madame Kai's family. Your Majesty can decide the rest. The Emperor sighed, you've thought it through. Not only can it help Miss Li gain face, but it can also repay the Kai family for their care for Madame Chang for many years. He then looked at Eunuch Chow. Your Majesty, I've made a note of this, and will tell the Minister of Rites to do it. TSK, you are indeed Eunuch Chow. As soon as the tyrant sticks his butt out, you know what shit he is doing. Why call you Eunuch Chow? Just call me Concubine Chow. Where else can you find someone who understands tyrants so well? Yuilua said cheerfully, but Concubinely almost couldn't hold back her laughter. The Emperor's face darkened. Feeling the change in the Emperor's expression, Eunuch Chow thought to himself, not knowing why. Did he say something wrong? The Emperor seemed unhappy. But there is nothing wrong with what I said. It is really like living with a tiger. While Eunuch Chow was struggling with his mind, a young eunuch came in. Your Majesty, here is a letter for you. Eunuch Chow took the letter and handed it to the Emperor. He opened it and took a look at the handwriting. The Emperor knew it. It was the handwriting of Master Fong. He read it patiently and found out that Master Fong recommended a teacher suitable for teaching the prince because of the guilt of his daughter's actions. Who gave me the letter? I'm curious. The Emperor handed the letter to Eunuch Chow and asked the eunuch who delivered the letter. Where is the person who delivered the letter now? The eunuch replied respectfully, waiting at the palace gate. The Emperor stood up and said, take the person to the Imperial study. He looked at Concubinely and said, someone recommended a teacher to the prince. I go and see. Concubinely understood and handed Yuilua to him. Yuilua was curious. Who recommended him? But if he dared to recommend him, he must be a capable person. No matter how bad he is, he won't be worse than Master Chu. The Emperor glanced at Eunuch Chow, then slowly withdrew his gaze. Eunuch Chow knew that the Emperor would remember Master Chu whenever he saw something related to the prince's teacher. He lowered his head and pretended to be dead, worried that the Emperor would send him to wash the toilet again. Your Majesty, the person has been brought. Yuilua looked curiously with wide eyes. The person was wearing a brocade robe, about 20 years old, handsome, with black hair, tall and graceful, and outstanding temperament. I greet the Emperor. He bowed slightly, his voice clear, and calmly let the Emperor look at him. This person is a little familiar. Chapter 49. The Emperor tensed up a little when his daughter's voice came out. Somewhat familiar? Could it be another bad guy who wants to harm him? I remember, isn't this Li Yunhe, the eldest son of Prime Minister Li, who has been studying abroad since he was a child? He is really a talented man with a handsome appearance. The Emperor was so anxious, you should tell me the point. If Li Yunhe is really talented, the world only knows that he has been studying abroad since he was a child, but actually doesn't know that he is a student of Minqiu, who is good at the study of emperors. Fong Taisher was really thoughtful to invite Li Yunhe to assist the prince. After hearing this, the Emperor was relieved and a little surprised. Minqiu was a capable person that everyone wanted to bring into their country. When he was still the prince, my father sent people to invite him, but unfortunately, he was rejected several times. My father regretted it for a long time. Later, the Prince of Yulo Kingdom did not know what method he used to invite Minqiu to come out and assist him to ascend the throne. With the help of Minqiu, Yulo Kingdom rose rapidly, and it took only a few years for it to gradually become a great country from a small country that anyone could step on. This made other countries regret not inviting Minqiu to join their camp. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. As the country became stronger, the Emperor of Yulo Kingdom began to refuse to listen to Minqiu's opinions. Because of their political differences, Minqiu resigned from the position of Prime Minister of Yulo Kingdom and retired to the mountains. And Yulo Kingdom gradually declined without him until it was destroyed. There was silence in the Imperial study. The Emperor did not speak, and Li Yunhe did not intend to speak actively. No, why didn't the tyrant ask Li Yunhe to stand up? This is the talent of the future Prime Minister. The Prince brother needs a capable person like him to assist. The Emperor came back to his senses, and with a pleasant expression, he motioned Li Yunhe to stand up and gave him a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Yunhe lifted his robe slightly, sat down and said, I am Li Yunhe, recommended by Grand Master Fong to come and see Your Majesty. If it weren't for the fact that his master's orders were difficult to disobey, he would not have come down the mountain so quickly, and would have agreed to Grandmaster Feng's recommendation. I have already seen it, and my Prime Minister is also surnamed Li. It's not a coincidence, they are father and son. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister is my father. I have been studying outside since I was a child, so it's not surprising that the Emperor doesn't recognize me. Li Yunhe had no intention of hiding anything. Everyone knew that he had been learning from a master since he was a child, but no one knew that his master was Min Qiu. He also didn't know how Master Feng knew his identity. Good. The Emperor said several good words in a row with joy. A tiger father will have a dog son. He looked at Eunuch Chao and said, "Go, ask the prince to come and meet his teacher." Yui Luo praised the tyrant in his heart. The tyrant was so good, he found a treasure. After Min Qiu retired to the mountains, many people tried to find his apprentice, but unfortunately they didn't know who his apprentice was. When these people know Li Yunhe's identity, they will be jealous of you. After all, compared with his master Min Qiu, this Li Yunhe is even better. Eunuch Chao left the Imperial study and walked quickly towards the East Palace. He was still a little puzzled. Although Master Zhang was the son of Prime Minister Li, he was not very old, and looked not much older than the prince. Could he really be the prince's teacher? When they arrived at the East Palace, the prince was reading a book. When he heard Eunuch Chao coming, he hurriedly said, "Please let him in." Eunuch Chao came in and bowed. "Your Highness, the Emperor asked me to invite you to the Imperial study to meet your teacher." The prince was slightly surprised that his father had found a suitable teacher so quickly. "Who is this teacher?" the prince asked as he walked out. Eunuch Chao followed the prince and said respectfully, "He was recommended by Grand Tutor Feng, the son of Prime Minister Li Yunhe." "The son of the Prime Minister? Isn't he much older than me?" Is the Emperor serious? He wasn't afraid of being cheated by someone recommended by Grand Tutor Feng. Neither of them spoke again. They were led directly into the Imperial study room. The prince looked straight ahead and bowed respectfully. "Your son pays respects to your father." "Prince, take a look at your new teacher." Li Yunhe glanced at the gentle and modest prince and raised his eyebrows slightly. He was just as described in his father's letter, gentle and polite, modest and elegant. "Stand up and take a seat." After the prince sat down, the Emperor raised his hand and pointed at Li Yunhe, who was drinking tea next to him. "This is the teacher Li Yunhe recommended to you by the old man surnamed Feng. You are of similar age, so it should be easy for you to get along with each other." The prince nodded slightly and lowered his eyes. His father didn't seem to be joking. It seemed that he really wanted to let this Master Li be his teacher. "My brother, don't reject him just because he is young and recommended by Master Feng. He is a young talent that others can't get. Moreover, the most important thing for a monarch is to know people, and use them well, not to judge people by appearance." Looking at Yui Luo, whose eyes were black in his father's arms, and comparing it with the voice he just heard, the prince felt uncomfortable. "Your Highness." Li Yunhe bowed slightly and observed the prince's expression. The other party did not seem to be unhappy because he was recommended by Master Feng, which made him feel a little bit of appreciation. When he went down the mountain, he heard about what happened in the palace and the identity of the prince. The prince did not become depressed and angry because of this, which was rare. The most taboo thing for a monarch is to show emotions. "Teacher." Although it was a little awkward, the prince still called with a smile on his face, "Please give me more advice in the future." The Emperor was in a good mood and nodded with satisfaction. After they talked for a while, the Emperor sent Li Yunhe back to the Prime Minister's residence. He said to the prince earnestly, "You should learn from Li Yunhe in the future, and don't let your father down." After solving the problem of the prince's teacher, the Emperor smiled and looked at Eunuch Chao. "Go, and tell the Minister of Rights what concubine Li told you." The Minister of Rights mentioned by the two was writing an invitation. Hearing the servant come to tell him that Eunuch Chao came to convey the Emperor's oral order, he hurriedly put down the pen in his hand and got up to go out to greet him. "Sir Su, the Emperor asked you to remember to send an invitation to the Kai family, as well as Prime Minister Li's family." Sir Su was surprised. The Kai family was a merchant family, but they had never been invited to the palace banquet. Was the Emperor trying to give face to the Kai family? He pulled back his thoughts and said with a smile, "I will not forget the Prime Minister's family, and the Kai family will make up for it." "The Prime Minister's family has 4 people, Sir Su, don't forget." "A family of 4. Is the Emperor inviting even the Prime Minister's concubine's daughter?" Although he was puzzled by the Emperor's intention, Sir Su did not ask more. After Eunuch Chao left, he rewrote 2 invitations. If it was an ordinary princess's full-month banquet, he would not personally organize it. Usually, the princess's biological mother, or the person in charge of the harem would simply organize it. The grandeur of the little princess's full-month banquet was almost as grand as the emperor's birthday banquet. Chapter 50. After getting off the carriage at the gate of the Prime Minister's mansion, Li Yunhe walked inside. As he approached the red gate, he was stopped by two servants at the gate. "What are you doing?" "I am your young master." The two looked at each other, uncertain in their hearts. Although they all knew that there was a young master in the Prime Minister's mansion, they had never seen him. "I will report to the master." A servant turned around and went to the main hall. "Master, there is a young man outside the door who claims to be our young master." Prime Minister Li was so excited that he almost dropped the tea in his hand. "Really?" He wrote many letters to his son, but his son never mentioned coming back. Why did he suddenly come back now? "Master, let's go out and see here. It's cold outside." "Don't let him wait too long." Mrs. Li stood up and pulled Li Qian with a smile on her face. "Let's go and see your brother together." Li Qian was also very curious about what this brother looked like. With a smile on her face, she held Mrs. Li's hand. "Mom, please walk slowly." The three of them walked to the door and saw Li Yunhe standing at the door with a slender figure and his hands behind his back. "Here," Mrs. Li came forward excitedly, her eyes red, and pulled up his sleeves. "Why didn't you tell your parents before you went down the mountain?" "Hello, parents, sister." Prime Minister Li glanced at his wife and smiled. "Go in and talk. Now you're not afraid that here will catch a cold." Li Qian was a little flattered. She thought her brother was the legitimate son and didn't grow up in the mansion. They had no brother-sister relationship and would not pay attention to her. Unexpectedly, her brother took the initiative to talk to her. Her tense body gradually relaxed, and she said, "Brother, go in and have a cup of hot tea to warm yourself up." Several people walked to the main hall, and after Li Yunhe drank a sip of hot tea, Prime Minister Li couldn't wait to ask. "Here, why did you suddenly go down the mountain?" Thinking of the carriage at the door just now, Prime Minister Li continued, "If I saw it correctly, the carriage that sent you here was from the palace." "Did you go to the palace?" Li Yunhe put down the tea with a smile and nodded. "It is indeed from the palace, because the master owed Master Fang a request. Master Fang asked him to promise to allow his apprentice to go down the mountain and assist His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wholeheartedly, so the child came back. He originally wanted to go down the mountain and enter the government through the Imperial examination, but who would have thought that his master would sell him out like this?" "That's good. I actually wanted to recommend you, but I was worried that you would be criticized by people in the court, so I gave up the idea. Now that Master Fang recommended you, they shouldn't say anything." His worries were not groundless. Now that he was the Prime Minister, and his son was a teacher to the prince at a young age, the Prime Minister's mansion was in its heyday, and it was inevitable that some people would be suspicious and make a fuss about it. "Don't worry, Dad. The Emperor and the Prince don't look down on me because of my age." Although Madame Li didn't understand what was going on in the court, she knew that the prince's teacher was not someone who could be chosen by anyone, and she was sincerely happy for her son. At this time, a servant came in from outside. "Master and Madam, someone from the Minister of Rights' residence is here to deliver an invitation." "Send someone in." Soon, a servant came in, respectfully handed the invitation to the Prime Minister, and turned away. After opening the invitation, the Prime Minister smiled and said, "It's an invitation to attend the little princess's full moon banquet. All four of us can go." Li Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Dad, do you mean that my daughter can go too?" Mrs. Li patted her hands and said softly, "A family of four. Isn't that me, your father, your brother and you? It should be the intention of Concubine Li to make you proud." Li Qian pursed her lips and smiled, thanking Concubine Li even more in her heart. This banquet is not for everyone who wants to go. Listening to what the others said, Li Yunhe looked puzzled. The little princess's banquet was actually organized by the Minister of Rights himself. He suddenly remembered that when he was in the Imperial study, the Emperor was holding a child in his arms. Could it be that the child was the little princess? Seeing his doubts, Prime Minister Li explained, "The little princess is the daughter of Concubine Li, and is very favored by the Emperor. Letting the Ministry of Rights handle it is to give the little princess enough honor." The Kai family, who also received the invitation, was also surprised. If they hadn't read the content, they would have thought that the invitation was sent to the wrong person. A few days ago, Madame was worried that it would be difficult to meet Mrs. Zhang. "Now don't you have a chance?" Mr. Kai teased his wife. Unlike the lively palace, the third prince's mansion was deserted. Yang Xian held her chin with a gloomy look. She hadn't seen the third prince for a long time, although she still lived in the third prince's mansion. She thought that what she did was hidden, and the third prince couldn't possibly know. Did Concubine Xian tell the third prince before she died? But if that was the case, why did the third prince keep her in the mansion? After thinking about it, she could only think of a reasonable explanation, that is, the third prince still had feelings for her. "Miss, do you want to go out for a walk?" the maid asked with some concern. Young Exion was only not allowed to go near the study and the third prince's room. She could move around normally in other places. "There's nothing interesting outside," Young Exion sighed listlessly, and waved for the maid to come over and sit. "Miss, this is not appropriate." "What's wrong?" Young Exion frowned. "I've told you so many times, we are all human beings. There is no distinction between master and servant. Come over if I ask you to, and tell me what's interesting outside." The maid came forward slowly, and still stood aside. Young Exion pulled her to sit on the chair. "Go ahead. Tomorrow is the little princess's full moon banquet. People are talking about it outside now. I think the third prince will also attend." Young Exion didn't care. What's there to discuss about a full moon banquet? But it's understandable. People at this time don't have mobile phones or TVs, so they can only rely on gossip to pass the time. "Miss, you don't know?" The maid lowered her voice. "The little princess is very favored by the emperor. This full moon banquet is held by the Ministry of Rights, which shows the emperor's care for the little princess." Listening to the maid's envious tone, Young Exion did not feel envious, but more sympathy. Born in this feudal era, even if you are favored and have a noble status, it doesn't matter. When you grow up, you still have to marry and raise children, and share a husband with others. The maid was still chattering, and Young Exion interrupted her. "Stop talking." She suddenly remembered that the third prince said that he would take her to the little princess's full-month banquet last time, so she stood up and walked out. Who knew that she saw Xiang, who was smiling brightly, walking towards this side, and raised his hand to block her way. "Miss Yang, where are you going?" Young Exion glared at her and pushed his hand away. "I'm going to find Brother Chen, you move aside." Yang was unmoved and sneered. "His Highness doesn't want to see you, so you should stay in the mansion before the little princess's full moon banquet. You have to ask Brother Chen to come and tell me in person, otherwise I won't believe it." How could she not go? With her status as the heroine, she would definitely go to such a banquet. What if the hero meets the heroine? What would she do? Chapter 51. She doesn't allow the hero and heroine to meet. Now the hero seems to be out of her control. If the heroine appears again, she will be driven away by the hero and have nowhere to go. After all, she broke off her relationship with the Yang family after she came here, and the Yang family will definitely not care about her life or death. Xiang frowned and looked at her, yelling, threatening, "Give up on this idea. His Highness will not come to see you. If you yell again, I will pull out your tongue." After saying that, he waved his hand to call 2 guards. "Keep an eye on her. If Her Highness comes back from the little princess's full moon banquet tomorrow, and she is not in this room, you 2 will be the only ones to ask." The 2 of them nodded in agreement. Young Exion reluctantly returned to the room, cursing in her heart that all men were pigs, saying they would take her with them, but they changed their minds in the blink of an eye. "Miss, just stay in the mansion," the maid whispered. "Your Highness may be doing this for your sake. Otherwise, with Young Exion's rude behavior and outspoken mouth, she would definitely offend many nobles if she went to the banquet." "For my sake?" Young Exion obviously didn't think so. She glanced at the maid, who was bowing her head. "Do you think I don't know etiquette? As a new age woman in the 21st century, why should she kneel down to these feudal ancients? She can't say this or do that. She can't let people live." "I dare not." The maid didn't dare to look at her and purse her lips. "Forget it, I don't blame you. You were born in this era, so it's normal to feel this way." Young Exion stopped talking, glanced at the 2 people guarding outside, rolled her eyes, and said to the maid, "Hey, do me a favor." The maid blinked, then looked terrified. "Miss, if you want me to help you get out, give up the idea as soon as possible." "I can't do it, and I won't agree to it. Young Exion is the master. His Highness will not punish Young Exion, but she is not. She will be punished. Because Young Exion has been punished several times. Don't worry, I treat you as a sister, we share happiness and difficulties, and I will definitely not cheat you." The maid didn't say anything, but she remembered that Young Exion punished her before when she got into trouble. When she was not punished, she said that she shared happiness and difficulties, but when she was punished, Young Exion just pretended to be deaf and dumb. Seeing that she didn't speak, Young Exion pulled her arm and said intimately, "Please, I can't go out. If I can go out, I will definitely not let you help me. Don't worry, I really won't let you be punished this time." After much persuasion, the maid agreed. Young Exion was delighted and whispered a few words in the maid's ear. Just do what I say when the time comes, and I won't hold you responsible. Ziyang, who had returned to report to the third prince, entered the study with a smile. Your Highness, I have already ordered someone to keep an eye on Yang Xian. The third prince nodded slightly, and looked up at Ziyang. I asked you to send someone to the Yang family in Jiangzhou to investigate Yang Xian. How is the investigation going? Ziyang, who had almost forgotten about this, remembered it and replied, the person sent to investigate has sent a letter. Yang Xian's father is the governor of Jiangzhou. He is an honest official, and is loved by the people of Jiangzhou. I heard that he will be transferred to the Dali Temple in the capital to serve as a junior official before the new year. The third prince raised his eyebrows slightly. Speaking of Yang Xian, Ziyang turned the topic back to Yang Xian. Yang Xian in Jiangzhou is completely different from now. The information I received said that she was gentle and generous, comparable to the ladies of the capital, and she had been engaged since she was a child. But later, I don't know what happened, her temperament suddenly changed. Not only did she threaten to commit suicide and break off relations with the Yang family, but she also called off the marriage. When he saw the letter, he almost thought he had read it wrong. How could Yang Xian look like a lady of a noble family? She moved into the third prince's mansion without a matchmaker or engagement, and acted like a mistress of the house. There was no similarity at all. I know. The third prince was not surprised. Since Yang Xian came from another time, where was the real Yang Xian? Where did she go? This was something the third prince could not figure out. Ziyang was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, Your Highness, since you already know that Yang Xian is restless, why don't you drive her out of the house? The third prince narrowed his eyes. It was not that he didn't want to drive Yang Xian out, but he was worried that with Yang Xian's outspoken personality, if she went out to cause trouble and was killed, would the real Yang Xian be innocent? Luo knows so much. Will she know where the real Yang Xian is? He stood up. Ziyang, prepare the carriage. I'm going to the palace. In Concubine Li's palace, Yuilua danced with joy as she looked at the new clothes that Concubine Li prepared for her. Luo, do you like it? Yuilua rolled her big black eyes and nodded in agreement. I like it, mother. Don't wrap me up tomorrow. Let others see the new clothes that mother made for me. Concubine Li rubbed her face and said softly, Since Luo likes it, mother will let you wear thicker clothes tomorrow so that others can see your new clothes, okay? That's great. If others see how cute I am, they might give me more gifts. By the way, can my tall and mighty uncle come to attend my little cutie's full moon banquet tomorrow? I don't know how he is doing now. It's been so long. According to his ability, he should be back soon. Even Concubine Li couldn't answer her question. The emperor always came to hold Luo and left without telling her about this. At this time, a happy laugh came from outside. Luo, your father is here to see you. The servant saluted respectfully. The emperor asked everyone to stand up, walked to Yuilua, picked her up, and rubbed his chin with a little stubble against his daughter's fair face. Yuilua frowned. Ah, please don't prick me with your beard, tyrant. I know I'm cute. Can you restrain yourself for a while? The emperor raised his hand and touched his stubble, which was really prickly. No wonder Luo disliked it. By the way, I received a letter from General Jean. The small country that was in chaos at the border has been conquered. He will leave for Beijing soon. As she spoke, she raised her hand and pinched Yuilua's chubby little face. Luo is really your father's little lucky star. It's a pity that General Jean has some things to deal with, and can't attend Luo's full moon banquet. Concubine Li smiled. Thank you, your majesty, for telling me that my brother's safety is more important than anything else. Although she really wanted her brother to attend Luo's full moon banquet. My uncle is really powerful. National affairs are more important than my full moon banquet. It doesn't matter whether he comes or not, as long as the gifts arrive. It's okay. When General Jean returns victorious, I will have someone host a banquet for him. Concubine Li and Luo will be able to meet General Jean. After saying this, the emperor smiled and said to Yuilua, Tomorrow Luo will be able to meet your 2 sisters and 2 brothers. Are you happy? It's okay. Instead of looking forward to them, I'd rather look forward to the heroine I like. Chapter 52. Heroine? The emperor raised his eyebrows slightly. He had heard of it several times, but he didn't know whose daughter it was. Your Majesty, the third prince wants to see you. Eunuch Chow walked in with a whisk and said softly, What is the hero here for? I don't know if he will bring the time-traveling girl to participate tomorrow. If he does, the time-traveling girl will definitely not let the 2 meet. If Yang Xian hadn't been determined to break up the official match, the hero and heroine would have met long ago. The emperor stood up and carried Yuilua to the Qingxin Palace. This time, Yuilua didn't resist, because she also wanted to know why the male lead came. Your son grieved the emperor. Seeing the emperor coming in front of him, the third prince, who was waiting outside the palace, bowed and saluted. Why don't you go in and wait? The emperor looked at him, asked him to stand up and walk into the palace. Wait outside for a while, no problem. The third prince followed him in, feeling a little strange. The father knew his identity, why didn't he expose it? And his attitude towards him was the same as before. Even the matter of his mother, the father never let him be implicated. Everything in the mansion was the same as before. He lowered his eyes. Did his mother want him to feel uneasy, so she lied to him? After knowing this, he did think a lot, and hesitated between actively looking for his father to admit his mistake, and not looking for his father. Since his father didn't know, he would take the initiative to admit it, so that he wouldn't be troubled by this matter. Father, I came here today to tell you something, that is, my body. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the emperor. You are my son, the matter of the virtuous concubine is over, and you are not allowed to mention it again in the future. I know that everything has nothing to do with you. No way, no way, is the third prince going to reveal his identity? No, how does he know his identity? Did concubine Xian reveal it to him before she died? Ah, this is too much. He died, and still disgusted the third prince. My heroine, little angel, please show up and save the hero, who is so beautiful and strong. The hero must feel bad after knowing this. Concubine Xian guessed that this would happen and deliberately disgusted him. Fortunately, the tyrant interrupted in time. The emperor, who already knew the truth, glanced at the little guy in his arms. If it were usual, he would definitely make up a story that he missed the truth again. It seems that giving gifts is still useful. Luer complained about him less and less. The third prince was still immersed in the word female protagonist in Yuilua's voice. He didn't read the storybooks, but he had heard that there were male and female protagonists in the storybooks, and the two were a pair. Could the female protagonist that Luer was talking about be his future wife? His mind suddenly flashed to the last time Yang Xian asked him if he noticed the women at the concubine selection banquet. Could his future wife be among them? Anything else? The emperor was afraid that he would continue to talk about his identity, so he wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. I want to take Luer out to play for a while. The third prince pulled back his thoughts and spoke. Fearing that the emperor would not agree, he glanced outside the palace. It's warm today. I won't let Luer catch a cold. The weather has indeed been sunny and warm in the past few days. The emperor did not refuse, but was puzzled. Why do they all like to take Luer out to play, including the crown prince and the third prince? But it's good this way. The crown prince is the future emperor, and the third prince is the male protagonist. He feels relieved that the two of them are good to Luer. Thank you, father. The third prince took Yuilua, who was staring at him with her big black eyes, and said, your son will bring Luer here later. Did I become more beautiful? Otherwise, why would the crown prince and the male lead want to hold me to play? The third prince held her out of the Qingxin Palace, and walked towards the pavilion next to him in the dim warm sun. Tomorrow is Luer's full moon banquet. What gift do you want? The third prince will get it for you. Yuilua raised her eyes, and the warm sunlight poured on his smooth forehead. His long eyelashes drooped slightly, casting a shadow under his eyes, and his rosy lips were smiling. The male lead is also handsome from this perspective. 360 degrees without any dead angles. Ahem, stop. Let's talk about the gift. What do you like? The smile on the third prince's mouth gradually deepened. He was often praised for his outstanding appearance, and he was used to it, but he was still very happy to be praised by the soft and cute Luer. It's useless for me to ask for anything, and I can't speak. If I could speak, I really hope that the male lead would not bring the time-traveling girl to attend my full moon banquet. Yuilua was just thinking in her heart. The third prince's extremely magnetic voice sounded, Luer, there is someone in my brother's house who speaks and acts very differently. My brother recently asked someone to check her identity, and found that she is completely different from before. After saying this, the third prince stopped talking at the right time, and pricked up his ears to listen to the little guy's thoughts. Yuilua rolled her eyes in her heart. How could she not be two different people? The real Yang Xian is a lady from a noble family, and she is naturally different from the time-traveling girl, who behaves in an unusual way. I don't know if the real Yang Xian can come back. She remembered that there was a special chapter about the real Yang Xian in the book, who went to the 21st century, but committed suicide because she missed her family too much. The third prince narrowed his eyes, and the real Yang Xian was still alive. Knowing the answer, the third prince took the little girl around again, and then sent her back to the Emperor's Qingxin palace. Because of the little girl's voice, the third prince went to see if Yang Xian was still in the house after returning home. Your Highness. The two people at the door bowed. Is Yang Xian still in there? The two nodded. Inside, we have been guarding the door. Hearing the sound outside, Yang Xian stood up and opened the door, looking at the third prince standing outside the door, smiling. Brother Chen, are you here to see me? Seeing that she was still there, the third prince turned around and left. Yang Xian stamped his feet and closed the door hard to vent his dissatisfaction. The next day, the third prince changed into a crimson-purple brocade robe with gold cloud patterns, picked out several precious treasures, and then got on the carriage in the palace. Guessing that the third prince had left the mansion, Yang Xian whispered to the maid, Good sister, whether I can attend the banquet depends on you. After that, she raised her hand to push the teacup on the table to the ground, and raised her hand to cover her stomach. Ouch, ouch. The two people outside heard the sound and looked at each other. There seems to be movement inside. Open the door and take a look. Hearing the knock on the door outside, Yang Xian winked at the maid. The maid opened the door, and the two people outside glanced at Yang Xian. What's going on? My lady has a severe stomachache. My two elder brothers, please let me go out and call a doctor. The two were undecided and did not speak. Yang Xian held her stomach, looking in great pain. Your Highness asked you to watch me, but did not say to watch my maid. If something happened to me, do you think your Highness would not investigate? The two hesitated for a while, and agreed to let her maid go. Chapter 53. Anyway, they want to see Yang Xian, and Yang Xian is still here. The maid ran out of the house, and went to the fourth prince's house. Pacing back and forth at the door for a while, she exhaled heavily, calmed her nervous heart and walked forward. What are you doing? Go away. The guards at the door stopped her fiercely. Two big brothers, please be kind. I want to see the fourth prince, please be flexible. The two snorted coldly, looked her up and down with contempt. Do you think anyone can come to the fourth prince's house? The maid was anxious. Seeing that the two had no intention of letting her in, she tried to force her way in. I'm not a bad person. I just want to see the fourth prince. The fourth prince, who came out of the mansion, heard the noise and raised his eyebrows. What are you doing? You're making a fuss. The guard took back his hand that was holding the maid and bowed. This man said he wanted to see his highness. The fourth prince raised his dark eyes, and looked at the maid who was bowing her head. Raise your head. The maid raised her head slowly, not daring to look directly into the fourth prince's eyes. What do you want to see me for? He didn't seem to know this girl. Fourth prince, it's the young lady who wants your help. I've never seen you before, he said, as he stepped up to get on the carriage. The emperor told him not to be late, and he also wanted to see this little sister, who was doted on by the emperor. Fourth prince, my young lady is Yang Xian. The maid shouted. The fourth prince paused and turned around. You said your young lady is Yang Xian? What does she want to see me for? Yang Xian and her met in a restaurant. Because of her kindness and frankness, which was different from other women, the two became friends. But Yang Xian had never told him her identity, and he had never asked. Now that he heard the maid say this, he became interested. Reply to the fourth prince. The maid stepped forward and lowered her voice. The young lady was locked up in the mansion by the third prince, and was not allowed to leave. She wanted to attend the full moon banquet of the little princess, so she asked me to ask you for help to find a way. It turned out that she was in the third prince's mansion. He said why he couldn't find Yang Xian's residence. Go to the third prince's mansion. The fourth prince got on the carriage. Yang Xian was his friend, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. Besides, it's not a big deal to bring someone into the palace. In the palace, the hall of supreme harmony was bustling. People attending the palace banquet arrived one after another. Yui Luo was wearing the new clothes made by concubine Li, and was held by the emperor to sit at the top. Looking at the gift boxes stacked in a row next to her, Yui Luo's eyes lit up. These are all money. Soon, her eyes moved away from the gifts, and moved to the people sitting below. My grandfather must have been a handsome guy when he was young. No wonder my mother is so beautiful. Ah, the crown prince and the male lead are also very handsome today. They are both dressed up carefully. Voices exploded in his ears, and the second prince looked at the sixth sister, who was looking around. He was confused. The sixth sister didn't speak, so who was talking? Besides the sixth sister, who would call the crown prince? Who else would she call? He suddenly raised his eyes, and looked at the seventh sister, who was held by his father. TSK, look at the showy second prince, a grown man wearing pink, using a fan in this weather. not afraid of fanning himself cold. The crown prince and the third prince suppressed their smiles and looked at the second prince, who was wearing a pink brocade robe and holding a white folding fan. They thought he was really a show-off. I don't know where Luo learned this word. It's quite appropriate. Second brother, your pink clothes are quite eye-catching. The sixth princess smiled at the second prince, who put away his folding fan. The second prince had no time to pay attention to his words, and he was surprised. Could it be that the words just now were about the little sister in his father's arms? Seeing that he ignored her, the sixth princess curled her lips and sat up straight. Isn't the person next to the third prince my sixth sister, who was so stubborn and self-destructive? Where's the fifth sister? Why didn't I see her? Was she beaten to death? The tyrant's two daughters are both miserable. I have managed to survive with great difficulty, but I can't learn from them to suffer the pain of love. The second prince and the sixth princess, who were originally uncertain, are now certain that the voice came from Luo. Since the other party didn't speak, it means that they heard the little sister's thoughts. The sixth princess didn't like others to say that she was stubborn and willful. Now she heard her cursing herself and the fifth sister to death, and she was so angry that she almost stood up. After thinking about it, she calmed down. No one else reacted, which meant that she was the only one who heard it. If she told him, her father would definitely not believe her, and would think she was crazy. The loss would outweigh the gain, so she had to wait and see. The emperor glanced at the people below, and did not see the fifth princess. He did not know what Luo meant by beating her to death. Eunuch Chao, where is the fifth princess? Eunuch Chao stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the fifth princess is ill, and only the husband is here. Ah, I saw the heroine. She is indeed a good match for the hero. She is indeed a noble lady. Her temperament and every move are pleasing to the eye. The third prince followed her gaze, and saw the girl in a moon-white dress. Her temperament was particularly conspicuous among the noble ladies. As if she felt the third prince's gaze, she raised her head slightly, her eyebrows were like a new moon, her skin was like cream, her lips were red and her teeth were white. Ah, they looked at each other. Third brother, you are done, you have fallen in love. The few people who could hear her inner voice felt their ears numb from her inner voice. Is this his future wife? The third prince withdrew his gaze indifferently. If he remembered correctly, it was Mu Shui, the legitimate daughter of the Qingyuan Marquis' mansion. Sister Mu, the third prince looked at you just now. Does he like you? A girl next to him whispered to Mu Shui, with a little envy in her tone. Sister, you better stop talking nonsense about no coal and no marriage. Seeing that the emperor was slow to start the banquet, no one dared to pick up the chopsticks first. No, I said I felt something was missing. It turned out that the fourth brother, the dog licker, was missing. Ha ha ha, the second brother is the pure love war god, the fourth brother is the dog licker Fiangyang. The fifth and sixth sisters are love-brained, the tyrant Jean is amazing, the whole family is full of love. The emperor, who was not criticized, curled his lips. Luo didn't make up stories about him this time. But why the fourth prince is a dog and a sheep at one moment is really strange. Concubinely pursed her lips to hold back her smile. Luo's little mouth really doesn't let anyone go. Fortunately, they can't hear it, otherwise she would offend so many people at once. What should she do in the future? Why hasn't the banquet started yet? Do we have to wait for the fourth prince? Luo was shocked when she remembered something. It's over. The male protagonist didn't bring Yang Xian to the palace. Could the fourth prince, the dog, go to find Yang Xian? He didn't attend the full moon banquet of me, the peerless little cutie, and brought someone to make trouble for me. The emperor's face darkened, making everyone tense up, thinking that something had happened. Chapter 54. The fourth prince, who was rushing to the third prince's residence, got off the carriage and went straight inside. Fourth prince, his highness has already gone to the palace. The guard thought he was looking for the third prince, so he stopped him and didn't let him in. I'm not looking for my brother, you'd better let me in, otherwise I won't be polite to you. The guard reluctantly stepped aside, and the fourth prince glanced at the two of them. Don't worry, I take care of anything that happens. The third prince has a good temper. He just took Yang Xian away, and he will definitely not bother with him. Fourth prince, the young lady is locked up in front. The maid led her to the door of Yang Xian's room and pointed inside. The young lady is inside. Yang Xian inside heard the voice, and quickly opened the door. Seeing the fourth prince, his eyes were red. Yu Hengrui, I know you are a reliable friend. Usually she is carefree, and suddenly seeing her crying, the fourth prince was a little at a loss. Don't cry, why didn't you say before that you live in the third prince's house, so that I can come to play with you often? Yang Xian pursed her lips and raised her hand to wipe her tears. I was afraid that you would think I was the kind of person who was trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful, so I didn't dare to tell you. The fourth prince sighed. Xinxin, how could I not know what kind of person you are? The third prince is really something. Why didn't he take you with him to the palace, and even lock you up? Don't blame Brother Chen, it's my fault, I made him angry, don't blame him. Seeing that she was so considerate, and spoke for the third prince, the fourth prince stopped talking. Let's go, I take you to the palace. Fourth prince, His Highness has said that you can't take her with you. The guards were embarrassed and realized that they were deceived by Yang Xian. They said that the maid would go to ask for a doctor, but it turned out that she asked for help. If there is anything, I will explain it to my brother. If you delay my entry into the palace, can you afford it if my father blames you? In the carriage, the fourth prince looked at Yang Xian. Today, she seemed to be dressed up carefully, which was very different from what he usually saw. What is your relationship with the third brother? Yang Xian blinked, then said openly, I like Brother Chen. As she spoke, she suddenly approached the fourth prince and said with a smile, Why do you ask this suddenly? Do you like me? The fourth prince moved awkwardly, and did not answer the question. I'm just curious, didn't you say we are friends? Is it not okay to care about friends? The two talked to the palace gate. The fourth prince got off the carriage first, raised his hand and looked at Yang Xian, and said with a smile, Good friend, get off the carriage. Yang Xian raised her hand and placed it on his sleeve, then jumped out of the car. When approaching the palace gate, Yang Xian was stopped. She frowned slightly. She had already wasted a lot of time on the way. If she delayed any more, what would happen if the male and female protagonists really saw her? Although there was still the fourth prince as a backup, the fourth prince was a cannon fodder, and he was definitely not comparable to the male protagonist. Unless she had run out of options, maybe she could still use him. This is the person I brought with me. Why can't he go in? The guard said calmly. Reply to the fourth prince, the emperor has specifically instructed that only you can go in, and no one else can enter. The fourth prince frowned. It was just a banquet. Was the emperor so cautious? This is my friend. No one can enter unless it is your family. The fourth prince. The fourth prince, Go in, don't worry about me. Yang Xian pursed her lips. She was very anxious, but she still looked considerate. Okay, wait for me here. I talk to my father later, and come to pick you up. The fourth emperor hurried to the Hall of Supreme Harmony after saying that. The banquet had already begun. Everyone was enjoying the performance of the dancers while eating. It was very lively. Yui Luo was watching with great interest, but was suddenly disturbed by the appearance of the fourth prince in a black brocade robe. My son was delayed by something, so I am late. Please forgive me, father. If you were delayed by something, you wouldn't really bring Yang Xian with you, right? You are really a licker, but it's a pity that people treat you as a friend. The fourth prince thought he had heard it wrong, frowned, and automatically ignored it. If you knew you were late, you should sit down by yourself. Why did you run to the center of the hall and get in the way? Father, my friend is still outside, I want to. Before he finished speaking, the emperor handed Yui Luo to concubinely, stood up and walked towards him, kicking him without any hesitation. On such a lively day, you must force me to kick you in front of everyone. In order to disrupt the banquet, he specially asked someone to explain it clearly and gave him enough face. But this troublesome son actually said it in front of so many people. The dancing girl trembled and retreated to the side, the music stopped, and the hall was instantly as quiet as a chicken. Fourth brother, you are really something. You are late for the tyrant's banquet because of Yang Xian. Don't you know what is more important? The tyrant's kick was not light, but you are often beaten by concubine Shu, so you should be able to withstand it. The sixth princess held her chin with both hands, feeling a little sympathetic to the fourth prince. Don't know who Yang Xian is? He is related to the third brother, and now he is also related to the fourth brother. The fourth prince looked at everyone inconspicuously. No one spoke. He thought he was hallucinating. You should get off quickly. Yang Xian just wants to break up the male and female protagonists. Why are you meddling in this? You licked until you died, and still think you are a loving male supporting role. Sister Shufei, the fourth prince has angered the emperor. Why don't you go and plead for mercy? The concubine who suffered the loss last time looked at the sitting Shufei and spoke in a low voice. Shufei poured a glass of wine and drank it all. It's his fault that he was late. Why should I plead for mercy? Anyway, the child is tough, so a kick is nothing. Father, I know I was wrong. The fourth prince knew that angering his father would have serious consequences. Not only would he be beaten by his father, but his mother would definitely not forgive him. He just didn't want to disappoint young Xian. He knew that she only said she didn't care, but she really wanted to come, so he wanted to be tough and forget the temper of his father and mother. Get out if you know you're wrong. Don't get in the way here. Haha, you cowardly licking dog, that's not right. The fourth prince didn't just bring young Xian here, but didn't bring me a gift. The emperor also realized this problem, and the anger that had just subsided rose again. He called the fourth prince, stop. The fourth prince was sure that the voice was from the little princess this time. He stopped when he heard his father calling him. Where are the gifts you brought? Father, I fell into the carriage and will go back to give them to my sister. Xu Fei raised her eyebrows slightly. She knew whether her son was lying or not. Get out of here. After the emperor finished speaking, he glanced at the dancers who were trembling beside him, and said, keep dancing. The hall was lively again in an instant. The fourth prince sat in his seat without saying a word, thinking about what he heard. Saying that he was not a human being was fine, but also cursing his life. Could Xinxin still harm him? Chapter 55. The sixth princess stretched out her arms, and patted the fourth prince, who was deep in thought beside her. Fourth brother, why are you in a daze? Were you kicked silly by your father? Among the brothers, she was most afraid of the crown prince and the third brother. The crown prince looked gentle, but was actually difficult to approach. The third brother was too dangerous. She couldn't figure it out, so she naturally didn't dare to play around with him. Only the fourth and second brothers were not arrogant, so it was okay to tease them. The fourth prince glared at her, take your claws away. If you have the guts, why don't you go and tell the crown prince and the third brother? You are really disrespectful. The sixth princess curled her lips, noticing that the emperor was looking at her, and quickly sat up straight. There are so many delicious foods. Why can't I eat them? Woo woo woo, I'm so greedy. Yui Luo stared at the exquisite dishes in front of the emperor, and her saliva almost flowed out. Forget it, if I can't eat, I just eat dog food. Concubinely rubbed her head, when Luo can eat, mother will make it for you. Yui Luo shook her white and tender little hands, giggled twice, and noticed that the third prince sitting below was talking to Liunha. I say, third prince, why are you only concerned with eating and drinking? You might have thought that there was no food in the third prince's mansion. You finally met your official partner, but you don't want to keep a good image. You chatted so happily with Liunha. Your reputation is bad enough, and you will have to be known as a homosexual in the future. The third prince had just taken a sip of wine when this voice came into his ears, and he immediately coughed. Mu Shui heard the cough and looked in the direction of the third prince. Yui Luo had been paying attention to the two of them and immediately noticed Mu Shui's actions. Oh, it seems that I misunderstood the third prince. It turns out that he wanted to attract the attention of the heroine in this way. The eyes of the few people who could hear the inner voice fell on the third prince without leaving a trace. I was very curious about who the heroine was. Third prince, are you okay? Li Yunha asked the third prince who kept coughing, can I pat you? Seeing Li Yunha raised his hand, Yui Luo screamed in her heart. Ah, let go of the third prince and let the heroine come. Li Yunha, you are not in love with my beautiful third prince at first sight, right? In the book, Li Yunha never married and was very close to the male protagonist, just like a good friend, so many people support the two of them. Thank you, Mr. Li. The third prince smiled and refused, thinking that the other party had good intentions and no other intentions, and he couldn't be led astray by lure. After watching the singing and dancing, the emperor asked them to leave. The phalaenopsis and blue-eye chrysanthemums in my imperial garden are in full bloom. Everyone can go and see them. As soon as these words came out, everyone became interested. Sitting in the hall all the time, always a little restrained. Moreover, phalaenopsis orchids are delicate and can't be seen just because you want to. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone stood up and thanked them, and led by eunuch Chao, they headed towards the imperial garden. The emperor was with concubine Li, and the other concubines smiled and surrounded them. They tried to say something to attract the emperor's attention. Usually, they couldn't see the emperor at all, and today was a good opportunity, so they all dressed up, hoping that the emperor would notice them at a glance. Sister concubine Li is dressed so beautifully today, you can't tell that she has given birth to a child at all. Concubine Li smiled at the concubine who was speaking. Sister, your mouth is really full of honey. With this person starting the conversation, the other concubines all began to praise her. The few people who were originally praising against their will found that the hair accessories on concubine Li's head were really unique. Sister Li, this hair accessory is really beautiful. I wonder where did you buy it? The other people who wanted to ask pricked up their ears when they heard this. Can you afford Sister Li's things? Maybe it's a new thing that the Emperor got. A sour voice sounded. I'm so jealous. The tyrant never gave this thing to my mother. The Emperor was not interested in their topic. After hearing the little guy's voice, he thought about it, and it seemed that he really hadn't given it to me. This thing was given to me by someone else. If you like it, just go to Pension Pavilion to buy it. Concubine Li raised her hand and pointed at Li Qian, who was following Madame Li in front. It's from Miss Li's shop. Li Qian heard Concubine Li mention herself, turned around and smiled and said generously, if you like it, just go and have a look, or if there are new styles, you can also ask someone to contact you. As they were talking, they arrived at the Imperial Garden. Everyone stopped and looked at the colorful Imperial Garden. The flowers of different colors added a touch of vitality to the bleak autumn. It formed a sharp contrast with the bare tree trunks around. The fourth prince thought of young Xian, who was still outside the palace, and ran away when no one was paying attention. Young Xian, who was waiting outside the palace gate, did not see the fourth prince come back for a long time, and her heart gradually became irritable. Miss, let's go back. Young Xian looked at the palace gate motionlessly. Wait a little longer. She didn't believe that the fourth prince would forget that she was still waiting here. Xin. The fourth prince came running breathlessly, and seeing young Xian still waiting there, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Hunrui, since you are here, I can go back without worry. Hearing young Xian calling the fourth prince's name directly, the maid dared not breathe. She was glad that she didn't go into the palace, otherwise she would be dragged out and beaten for calling the fourth prince like that. Have you been waiting for me? The fourth prince calmed down his breath and explained, my father didn't let you in, and I couldn't leave for a while. Now I'm leaving, and I'm coming to find you. Young Xian nodded with a curved lip. I was afraid that if I left, you would be worried if you didn't see me, so I waited for you to come before leaving. Seeing that she didn't blame him at all, the fourth prince felt that his little sister's voice was absurd. How could Xian, who treated even servants equally, want his life? Hunrui. Seeing that he seemed to be in a daze, young Xian called him, then I'm leaving. The fourth prince ordered his people to send young Xian back, and watched her leave. Young Xian gritted her teeth. She always felt that there was something wrong with the fourth prince. Normally, he would say he would send her back, but now that she said she was leaving, the fourth prince had someone send her away. After young Xian left, the fourth prince was about to turn around when he felt someone patting his shoulder. He turned his head, and met the cunning face of the sixth princess. Who is inside? She followed the fourth prince when he slipped away, but he walked too fast, and she couldn't keep up. Don't ask too much. Not wanting to pay attention to her, the fourth prince raised his legs and went to the Imperial Garden. TSK, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. She was just curious about what young Xian looked like. When the two returned to the Imperial Garden, everyone was discussing various flowers. Yuilua was so sleepy that she kept yawning and finally fell asleep. Chapter 56. When Yuilua woke up again, she was in Concubine Li's bedroom. Dad, don't worry. The Emperor has told me that my brother is fine and will be back in Beijing soon. Grandfather is here? Hearing her daughter's voice, Concubine Li stood up and hugged Yuilua. Luor is like you, she doesn't cry or make a fuss. General Jean looked at his little granddaughter with a loving face, took out a gold bracelet from his arms, and handed it to Concubine Li. Dad, keep it for yourself. Concubine Li pushed the bracelet back. Luor and I have everything we need in the palace. I give it to my granddaughter. She won't refuse you to do anything for her. General Jean glared at Concubine Li, and put the gold bracelet directly on Yuilua's little hand. Luor looks so good wearing it, so her hands won't be empty. Yuilua giggled and danced with joy. My grandfather understands me too well. My hands are really not empty when I put it on. Look, Luor is so happy. Concubine Li, as long as Luor is valuable, she will be happy. On the other side, the fourth prince, who was about to leave the palace, saw Tao Yi walking towards him, and quickly retracted his gaze, pretending not to see her and quickening his pace. Your Highness, wait for me. Tao Yi trotted to catch up with the fourth prince, panting and saying, the queen asked me to invite you to Feiyu Palace. Knowing that he couldn't escape, the fourth prince followed Tao Yi to Feiyu Palace with his head down. Tao Yi, my mother hasn't been tinkering with anything recently, right? He had a bad feeling that his mother would ask him to go, and it must be bad news. Tao Yi remained calm. I don't know. You are my mother's personal maid. How could you not know? The fourth prince tried to ask questions, but no matter what he said, Tao Yi said she didn't know. When he was about to reach Feiyu Palace, he stopped. Tao Yi, I remember that I have something to deal with. I will come to see my mother another day. Tao Yi turned her head and looked at him, expressionless. The queen said that you are useless. This is an excuse. The fourth prince's face darkened, rolled his eyes, raised his hand and hugged his stomach. I feel uncomfortable in my stomach. I need to go back and rest. Your Highness, the queen said that if you want to run, you will bear the consequences, and you are acting very fake. The fourth prince stood up straight, thinking that he had deceived his mother so many times that his mother had figured out his tricks. Let's go, my stomach is better now. Walking to the entrance of Fei Palace, Tao Yi pushed the door open and went in. Xu Fei was leaning on the chaise longue with tea in her hand. When she saw Tao Yi coming in, she smiled and asked, "Is the fourth prince here?" Tao Yi nodded. Your Majesty, if you ask him to come, would he dare not come? Okay, open all the doors. Tao Yi stepped forward to open the door, then retreated to concubine Xu's side. Mother, what are you doing? The fourth prince looked at both sides of the door warily, trying to see if there were any traps. If you're not doing anything, why don't you come in? Mother, the fourth prince took a step carefully. This child is your own, right? Concubine Xu put the tea sample on the table, glanced at him, and chuckled, Silly child, of course you are mother's own child. Come in quickly, don't stand there like a stick. Tao Yi came in and nothing happened. What are you afraid of? The fourth prince took 2 steps doubtfully, and found that nothing happened, and the corners of his mouth curled up. The mother finally didn't plan to punish him. He retracted his thoughts, and several smoking bamboo tubes flew towards him. He was so scared that he quickly stepped back and shouted loudly, Mother, what the hell is this thing you have? After saying that, he quickly raised his sleeves to cover his mouth and nose. Xu Fei laughed and fell backwards. Silly child, there is nothing wrong with this smoke. Why are you covering your mouth and nose? The smoke is fine. It's just a bamboo tube. It won't explode, right? The fourth prince, who was deeply hurt, stepped back in fear and covered his ears. Mother, if you blow me up, you won't have any fun. He knew that his mother would ask him to come for no good reason, and every time there was a new thing, she would let him come first to experience it. Open your dog eyes, and take a good look. Concubine Xu rolled her eyes and stood up. Now you know you are afraid. Weren't you very capable in the Hall of Supreme Harmony? After the fourth prince found that it was just a bamboo tube that was smoking, he breathed a sigh of relief and stood up and walked to Concubine Xu. He said with a smirk, Mother, I have always been timid. I know you are worried that I will be punished by my father. He wanted to say something, but Concubine Xu interrupted him. Stop, I am worried that you will be punished and my monthly salary will be affected. She was originally very busy. The fourth prince touched his nose. Isn't this not related? Concubine Xu glanced at him. The other princes have all given Luor gifts. When are you going to make up for it? Luor? Who is it? The fourth prince looked puzzled, then reacted, Little sister, I don't know what to give her. Thinking of the little money he had left, the fourth prince smiled brightly. Mother, how about you lend me some money? I will pay you back later. He had lent all his money to Yang Xian, so it was okay to give a shabby gift, but he couldn't afford anything else. Repeat what you just said, Xu Fei said with a smile. The fourth prince was stunned. Did his mother agree? Mother, how about? Get lost. After saying that, Concubine Xu slammed the door shut. 2 days after Yuilu's full-month banquet, the emperor issued an imperial decree that caused dissatisfaction among the ministers. Your Majesty, it is not appropriate for Masterly to be the prince's teacher at such a young age. The emperor held Yuilu in his arms, and looked at the person who was speaking. His tone was inaudible. Then tell me, who is suitable to be the prince's teacher? The hall fell silent instantly. They only knew that Masterly was not suitable, and as for who was suitable, they naturally didn't know. Your Majesty, think twice. The prince is the future heir. How can you take the matter of choosing a teacher lightly? Another minister stood up. What's more, this man was recommended by the former grand tutor. Who knows if he is sincere? The emperor sneered. When you were asked for advice, you all pretended to be dumb, but now you are eloquent. Since it concerns his own son, Prime Minister Li couldn't say anything and stood aside without saying anything. Your Majesty, since some adults think that Mr. Li is not suitable, why not let them invite Mr. Min's apprentice? If they can invite him, wouldn't it be a good thing? The Minister of Rights spoke loudly. Those who opposed looked at the Minister of Rights. Lord Su said it lightly. We don't even know who Mr. Min's apprentice is, let alone invite him. The key is that he may not come. Just as everyone was arguing, a young eunuch came in from outside. Your Majesty, Mr. Li wants to see you. Let him in. Li Yunhe calmly walked past the crowd, walked to the center of the hall, and bowed. Li Yunhe, The ministers think you are not qualified to be the prince's teacher, and want to invite Mr. Min's apprentice. What do you think? Woohoo! Smash their faces. Chapter 57. Yui Luo watched the fun and cheered in her heart. You all have doubts about my ability, which is also a responsibility to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. As for inviting Mr. Min's apprentice, there is no need. Hearing Li Yuna say this, others thought he was afraid of losing his position as the Crown Prince's teacher. The ministers who were not on good terms with Prime Minister Li would never miss this good opportunity. After hearing this, someone immediately said, Mr. Li, do you think you are better than Mr. Min's apprentice? I'm afraid you don't even know who Mr. Min is. TSK, you idiot, his master is Mr. Min, stop talking, I'm embarrassed for you. Li Yuna smiled calmly and shook his head. I don't know how powerful Mr. Min's apprentice is, but I'm sure he's as good as him. Of course, he can't beat himself. Mr. Li is not afraid of getting his tongue stuck when he brags. Are you going to teach His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in this way? The Emperor was watching from the top, and he didn't say anything. Luor said to smash their faces. Could Li Yuna still beat people in the hall? My lords, please be quiet for now. The Minister of Rights, Lord Su, said, why don't you listen to why Mr. Li said that there is no need to invite Mr. Min's apprentice? Li Yuna nodded to Lord Su to show his gratitude. Mr. Li, tell me what you think. It's not a good idea. Li Yuna seemed not to hear the sarcasm of this person, and said calmly, because Mr. Min is my master. As soon as these words came out, the hall was in an uproar. Even Prime Minister Li, who had said nothing, was shocked and widened his eyes. He only knew that his son was learning from a master outside, and he didn't know that his master was Min Chiu. Is what Master Li said true? Lord Su came back to his senses. Of course it is true. Li Yuna bowed to the Emperor and said, how dare I lie to the Emperor in front of the Emperor? The Emperor smiled at the ministers below and asked loudly, do you still doubt Master Li's ability now? A minister came out, Your Majesty, it's not that I want to question Master Li. None of us have seen Mr. Min's apprentice, let alone whether Master Li has real talent and knowledge. The other ministers nodded in agreement and looked at Li Yuna, as if they wanted him to prove it. Li Yuna took out a booklet from his arms, and presented it with both hands. This is the policy paper written by me. Please take a look, Your Majesty. Eunuch Xiao came down to take it, and presented it to the Emperor. Li Yuna is good, he is well prepared. The Emperor opened the booklet and laughed happily after reading it. The laughter was very clear in the hall, and the ministers below were confused. What a saying that the people are the most important, the country is second, and the Emperor is the least important. That's right, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Li Yuna is worthy of being the youngest Prime Minister. He can take over directly after the old Prime Minister Li retires. The ministers below didn't dare to say anything. Doesn't the Emperor like to be praised by others? He is so happy to be ranked third. It's really incomprehensible. Anyway, they don't have the courage to say it. Mr. Li, I heard that Mr. Min has a very famous policy paper. I wonder if I can take a look at it. Knowing how rare Mr. Min's policy paper is, the ministers are waiting to see the excitement. Then Li Yuna took out another booklet from his bosom. This is all the policy papers written by Master in his life. Hearing this, the ministers who still wanted to watch the fun began to get excited. When Yulo Kingdom was at its most powerful, other countries wanted to get a policy paper by Mr. Min, and they sent people to steal it. Unfortunately, the Emperor of Yulo Kingdom was very defensive, and people from other countries could not get close at all. Your Majesty, please take a look. The Emperor couldn't wait to take the booklet, flipped through a few pages, and nodded with a smile. It is indeed Mr. Min's policy paper. Then he turned to the back, and stopped turning the page when he saw a policy paper. The Emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people. I heard my father talk about this policy paper. Unfortunately, Yulo Kingdom had been destroyed by then. This is the last policy paper of Master, but it was not realized. Your Majesty is a wise ruler, and this is a blessing for the country. It was because of this policy paper that Master was rejected by the Emperor of Yulo Kingdom and retired to the mountains. And the policy paper he just wrote was also considered treasonous by others. Not only did the Emperor not get angry, but he understood his intention. The morning court ended, and the matter of the prince's teacher was completely settled. No one had any more objections. After returning to the Imperial study, the Emperor held the policy paper in his hand and read it with relish. Suddenly, someone reported, Your Majesty, the fourth prince wants to see you. Yui Luo moved her chubby little body when she heard it. Good guy, it's been a few days, and he remembered to give me a gift? Let him roll in. The Emperor put down the book and looked at the fourth prince, who came in. What do you want from me? The fourth prince scratched his head. Father, I'm here to give Luor a gift. He had just come in and hadn't done anything, but he felt that his father was very unhappy. It's been a few days. I want to see what you sent. Why don't you bring it up? The fourth prince slowly came forward and handed over a small box, standing aside a little uneasy. He walked so slowly, it's too heavy. The emperor opened it and took a look, and threw the thing to him directly. You just gave this thing to get rid of Luor? The emperor glared at him. How dare you take it out, aren't you embarrassed? Yuilua took a look at the things in the small box. No way, it's just an ordinary hairpin, but you spent all the money on Yang Xian, you are a bootlicker. It's really shabby to buy such a hairpin for me. The fourth prince, who wanted to get away with it, was surprised. How did Luor know? Then he forced a smile. Father, this hairpin looks simple, but it's not cheap. Besides, the gift is small, but the sentiment is great. You can't judge how much I value Luor based on the gift. The emperor slammed the table heavily. I don't understand women's jewelry, but I'm not a fool. I'm afraid this broken hairpin of yours can be seen everywhere outside the palace. How dare you use it to fool me? You still say that the gift is small, but the sentiment is great. I never saw you say it so well when I was in school. The fourth prince pursed his lips and said nothing, intending to wait for the emperor to say enough and then leave. But the emperor did not do as he wished. He drank a sip of tea and glanced at him, who was silent. Why are you silent again? Can't you find a word to refute? The gift from your sixth sister is not as shabby as yours. Father, when I have money, I will definitely buy Luor a better one. TSK, look at this cake. It's big and round, and you're still making cakes for me. If you are mixed up with Yang Xian, I'm afraid your wallet will always be cleaner than your face. The emperor snorted coldly, obviously not believing. Go away. The fourth prince nodded quickly. Okay. Before he could run away, the emperor called him again. Since you said that the gift is small, but the sentiment is great, your mansion will have the rewards in the future. The fourth prince drooped his face. Father, if you say that again, I won't give you any rewards. The fourth prince shut up, fearing that his other half would really be gone. He smiled and left. When he left the Imperial study, his face fell. He was still counting on the rewards to cover his expenses. If he had known, he would not have entered the palace. Chapter 58. When Yang Xian came back from outside the palace that day, she thought the third prince would come to see her, but he didn't. She went to see the third prince, but couldn't see him, which made her even more uneasy. If the third prince didn't like her, why did he keep her? But if he liked her, why did he know that she had a relationship with the fourth prince and still remain indifferent? She thought she knew the third prince best after reading the book, but now she found out that she was wrong. Miss, this is your letter. The maid came in with the letter and handed it to Yang Xian, who was in a daze. Yang Xian took the letter, opened it and took a look. I'm going to go out for a while. You should do what you need to do. After that, she stood up and walked out of the room, found the dog hole she often went through, and went out skillfully. After leaving the third prince's mansion, she looked around and saw that no one was following her, so she crossed the street and went to the alley with confidence. The alley became narrower and narrower. She turned a few corners and walked to a courtyard and opened the door to go in. What do you want to talk to me about? She looked at Li Jia impatiently. Didn't I tell you not to write to me? If the third prince knows that you are in contact with me, do you think you can still stay with him? If this woman wasn't still useful, she wouldn't bother to care anymore. She was really stupid. It's not you I want to see, it's him. Li Jia was upset, but didn't dare to say anything. The third prince sent away all the girls in the mansion, and she was no exception. She had already fallen out with her family, so she naturally wouldn't go back. Besides, she didn't know if the Kai family's marriage was settled. If she went back, she might be forced to marry. Yang Xian only noticed that there was indeed a person standing next to him after hearing this. He had a scar on his face, and was sturdy, giving people a feeling that he was very capable of fighting. What do you want to talk to me about? Yang Xian's tone was obviously much better to him. The man walked straight into the house. Let's talk inside. When he went into the house, he found other people. These people were the staff that Yang Xian found for the third prince, all of whom were remnants of the Yulo kingdom. She pulled out a chair and sat down calmly, looking at the scarred man who brought her in. Tell me, what's the matter? The man was not polite, and went straight to the point. Now that the virtuous concubine is gone, and Commander Ding is gone, you have to tell us what the third prince is planning. Yang Xian lowered her eyes. Why are you in such a hurry? I've heard that you can't get what you want in a hurry. The third prince has a plan. After pacifying these people, young Xian left the yard and returned to the third prince's residence. When passing by the study, she raised her hand and knocked on the door. "Brother Chen, I have something to tell you." The third prince opened the door with an indifferent look. "I told you not to call me that. Go back." As he said that, he was about to close the door. Seeing this, young Xian directly put her hand across the crack of the door. Her eyes reddened and she complained, "If you have the guts, just close it. It was you who brought me back. What are you doing to me now?" Although the third prince didn't treat her harshly, everyone in the palace looked at her differently, and some even secretly talked about her falling out of favor. In the past, these people didn't have the courage to say it, and even if they did, they would be punished by the third prince. Young Xian, ask yourself, if you hadn't conspired with your mother, do you think I would bring you back? And the matter of Li Jia, didn't you have your hand in it? Young Xian's prepared words got stuck in her throat, and she was extremely shocked. No wonder the third prince was so indifferent to her. It turned out that he knew these things. What else did he know? As if he had seen what she was thinking, the third prince continued, "My mother has also told you my identity." It was not a questioning tone, but an affirmation. "I know, but if I don't tell you, isn't it for your own good?" Young Xian sniffed. "Since you know everything, you should avenge concubine Xian and Commander Ding." Young Xian said this, but she almost cursed concubine Xian to death in her heart. This person revealed the identity of the third prince. How could she brainwash the third prince in the future and say that the emperor treated him badly? "For my good?" The third prince sneered. "Is it for my good, or do you have other plans? You said you are not from here and hope everyone is equal. You said that, but you really want to sit in a high position." Young Xian's heart was seen through, and she lowered her eyes to hide the panic in her eyes. "I admit that I did approach you on purpose, but I really like you. If I didn't like you, I wouldn't agree to the virtuous concubine. If I didn't like you, I wouldn't break up with my family. I came here for you." In the face of her confession, the third prince just stared at her, and then slowly spoke after a while. "Young Xian, I didn't ask you to come here, nor did I ask you to break up with your family. You said you were not from here, then where's the original Young Xian? Where did she go? You occupied her body and broke up with her family. Don't you think that everything you did hurt her parents' hearts?" The questions one after another made Young Xian breathless. Go back? She didn't want to go back. She was just an ordinary office worker and an orphan. She finally came to this place. Not only did she not have to go to work every day, but she could be praised for just saying a few lines of poetry. Why should she go back and suffer? As for the real Young Xian, how would she know where she went? "I don't know where she went, but I'm just helping her resist an unhappy marriage. I don't want to hurt her parents. She would never accept an arranged marriage as a person of the new century. Go back to your room. As long as you behave yourself, I won't treat you harshly." The third prince didn't want to say anything more. Young Xian pursed her lips. "Brother Chen, I will prove to you that everything I do is for your own good, whether you believe it or not." After saying that, she ran away crying, and bumped into Xiang, who was coming over. "Your Highness, what's going on? Do you need me to watch over you?" The third prince shook his head. "Don't worry about her. Just keep an eye on the remnants of Yulo Kingdom." Young Xian ran out of the mansion, and went to the fourth prince's mansion. Hearing that she was looking for him, the fourth prince hurried out to take her in. Seeing her eyes red, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Did you quarrel with the third prince?" Hearing him ask this, Young Xian's tears fell again, and she lowered her head and said, "It's not a quarrel. Maybe I'm not gentle and considerate enough, and I'm not a lady, so—" Before she could finish, the fourth prince interrupted her. "Who said that? Xin, you are different from others." Otherwise, he would not have noticed her difference at first sight. "But why is it that I am kind to the third prince, but he doesn't appreciate it?" Young Xian felt much better after being comforted by the fourth prince. The fourth prince pondered for a moment. "Is there something wrong with your approach that has offended him? You can see what he cares about most, and you won't go wrong starting from what he cares about." As soon as these words came out, Young Xian suddenly realized. She hugged the fourth prince's arm excitedly. "Thank you, Hung Rui. Why didn't she think of it before?" The third prince cares most about the stability of the court. What if she breaks this stability? Chapter 59. In the Imperial study. Yuilua, who was held by the emperor, was drowsy at first, but when she heard the conversation between the prime minister and the emperor, she immediately perked up and listened carefully. "Your Majesty, the provincial examination will begin in 2 days. This year, there are many more candidates registered than in previous years, and many talented people will surely be selected." The emperor nodded. Very good, very good. That's right. No wonder I didn't see Kaizei on the day of the full moon banquet. It turned out that he was preparing for the Imperial examination. After the exam, it's just right to get married during the Chinese New Year, and the next spring will be the spring of the next year. Perfect. Li Qian's good days are coming, and the sixth princess's good days are about to end, but she can still have a good year this year. Hearing Yuilua's thoughts, the emperor raised his eyebrows. As far as he knows, Kaizei has taken the exam several times, and has always been a scholar. According to what Luor said, Kaizei will not fail this time, and why will Xiaoyou's good days end? Prime Minister, your future son-in-law also participated? The Prime Minister was slightly surprised. Kaizei did participate. He said that if he failed this time, he would not take the exam again in the future. Your Majesty, I did participate. As the two were talking, someone came in to report. Your Majesty, Lord Su wants to see you. Please invite him in. Lord Su walked in wearing court clothes, bowed, and looked at the Prime Minister. Is the Prime Minister also discussing hunting in the royal hunting ground with the Emperor? The Emperor laughed loudly. Lord Su, the Prime Minister is talking to me about the provincial examination. The weather has warmed up a lot these days, and he really wants to go hunting to let Luor see how wise and brave her father is. I am here for hunting. Your Majesty, which concubines do you want to take with you? I will make arrangements. The Emperor didn't think twice and blurted out, Li Fei, Xu Fei and De Fei. If he wants to take Luor with him, Li Fei is naturally indispensable. As for Xu Fei and De Fei, they are not as clingy as other concubines, and they are also suitable candidates. I obey your command. Hunting, finally I can leave the palace. I'm almost growing mushrooms staying in the palace all day, then I can see the hero show his skills, and the prince brother. As for the fourth prince, that dog, I don't look forward to it at all. The Prime Minister and Lord Su left the Imperial study, and the Emperor listened to the little guy's voice, a little unhappy. Why don't you look forward to him, the father? Is it because the rewards are too few, and he forgot about him? Little conscienceless. He stood up and looked at the eunuch Chow next to him. Go to Zuewa Palace. The group went to Concubine Li's bedroom in a mighty procession. Concubine Li was trimming flowers and plants outside. When she heard the Emperor coming, she put down her scissors and stepped forward to pay her respects. Get up quickly. The Emperor took a look at the trimmed flowers and plants. Let the palace maids do these things. Mother is cultivating her character. If you hadn't moved me around all the time, Mother wouldn't have been so bored as to trim flowers and plants to pass the time with a little cutie like me. The Emperor, The two entered the main hall. Concubine Li raised her hand to pour tea for the Emperor, and then said softly, I have nothing to do, so I trimmed some flowers and plants to pass the time. The Emperor took the tea and glanced at Concubine Li, who was wearing a simple palace dress. Trimming flowers and plants really suited her personality, so she didn't say anything more. After taking a sip of tea, she slowly put down the teacup and talked about the purpose of her visit. I will go hunting in the royal hunting ground in a few days. You can take Luor with me. Concubine Li was slightly surprised. In previous years, the Emperor would only take the queen with him when he went hunting, and other concubines were not even considered. She pursed her lips and thanked him sincerely with a smile. After staying in the palace for a long time, I always want to go out and take a look. The Emperor was shaken by her heartfelt smile and quickly looked away. Apart from me, are there any other people accompanying you? As he was talking, the palace servants outside saluted, and then he saw Concubine Shu and Concubine De coming in together. The Emperor raised his eyebrows. Could it be that the two were too happy and couldn't wait to come over to thank him? This was indeed the first time he took them hunting, so it was normal for them to be happy. Your concubines pay their respects to the Emperor. The two saluted in unison. Get up, take a seat. Are you here to see me about your hunting trip? The two sat down one after another, and Concubine De spoke first. Your Majesty, I thank you for your grace, and I beg you to take back your decision. Haha, the tyrant wouldn't think that the two came to thank him. Too narcissistic. Concubine De eats vegetarian food and chants Buddhist scriptures every day. How could she possibly watch you kill animals? The Emperor, All right. The Emperor said, looking at Concubine Shu, you are also begging me to take back my decision? That's right. Concubine Shu has to tinker with new things to mess with the fourth prince. How can she have time to go? After Yuilua gloated over her misfortune, she saw Concubine Shu staring at her straight. Will Luor go? The Emperor nodded. If Concubine Li goes, Luor will go too. Then I go too. No way, no way. Concubine Shu doesn't think I have a great physique and wants to build a relationship with me first, and then torment me when I grow up? Your Majesty, can I hold lure? Concubine Shu said with anticipation. The Emperor handed Yuilua to Concubine Shu directly. Lure is so cute. Concubine Shu smiled and pinched her fair little face. Daughters are still better, much better than brats. Yuilua, who was tense, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I am good-looking, and Concubine Shu should not torment me. Concubine Li curved her lips and handed the snacks she made to Concubine Shu and Concubine Da. Two sisters, try the snacks I made. Concubine Da smiled slightly and took a piece. Concubine Shu took a piece, ate it, and looked at Concubine Li. Sister Li, do you have any more? I want to take some back to eat. At this time, a person ran in a panic. Your Majesty, it's not good. Eunuch Chao standing by frowned and scolded. What are you talking nonsense about in front of the Emperor? The young eunuch knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Your Majesty, please forgive me. The Emperor waved his hand. Tell me, why are you so panicked? The young eunuch stammered. The valuables in Fong and Lu's palaces are gone. The concubine almost choked on her snacks when she heard this. These people found out pretty quickly. Aren't the two palaces sealed? How could they be discovered? What a mistake. You mean they were robbed? The Emperor looked unhappy. If there was someone who was coming and going freely in the palace, and he hadn't noticed it, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the people in the palace. Yes. The eunuch trembled. Your Majesty. Fearing that this matter would not end well if it got out of hand, Concubine Shu said softly, Please let him go first. I have something to say. The Emperor didn't understand why, so he signaled the eunuch to leave. Do you know how that thing was lost? Concubine Shu cleared her cough and nodded. Those things were moved to my palace, and I forgot to tell the Emperor. Thinking of her empty bedroom, the Emperor waved his hand. Don't forget next time. Chapter 60. When the Emperor was going to the royal hunting ground, Yang Xian was the happiest person. Because the Emperor finally left the palace, she had the opportunity to get close to him. At this time, she was waiting for the fourth prince in the restaurant. The fourth prince came to the place where they usually sat and said with a smile, Xin, I was looking for you. Yang Xian put down the hand that was supporting her chin. You want to find me too? The fourth prince nodded and lowered his voice. The royal hunting is about to start. My father asked me to go with him. My third brother should also go. Did he say he would take you with him? Thinking of this, Yang Xian got angry. The third prince was too lazy to talk to her, let alone take her. But she would let the third prince know her ability. If he knew the situation, she would use a gentler method. If he was still stubborn, she would not be polite anymore. Seeing that she didn't say anything, the fourth prince had guessed it. It's okay. If you want to go, I can take you. Yang Xian's eyes lit up, and she excitedly grabbed the fourth prince's hand. Really? Because she was too excited, her voice was not small, which attracted the people who were eating next to them to look at them. The fourth prince pulled his hand back uncomfortably. Let's talk somewhere else. He really didn't like the noise around him when he was eating. No, I think it's good here. Not only can I hear gossip, but I can also spend less money. Thinking of the money, the fourth prince began to have a headache again. What's wrong? Seeing him frown, Yang Xian poured him a cup of tea. Don't you like it here? The fourth prince shook his head. I will accompany you when the time comes, and I can bring 2 people with me. You can just follow me when the time comes. Yang Xian was happy that her goal was achieved before she even opened her mouth. She raised her hand and patted the fourth prince on the shoulder. You are indeed a friend, very loyal. The two of them finished their meal at the restaurant, and the money was naturally paid by the fourth prince. After leaving the restaurant, he hesitated for a while, but still asked what was in his mind. Xin, what are you borrowing so much money for? He really couldn't figure it out. After all, it was not a small amount. As for doing business, Yang Xian had never mentioned it. Yang Xian paused and forced a smile. Why, aren't we friends? Are you worried that I won't pay you back? The third prince didn't give her silver, and the remnants of Yulo Kingdom all cost money, so she could only borrow from the fourth prince. You misunderstood. The fourth prince seemed to feel that he was a little offended, and explained, Anyway, I don't mean anything else. He lent it to Yang Xian without expecting her to pay it back. After parting ways with the fourth prince, Yang Xian went to the alley. Decided to explain it clearly to these people first, so that they wouldn't ruin her good deeds. Pushing the door in, the people inside were drinking in groups of 3 or 4, and the scarred man was leaning aside with his eyes closed. He opened his eyes when he heard the door open, walked towards her, and went to the quieter outside. You continue to live here, don't act rashly, I will find a chance to get close to the Emperor to help the third prince. The scarred man frowned. Is this what the third prince wants? Why should we believe you? Yang Xian sneered. You don't have to believe it. He was about to leave. Wait, I listened to you. But you have to tell the third prince that the dog Emperor's head must be left to me. Yang Xian raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. What deep hatred does the Emperor have with you? The scarred man glanced at her coldly. He killed Chief Ding, so he deserves to die. If it wasn't for revenge for Chief Ding, he wouldn't have let Yang Xian, a powerless man, manipulate him. In that case, you should trust the third prince, who is the son of Chief Ding. This group of people listened to the scarred man. Since the scarred man is so loyal to Ding Feng, and the third prince is Ding Feng's son, she is more confident in using these people. Are you serious? The scarred man was excited. Chief Ding had never told him this. Of course it's true. Yang Xian rolled his eyes. The concubine said it herself. How could it be false? Although the scarred man was excited, he quickly calmed down. Concubine Xian and Ding Feng were both dead. He was not sure whether Yang Xian's words were true or not. What if this woman wanted to use him to say that? In that case, answer me a few questions. Does the third prince like green or red? Hearing this meaningless question, Yang Xian's forehead was crossed with black lines. I don't like either. Then can he tell the color of your dress? Yang Xian said impatiently. Of course he can tell the color, aren't you talking nonsense? Amid everyone's anticipation, the annual royal hunting finally arrived. A group of people set out for the royal hunting ground in a mighty manner. Yuilua squinted her eyes, and lay in the sedan chair that the Emperor specially prepared for her and concubine Li. Following behind was concubine Shu's sedan chair. The palace was not too far from the royal hunting ground, and they arrived at noon. Empress, we're here. Huarui opened the sedan chair and called softly. Yuilua was carried out of the car. What came into view was a flat land, and not far away was a fenced hunting ground. Lure, watch your father shoot a lot of prey for you later. The Emperor came over in riding clothes. When you are older, your father will shoot little rabbits for you to raise. You think you are still young, and others shoot less because you are the Emperor, and they don't want to spoil your fun, so they dare not pass you. Emperor, eh? He turned to look at the crown prince, and the second and third princes. His eyes narrowed slightly. Where's the fourth prince? Father, I go find him. The crown prince was about to go find him, but the fourth prince came over with a smile. No need. TSK, look at his happy face. He must be very happy to lick Yang Xian recently, using his own money to support a man. Amazing. The fourth prince's smile froze. What do you mean by supporting a man? To support the third prince. But will the third prince be short of money? Third prince, you should also be more careful. Yang Xian has been wronged in front of the fourth prince many times, and the fourth prince must still be feeling unfair for her. The third prince glanced at the fourth prince, who bowed his head with a guilty conscience. Your Majesty, everything is ready. Shall we start now? Lord Su came over to ask. The Emperor nodded, and thinking of Yuilua's thoughts, he couldn't help but add, don't let me win. Everyone go all out. Let's see who has more prey in the end. Begin. As soon as these words came out, everyone who came to participate began to get excited. He kicked his horse's belly and ran towards the hunting ground. Yang Xian was in the fourth prince's tent. He heard that the hunting had begun outside. While the people around the fourth prince were away, he secretly found a small path and slipped into the hunting ground. While carefully avoiding other people inside, she went to find the Emperor's location. Yuilua knew nothing about this. Concubine Li held her outside and watched for a while. Seeing that she was beginning to feel sleepy, she took her back to the tent to rest. After sleeping for a while, when the sun went down, the people who went hunting gradually came back. Your Majesty, the Emperor and his men are back. Huarui came in and said softly. Seeing that she seemed to be hesitant to speak, concubine Shu, who was eating snacks next to her, asked, what happened? Chapter 61. Huarui pursed her lips. The Emperor brought back a dirty woman and said he would bring her into the palace. Yuilua's heart trembled. Could the person the tyrant brought back be Yang Xian? I thought it was something else. Shufei put down her snacks. The Emperor has so many women in the harem. What's the harm in adding one or two more? Li Fei just smiled and looked at Huarui. Did you see what that person looked like? Huarui shook her head. The Emperor had someone take her to the tent, and I didn't see it clearly. At this moment, the Emperor's hearty laughter came from outside the tent. He raised his hand to open the curtain of the tent and strode in. Ha ha ha, Lure, guess how many prey your father has hunted. Behind him followed several princes, Lord Su, And Prime Minister Li. Lord Su, Prime Minister, tell me who has the most prey. Lord Su and Prime Minister Li were very puzzled. It would be fine if he said no outside, but he had to come here to say it. They couldn't figure out the Emperor's thoughts. The tyrant came here on purpose. Could he want to show off to his mother that the old peacock knew how to spread its tail? The Emperor's forehead was covered with black lines, and the princes behind him tried hard to hold back their smiles, so as not to look strange. Your Majesty, you have the most prey, the third prince is second, and then the crown prince. Prime Minister Li and Lord Su had just counted the prey and told the truth. How could a tyrant not have many prey? He even hunted women back. Who can compare to him? How did Luor know that he brought someone back? The Emperor was surprised. He was thinking of giving Luor a surprise, but this little girl was plotting against him. Okay, reward, all reward. He ignored Yulu's sarcasm and looked at the prince. You notify everyone to pack up and go back to the palace. It's cold here at night, and it's not suitable for rest. When the fourth prince heard that he was going back to the palace, he left Li Fei's tent and walked quickly towards his own tent. After walking a few steps, he was grabbed by Xu Fei. The fourth prince turned around and smiled. What advice does mother have? Xu Fei let go of his hand holding his clothes. I heard that your father brought a woman back. Did you see her? Hearing this, the fourth prince heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they didn't want to torture him or ask him for the monthly silver, otherwise he really couldn't take it out. I didn't see his face, and he was dirty. I don't know what the Emperor liked, and he didn't let us see more. Concubine Xu narrowed her eyes. This person was obviously trying to get close to the Emperor, otherwise who would go to the royal hunting ground for no reason. Mother, if you don't have anything else, I go pack my things first. The fourth prince wanted to run after saying this, and Concubine Xu grabbed him again and stretched out a hand. Silver. What you fear will come true. The fourth prince stopped laughing immediately. Mother, I really have no money. Xu Fei frowned. You have no women in your backyard, and the Emperor has given you a lot of rewards and your monthly salary. You actually told me that you have no money. If you get married, I will naturally not spend your money anymore, but you just don't get married. The fourth prince felt that every word was piercing his heart, and he had a bitter face. Father said that the rewards for his son will be halved in the future, so... He pursed his lips and added in a low voice, besides, you have a lot of money, mother. Xu Fei snorted coldly. You don't know how much money it costs to buy materials. I don't blame you. After all, you are too stupid to learn. She wanted to pass on her family's mechanical skills to her son, but her son was too stupid to learn it at all. So she hoped that her son would give birth to a smarter grandson, but this brat was not up to the task. No, why did your reward suddenly get halved? Tell me, if possible, I will help you speak. The fourth prince's eyes lit up, and he told the story of the gift, looking forward to it. Mother, you must help me and ask my father to take back his order. Xu Fei stared at him coldly. The Emperor is wise. Why should I ask him? You are so stingy with lure. If I know that your money is not spent on the right things, you can wait for me to ask the Emperor to reduce your monthly salary by half. After saying that, he left. The fourth prince touched his nose, straightened his robes, and turned back to the tent. But Yang Xian was not seen in the tent. Where is the maidservant beside me? He asked the attendant anxiously. He brought the person here. What should he do if something happened? Your Highness, this is what I found. The fourth prince snatched it, and it contained a letter left by Yang Xian. She said that she had left in advance because of something, so he didn't need to worry. At this moment, Yang Xian was in a smaller tent. She was worried that the fourth and third princes would recognize her and ruin her business, so she deliberately stained her face and took off her clothes and coat. Her hair was disheveled like a beggar. Hearing the noise outside, she opened the curtain and walked out. Seeing that the guards had packed up the tent and the things they brought, the prince walked over here with a few people. Seeing her slightly stunned, then smiled gently. You are the person brought back by my father. My father ordered me to pack up and go back to the palace. Now I have to pack up this tent. He thought that his father brought this person here because of his appearance. It seems that he was wrong. How can you tell what this person looks like? Yang Xian stared at the prince motionlessly. The prince was wearing a moon-white riding suit and looked at her with a humble smile. His voice was so refreshing that she couldn't help but blush. She thought it was an exaggeration to say that the prince was the white moonlight when she read the book. Now that she has really seen him in person, it is indeed true. His appearance is not as beautiful as the male protagonist, who is so beautiful that it is difficult to tell whether he is male or female. Instead, he gives people a feeling that he is right in front of you, but he is as untouchable as the bright moon in the sky. Thinking that she was afraid, the prince chuckled, I will just ask, don't be afraid. Young Xian came back to her senses, nodded and moved aside. The prince ordered his men to pack up everything, and turned around to tell the emperor that they could leave for the palace. Yuilua glanced at Young Xian before getting on the sedan chair, but she was too dirty, and she didn't recognize her at all. The fourth prince, who also didn't recognize Young Xian, laughed when he saw her. He rode on a horse, side by side with the third prince, third brother. Why do you think father took this beggar back? She's not as good as the maid in my house. As she spoke, she waved to Young Xian, who was following behind her. Little beggar, come over here, let me take a good look at what's so special about you. That's why your father wants to take you back to the palace. Young Xian lowered her head and walked forward, following the fourth prince without saying a word. Raise your head, I'm not ugly. The fourth prince saw that she didn't raise her head or speak, and continued, Are you mute? Young Xian, whose back teeth were almost broken, raised her face and shook her head. How could she not know that the fourth prince was so annoying? Ha ha ha, third brother, look at her. The fourth prince stopped talking. Why do I feel that you look familiar? Chapter 62. Young Xian's heart tightened when she heard this, and she lowered her eyes. Could it be that the idiot fourth prince recognized her? Third brother, do you think she looks familiar? The third prince glanced at Young Xian indifferently, and shook his head. Maybe I made a mistake. The fourth prince scratched his head, and looked at Young Xian's dirty face again, feeling much better. You lead the horse for me. After walking for a while, Young Xian was already tired, and when she heard the fourth prince asking her to lead the horse, she almost couldn't hold it. Fortunately, reason overcame impulse, and she held back and went forward to pull the reins. Young Xian was annoyed by the burning pain on her feet, and the fourth prince's constant chatter. The emperor said he would take her back to the palace, but he didn't arrange a sedan for her. She felt that her feet were about to blister. I really don't know what this emperor is thinking. He doesn't know how to be gentle with women. When the group returned to the palace, night had already fallen. The sky was like a huge canvas, with twinkling stars on it. Yuilua fell asleep as soon as she got on the sedan chair. When she woke up, she had already entered the palace. She opened her eyes, and saw the emperor's smiling face. Luor, have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow your father will give you a surprise. After saying that, he smiled and left Concubine Li's bedroom, leaving Yuilua and Concubine Li with puzzled faces. Psychopath, thank God if you don't scare me. Hearing the little guy's voice, the emperor almost tripped over the threshold, but fortunately, the eunuch Chow next to him was quick to support him. The emperor steadied himself and quickened his pace back to Qingxing Palace. Your Majesty, what do you do with the girl you brought back? Eunuch Chow asked softly. Have her washed and placed in an empty side hall. Eunuch Chow was stunned for a moment, then said, Your Majesty, are you planning to favor this girl? I go and get her ready. The emperor is really strong and healthy. After a day of hunting, he still has the energy to favor someone. I don't know what kind of beauty this girl is that makes the emperor so unable to resist. Just thinking about it, he was hit hard on the head. Who told you that I want to favor her? I am not a tyrant. Eunuch Chow quickly admitted his mistake. The emperor did not want to talk to him anymore, and waved his hand to let him do what he had told him to do. Waiting in the side hall, Young Xian rubbed her feet, which were burning with pain, and cursed the whole family of the fourth prince in her heart. Not only did he deliberately make fun of her along the way, but he also sped up the horse from time to time, causing blisters on her hands. She had thought that although he was not as good as the male protagonist, he was still a good person, but it turned out that his personality was so bad. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Miss, the emperor asked me to arrange for someone to bathe and change your clothes for you. Young Xian hurriedly put on her shoes and stood up to open the door. Eunuch Chow came in with 2 palace maids. They will help you bathe. You can rest in the side hall tonight and wait for the emperor to summon you tomorrow. The 2 palace maids came forward and raised their hands to undress Young Xian. She pushed them away and clasped her hands in front of her chest. I have hands and feet. I can wash myself. I don't need your help. Eunuch Chow frowned and shook his head, thinking that this girl's temperament was really unpleasant. I don't know who taught such an ignorant girl. You guys go away. Let her come by herself. Eunuch Chow said and walked away. Seeing that Eunuch Chow didn't care about Young Xian, the 2 palace maids turned around and wanted to leave. Young Xian called them. Who will fetch me water after you leave? Everyone in the palace is smart. When Eunuch Chow brought them here, they thought that the palace was going to have another noble lady, but Eunuch Chow's attitude made them feel that it was not the case. In this case, they didn't want to please her and wrong themselves. Don't you have hands and feet? The two covered their mouths and laughed at her, saying sarcastically, You said you didn't need us to serve you. And Eunuch Chow also agreed. What else are you dissatisfied with? Yang Xian was furious. This was the first time she was humiliated like this since she came to this world. Oh, you are still angry, thinking you are the queen. After saying that, the two left with a smile, and the laughter filled her ears, which was particularly harsh. I was brought back by the emperor, and you two palace maids dared to humiliate me like this. She shouted angrily at the door, but the two had already left and could not hear what she said. She was angry, but no one helped her to boil water and fetch water, so she had to do it herself. She couldn't go to see the emperor dirty, but after searching for a long time, she didn't know where to boil water. It was late at night, so she finally found a well and took a bath with a lot of effort. The cold well water made her shiver while washing. She secretly took note of the two palace maids and planned to tell them about their behavior when she went to see the emperor tomorrow. Yang Xian was tossing and turning until late at night before she fell asleep, but Yuilua slept very soundly. Until the morning, concubinely picked her up to change her diaper and feed her. Yuilua was shy before, but now she has become thick-skinned enough. Anyway, no one knows that her soul is actually an adult if she doesn't say it. Concubinely did everything herself and changed Yuilua's clothes. The emperor will come to pick up Luor in a while. Are you looking forward to it? Yuilua rolled her eyes in her heart. Not looking forward to it at all. She said she would give me a surprise, but I don't know if it was a surprise or a shock. The emperor walked to the door and cleared his throat. Is Luor awake? Concubinely bowed slightly, and the emperor helped her up, looked at his daughter, who was staring at him, raised his hand to take her and left. Luor, your brothers are here, and your father will give them gifts, so he will naturally not forget you. Eunuch Chow followed the two of them. The emperor said this to the little princess. Can the little princess understand? Wouldn't it be better to say that you would give me a reward earlier, and you even said it was a surprise? In the Qingqing Palace, the fourth prince said to the third prince excitedly, Third brother, do you think the little beggar yesterday will look good after washing? I wonder if father will let her out. The third prince scratched his ears. If you are curious, just ask father directly. I don't know what's wrong with the fourth brother. He keeps talking to him when he sees him. The relationship between the two of them is not that good. I dare not ask. Father doesn't like him in the first place. If he doesn't know how to get close to him, he will be beaten. Crown Prince, second prince, aren't you curious too? The Crown Prince smiled gently. If you are curious, I will ask for you. The second prince rolled his eyes. You have been talking since you entered the palace, aren't you thirsty? The emperor has arrived. The four of them knelt down and saluted. The emperor walked to the top and sat down, asking the others to stand up. Eunuch Chow, has the person been called? No way, there is really a surprise. Your Majesty, they should be here soon. After saying that, the person sent to bring Yang Xian came in. The fourth prince stretched his neck to look outside when he heard this, and rubbed his eyes when he saw Yang Xian, thinking he had seen it wrong. When the others approached, Yuilua's voice exploded in the ears of the others at the same time. Chapter 63. Good fellow, how did you bring this troublemaker into the palace? Do you think you have lived too long? The emperor didn't understand, and smiled and said, Luor, this person is proficient in herbal medicine, and father brought her to you and concubinely for your use. When he met this person in the royal hunting ground, he saw that this person used some herbal medicine to stop the bleeding of the prey, so he wanted to bring this person back to the palace. Thank you. If you don't want to live, don't involve me. It doesn't matter whether I can live and grow up by my side. It is said that lust is like a knife above your head. Aren't you a tyrant? Why don't you kill her with a knife? If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have become a person who only wanted to pursue immortality and obeyed her in everything. In the end, you favored villains and distanced yourself from wise ministers, killing many loyal ministers. After his sudden death, he became a tyrant who was reviled by everyone. The emperor was stunned. Could this be the time-traveling girl that Luor said? The few people who heard Yuilua's inner voice were extremely surprised. The prince glanced at Yang Xian. This woman was so harmful. The third prince lowered his eyes. He used to think that Yang Xian cared about him and stood up for him, so she would say some treasonous words, but he didn't expect Yang Xian to want to kill his father. Unlike the other two, the fourth prince was very curious about how Yang Xian appeared here. Feeling his gaze, Yang Xian secretly winked at him, signaling him not to talk nonsense. What's your name? The emperor's face darkened, and he looked at Yang Xian. Your Majesty, my name is Yang Mei. Bah, Yang Mei is a fart. you are still talking about plums." The tyrant quickly chopped her off. Before the emperor, who did have this plan, could speak, Yuilu's voice sounded again. "No, this made me so angry. The sin she committed could not be paid by the innocent Yang Xian. This is Yang Xian's body, not her, a time-traveling woman." "Emperor, Father, she..." The third prince wanted to step forward to remind him, but the emperor did not give him the chance. "Yang Mei, from today on, you will go to the clean room to work. Can't the innocent be harmed? He has plenty of ways to make her stay quiet." When this was said, not only were several people stunned, but Yang Xian was also full of disbelief. She thought that being sent to concubinely was the worst plan, but now she was asked to go to the clean room. The clean room was a place where people had to wash toilets, empty feces, and other chores, and it was smelly. The more Yang Xian thought about it, the paler she became. She looked at the third prince for help. The third prince didn't say anything. As long as Yang Xian couldn't touch his father would be safe. "Your Majesty." Yang Xian's eyes were red. "I am proficient in herbal medicine, and will do my best to take good care of the little princess and concubinely. She must not go to the clean room. There is no way she can touch the emperor and the prince there. How can she do it? There is no need to do it. Don't get close to me and my mother." "Father." The fourth prince couldn't bear it anymore and stepped forward and said, "Let her be a rough maid. If a woman goes to the clean room, people who don't know will think that your father." It would have been better if the fourth prince didn't say anything. When he spoke, the emperor was so angry that he stood up, handed Yuilua to eunuch Chao, walked up to him in 2 steps, and kicked him. "What do you think of me?" The emperor stared at him with an ugly face. "Kneel down for me, I will kick you to death today, you unfilial son. You are not only useless, but also treasonous." Last time, this unfilial son wanted to bring this person into the palace, but he actually blamed him for this person. It's good enough that the fourth prince can have a breath when he meets Yang Xian, a time-traveling girl. Tyrant, you still expect him to have a good future. It's too much to ask. Why don't you kick him a few more times, and see if you can kick the water out of his brain? Oh, it's not easy for the fourth prince either. He lent all his money to Yang Xian and lived frugally. But now, he is beaten because of Yang Xian. What a touching love. Bah! No, what a touching dog licking. The crown prince and the third prince, who originally thought that the fourth prince was miserable, chose to watch after hearing this. The second prince's eyes moved between the third prince, the fourth prince and Yang Xian. He thought that the relationship between them was really complicated. "Father, I dare not." The emperor had not intended to kick him again, but when he heard that he had given all his money to this time-traveling girl and gave Luor such a shabby gift, his anger instantly rose again. "You dare not. I think you dare very much. You can ask for mercy. Go to the clean room with her to serve." Thinking of that place, the fourth prince shrank his neck and kept silent. "Come here, take Yang Mei to the clean room to serve." 2 people came in from outside and dragged Yang Xian out. After venting his anger, the emperor sat back at the top and took Yuilua. "Eunuch Chao, give the reward to the crown prince, the second prince and the third prince, and as for the fourth prince's share, give it to concubine Shu." The fourth prince's eyes widened, but he dared not speak. "Fourth prince, I see you seem to have something to say?" "Your Majesty, I don't have anything." If he said anything more, his father might kick him again. Although he didn't feel any pain in the soft armor, it was embarrassing to be kicked all the time. Seeing that he was sensible, the emperor nodded, asked eunuch Chao to give the reward to a few people, and waved his hand to let them leave. The fourth prince came out of Qingxing Palace with the 3 people. The prince asked with a smile, "Fourth brother, are you okay?" "Nothing." The fourth prince patted his chest with a proud look on his face. "I secretly wore soft armor, and my father would never think of it. He knew that he would be beaten if he entered the palace, either by his father or mother. Fortunately, he was smart, otherwise his father would not be soft-hearted." The second prince glanced at the emperor who came out, cleared his cough, and tried to remind the fourth prince, but the other party did not realize it, and looked at the third prince unhappily. "Third brother, why didn't you beg for mercy just now?" The third prince raised his eyebrows. "I'm not wearing soft armor, and I don't know Yang Mei. Why are you asking for mercy?" Fourth prince. The emperor's voice sounded behind him, and the fourth prince turned stiffly. "Father, I'm here." He thought it was over, and he didn't know if his father had heard that he was wearing soft armor. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but look at the 3 people with resentment, knowing that his father came and didn't remind him. "I really didn't expect you to wear soft armor. Next time I kick you, I will have someone check it before kicking you." Ha ha ha, the fourth prince has a clear understanding of himself. He knows that he will definitely be beaten. He is not likable, but he still has to plead for Yang Xian. Isn't this looking for an opportunity for the tyrant to beat you? The emperor snorted in his heart. He doesn't need to find an opportunity to beat someone. The fourth prince waited for the emperor to leave with a bitter face, and glared at a few people. Brother Crown Prince, how can you learn bad things? It's okay if they don't remind me, but you don't remind me either. In the future, he can only rely on his body to resist. The Crown Prince shook his head and laughed. I did not see my father, but my second brother reminded you, but you didn't notice it. Chapter 64. Yang Xian was dragged to the toilet, smelling the unpleasant smell, her brows furrowed so much that they could kill flies. The emperor clearly valued her ability at the beginning. Why did he suddenly change his mind? The fourth prince was a useless bastard, and his plea was useless, which made her angry. What are you two doing? The toilet manager came out and asked with a smile when he saw the two of them. Although they usually didn't see any nobles in the toilet, these two people were obviously from the emperor's palace, so he spoke in a very polite tone. This person is Yang Mei. The emperor asked her to work in the clean room. You can arrange it, steward. After saying that, the two turned around and left. The steward's smile disappeared, and he glanced at Yang Xian. Xiao Yuanzi, take her to clean all the toilets that have been collected. Don't eat if you don't finish cleaning. A young eunuch with a pretty face stepped forward. Miss Yang, come with me. Yang Xian stood there motionless, looking at the toilets in the yard, and said in disbelief, there are so many, and you let me clean them alone? She just refused to eat or drink, and she couldn't finish washing until the evening. This person was clearly making things difficult for her. Yesterday, she was made difficult by two palace maids, and today these ruthless people actually wanted to make things difficult for her. Miss Yang, you should start washing quickly, otherwise you really won't have anything to eat at night. Xiao Yuanzi kindly reminded. I won't wash, and there's more than one person here. Why should I wash? This is not fair. The steward sneered and pushed Yang Xian forward. Are you here to talk about fairness? You must be crazy. Wash quickly, wash and dry it, and send it back to the palace. Yang Xian shook him off. Go away, I'm going to see the fourth prince. Before she could run out, she was pulled back by the steward without any courtesy, and slapped her hard. You want to run away after coming here? You seem to be tired of living. Wash up quickly. Yang Xian couldn't resist, and was slapped again. She moved humiliatingly to pick up a toilet bucket, and began to wash up despite the nausea. Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? The steward snorted coldly, and looked at Xiao Yuanzi. You keep an eye on her. You are not allowed to eat until you finish washing. After he turned and left, Xiao Yuanzi sighed. Miss Yang, you better be obedient, otherwise you will suffer in the future. Yang Xian felt that she had a conflict with the palace. This place was simply a place of shame in her life. The dog emperor treated her like this, and she would definitely go back. The male protagonist was also heartless. He didn't even help her plead for mercy. Who did she enter the palace for? At this time, the third prince had already left the palace and returned home. As soon as he got off the carriage, he saw Xiang coming forward to report with an anxious look on his face. Your Highness, Yang Xian is missing. The two went to the study, and the third prince nodded calmly. I know, she is in the palace now. You continue to watch those remnants of Yulou Kingdom. As for Yang Xian, you don't have to worry about it. She is in the palace. With her personality, someone will naturally teach her how to behave. It was the fourth prince who took her there again. Your Highness, will you not care about the fourth prince and those remnants of Yulou Kingdom? Should we report to the emperor and directly annihilate these people in one fell swoop? The third prince shook his head and smiled at Xiang. They may not only have those people, wait a while, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. As for the fourth prince, Yang Xian is not here, and he will not come in the future, so don't worry about him. If he continues to commit suicide in the palace, his father and concubine Shu will definitely teach him a lesson. By the way, Xiang suddenly remembered something. I heard the conversation between Yang Xian and the remnant of Yulou Kingdom. The man asked Your Highness what color you like, which is weird. The third prince paused, and couldn't figure out the meaning of it. At the same time, the fourth prince did not enter the palace immediately, but sneaked to the bathroom, watching Yang Xian washing the toilet from a distance, and felt sorry for him. He really couldn't figure out what Xinxin was doing in the palace. Was she also the kind of person who wanted to climb up the social ladder? Impossible. If so, shouldn't she stay at the third prince's house? After watching for a while, the fourth prince walked out. Xinxin, I'm here to see you. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian put down the toilet in her hand, stood up, and said excitedly, Hungerwei, I knew you would come to see me. Find a way to take me out. The fourth prince looked at Xiao Yuanzi on the side. I take her over to talk. The two of them left the purification room, and the fourth prince looked at Yang Xian, whose face was slapped. Xinxin, why did you want to come to the palace? Yang Xian pursed her lips. When she made this decision, she had already thought of the words, which would not only make the fourth prince not blame her, but also make him feel sorry for her. She lowered her head and said in a low voice, I don't want to enter the palace, but I don't have a monthly salary in the third prince's mansion, and the third prince doesn't like me now, so I can only think about going to the palace to earn money to pay off your debt. Yuiluo, who was brought here by the emperor, sneered in her heart without any hesitation. Only the fourth prince, a licker, would believe such words. He might even think, wow, she is too pitiful, the third prince is too inhuman, he actually doesn't give Xinxin money, I want to stand up for her. The fourth prince, who really had this plan, heard the voice in his heart and looked around, but did not see Yuiluo. Hung Rui, what's wrong with you? Seeing that he didn't speak, Yang Xian raised her hand and pulled his sleeve. Don't worry, I will pay you back the money I owe you. Yui just washed the toilet, and now he actually pulled the fourth prince. The fourth prince really doesn't despise. The fourth prince pulled back his sleeves unnaturally. It's okay, you can pay it back slowly. Yang Xian was stunned. If it was before, the fourth prince would definitely say that he didn't need to pay it back, but he actually said that he would pay it back slowly. How could a jobless person like her pay it back? That's not right. Why didn't the fourth prince let Yang Xian pull his sleeves? Doesn't he like this? Oh, I understand. He must think that Yang Xian treats him as a friend, so he can't do anything out of line. Yuiluo thought about it, and started acting. Ah, damn it. Xinxin only treats me as a friend, how can I have other ideas about her? No, I can't do this, but she is really special and kind, I can't control myself. Emperor, Fourth prince, You know shit, he does think Yang Xian is different, but it's not as exaggerated as the little sister said. Hung Rui, are you here to take me out? Seeing that he was hesitant to speak, Yang Xian raised her hand and patted his shoulder and asked. The fourth prince took a step back, and before he could speak, Yuiluo's inner voice sounded again. Here he is again, treating others as friends, but his hands are not at peace at all, and he dares to call the fourth prince by his name. He really has not experienced the beatings of society. Why is the fourth prince so excited that he is silent? Is he thinking in his heart, the goddess is begging me, I have to perform well, and let her know that I, a dog, treat her better than the third prince. Chapter 65. Seeing the fourth prince avoiding her touch again and again, Yang Xian bit her lip, and acted extremely aggrieved. I'm sorry, because I treat you as my most special friend, so I speak without scruples. You are very special, very easy to deceive, otherwise how can you not deceive others? Oh, why are you crying? If you cry like this, even if I say there is a moon in the daytime, my fourth prince, who has a bad brain, will believe it. The fourth prince is not only penniless now, but also has water in his brain. But don't be too sad. Although the time-traveling girl's feelings for you are fake, your poverty is real, ha ha. The fourth prince felt that the laughter was particularly harsh, and couldn't help but blurt out, shut up. I don't know where this little princess is hiding to talk about him. She is a little kid, how can she think she knows Yang Xian very well? Yang Xian thought the fourth prince was talking about her, and was stunned. The fourth prince actually yelled at her, but it was not like this before. Xinxin, you wash the toilet well here, and when the father is less angry, I will ask him to let you leave the palace. The fourth prince cleared his throat. His father was still angry, so he didn't dare to offend him again. TSK, I thought the liquor was getting stronger, but he still wanted to plead for her. Your Majesty, please come over, concubine Shu. Eunuch Chao lowered his voice. How did the emperor learn to eavesdrop on others? It would be fine if he just listened, but he also asked concubine Shu to come and listen. Yang Xian was disappointed, but pretended to be strong and smiled. Okay, I will work hard to make money to pay you back. Although Hung Rui, you can't take me out, but you can come to see me, I am already very happy, you don't have to anger the emperor for me. TSK, the fourth prince's CPU must have been burned dry, does he think she is very considerate? Xu Fei was originally wondering why Eunuch Chao invited her over, but she understood immediately after hearing this familiar name. She walked out without saying a word and grabbed the fourth prince's ear. Okay, so you spent all your money on her. The fourth prince was grimacing and covered his ears in pain. It hurts, mother, let me go. Why did the mother suddenly come out? He was too unlucky. He had to be beaten again. Haha, the tyrant is too treacherous. He knew that Concubine Shu had more ways to torture the fourth brother, so he deliberately called Concubine Shu here, but I like it. Concubine Shu had no intention of letting him go. She just listened to the girl's words. She said nice things, but in fact she was praising her stupid son, so that he had to find a way to take her out. She has been in the palace for many years, and this little trick is not enough in her eyes. Let Hungray go, didn't you hear him screaming in pain? Yang Xian stepped forward and tried to pull Concubine Shu's hand, but Concubine Shu avoided her hand and sneered. You are just a slave, and you dare to call the fourth prince by his name. You are really unruly. I am teaching my own son a lesson, and you don't need to interrupt me. Yang Xian, who felt that she was superior to these feudal people, was unhappy. My status is not as high as yours, but we are all mortals. How are you different from me? Concubine Shu raised her eyebrows slightly. Tao Yi, slap her in the face, let her know how she is different from me, and put herself in the right position, so that she won't be talking about you and me without any rules. Tao Yi took the order and stepped forward, raising her hand and slapping Yang Xian's face without any hesitation. The crisp sound of slaps rang out one after another. Mother, please stop hitting her, let her go. Not only will I hit her, I will also hit you. Xu Fei said, increasing the strength of her hand. If you say one more word, I will ask your father to demote you to a commoner and make you accompany her to wash the toilet every day. She didn't look down on this girl, but this girl was so cunning, and her stupid son would be bitten to the bone if he married her. Fourth prince, you don't have to plead for me. The left side of Yang Xian's face had begun to swell. It is said that a man who knows the current situation is a hero, and the time-traveling girl is not illiterate, but she is still so confused now. The emperor looked for a while before carrying Yui Luo out. When he heard Luo say that the fourth prince would come to find this time-traveling girl, he didn't believe it in his heart, but he brought the little guy here, and the result was really beyond his expectations. Father, why are you here? The fourth prince asked in surprise. I came a long time ago to see you two perform a big show, and brought Concubine Shu to watch it together. My fourth brother, you have to be beaten by a mixed doubles team again, you deserve it. The time-traveling girl likes the male protagonist, supreme treasure, not you, a monkey from the flower and fruit mountain. Why are you doing this? Do I need to report to you before I come? The emperor glared at him, and looked at Concubine Shu. Concubine Shu, the fourth prince has become more and more disobedient recently. You have to take good care of him. Concubine Shu let go of the fourth prince and said with a smile, Don't worry, your majesty, I will definitely make sure this brainless thing can't get out of bed. The steward found that Yang Xian was missing, and hurriedly took people out to look for her. After walking a short distance, he saw the emperor was so scared that he quickly knelt on the ground to salute. Get up. The emperor asked people to get up. Take Yang Mei back to continue working, don't kill her. When Yang Xian was taken away, she wanted to say something, but when she opened her mouth, the flesh on her cheek was pulled, making her frown in pain. The fourth prince himself could not protect himself, so he didn't say anything more. He didn't know why the little princess thought he liked Yang Xian. He and Yang Xian were indeed just friends, and he wanted to defend her out of friendship. Come here, take the fourth prince to Qingxing Palace, and take off the soft armor on him. When Concubine Shu heard this, she raised her hand and grabbed the fourth prince's ear. You actually wore soft armor, you are so good. Tao Yi, go back to my palace and get my special whip, I will beat this brainless guy to death. When the fourth prince heard this, his legs immediately went limp. Mother said it was specially made, it must be aimed at him. Mother, I will wear it today, I haven't worn it before. The fourth prince, who looked ashen, was taken to Qingxing Palace. He was puzzled, and he didn't know who had told him that he was here. He thought there was nothing wrong with what Qingxing said. Why was his mother so angry? Why don't you take off your soft armor, and let me take it off for you? The fourth prince made a bitter face, and made a final struggle. Father, I really didn't want to plead for her. You should have heard that I asked her to wash the toilet properly. The emperor nodded. You also said that you would plead for me when I was no longer angry. Haha, it seems that the tyrant's anger can't be relieved now. Father, I promise that I won't do it next time. Please forgive me. Could it be that the fourth prince, a dog who licks the dog, hasn't realized that he likes time-traveling girls? It's not like his character to be so cowardly. My queen, the whip is here. The fourth prince looked at the whip and almost cried. Chapter 66. Xu Fei took the whip, which had special sharp protrusions on it. It was not a simple whip. This whip could make the fourth brother's skin and flesh burst, but it was good, so that he could not find the time-traveling girl again, and maybe he would not die. Mother, father, I was wrong, please forgive me. Too late. Shufei stood up and threw the whip to a guard. You come, don't be soft. It's best to make him unable to get out of bed for 10 days or half a month. It was strange that the girl appeared in the hunting ground, and now she knew her son. She didn't believe that all this was a coincidence. If she didn't treat her son harshly, she was afraid that it would cause a big disaster. Mother, can I ask for a different punishment? For example, a beating with a stick. The fourth prince was pressed on the bench and looked up. Beating. At the order of concubine Shu, the fourth prince's wailing sounded in the palace, even drowning out the sound of the whip. TSK, it hurts just to watch it, and I don't know if it can make the fourth prince, this dog, remember it for a long time. When the emperor heard this, he raised his hand to cover Yuilua's eyes. Shut his mouth. The fourth prince grimaced in pain. Father, is this son of yours and mother's? Don't cover my mouth, I just keep silent. After the beating, the fourth prince couldn't stand up. Fortunately, the guards beside him supported him. Do you know where you are wrong? Shufei put down the tea and looked at him indifferently. I won't go to her next time. Well, what else? The fourth prince racked his brains, thought for a while, and uttered, I won't ask my father for her. After saying that, he found that his mother seemed to want him to continue, so he pursed his lips. Didn't he finish it? Can't think of it? The concubine looked serious. This girl suddenly appeared in the hunting ground and was brought into the palace. Do you think this is really a coincidence? I think you have lived too well, and your brain is rusty. The fourth prince subconsciously wanted to refute, but the pain in his butt made him swallow back what he wanted to say. Why did the mother also think that Shinshin's purpose was not simple? How could a woman who was powerless threaten the safety of the palace? The concubine and the tyrant were not stupid either. How could the fourth prince be so easy to deceive? Could it be that plus plus equals minus? Okay, you can't leave the palace like this, so stay in the palace to recuperate. The emperor said, and ordered someone to take the fourth prince away. The fourth prince's personal guard returned to the side hall with him, and sighed after the others left. Your Highness, you look seriously injured this time. The fourth prince, who couldn't lie or sit normally, could only lie on the couch and glared at him. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and apply medicine to me, it hurts so much. A phone looked around. There is no medicine here, Your Highness. Wait, I will go to the Imperial hospital to ask for the Imperial physician. Compared to the fourth prince, who could ask for the Imperial physician, young Xian didn't have it so easy. After a busy day, she didn't finish washing the toilet, so she naturally didn't have a meal. Miss Yang, I left a steamed bun for you, go and eat it. Xiao Yuanzi came to her side. I wash it first, the steward should be resting now. Yang Xian nodded, washed her hands, went to the dining area and picked up the cold and hard steamed buns. She was almost angry to death. But she was so hungry that she could only force herself to finish the hard-to-chew steamed buns to suppress her hunger. The fourth prince was definitely not to be relied on. She had to find a way to leave the toilet. The next day, young Xian was sent to collect the toilet bucket with Xiao Yuanzi. She thought she would make a scene again, but she agreed obediently, which surprised the steward. Looking at her swollen face, he thought she was just being taught a lesson, so she learned her lesson. Go ahead, don't cause any trouble. If you listen to me, I won't make things difficult for you. Yang Xian nodded randomly, thinking only of how to leave this hellhole. Seeing her trance-like appearance, Xiao Yuanzi was worried that she would bump into others, so she went in to collect the things herself and asked her to wait outside. After cleaning up and stacking the toilets, Xiao Yuanzi clapped her hands and leaned over to push the wooden cart. Let's go back. Let's go together. Yang Xian pushed the other side, and the two of them crossed the palace road and went to the toilet. Seeing someone in front, Xiao Yuanzi hurriedly reminded. Miss Yang, there is a noble person in front. Be careful not to bump into him. Oh, okay. Yang Xian didn't hear his words clearly at all, and responded casually. When the wooden cart was getting closer and closer to the group, Xiao Yuanzi thought Yang Xian would turn, but she seemed to push it straight up on purpose. Ah! The sharp cry brought Yang Xian back to her thoughts. She looked up and saw a woman in a light blue palace dress falling to the ground in a mess, surrounded by toilets and filth rolling all over the ground, and some even spilled on the woman's exquisite palace dress. Yang Xian tried hard to hold back her smile. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I deserve to die. Xiao Yuanzi was so frightened that she knelt down and begged for mercy. Rupin was so angry that her face turned green. Last time, she was punished by the emperor to sing a song all night, and she became a joke in the whole harem. She had been hiding for so long and wanted to go out for a walk to relax, but she encountered this bad luck. Your Majesty, are you okay? The maid next to her hurriedly stepped forward to help her up, and she couldn't help frowning when she smelled the unpleasant smell. Bitch, you don't have eyes, don't you see me? Looking at Yang Xian standing straight, concubine Ro cursed. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Xiao Yuanzi said, motioning Yang Xian to kneel down and beg for mercy, but Yang Xian was unmoved. Why don't you kneel down when you see me? What are you looking at, you ugly bastard? Hearing the other party calling her ugly, Yang Xian's few apologies disappeared completely. Before she traveled through time, she was indeed not good looking, and even had a lot of acne because she often stayed up late and had an irregular schedule. But although her body after traveling through time was not stunningly beautiful, it was also of upper middle class, and it was not ugly at all. You walked without looking at the road, don't blame us. Yang Xian's words made Xiao Yuanzi stunned. He knew who didn't look at the road. If she hadn't been distracted, she wouldn't have bumped into anyone. Your Majesty, please forgive me. She is new here, so she doesn't know much. Please forgive me. Rupin frowned at Xiao Yuanzi and snorted coldly, come here, beat this ignorant slave to death. The two maids beside him stepped forward and raised their hands to grab Yang Xian. Yang Xian took a step back, letting the two people catch nothing. Instead of thinking about beating me to death, you might as well wash off the filth on your body first. Also, the Emperor said that I must keep my life. Do you dare to kill me? Rupin was so angry that she wanted to tear her mouth apart, but she was also worried that what she said was true. In that case, I will let the Emperor and the concubine deal with you. She looked at the maid beside her and said, take this slave with you and go find the Emperor and the concubine. Chapter 67. Xu Fei withheld their monthly salary. She wanted to see how she would deal with this slut. If she couldn't deal with it well, maybe the Emperor would change someone to take charge of the harem. Anyway, as long as it wasn't Xu Fei. Madam, your clothes. The maid raised her hand and pointed at her dirty clothes. Do you want to change them? Rupin waved her hand, no need. This is evidence. If she changed, how would the Emperor know that she was so miserable? So she couldn't change. No matter how bad it smelled, she had to endure it. Miss Yang, please beg for mercy from the Empress. Xiao Yuanzi stood up and whispered. Going to the Emperor would be a problem. Miss Yang is not afraid of death, but he is. Empress, are you going to take them to concubine Li directly? The two maids holding Yang Xian asked. Just now, hearing that the Emperor went to concubine Li, concubine Ro twisted her handkerchief tightly and nodded. In concubine Li's palace. The Emperor and concubine Xu were playing with Yui Luo, and concubine Li was holding Yui Luo, looking peaceful. Unfortunately, this peace was broken by an unpleasant smell. Which bastard was carrying manure? Why is it so smelly? The Emperor and his men also smelled it and frowned. They even felt that the smell was getting closer and closer. Huarue, close the door. Before Huarue went forward to close the door, Rupin, who came in hurriedly, ran in crying and snotting, and the stench spread instantly. Woo, your Majesty, Sister Xu Fei, you must help me. No, did Rupin fall into the toilet? Can you please not come in? It's really smelly. The Emperor couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his nose, and also noticed the filth on her dress. If you have anything to do, go change your clothes before coming here. Rupin wiped her tears, and pointed at Yang Xian, who was being escorted by the palace maid. Your Majesty, it was this slave who did it to me. If I go back and change my clothes, how can I show you the evidence? The Emperor, He didn't want to see this evidence at all. Seeing several people covering their noses, Rupin sniffed her nose, but she didn't feel it was that smelly. Could it be that she was used to it? Damn, did the time-traveling girl eat a moth? She is so noisy. Yui Luo glanced at Yang Xian, who was raising her chin. It was amazing that she could make trouble in a clean room. Concubine Xu raised her handkerchief to cover her nose. Rupin, are you showing us evidence, or do you want others to be happy even though you stink? Hurry up and change your clothes. Rupin pursed her lips, met the Emperor's gaze, and nodded in response. I will change my clothes and come back later. Rupin left quickly, and came back quickly. After coming in, she continued to cry and complain. Yui Luo was amazed at how quickly she got into the role. Your Majesty, this slut said that I couldn't kill her without your permission, woo. Yang Xian rolled her eyes. I'm telling the truth. I can apologize for soiling your clothes, but you're not injured. You can solve this problem by changing clothes. Why do you have to fight and kill? Is it necessary? Concubine Xu glanced at Tao Yi, who understood and walked up to slap Yang Xian in the face. You forgot what I just taught you yesterday. A slave should behave like a slave. Yang Xian's face was still swollen, and the slap brought back yesterday's memories. She gritted her teeth, worried that she would be beaten again, and reluctantly called herself a slave. I did accidentally bump into Concubine Row, but you can't blame me. Concubine Row didn't even look at the road, so both sides are responsible. Become smarter? It seems not. Not sure, let's wait and see. You are really eloquent, you slut. Concubine Row raised her hand and pointed at the pale-faced Xiao Yuanzi next to her. You tell her whether I am wrong or not. Your Majesty, and the ladies, it is true that the two of us offended Concubine Row. Please forgive us. It was not easy for him to get familiar with the people in the cleaning room and adapt to the job of the cleaning room. He did not want to be beaten and expelled from the palace because of what happened today. Concubine Shu, how do you think we should deal with her? The Emperor asked after taking a sip of tea. Give her 10 lashes, and let the cleaning room teach her the rules. What do you think? 10 strokes of the board shouldn't kill him, right? The Emperor thought about it, and it seemed that he usually beat the fourth prince more than this, so he nodded. Oh, what method can be used to get the Real Yang Xian back? So sad. Rupin, are you satisfied with this punishment? The Emperor agreed. So how could Rupin say she was dissatisfied? Thank you, Your Majesty and Concubine Shu, for making the decision for me, but I think that little eunuch is very sensible, so can his punishment be exempted? Xiao Yuanzi cowed out hurriedly after hearing this. Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you, Your Majesty. He now deeply regretted working with Yang Xian, and he almost lost his life. Alright, come, take Yang Mei down and give her 10 strokes of the cane. Yang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, and before she could say anything, she was gagged and dragged out for a cane. The intense pain made her want to scream, but her mouth was blocked, so she couldn't scream at all. She had only seen caning on TV before, but now she felt it for real, and she felt like she was dying of pain. After the 10 strokes, Yang Xian couldn't hold on and fainted. When Rupin left, she snorted coldly and whispered to the maid next to her, "Go to the clean room often to take care of this slave girl." After dealing with this matter, the Emperor remembered the purpose of coming to Li Fei's palace. General Jin will arrive in the capital tomorrow, and I came to tell you specially. Xu Fei raised her eyebrows slightly. Your Majesty, Li Fei's sister gave birth to a little princess, and General Jin has made great contributions to suppressing the rebellion. Should Li Fei's sister be promoted? The Emperor laughed happily. That's what I meant. Now that the position of the 4 concubines is vacant, Li Fei's position can be promoted to fill it. Wow, my mother's position has been promoted. Will she get more monthly salary than before? The tyrant is quite good at handling things this time. My mother has been in the palace for so many years, and finally she can be promoted. However, there are still 2 vacancies in the 4 concubines. The tyrant will not promote my mother to the virtuous concubine. This is too unlucky. No. Your Majesty, my brother should fight for the country as a minister, and I only gave birth to Luor. If I directly promote her to the 4th concubine, it will be even more inappropriate. At that time, the ministers will think that my brother is threatening the Emperor with his achievements. Although their Jin family is loyal to the Emperor, other people, and the Emperor may not be uneasy that the Jin family's achievements are greater than the Emperor. She just hopes that her daughter and her family will be safe and sound. What's wrong with that? The Emperor disagreed. I have already thought of a title. The title of Xianfei is unlucky. I have another one. I will give her the title of Xianfei, which means elegant and graceful. She is also one of the 4 concubines. Xu Fei blinked at Li Fei's sister. Please accept it. The Emperor is so thoughtful of you. Not bad, the title of tyrant is okay. It seems that he really put his heart into it. But why is Xu Fei still speaking for my mother? Isn't she attracted to my mother? No wonder she came here for no reason today. Chapter 68. Could it be that Concubine Shu is a lesbian? In the book, she doesn't like the tyrant, and she came to the palace for the tyrant's money. The Emperor stroked the teacup. What lesbian? Luor's words are really getting harder and harder to understand. Li Fei couldn't understand Yuilua's strange thoughts, but she knew that Concubine Shu had no ill will towards her. Your Majesty, Li Fei's sister, when Luor grows up, how about letting her learn mechanical arts from me? Xu Fei pinched Yuilua's little hand. Luor is so smart. She must be a good seedling. Look at her black eyes and round head. She looks very smart. Dame, I just want to live off my parents. I don't want to work hard, and I'm not smart at all. It's tiring enough to be carried to court by the tyrant all day. Concubine Shu, you are so kind-hearted. Please stop messing with me, okay? I'm just a baby. The Emperor raised his lips. Concubine Shu, Luor is still young. Let's talk about it when she grows up. On the other side, the manager of the clean room didn't see the 2 people come back for a long time, and was about to send someone to look for them, when he saw the two guards, who had sent young Xian here before, and a man with messy hair coming over. Teach her some good manners, and don't offend the nobles again. The two left, and the steward looked at Xiao Yuanzi, who was hanging his head beside him. What happened? Although Xiao Yuanzi was young, he was careful, and would not get into trouble. So he asked Xiao Yuanzi to take young Xian with him, but he didn't expect that something would happen. After listening to Xiao Yuanzi's story, the steward felt that he was too soft-hearted. He looked grim and said sternly, "Come on, get some water to wake her up." Young Xian was awakened by the cold water, and instinctively wanted to curse, but after seeing where she was, she didn't curse after all. The steward scolded her, and let her go back to rest. Slowly returning to the room, young Xian struggled to climb onto the couch and lie down. Without looking at her, she knew that her back must be bloody. Damn it, the male lead really didn't care about me. Young Xian's body is really delicate, not strong at all. Squeak. The door was pushed open. Young Xian thought it was Xiao Yuanzi, turned around and saw a somewhat unfamiliar palace maid. Oh, she's not dead yet. The maid waved the small porcelain bottle in her hand. This is what Concubine Ro asked me to bring to you to treat your injuries. Young Xian didn't believe that Concubine Ro would be so kind. She rolled her eyes, and had an idea in her mind. I know Concubine Ro is not so kind. You return this medicine to her, and tell her that I have a way to make her favored. Since the fourth prince is unreliable, she can only find a way to leave this hellhole by herself. She will definitely return the humiliation given to her by these people in the palace 100 times 1,000 times. Doesn't your queen want to be favored? Seeing that she didn't move, young Xian continued to persuade. Just tell Concubine Ro, believe me, she will see me. With her modern wisdom, it couldn't be easier to help Concubine Ro win favor, and then she could ask Concubine Ro to take her out of the ghost place of the purification room. The maid hesitated for a moment, but still went back to tell Concubine Ro. Concubine Ro sneered. She is so stupid. If she really has a way to help me win favor, why doesn't she do it herself? The slave girl had a proud face. She didn't believe that the other party would choose to help her if she had a good way. In the Imperial study, Yuilua knew nothing about young Xian's little trick. She was so sleepy that she couldn't even open her eyes, and was held by the Emperor to listen to the story of welcoming her uncle back to the palace tomorrow. Your Majesty, do we need to welcome General Jin's family together tomorrow? When she heard the word family, Yuilua's sleepiness flew away, and she tried to open her eyes wide. My uncle's family, isn't it my aunt who supports my brother? I didn't come to the full moon banquet last time, so I must have gone to my mother's house again. The Emperor didn't understand what supporting my brother meant, but he knew it wasn't a good thing. Thinking that it was not a good thing, it proved that Luor did not like this person. No need, tomorrow all the ministers will go out of the city with me to welcome General Jin. After discussing this matter, the Emperor dismissed everyone and began to write the Imperial Edict to confer the title to Concubine Li. The tyrant's calligraphy is very good, let me see how he praises my mother. Yuilua stretched her neck and wanted to see, but the Emperor deliberately raised his hand to block it, which was not what she wanted. Not letting me see, too much, is it intentional? Forget it, I will know when the edict is issued. After the Emperor finished writing the Imperial Edict, he signaled Eunuch Chao to put it away. After we take General Jin back to the palace tomorrow, we will pass on the Imperial Edict. If we pass it today, I am afraid some people will be upset if we don't attend the court tomorrow morning. Eunuch Chao smiled and put away the Imperial Edict. Your Majesty, you know that the ministers will have opinions, but you still insist on it, which shows that you value the Jin family. My uncle and grandfather are loyal to the Emperor and love the country. This is what they deserve. The Jin family is loyal, so I will not disappoint them by doing this. By the way, let the princes go out of the city with me to welcome them, and you send someone to pass on my oral instructions. Thinking of the fourth prince, who was beaten to pieces, Eunuch Chao couldn't help asking. Does the fourth prince also want to go to greet him? The Emperor glanced at him. Isn't he my prince? You go and deliver my order in person. If he can't stand up, have someone help him. Eunuch Chao took the order, and went to the side hall, where the fourth prince lived. After entering, he saw the fourth prince lying on the couch. There was a plate of fresh fruit on the table next to him. He was eating very comfortably. The fourth prince. The fourth prince was so frightened that the fruit in his hand fell directly onto the couch, and he turned his head to look at Eunuch Chao. Eunuch Chao, did the Emperor ask you to come and ask me questions again? After returning yesterday, he stayed well, and did not cause any trouble. Does the Emperor not need a reason to beat him now? I am here to convey the Emperor's oral instructions. Wait. The fourth prince interrupted Eunuch Chao. Wait for me to calm down and prepare yourself before you speak. Knowing that he had misunderstood, Eunuch Chao smiled and said, Fourth Prince, the Emperor wants you to go out of the city together tomorrow to welcome General Jin's triumphant return. The fourth prince pointed at his buttocks and looked at Eunuch Chao. Do you think I can leave the city lying down like this? He respected General Jin very much, but he couldn't crawl there. When everyone else stood, he couldn't lie down. It would be so embarrassing. The Emperor said that you can go with someone to help you. A Feng, who came back from getting medicine, happened to meet Eunuch Chao who was leaving, and couldn't help asking after he came in. Your Highness, is Eunuch Chao here to summon you? I have said that Yang Xian is a troublemaker, but you didn't listen. I just heard that she got into trouble again and got 10 boards. A Feng's tone was filled with gloating. Did you take the medicine I asked you to take? Oh, they are all here. A Feng took out a bunch of bottles and jars. Fortunately, your Highness has been beaten many times, so I gave you different medicine each time. He picked up a bottle of medicine and said, I found it. This one is the most effective one. Chapter 69. As soon as the sky was light, Yuilua felt someone rubbing her. She raised her hand to rub her eyes sleepily. Luor is awake. Mother will dress you. After you finish your milk, you can go out of the city to meet your uncle. When Yuilua was dressed up half asleep, it was already bright. Luor, your father will take you to see your uncle. The Emperor strode in, with Eunuch Chao, and took Yuilua very naturally. Concubinely, you will also follow me. Concubinely was a little surprised, thinking she had heard wrongly. I am going too? The Emperor nodded. General Jin is your brother. It is only right for you to go, change your clothes and go together. After Concubinely changed her clothes, the three of them left the palace and joined the ministers waiting at the palace gate. Is the fourth prince here? The Emperor sat on the dragon chariot and asked the Eunuch Chao next to him. Your Majesty, he is here there. The Emperor and Yuilua looked in the direction pointed by Eunuch Chao. The fourth prince had 2 obvious dark circles under his eyes, which showed that he had not rested well. There were people supporting him on both sides. Good guy, it seems that he has a hard time standing, and he has 2 human crutches beside him. It stands to reason that he is beaten often, so he should have a lot of good golden medicine. The fourth prince rolled his eyes. Golden medicine is not a magic pill. It's just that he is in good health. Others can't get out of bed. Fourth brother, you are seriously injured this time. The second prince shook his folding fan and looked at him. I noticed that you have been beaten more frequently recently. Don't you think about the reason? I'm looking for a reason? The fourth prince raised his finger and pointed at his nose. My father clearly doesn't like me. Your Highness, long live the Emperor. Hearing everyone kneeling and bowing, the fourth prince closed his mouth and knelt down with difficulty. Stand up, and go to the city gate immediately to welcome General Jin's triumphant return. A group of people marched towards the city gate. Many people gathered on both sides of the street. Hearing that General Jin had won a victory, they all wanted to see General Jin's style. Ouch, walk slower. The fourth prince, who was being dragged, grimaced in pain. Your Highness, if you are slower, you will fall behind. If the Emperor blames you, I can't bear it. The third prince glanced at him. Do you need me to help you? The fourth prince was stunned for a moment. Could it be that the third prince wanted to carry him? Is this appropriate? Third brother, you are the best. How can you help me? The third prince curled his lips, picked him up and carried him on his shoulders. This is how I help you. The fourth prince looked around, and the ministers didn't look at him, and didn't seem to pay attention to him. He whispered, Third brother, why don't you give Xinxin money? She came to the palace to pay back my money, so you are also responsible for my beating. Did she tell you that? The third prince walked steadily. Fourth brother, do you have a pig brain? You believe everything she says. Don't you use the people that the Emperor gave you to check? Having finished speaking, the third prince raised his hand and pushed the fourth prince on his shoulder to the ground. Third brother, did you do this on purpose? Not only did she scold him, but she also threw him on purpose. The third prince raised his eyebrows. Fourth brother, I'm sorry, my hand slipped. The fourth prince, who was supported up, gritted his teeth. Shit's hand slipped, just want to throw him. The group walked to the city gate, and after waiting for a while, they heard the sound of horse hooves. When the sound of horse hooves got closer and closer, they saw the man in the lead riding on a black horse, wearing a set of silver armor and holding a spear in his hand. His appearance was different from other burly generals, with a gentle smile on his clear face. If he wasn't wearing a set of armor, he would probably look more like a civil servant than a civil servant. Wow, this is my uncle, he is really handsome, and my mother's genes are too good. Look at these long legs, big eyes and high nose bridge, My grandmother is really good at giving birth. Emperor, Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. General Jean stopped his horse, jumped off, threw his spear to his subordinates, and walked to the Emperor to salute. General Jean, you have worked hard, please stand up quickly. I have ordered people to prepare a banquet to welcome you, and now you can go directly to the palace. Thank you, Your Majesty. Standing up, General Jean saw his sister at a glance. He smiled and nodded to Concubine Li. Concubine Li knew that her brother was telling her that everything was fine with him, so she smiled back. What is this? General Jean looked at the baby in the Emperor's arms in confusion. The little girl had fair skin and curled eyelashes, and stared at him with a pair of big black eyes. She was so cute. This is my little princess, and also your niece. I brought her to see you specially. It turned out to be Lure. General Jean couldn't help but reach out to pinch the little girl's face, but thinking of the rough calluses on his hands, he slowly retracted his hand. Uncle brought a lot of good things this time. Can you give them all to Lure? Because he was away from home fighting for many years, he and his wife were rarely together, and they had no children. Now seeing this soft little thing, he couldn't help but want to give her all the good things. Yui Lua smiled with her mouth open, and raised her hand to hold the general's hand. Uncle is so nice, giving so many good things as soon as they met. Thank you for making my dream of being a rich woman come true. After all, the city gate is not a place to talk. The Emperor gave an order, and took all the ministers back to the palace. Back to the palace, he ordered people to bring up all the prepared wine and food. General Jean has made great contributions in suppressing the rebellion this time. Let's toast to General Jean. Jean Tingen didn't like this kind of banquet. After eating, he reported the situation on the border, and planned to leave. The fourth prince was almost moved to tears. Others sat down, but he could only kneel. After 2 trips in and out of the city, he felt that his wound had split again. Now he can finally lie down. General Jean has been exhausted all the way. He really should go back to rest. I agree. I will send someone to send the reward to the general's mansion later. Jean Tingen thanked him and left, and other ministers also left one after another. The Emperor took Yui Lua back to the Imperial study, and asked the eunuch Chao next to him, I asked you to send someone to watch Yang Xian. Have you done it? Eunuch Chao said softly, Your Majesty, I have done what you said, and Yang Xian has not made any move. The fourth prince's pig brain will not investigate himself, so he will let him suffer more, and it would be best to go to the Hades Hall to see if he will learn his lesson. Luor said that Yang Xian would take the fourth prince's life, so why not take this opportunity? Yesterday, the fourth prince seemed to know that Yang Xian was beaten with a stick, and I was afraid. The Emperor snorted coldly, Are you afraid that he will go to find Yang Xian? If he wants to go, just pretend that you don't know and report to me, and don't worry about anything else. He picked up a pen and wrote an imperial edict, and handed it to Eunuch Chao. Now take someone to send the reward to the general's mansion. Chapter 70. After the fourth prince returned to the side hall, he seriously thought about what the third prince and his mother said, and couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. Did he really make a mistake? Offing, go check where Yang Xian spent the money I borrowed from her. Offing was a little excited when he heard this, and his hand trembled while applying the medicine, causing the fourth prince to scream in pain. You want to murder me, right? You're so heavy-handed. Your Highness. Offing put the medicine away. You finally got it. In fact, I have checked this matter. The fourth prince glared at him. You didn't tell me after you checked? Your Highness, you didn't give me a chance to tell you. The silver was given by Yang Xian to a group of people living in the alley. Although those people were dressed simply, they didn't look like ordinary people. Yang Xian's entry into the palace must be extraordinary. The little sister said that Yang Xian would kill herself and harm her father. Could it be that she was using the silver to win over her own forces? If so, did the third brother also know this, so he treated Yang Xian like this? Help me up. I'm going to find Yang Xian. The fourth prince turned over and tried to stand up. Your Highness, you'd better save your breath. I'm very sad to know that you've been deceived, but if you question her like this, she won't admit it. Not only that, it will also alert the enemy. The fourth prince glared at him. Do you think I'm a pig? Don't you all think that she came to the palace for other purposes? If so, I play along with her and see who can't judge people. A Feng muttered in a low voice, You are a pig to begin with. I'm afraid you're not playing along with her. You're just throwing meat buns at dogs. You never come back. A few words from her will fool you again. Do you think I'm deaf? At the same time, Jean Tingen had already arrived at the gate of the general's mansion. His wife Jiang was waiting at the gate with her maids. Seeing the two of them coming back, she hurried forward with a smile. The general is back. I prepared hot water. Please go take a bath and change clothes first. Jean Tingen smiled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work. After taking a bath and changing clothes, the emperor's edict arrived. The family knelt down to receive the edict, and Eunuch Chao waved his hand and asked people to carry in all the rewards. Zhang's eyes were wide open, and the smile on the corner of her mouth could not be controlled. General Jean, since the rewards have been delivered, I will return to the palace to report. Okay, thank you, Eunuch Chao. After Eunuch Chao left, Zhang smiled and asked someone to carry all the rewards into the warehouse and lock them up. By the way, are the rare things I brought back also placed in the warehouse? Remembering that he had to send something to his niece tomorrow, Jean Tingen asked Zhang. Well, are you sending someone a gift, my husband? Jean Tingen was about to go to the warehouse. I picked some for Luo and concubine Li. Zhang hurriedly stopped him when she heard this. My husband has just returned, so I can handle these things. Jean Tingen has received many rewards in recent years, and she has given many of them to her parents' home. If Jean Tingen goes to the warehouse, it would be bad if he finds that something is missing. Okay, I bring back several boxes. You carry 2 boxes out tomorrow, and I send them to the palace for concubine Li and Luo. Zhang tightened her hand holding the handkerchief. General, concubine Li, and the little princess have seen all kinds of rare things in the palace. Wouldn't 2 boxes be too much? As soon as he came back, he was thinking about concubine Li and her children. Why didn't he think about his own family? What are you talking about? Jean Tingen stared at her unhappily. I have received many rewards and rare things over the years. How can giving 2 boxes to concubine Li and Luo be too much? He has never given anything to his sister since she entered the palace. After so many years, he still thinks that giving 2 boxes is not enough. General, I am just making plans for our general's mansion. Concubine Li is now a member of the royal family. How can she lack food and clothing? Jean Tingen had a cold face. He and Zhang had no feelings for each other. He was away from home all year round. He felt that he owed his wife a lot over the years, so he treated her with courtesy. He didn't expect that she would be unhappy because of giving things to his sister and Luo. I say it again, concubine Li is my sister, Luo is my niece. Whatever I want to give them, just do it. Zhang took up her handkerchief and wiped her tears. The general has been away from home for many years, and I have to take care of him and run the general's mansion. I have been looked down upon by many people for not having a child. I thought that the general would come back and I would finally see the light, but I never thought that the general would blame me like this. Jean Tingen's expression eased a little. Thank you for taking care of my father. I know you feel wronged, but what you said is wrong. Go inside. Knowing that Jean Tingen would be soft-hearted if she mentioned the child, Jiang lowered her eyes and said, I am not good at speaking. I will do as the general said tomorrow. Helping Jean Tingen into the room to rest, seeing that her maid looked like she had something to say, Jiang smiled and said, General, I have something to deal with. You should have a good rest first. After saying that, she closed the door and left. After walking away, she frowned and asked, What's wrong? Madam, this is a letter for you. Jiang opened it and took a look, then crumpled the letter into a ball. Go to the shop. Arriving at the shop, Jiang asked the maid to wait outside and walked in. Sister here. A man with a round face waved at Jiang with a smile. Why are you here? Jiang sat on the chair. The general is back. Don't come to me on your own initiative. Sister, I heard that General Jean brought back a lot of treasures this time. Mother asked you to find a way to get 1 or 2 boxes for me and my brother. Jiang felt painful when she said this. She stirred her handkerchief. Sister will find a way. You should go back quickly. Don't get into trouble, and listen to mother. And tell mother, I will find a way to get the general and me to go back to my mother's home, and I will definitely benefit from you. She raised her hand and stroked her belly. If her belly was better, she wouldn't have to rely on her mother's home, and she didn't know what the little princess looked like. It's okay that the emperor loves her, but the old general also gave her a gold bracelet last time, which made her heartbroken. Now the general has given her so many treasures. How can a girl be so lucky? Yui Lua, who she mentioned, was being taken by the emperor to convey the emperor's order. Your Highness, Eunuch Chao and the emperor are here, holding the imperial edict in their hands. Hua Rui walked in with a smile. Her tone was full of excitement. No wonder you are so happy. Madame Zhang helped concubine Li to the door to greet them. Concubine Li, please accept the edict. Eunuch Chao opened the imperial edict. Your concubine accepts the edict. Quick, let me see what the tyrant wrote, and he is hiding it from me. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees that concubine Li Jin Luyao is a woman of great virtue and kindness, and has won my heart. I hereby grant her the title of Xian and promote her to concubine Xian, ranking among the 4 concubines. I am also granted 12 pieces of jewelry and 12 pieces of silk and satin. I hereby decree this. Your concubine kowtows to thank the emperor for his grace. Chapter 71. As the emperor expected, as soon as the imperial edict that concubine Li was promoted to concubine Xian came out, a minister jumped out to make a report during the court session. Your Majesty, although concubine Li gave birth to a child, she is only a princess. You have just rewarded General Jean and promoted concubine Li. I am afraid that the Jean family will be arrogant. The emperor snorted coldly. What's wrong with the princess? Isn't the princess a human being? The Jean family is fighting on the battlefield. And what about you? You only know how to talk here with the court salary. You are the one who is arrogant. Grandfather and uncle are devoted to the country and the people and are loyal. It is better to take care of your own backyard than to worry about your uncle's family. Your Majesty, but concubine Li has not given birth to a prince, so it is indeed inappropriate to promote her to the 4th concubine. As soon as this was said, those who agreed began to whisper. If I say it is appropriate, then it is appropriate, said the emperor, standing up and looking at the minister who was speaking. Come on, you are so good at talking. Come up and sit on the dragon throne and talk. The minister hurriedly knelt on the ground. I am terrified. Then he looked at Prime Minister Li for help. Perhaps the emperor would listen to Prime Minister Li's words. Your Majesty. Prime Minister Li took a step forward and was interrupted by the emperor. Prime Minister, you want to persuade me? Prime Minister Li shook his head. Now the position of the 4 concubines is vacant, and concubine Li has been in the palace for many years, so she should be promoted. In addition, General Jean has made great contributions to suppressing the rebellion. I think it is natural for concubine Li to be promoted to concubine Xian. I like to hear Prime Minister Li's words. My grandfather had never asked the tyrant to promote my mother during his military career, because he was worried that the tyrant would suspect that the Jean family was more powerful than the master. Now that my uncle has made great achievements in the war, what's wrong with promoting my mother? If it was their daughter who was promoted, would they still think it was inappropriate? Don't be too obvious about the double standards. The emperor's expression eased a little, and he looked at Prime Minister Li, and then at the 2 people who had just spoken. Look at how sensible the Prime Minister is. If you were all like the Prime Minister, I could save a lot of trouble. Let's adjourn the court. After adjourning the court, he left the hall. Lord Su walked up to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, I thought you would advise the emperor. Prime Minister Li glanced at Lord Su. Do you think the emperor would listen to my advice? You can see that, but I can't. This old guy was watching the fun from the sidelines, thinking he couldn't see it. The emperor's actions are a clear distinction between rewards and punishments. When a general goes to war, he is dealing with the king of hell, so he naturally hopes that his family will live well, so that he won't be tied down. So he really thinks the emperor's actions are justified. The emperor returned to the imperial study, and just sat down, when he heard someone report that General Jean wanted to see him. Please come in quickly. Jean Tingen walked in casual clothes, bowed and said loudly, I want to see concubine Xian. Please allow me, your Majesty. Although he is concubine Xian's brother, he is still an outsider, and cannot go to the harem without permission. I think it's something you go. Concubine Xian must have a lot to say to you. I want to go too. My uncle must have said something to me and my mother. Tyrant, please send me back quickly. I can't wait to know what good treasures there are. Seeing the little guy rubbing his hands impatiently, the emperor couldn't help but laugh out loud, which made Jean Tingen, who was sitting below him, look puzzled. Eunuch Chow, take General Jean and the little princess to concubine Xian's Zuehua Palace. I was moved to tears. The tyrant was so considerate that he knew I wanted to go to my mother's place. Does this count as a father-daughter bond? The emperor curved his lips. It's not a worm in my stomach anymore. Eunuch Chow took Yuilua and wondered why the emperor didn't take General Jean with him. After thinking about it, he understood. The brother and sister were just chatting about family matters, and the emperor was not suitable to go with them. I didn't expect that the emperor was quite considerate. General Jean, please follow me. Pulling back his thoughts, Eunuch Chow walked out of the imperial study, took General Jean through the corridor, and headed towards Zuehua Palace. Yuilua was held by Eunuch Chow, and tried to stick her head out to see the boxes carried by the people behind her, wishing she had a perspective eye to see clearly what was inside. When they arrived at Zuehua Palace, concubine Xian was embroidering a handkerchief. When she heard that her brother came to see her, she quickly put down the needlework in her hand and stood up. With tears in her eyes, she stared at the man in blue casual clothes at the door, smiling at her brother. For a moment, time seemed to go back to when her brother and father came back from the war, but it was different from before. At that time, she was still young and could run up to her brother and grab his sleeve to ask him for a gift. Eunuch Chow handed Yuilua to Huarue with a tactful look and turned away quietly. "Brother, you have lost weight." Jean Tingen walked up to her and said with a smile, "Why is your majesty still crying like a child? Is the emperor not good to you, or someone bullies you?" Hearing this, concubine Xian burst into laughter and shook her head. "No, I'm so happy to see my brother. The emperor is very good to me and Luo, and no one in the harem treats me harshly. Now that concubine Shu is in charge of the harem, all the good things are sent to her. She is indeed living a much better life than when the queen was in charge of the harem." "Woo woo woo, mother, don't cry. I can't help you crying anymore." "That's good. When I was in the frontier, I was most worried about my family. I feel relieved to see that you are doing well. Now that Luo is with you, you won't be too lonely." Concubine Xian poured him a cup of tea and pushed it in front of him. "Brother returned home yesterday. Is everything okay?" Jean Tingen was afraid that she would worry, so he just smiled and said, "Everything is fine. Father is in good health. You don't have to worry. Just take good care of yourself and Luo." The two talked about their childhood stories for a while, and concubine Xian laughed. This was the first time that Yuilua saw such a lively smile on her face. There was no disguise or restraint, but the kind of smile that came from the heart and could infect people. As carefree as a young girl in her teens. "By the way, I brought gifts for you and Luo." Empress Xian just noticed the 2 boxes. "I don't lack anything in the palace, and my sister-in-law has had a hard time these years. If you have anything good, please give it to us." Jean Tingen motioned for someone to open the box, almost blinding Yuilua's eyes. There were jewelry, gold cups, jade cups, and various jade calligraphy and paintings. Looking at his sister who started to cry again, Jean Tingen joked. "When I was a child, I shouted that I would bring you a gift after the war. Now that I brought you one, why are you crying?" Empress Xian's voice was a little choked up. "I didn't know much at that time. I just thought that my brother and father were out playing. That's why she was clamoring for gifts. Now she understands how dangerous the battlefield is. It's better for her brother and father to come back safely than anything else. Okay, keep these things well. Tell me what you want, and I get it for you. Don't make yourself and Luo suffer. Uncle gave us so many things, I'm afraid that Jiangshi, the brother-supporting demon, must be bleeding." Chapter 72. Empress Xian narrowed her eyes. What is a brother-supporting demon? Does it mean that Jiang is restless? She didn't know the sister-in-law well, but she had met her once at her brother's wedding banquet. She looked kind. She has been managing the general's mansion and taking care of her father for these years. As a woman, Empress Xian knew that it was not easy for her, so she would send some good cloth to the mansion to make clothes for Jiang. According to what Luo said, she had to find a chance to summon Jiang, or go back to the mansion to see if Jiang was really well behaved. Jean Tingen's face changed when the box was opened. He brought these 2 boxes back yesterday, and he knew what was inside. "Brother, the emperor gave me some silk and satin yesterday. Pick some and take them back to my sister-in-law." Afraid that his sister would notice his abnormality, Jean Tingen pulled back his thoughts, did not refuse, picked a piece at random and got up and left. Why did he feel that his uncle's face was not right? Did he know what Jiang had done? At the same time, the news that Concubine Li was promoted to Concubine Xian naturally reached Concubine Ro's ears, and she was so angry that she smashed all the teacups on the table. The fragments were scattered everywhere, and the maids and eunuchs serving around lowered their heads and said nothing. "Madam, please stop smashing." Concubine Ro glared at her personal maid. "Shut up." The maid pursed her lips. "You smashed all the teacups. I'm afraid you have to use bowls to drink tea in the future." Concubine Shu said that whoever broke these things should buy them to fill the gap. It's Concubine Shu again, that bitch. Why did she propose to promote Concubine Li? Do you think Concubine Li's position and favor are not enough? She was so angry. She raised her hand and wanted to smash the remaining teacup, but she remembered that Concubine Shu had withheld 2 months' salary. She gritted her teeth and put it down again. Concubine Shu could do anything. If she really broke it, she would have to drink tea from the bowl. Seeing that she didn't break it, the maid breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "My lady, didn't that lowly maid say that she had a way to help you in favor? Why don't you listen to what she says? Otherwise, Concubine Shu is in charge of the harem, and is on good terms with the favored Concubine Xian. There will be no place for you in the future." Concubine Ro frowned, not knowing what Concubine did for a living. The harem was almost dominated by Concubine Shu, and she was still vegetarian and Buddhist. Let's go and see that slut. At the door of the bathroom, Yang Xian dragged her painful body to wash the toilet, wondering why concubine Ro didn't come to find her. It stands to reason that there is no woman in the harem who doesn't want to compete for favor. Did I underestimate concubine Ro? Is she still a bit smart? Just thinking about it, I heard a disgusted voice. It's so stinky. Where is that slut? Yang Xian was delighted and stood up with difficulty, not caring how concubine Ro called her. Madam, you are looking for me? Concubine Ro covered her nose with a handkerchief. I have something to ask you. Where is your room? The steward came out and saw that it was a nobleman whom he could not afford to offend, so he did not stop her. Yang Xian moved to the room with difficulty and closed the door. Madam, have you figured it out? Concubine Ro glanced at her and sneered. It seems that you have learned a lot from this beating, and you look much better this way. If it was before, Yang Xian would definitely choke back, but now she just wanted to leave this damn place. She clenched her fists tightly to hold back her anger. If you want to talk about these irrelevant things, please go back. She knew that since Rupin came to her, she must have made a decision, so she dared to speak like this. You said you can help me gain favor. To what extent can you gain favor? Yang Xian raised her eyebrows. How far do you want to gain favor? The position of queen? This is unrealistic. Rupin knew that it was impossible and shook her head. The most favored one now is concubine Xian. If you help me to take the position of one of the 4 concubines, I will naturally help you achieve your wish. Yang Xian looked puzzled when she heard this. Who is concubine Xian? First, concubine Li, who was originally a cannon fodder, survived and was favored. Now there is another concubine Xian. How come everything is messed up? Is there a problem? Seeing that she didn't speak, concubine Ro frowned. If you can't do this, you are no better. Who is concubine Xian? Thinking of her lack of information here, concubine Ro patiently explained, the previous concubine Li. Concubine Li again. Could it be that concubine Li is a time traveler? No, she had seen concubine Li that day, and it didn't seem like she was a time traveler. Then it could only be the little princess, but she was only a month old. It was impossible for her to help concubine Li win favor at such a young age. Yang Xian shook off the absurd thoughts in her mind. If you win the emperor's favor, would you still worry about not being able to surpass concubine Xian? Hearing this, concubine Ro curved her lips. You are confident, what should I do? If she hadn't been beaten with a stick, Yang Xian would definitely teach concubine Ro herself, but she had difficulty walking now, let alone teaching concubine Ro herself. Have someone send me paper and pen, I draw it, and give it to you, you can learn from it. At this point, she changed the subject, but you have to find a way to get me out of here. Rupin was silent for a while, staring at Yang Xian. The emperor obviously hates you, so he lets you stay here. If I get you out, wouldn't it be something the emperor doesn't like? This won't work. She wanted to be favored, but she wasn't stupid enough to be used by Yang Xian. She was already unpopular because of what happened last time, and if she continued to annoy the emperor, she would probably be banished to the cold palace. Yang Xian rolled her eyes. Of course you can't just plead for me. Instead, you have to tell the emperor that you hate me and want to torture me. Will the emperor still doubt you? Feeling that what she said made sense, Rupin nodded in agreement. If you can do what you promised me, I will agree to it. I have someone bring you paper and pen later. The two thought they were in the dark, but in fact, everything was under the emperor's control. Your Majesty, Rupin went to find Yang Xian. Eunuch Chao got the news and reported to the Imperial study immediately. Are they looking for trouble? The emperor was reviewing the memorials and had no intention of looking up. It doesn't look like that. The two of them entered the room, and I couldn't hear what they were talking about. The emperor sneered. Since they are not looking for trouble, then they are conspiring to get what they want. Eunuch Chao seemed to have thought of something. Your Majesty means that Yang Xian wants concubine Ro to take her out of the palace? But why would concubine Ro help her? The emperor glanced at Eunuch Chao and didn't explain. Yang Xian wanted to kill herself, so she would not leave the palace. Have someone keep an eye on the two of them, and report to me if there is any unusual movement. Rupin returned to the bedroom and asked her personal maid to bring the pen and paper to Yang Xian. Don't let anyone see it, be careful. She wanted to see what that bitch could draw to win her favor. If she dared to lie to her, she would kill her directly. Don't worry, madam, I will not let anyone find out. When you win your favor, if you see that bitch is not happy, just kill her and be done with it. Chapter 73. Jean Tingen came back from the palace and went straight to Jiang's yard. Where are the things in the box? When Jiang saw Jean Tingen coming in, She put down the tea in her hand, stood up, dismissed the maids around her, and talked about something else. General, you are back from the palace. I thought you and the queen had not seen each other for a long time, so you would talk more. As she said this, she noticed the person behind Jean Tingen, who was holding a piece of brightly colored cloth in his hand, and took the cloth with shining eyes. Is this a reward from the queen? Look at this material, it's really great. Jean Tingen waved away the servant who brought the cloth. After all, Jiang was the general's wife, and he didn't want to embarrass her in front of the servants. Did you move the things in the box? Jiang put the cloth on the table beside her and pretended to be stupid and said, I don't understand what the general is saying. That being said, she still felt a little guilty. With so many things, she really didn't expect Jean Tingen to be able to see what was missing. Don't understand? Jean Tingen stared at her intently. There are a few things missing from the box, including the incense burner, night shining pearl, and inkstone that I specially prepared for the queen. My sister likes incense and painting and writing, so he specially put these things in it, but he didn't expect that these things he carefully prepared would disappear. Except for Jiang, who took the key away, other servants didn't have the courage to do so. Oh, I remember it now. Jiang didn't expect Jean Tingen to remember it so clearly. He really cared about this sister. Knowing that she couldn't fool him, she smiled and pretended to have just remembered this matter. I did take out the things that the general mentioned, because there were too many, and the lid was not easy to close. In fact, she just saw that those things were big and must be more valuable than other things, so she took them out. Jean Tingen sneered, and naturally didn't believe her. Okay, now you bring the things back to me, and the warehouse key. Hearing that he wanted the warehouse key, John's face changed. General, I will give you the warehouse key another day. You just came back from the palace and have a good rest. She took some things from the storehouse from time to time, and she didn't know if Jean Tingen remembered what he had. Jiang, are you trying to disobey the order of this general? Seeing that he exuded a terrifying hostility, Jiang didn't dare to say more, and took out the key and handed it to him angrily. Since the general wants to see it, then see it. Jean Tingen took the key and strode out to the storehouse. Jiang followed him uneasily, praying in her heart that he would not see any clues, otherwise she would not be able to manage the household affairs of the mansion. But if I am not in charge, who will? Thinking of this, Jiang calmed down again. Jean Tingen only married her, and had no concubines. As a general, he would not be in charge of the household affairs, so this matter would only be handed over to me, the general's wife. While thinking, he had already arrived at the warehouse. Jean Tingen took out the key, unlocked it, and pushed the door open. Inside were the rewards given to him by the emperor over the years, and the rare treasures he had obtained during the war. General, these things are all here. I will go and get the account book for you to check. Jiang observed Jean Tingen's expression. The emperor's rewards were recorded. Even if she liked them, she didn't dare to take them, so she dared to bring the account book. Seeing her calm expression, Jean Tingen frowned. Was he overthinking? What about the others? Didn't you make a record? John's eyes flashed. I did. I go get them all. Watching her leaving, Jean Tingen retracted his gaze and checked everything in the warehouse. In fact, he didn't remember what the items were. After all, some of them had been too long, and even if Jiang took them privately, he might not know. He didn't have to wait long. Jiang came back with the account book and handed it to him. General, everything is here, but the concubine I brought yesterday has not been recorded yet, but the others are all here. Jiang held the handkerchief tightly, not daring to look directly into Jean Tingen's eyes. Jean Tingen flipped through it casually, and there were indeed records in the account book. He closed the account book and handed it to Jiang. Take it back. Ah? Jiang was stunned for a moment, then reacted and took the account book, smiling. General, don't you want to check it? After saying that, she wanted to slap herself in the face. Why did she say what she was worried about? No, you did a good job. Bring back the things you took out. I send them to the queen someday. Although Jiang was heartbroken, she knew that Jean Tingen seemed to have doubts about her, so she had to smile and agree, not daring to commit crimes again. Back in the yard, Jiang closed the door and drank a cup of tea to calm herself down. Madam, what's wrong with you? The maid asked in confusion. Shouldn't the madam be happy that the general is back? Why does the madam look uneasy? Doesn't the madam want the general to come back? It's okay, just put away the cloth that the queen gave me. The maid picked up the cloth and said with a smile, This cloth is really beautiful. The queen really cares about you and sends you any good cloth. At this time, a maid came in from the door. Madam, the Queen Xian summoned you to the palace. Jiang stood up, The Queen Xian? It's the general's sister. Madam, change your clothes and go quickly. She's waiting at the door. Jiang asked the maid to change her clothes, wondering why the Queen Xian summoned her suddenly. Madam, it's done. In the palace. Concubine Xian continued to embroider her handkerchief, waiting for Jiang to enter the palace. She had originally planned to find a suitable time, but today she saw that her brother looked unhappy, and she was worried that something might happen in the mansion. Her father was old, and if Jiang was restless and brought trouble to her father, that was something she didn't want to see. Madam, Jiang is here. The person who went to pick up Jiang came in to report. Jiang secretly looked at the furnishings and decorations in Concubine Xian's palace, her eyes full of envy. It was much more magnificent than her general's mansion, worthy of being the place where the majesty lived. If it was the queen's house, that would be terrible. Why are you looking around without paying respects? I don't know what's in my uncle committed to marry a woman like you who supports his brother. Your servant pays respects to the Empress Xian. Jiang retracted her gaze and saluted. Empress Xian smiled and asked her to stand up and gave her a seat. Huarui came forward and served tea to Jiang. Don't be too reserved. Thanks to you for taking care of my father all these years. I just want to chat with you when I summoned you to the palace. Seeing that she was so easy to talk to, Jiang relaxed and waved her hand. Taking care of the old general is what my servant should do. The general is fighting on the battlefield, and I should take care of the general's mansion. Yuilua sneered in her heart when she heard this. Take care of the general's mansion? I'm afraid that if you keep taking care of it, the warehouse of the general's mansion will become your Jiang family's. She said this without blushing. I have never seen such a shameless person. Chapter 74. Empress Xian raised her eyebrows slightly. Lure meant that Jiang had touched her brother's things? Do you like the things I gave you? Jiang put down her tea and said with a smile, what the queen gave is naturally very good. But she didn't agree with it in her heart. Empress Xian's position has risen now, so the emperor's reward will naturally not be less. She said that she had worked hard to take care of the general's mansion, but she only rewarded her with a piece of cloth, which was not as good as the 2 boxes of gifts sent by the general. Haha, I'm afraid she doesn't mean what she says. She might be complaining about her mother's stinginess in her heart. She only gave you a piece of cloth after her position was raised. Yuilua was complaining vigorously, and Jiang looked at her. This is the little princess. She looks like a fairy. No wonder the emperor loves the little princess so much. Concubine Xian stood up and hugged Yuilua. You didn't come to the full moon banquet last time. I forgot that you didn't see Lure. Haha, why do I feel that my mother is playing tricks on Jiang? Jiang's smile froze. The old general had prepared such an expensive gift. If she came, she would have to prepare another gift. She didn't want to do that. It is better to give this gift to the younger brothers than to give it to a baby. There is a boy in my mother's family who is almost as old as the little princess, and he is also like a fairy boy. He is about to be born. Before she finished her words, a mocking voice came from the door. Don't be like Lure. Concubine Shu came in wearing a light-colored palace dress, with no headdress on her black hair, and walked in with an unhappy face. She looked down at Jiang. You also know that Lure is a little princess. What is the status of your mother's family? And what is Lure's status? Do you want to find a husband for Lure? Don't you even consider whether you are qualified or not? Wow, Concubine Shu is so cool. She is so good at making fun of me. Every word hits my heart. Jiang was not aware of Concubine Shu's identity, and was speechless. She did have this plan. The little princess was favored by the emperor. If she could get married, the Jiang family would not have to worry about the rest of their lives. But she just wanted to see Concubine Xian's attitude. She didn't expect that the person who suddenly appeared was so domineering. I have met Sister Concubine Shu. Concubine Xian smiled and stood up to greet. Jiang was surprised to hear this, and also stood up and saluted. This person was dressed simply, and had no hair ornaments on her head. She thought she was just an ordinary concubine, but she didn't expect that her position was higher than that of Concubine Xian. Moreover, it seemed that the two of them had a close relationship. Isn't it said that women in the harem are always scheming against each other? How could she not see that there was any conflict between the two of them? Sister, get up quickly. Concubine Shu helped Concubine Xian up, sat aside by herself, and motioned Tao Yi to bring the things over. This is the hui ink that just arrived from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I specially sent it to my sister. I didn't expect that someone would dare to take advantage of Xiao Lure. Concubine Xian accepted the ink with a smile. Thank you, Sister Shufei. She likes writing and painting, and this ink is precious, but it also touches her heart. You're welcome. Concubine Shu took the tea handed by Huarui, took a sip and looked at Jiang, who was still bowing. You get up too. This man actually wants to snatch Xiao Luo, who he hasn't tricked yet. Thank you, Madame Shufei. I am the little princess's aunt. I don't mean anything else, Madame Shufei and Madame Xianfei. Please don't misunderstand. General Jin's wife is actually such a person. Concubine Shu was a little stunned. What aunt would start to match up with her niece when she saw her? Since you are Luo's aunt, you should know what to say and what not to say. But I didn't see you at Luo's full moon banquet last time. I thought General Jin hadn't married yet. It's amazing. Concubine Shu is even more hermaphroditic than my mother. I have something to say to Sister Shufei. Someone sent Jiang out of the palace. Considering General Jin's face, Concubine Shu didn't make it too difficult. She asked after Jiang left in confusion. How could General Jin marry such a shallow-minded person? Look at what she said just now. I think she is not a quiet one. Empress Xian sighed. She and my brother have been engaged since childhood. My mother's last wish is that my brother will marry her. I don't know why Jiang suddenly wanted to marry Luo. Whose daughter is she? Concubine Shu asked. The daughter of the former Jing Xiaoyin. Is she the Lord Jiang who was beheaded for corruption? Concubine Shu had heard about this. It was because the amount of money this person embezzled was too large, and many local officials were involved. That's right. Empress Xian nodded. My father interceded for mercy, and the emperor pardoned the other members of the Jiang family, and let my brother fulfill the marriage contract and marry Jiang into the family. But I didn't expect that Jiang was not only ungrateful, but also had her eyes on Luo, which was simply repaying kindness with hatred. It was someone else's family affairs, and Concubine Shu couldn't say much. The two talked for a while before she got up and left. As soon as she left, the emperor arrived. Luo, your father will take you to see your stupid fourth brother. When she heard about the fourth prince, Yui Luo quickly stretched out her little hand and motioned for the emperor to hold her. It was the first time that his daughter loved her so much. The emperor smiled and hugged her, lifted her up, and then turned and left. When the two of them arrived at the fourth prince's residence, Offing was applying medicine to him. Your Highness, are you really going to find Yang Xian? The fourth prince nodded. Go. He wanted to see if Yang Xian would attack him. If not, he could go and mock the third brother for being the one who didn't know people well. TSK, it seems that this beating is not enough. I have to go again. Hearing this voice, the fourth prince hurriedly turned his head and saw the emperor holding Yui Luo, and was frightened. Your Highness, please don't move. It's difficult for me to apply medicine. Father, why are you here? The fourth prince was worried that he would be misunderstood and hurriedly explained, I have thought about it seriously. Since my mother said that Yang Xian's purpose of entering the palace is not simple, then I will go and take advantage of her and take risks to see what she wants to do. The emperor raised his eyebrows. It seems that this beating is quite useful. You'd better really think it through, otherwise. The fourth prince smiled and replied, otherwise, I will demote you to a commoner. Oh, the water in your brain is poured out? No, according to the dog-licking fourth prince, he can't understand it so quickly. I understand. He must want to take this opportunity to slap the face of the concubine and the tyrant. Haha, I don't know who will be slapped in the face in the end. I'm looking forward to it. The fourth prince made a face at Yui Luo, while the emperor was not paying attention. Anyway, he believed in his own judgment. Even if Yang Xian had other purposes, he would definitely not kill him. Childish ghost, you are still making faces to scare me. You better stay awake. Don't pour out the water just now, and see Yang Xian filling it up again, then there will be no hope. The emperor glanced at the fourth prince. Who are you making faces to scare? If you scare Luo, I will beat you to death. Chapter 75. The fourth prince forced a smile and waved his hands. Father, you are wrong. The little princess is so cute. How could I scare her? The little princess cursed him in her heart. How could she be scared by a mere ghost face? Eunuch Chow, please ask an imperial doctor to come and take a good look at the fourth prince's injury. Father, no need. I will take medicine, and he will be well soon. The emperor did not speak, and left with Yui Luo in his arms. Afong smiled and walked forward. Your Highness, the emperor is concerned about you. The fourth prince shook his head. I always feel that my father wants me to get well soon, and go find Yang Xian to make fun of me. Your Highness has a clear understanding of himself. Afong muttered, and heard a voice outside the door. Fourth brother, we are here to see you. The second prince, wearing a light pink brocade robe, with his mouth curled up, walked in waving a folding fan, followed by the crown prince and the third prince. My brothers are here. I am sorry for not welcoming you. The fourth prince felt that his posture at the moment was very indecent, so he slightly turned his body, raised his hand to support his chin, and changed to a more beautiful posture. Fourth brother, didn't the emperor send anyone to see you? The second prince came in and asked curiously. Just now, the emperor brought the little sister here, and left after staying for a while. The crown prince and the third prince heard this, and their faces showed regret. By the way, the fourth prince rolled his eyes, and showed a mysterious smile. Brothers, how about we make a bet? It just so happened that he was short of money now, and he wouldn't have to worry about money if he could earn some from the brothers. The crown prince chuckled. Fourth brother, what do you want to bet with us? He is so poor that he can't afford to pay. He must be trying to get something for nothing. The second prince put away his folding fan. But we have money, and you don't. Why should we bet with you? The fourth prince cleared his throat, and looked at the third prince, who remained silent. Third brother, I have checked what you said. Let's bet on Yang Xian today. How about it? Oh! The third prince raised his eyebrows. How do we bet? The crown prince and the second prince looked attentively. The fourth prince did not keep the secret and said directly, let's bet whether Yang Xian really treats me as a friend. If it is true, each of you will give me 100 taels of silver. What if it is false? The prince said gently, Fourth brother, you can't get 300 taels of silver for us. What Luor said in his heart came true. Fourth brother's bet is definitely a loss. Fortunately, he could hear Luor's voice. Just say whether you want to bet or not. The fourth prince looked at the three people. Don't worry, if I lose, I will definitely find a way to get silver for you. The three smiled at each other, and nodded in agreement. This is the best medicine for wounds. Fourth brother, get well soon so that you can send us money. The second prince threw a bottle of medicine to him and teased, Did Yang Xian give you a drug of love? You trust her so much. The fourth prince put away the medicine. Don't you think she is special? She is different from others and treats servants equally. Then fourth brother, have you ever thought that a country has its own laws and a family has its own rules? If everyone is as rude as her, how can the emperor govern the country? The crown prince asked. The second prince nodded in agreement. If you think being rude and impolite is different, I can give you a group of different women. Third brother, do you think so too? The fourth prince began to doubt himself. You said she treated the servants equally, but because the servants did not supervise her well, I punished them, and she did not ask for mercy, and she did not even feel the slightest guilt. The fourth prince curled his lips. But didn't you bring her back to the mansion? The third prince did not deny it. Yes, because she plotted against me, making me mistakenly believe that she was my savior. The few people finished talking, left the golden wound medicine and left. Your Highness, why don't you cancel this bet? Offing felt that his own prince was really overestimating himself. You also think I will lose? The fourth prince glared at Offing. I don't expect this to be a good choice. Offing looked serious. Isn't this quite obvious? At the same time, Yang Xian, who was mentioned by several people, was drawing blueprints in the room. After drawing, she dried them and put them together. Perhaps because she saw that concubine Ro had come to see her, the steward did not make things difficult for her. Seeing that she was still injured, the task of washing the toilet fell on Xiao Yuanzi again. She put the blueprint away and thought about how to give it to concubine Ro. At this time, the door was pushed open. Concubine Ro walked in with the help of a palace maid. The queen is here. Yang Xian smiled and said, I'm still thinking about how to hand the things over to you. It seems that concubine Ro is more anxious than her. Concubine Ro was a little surprised. This slave girl was quite efficient. She stretched out her nail polish painted hand. Where's the stuff? Young Xian took out the drawing she had just drawn and handed it to concubine Ro. It's all here. Madam, just follow the movements above. Concubine Ro took it impatiently. After flipping through it, her eyes were full of disbelief. She said angrily, You're using this to ask me to win your favor. What's the difference between this and those prostitutes? The movements above were so explicit that they could be compared to pornographic paintings. My lady, you are trying to please the emperor. Men are visual animals. You are so seductive. How can he look away? Rupin frowned. You don't understand. The emperor is different from other men. If the emperor is so easy to seduce, the concubines in the harem will not sit and wait for death. What's the difference? Yang Xian disagreed. Men are the same. The emperor is also a man. If you do what I say, you will get what you want. No. Rupin handed the blueprint back to her. Your method doesn't work. Try another one. She would never agree to such a vulgar dance. Yang Xian knew that concubine Ro would not agree easily, but she did not expect her reaction to be so strong. She wanted to go out, But she wanted to help Concubine Ro and make her feel uncomfortable. But Concubine Ro refused directly. Okay, she pursed her lips. Since the queen doesn't want to, you can dance the dance you want. I will prepare other things for you, and guarantee that you will amaze everyone. Concubine Ro threw her a bottle of golden wound medicine. You better not hold back anything bad, otherwise I won't forgive you. Yang Xian forced a smile. Thank you, madam. How could that be? I have to rely on you to get out. She took out a pen and paper and wrote something, then handed it to Concubine Ro. Madam, please have someone find the things above, and bring them to me. I need them. Concubine Ro looked at the things prepared above, and asked in confusion, what are these things for? Just do it, madam. I won't let you down. The most important thing is that Madame Ro must find a way to get the Emperor to watch you dance. It would be even better if other madams were present. Concubine Ro left the purification room, asked the palace maid to prepare the things Yang Xian needed, and went to the Imperial study. Chapter 76. The Emperor had just heard the report from Chao Gonggong, and then he heard that Concubine Ro wanted to see him, and he raised his eyebrows. Let someone come in. Concubine Ro came slowly and bowed. Get up, what do you want from me? Knowing that the concubine came to see you for something, it was natural to show her courtesy. But this Concubine Ro was too unprofessional. You should at least bring soup or something. How can you show your courtesy when you come empty-handed? Your Majesty, I have choreographed a dance recently, and I would like to ask your Majesty to bring the little princess and other sisters to appreciate it together. No, although I like to watch beautiful women dancing, I am just a baby. Is it appropriate for you to cue me like this to please the tyrant? In fact, Ripon was worried that the Emperor would refuse, and thought that if she mentioned the little princess, maybe the Emperor would not refuse. No, just now Eunuch Chao said that Ripon went to find the time-traveling girl, but this person came to find the tyrant again. Is the time-traveling girl in cahoots with Ripon? No way, she doesn't think that a dance can change anything, right? In the book, Yang Xian danced a modern striptease in a brothel, and became the brothel's most beautiful woman. The fourth prince couldn't help himself to her. Now she can't go out, and has no place to show her skills, so Ripon can use her to seduce the tyrant? Ripon saw that the Emperor didn't speak for a long time, and she couldn't help but get nervous. The Emperor wouldn't refuse. She had already brought out the little princess. Okay, then I will order the princes and concubines to come and support you. Ripon always felt that this was strange, but she didn't think too much about it. Anyway, her goal was achieved. She was glad that she didn't listen to the sluts dance, otherwise she would have lost face. Good guy, I just want to dance for you, but you let the Emperor brothers watch together, you treat Ripon as a dancer. In the next few days, Yuilua ate and slept, and on the third day, she waited for the new dance of Concubine Ro. Yuilua thought that the reason for waiting for a few days was that the time-traveling girl needed to prepare. The weather was sunny today, and it was not cold at all sitting outside. Concubine Ro chose to dance on a stage outside. She was wearing a light gauze dance dress, and stood on it with a charming smile. The Emperor held Yuilua and sat in the middle. On the left and right sat Concubine Xian and Concubine Shu. Behind him sat several princes and other concubines. Did the Emperor take the wrong medicine? The fourth prince lowered his voice, sat on the chair with his buttocks sideways, and said to the third prince beside him, he actually asked us to watch his concubines dance. The third prince ignored the fourth prince, thinking about the intention of his father's move. Could it be that Yang Xian took action? Ripon, start! After the Emperor spoke, the surrounding musicians began to play, and Ripon danced to the music. Hey, it's not a striptease. According to the nature of a time-traveling woman, Ripon should not be allowed to dance such a normal dance. Didn't they reach an agreement? The people who heard the inner voice had different thoughts. The concubines behind stared at Ripon dancing on the stage indignantly. They cursed in a low voice. Look at her foxy look, she wants to seduce the Emperor in broad daylight, shameless. The Emperor took a sip of the tea beside him, and looked at Ripon on the stage with little interest. Ripon smiled on her face, but she was a little anxious in her heart. Why is it different from what the slave said? Was she deceived? When she was about to sweat anxiously, someone exclaimed, "It's butterflies, look, there are many butterflies flying towards Ripon." Concubine Ro heaved a sigh of relief and danced even harder. The butterflies flew around her, and some even landed on her arms and body. This? The fourth prince widened his eyes in shock. What a magical dance, it can actually attract butterflies. Yuilua yawned, opened her eyes, and saw many butterflies resting on Concubine Ro, and complained in her heart. Concubine Ro wouldn't think that her fluttering moths were beautiful. No wonder she wore such thin clothes to dance outside. It turned out that it was convenient to apply sugar water on her body, and then let someone catch a bottle of butterflies, and then release the butterflies when she danced, so that she could have this fluttering moth. The few people who were originally surprised heard the inner voice, and the originally beautiful scene could not be looked at directly. Rupin's dance is indeed different from others. It's hard for you to have so many butterflies caught. When the Emperor said this, Rupin's smiling face froze instantly, and she was full of surprise. How could the Emperor know? Didn't the slaves say that her method was unique? Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? Shufei asked puzzledly. The concubines behind who didn't know the truth also pricked up their ears, waiting to see Rupin's joke. Butterflies like sweet things. If I apply some sugar water on my body, the captured butterflies will naturally stay on me. Oh, the tyrant is good, and he knows a lot. Your Majesty is wise. Rupin walked down with a smile. I wanted to use this method to get your Majesty's attention, but I didn't expect that your Majesty saw through it at a glance. I really made a fool of myself. After everyone left, Rupin returned to the palace to change clothes, and went to the bathroom to settle accounts with Yang Xian. Yang Xian was washing the toilet outside, and saw Rupin coming in aggressively. Before she could open her mouth, she was slapped in the face by Rupin. Bring her to the house, Rupin said, walking towards Yang Xian's house unhappily. My lady, what do you mean by this? Are you turning your back on me? Rupin sneered. You said that no one knows about your method, but why would the Emperor know about it? Is the Emperor not a human being? I think you want to embarrass me on purpose. Last time she was laughed at. She hid for a long time. Now she thought she could turn things around, but ended up embarrassing herself again. Those bitches will have to laugh for a long time again. Yang Xian shook her head. She couldn't accept the failure of this matter even more than Rupin. How could the Emperor, an ancient man, know this method? My queen, please trust me again. Yang Xian stepped forward and grabbed Rupin's sleeve. Believe me, this time it will succeed. She knew so many famous quotes from the past, she didn't believe that she couldn't move the Emperor. Rupin shook her off, with a look of disgust. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. My queen, please trust me again. Yang Xian lowered her eyes. If there was no one to use now, she wouldn't bother to ask Rupin. How can I trust you? Concubine Ro pinched her chin. You idiot, you still want to get out of here, you will wash the toilet for the rest of your life. Yang Xian's chin was pinched so hard that it hurt, and she secretly made a note of this account in her heart. I can write poems, and I will definitely make you shine in front of the Emperor. Concubine Ro let go of her hand. Isn't it because the Emperor is good to Concubine Xian that she can write poems? Seeing that she was wavering, Yang Xian continued, the poems I write will definitely make the Emperor look at you differently. Afraid that Concubine Ro would not believe it, she picked up a pen and paper, wrote a poem and handed it to Concubine Ro. My queen, take a look. After reading it, Concubine Ro snorted coldly, I will trust you again. If you fail this time, you will suffer the consequences. Chapter 77. As soon as Yui Luo was taken back to the Imperial study by the Emperor, the people who were monitoring Concubine Ro and Yang Xian came to find Eunuch Chao to report. After hearing this, Eunuch Chao asked someone to continue watching and turned to enter the Imperial study. Your Majesty, Concubine Ro went to trouble Yang Xian. How could she not go? After all, the time-traveling girl embarrassed her, but the time-traveling girl would probably be more unable to accept her idea being exposed by the tyrant than Concubine Ro. Since this failed, let me think about what tricks she will come up with to get Concubine Ro to seduce the tyrant. The Emperor pricked up his ears, but the little guy was silent. Seeing that the Emperor didn't speak, Chao Gonli continued, Your Majesty, do you need me to have Yang Xian imprisoned? No. If Yang Xian is imprisoned, how can the fourth brother still commit suicide? The fourth brother will not cry until he sees the coffin. He must fulfill his wish. If the fourth brother likes to commit suicide, let him continue to do so. Then he will know what the pot is made of. Judging from the tyrant's intention, he will not plan to do the same, right? Ah, I thought of it. Since the time-traveling girl failed, she will definitely take out her trump card next and copy the poem to Rupin to show off. TSK, I don't know if the tyrant will be fooled by her this time. The Emperor lowered his eyes. Copying poems? What poems? Tell me. As if hearing the Emperor's prayer, Yui Luo recalled the two poems that Yang Xian copied when she was showing off in the book. There was a striptease in front and ancient poems in the back, which directly made the fourth prince, a dog, crazy. Eunuch Chao, send the little princess back to Concubine Xian's palace. I still have things to deal with. Yui Luo curled her lips. Are you going to do something shameful? You also sent me, a little cutie, away. After Yui Luo was carried out, The emperor took a piece of rice paper and spread it out, writing down the poem he had just heard and the title of the poem, as well as the author. After drying, he put it away. He didn't want to hide it from his daughter, but if he really wrote it in front of her, she was so smart that she doubted that he could hear her thoughts, and she would definitely not say it again in the future. Rupin took the poem and returned to her bedroom excitedly. On the way, she met concubines who were enjoying flowers outside, and several of them laughed and teased her. "Sister Rupin, are you going to catch butterflies?" Rupin glared at several people and turned away. After entering the bedroom, she sat at the table and took out the poem written by Yang Xian and read it carefully. "I didn't expect that this lowly maid's handwriting is so bad, but this poem is so good." The maid poured tea for her and said with a smile, "Your Highness, please rewrite it. Then you can say that you wrote it yourself." Anyway, the lowly maid won't dare to say anything. Rupin took a sip of tea and put down the cup. "Grind the ink, and I will rewrite it." Although she was not very talented, she could see that this poem was particularly rhyming. The lowly maid didn't even need to think, she just wrote it down directly. Her brain was quite good. Pulled back her thoughts, took the pen and wrote carefully stroke by stroke. After finishing writing, she burned the one written by Yang Xian, then stood up and planned to go find the emperor. "My queen, are you planning to go find the emperor?" "No." Rupin squinted at the maid. "Why?" "Those bitches laughed at her, and she couldn't even get back at them? Although the emperor didn't blame you for what happened today, he must be uncomfortable. If you go find the emperor now, he may not see you." Feeling that what she said made sense, Rupin turned around and sat down, planning to go find the emperor tomorrow. The next day, when the emperor came back to the Imperial study after leaving the court, he saw Concubine Ro standing at the door with a food box. Seeing the emperor coming, Concubine Ro bowed and saluted with a smile. "Your Majesty, this is the soup I made, and I specially sent it to your Majesty to try." "Oh, you said soup today, you have made progress. Just to send soup to me?" The emperor walked into the Imperial study without looking at Concubine Ro. "No, sending soup is just a side job. Pretending to be cool is the main task." Seeing that the emperor did not drive her away, Concubine Ro followed in and handed the food box to Eunuch Chow. "Your Majesty, I actually wrote a poem and would like to ask your Majesty for your advice." "I guessed it right." "If I guessed it right, the poem in my hand is Li Bai's Quiet Night Thoughts. The time-traveling girl is really brave. It's fine if she pretends to be a poet, but she also said that she wrote it herself. How shameless." "Eunuch Chow, present the poem written by Concubine Ro." Eunuch Chow nodded, handed the food box to Concubine Ro, and presented the poem to the emperor. The emperor took it, opened it, and the poem that came into his eyes was indeed the same as what his daughter said in her heart. "Good boy, it's true." "Ha ha ha, that's right. I forgot that the time-traveling girl only remembered these two poems, so when others asked her to write a poem later, she made various excuses, but in fact she couldn't recite it. This poem is indeed a good poem. The poem of the immortal poet is naturally a good poem. Is the tyrant pretending? Why doesn't he think about whether Concubine Ro can write it?" The emperor, He knew that Luor would not miss any opportunity to make up a story about herself. Ignoring Yuilua's voice, the emperor looked at Concubine Ro. "Rupin, are you sure you wrote this poem?" Rupin's clasped hands twitched restlessly in her sleeves. What did the emperor mean by this? Did that slave deceive her again? That's impossible. "I haven't seen this poem myself." "Your Majesty, the poem was indeed written by me." The emperor sneered. "I don't even know when Li Bai's poem became yours." Ah, the tyrant was not only not fooled, but also knew that it was written by Li Bai. Isn't this just a fabrication? Is it because it's an insignificant small country, so there is no record in history? Hearing the little guy's self-doubt, the emperor felt much better. "Your Majesty, please forgive me." Rupin knelt down and kowtowed to admit her mistake. "I don't know who Li Bai is. This poem was given to me by Yang Mei the slut. She wanted me to save her from the pure room, so she used this poem as an exchange. I was also bewitched for a while." It must be said that Rupin really knows the current situation. The emperor was shocked by her attitude of admitting her mistakes. "Go back and copy the female virtues 100 times. Hearing this, Rupin kowtowed. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will definitely behave myself in the future, and will not be bewitched by that slut again." After leaving the Imperial study, Concubine Ro heaved a sigh of relief. She handed the food box to the maid. "Take it, and go find that slut." The maid was outside the door, and didn't know what was going on inside. Seeing that Concubine Ro looked unhappy, she didn't dare to ask more. She followed Concubine Ro to the clean room with the food box. "My queen, are you here to look for Yang Mei?" The steward asked after smiling and bowing when Concubine Ro came in. Concubine Ro didn't see young Xian and asked unhappily. Where is that slut? Where is she? In the room. She was punished to come here. You let her rest in the room? Concubine Ro left this sentence and went to young Xian's room. Without waiting for the maid to push the door open, she kicked it open with her foot. Young Xian was about to apply medicine to herself. When she heard the sound, she quickly put the medicine away and stood up. Did Concubine Ro succeed? She knew that the dog emperor would be shocked by such a quatrain. Chapter 78. Rupin certainly couldn't have written this poem with her brain. After the emperor asked, she certainly didn't dare to hide it. Knowing that she was so talented, the emperor would definitely not let her stay here any longer, and would take her out with good food and drink. Finally, she could get revenge. She would not let go of those palace maids and eunuchs who humiliated her. Young Xian was still imagining, but the door was kicked open by Rupin, interrupting her thoughts. Bitch, are you pretending to be dead in there? Why don't you open the door? Seeing her displeasure, young Xian did not think about other things, just thought that Rupin knew that she was being used, so she came to settle accounts with her. Who made the queen unhappy? Rupin raised her hand and slapped her directly. Bitch, you know the advisor, how dare you play tricks on me? Young Xian raised her hand to cover her slapped face, and glared at Rupin. You dare to hit me? When the emperor sends someone to pick me up, I will definitely tell the emperor how you bullied and used me. What crazy talk are you talking about? Concubine Ro was so angry that she laughed. The emperor sent someone to pick you up. You are dreaming. You said you wrote the poem when it was obviously not yours. You are lucky that the emperor didn't kill you. Young Xian didn't care about the burning pain on her face, and stared at Concubine Ro. What did you say? I wrote the poem. You saw it with your own eyes. You wrote it? Concubine Ro said sarcastically. The emperor knows this poem, and he also knows that it was written by Li Bai. You are so shameless. You dare to say you wrote it yourself. Young Xian couldn't listen to anything else. Her mind was full of the word Li Bai. She remembered that this was clearly fictional when she read the book. How could the emperor recognize this as Li Bai's poem? But Rupin didn't seem to be lying. Could it be that there was no record of this country in history, and it actually existed? The emperor won't kill you, and I won't kill you either, but I will ask the steward to take good care of you, Rupin said, snatching the medicine from her hand and turning to leave the room. My queen, you. Young Xian raised her hand to grab Rupin's sleeve, but before she finished speaking, she was waved away by Rupin. Shut up. Don't tell me you believe it again. She's not stupid. She was crazy about being favored before. Now that the emperor doesn't care about her, if she doesn't behave herself, she might lose her life. Rupin left the room and found the steward. That slave was punished to work here, not to enjoy a comfortable life. You don't let her work, are you waiting to worship her? The steward nodded and agreed. Your Majesty is right. I feel sorry for her. I won't dare to do it again. I ask her to work now. After sending Concubine Ro away, the steward asked Xiao Yuanzi to call Young Xian to wash the toilet. Young Xian didn't expect that Concubine Ro really didn't want her to have an easy life. She washed the toilet indignantly, and thought about how to get out. Concubine Ro would definitely not trust her again, and she couldn't get in touch with other people who could be used. There was only the idiot fourth prince, and she had to find a way to meet the fourth prince. At lunch, Young Xian took advantage of the fact that everyone in the cleaning room went to eat, and sneaked out to look for the fourth prince. She only knew that the fourth prince was in the palace, but didn't know where he lived. When she was at a loss, she saw a familiar figure. Offing, who was returning with his men to get food, was startled by Young Xian, who suddenly appeared. He recovered quickly and asked calmly, looking for His Highness? Young Xian knew that Offing didn't like him, so he nodded as if nothing had happened. Take me to the fourth prince, I have something to ask him. If it was before, Offing would definitely not agree, but now that Young Xian could run out, it must be the emperor's tacit consent, and he couldn't ruin the emperor's business. Okay. Offing pretended to be embarrassed, but you can't stay too long. The two went to the side hall, where the fourth prince lived. The fourth prince's injury had healed a lot, so he didn't lie down. Hearing footsteps, he put down his tea and looked towards the door. Your Highness, I heard that you were punished. Are you healed? Young Xian started to wipe her tears as she entered the room. I'm very worried about you. I've been trying to find a way to see you, but they're watching me too closely. Ah Feng rolled his eyes, and asked someone to serve the food. Your Highness, the food is here. Looking at the dishes on the table, the fourth prince didn't even bother to pay attention to Young Xian, who was still crying. Afong, did I tell you that I want to eat meat? It's fine that there are only 4 dishes, and they are all green, with no meat residue at all. Your Highness, this is what concubine Shu specifically told you, saying that your Highness is redundant in the palace, so there is no food for you. The past few days were given to you, and from today on, there are only these. The 4th prince gritted his teeth, knowing that this is indeed something his mother can do. Your Highness, these will heal your injuries quickly. Yang Xian, who was ignored, smiled and spoke. Miss Yang, since you are here to see His Highness, and now that you have seen him, please leave first. His Highness wants to eat. Afong unceremoniously ordered her to leave. Seeing that she did not move, he asked in confusion, does Miss Yang want to stay and eat with His Highness? Yang Xian did have this plan, because if she went back now, she would definitely have nothing to eat. This would at least fill her stomach. Here. The 4th prince pushed the rice to Yang Xian, you eat it. Thank you, Your Highness. Yang Xian quickly took it and began to eat it voraciously. After finishing the meal, he stood up and said, Your Highness, I'm so glad to see that you're okay. I'm going back to work. If I'm late, I'd be punished by the steward. The 4th prince didn't say much, go quickly. Just like that? Yang Xian was dumbfounded. In the past, the 4th prince would definitely stand up for her, but now, he didn't even mention helping her. A coward is a coward. He became a coward after being beaten once. Can't resist the emperor, and can't teach a steward a lesson? Offing, I'm sure to win this time. The 4th prince didn't notice Yang Xian's expression, and looked at Offing with a smile. Your Highness, it's too early to judge. She came to see me even though she was injured. Doesn't that mean she treats me as a friend? The 4th prince was in a good mood, as if he saw the silver waving to him. Serve the rice. I want 2 bowls. Afong pointed to the messy table. Your Highness, there is only 1 bowl of rice. You gave it to others, so you can go hungry? The 4th prince asked in disbelief. Only 1 bowl? Did your mother tell you that? He thought it would be good to eat and drink in the palace, but his mother treated him like this. That's right. Okay, if you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Can you give me some snacks and fruits? Afong smiled and shook his head. No, these have also been taken back by concubine Shu. Your Highness ate a lot of fresh fruits a few days ago. Concubine Shu said that she won't bother you if you eat them. Okay. The 4th prince stood up. Let's go find the little princess to play with. There should be food in concubine Xian's palace. He didn't believe that he couldn't find food. When the 2 went to concubine Xian's Zuehua palace, they saw a familiar person. Chapter 79. Your Highness, it's concubine Shu, are you still going in? The 4th prince lowered his voice, and turned around quickly. I'm not blind, run quickly. Concubine Shu noticed the 2 when they appeared, and stood up immediately. Yu Hengrui, stop right there. The 4th prince stopped, turned around with a bright smile on his face. Mother, what a coincidence, why are you here too? He just wanted to eat for free, mother wouldn't be on guard against him. I knew you would come here, why don't you come in? The 4th prince walked in with his head down, saluted to concubine Xian, looked at Yuilu in her arms, and found a suitable reason. Mother, I came to see my little sister, and didn't expect you to be here too. Yuilu rolled her eyes. Look at me, you haven't even given me the gift you owe me, and you still have the nerve to come to me? I think you want to come here for a free meal, don't expect to meet me. She reduced his meals, so it was inconvenient for him to go to other concubines, but concubine Xian had lure as an excuse, so it was natural for him to come here for a free meal. Mother, the food you gave me is too little. It's not enough. The 4th prince walked up to Yuilua and raised his hand to pinch her soft little hand. Also, I really came to see Lure. You gave the food to others, otherwise you wouldn't be hungry. After Afong finished mumbling, he was glared at by the 4th prince. Just give the food to the time-traveling girl, you deserve to starve to death, and you even pulled my hand, it's so unlucky. Yuilua shook off the 4th prince's hand, very disgusted. Offing, tell me, what has the 4th prince done in recent days? Offing glanced at the 4th prince, a little hesitant. Concubine Shu raised her eyebrows. What are you afraid of? You are the emperor's man, he dare not touch you, tell me. The 4th prince lowered his head, with his hands behind his back, like a child who had made a mistake. I just fed Yang Xian, and made a bet with several of my brothers, so I shouldn't have done anything wrong. Offing told everything he knew, and he didn't miss a word of the conversation when they made the bet. Still betting? Xu Fei glanced at him. I've been wondering if the midwife cut your brain when she cut your umbilical cord when you were born. Otherwise you wouldn't be so stupid. Ha ha, good scolding. According to what Offing said, the time-traveling girl went to see the licking dog of the 4th Emperor just now to make him get her out. The 4th Emperor wouldn't think that the time-traveling girl went to see him on purpose. This mysterious confidence, I really don't know who gave him. It's a pity that I'm still young. If I were older, I could also bet and win some money from the stupid dog of the 4th Emperor to spend. The 4th Prince, Seeing that he didn't say a word, Concubine Shu continued, I bet on you, a fool, and I bet you will be fooled. Afong almost laughed out loud. The Queen really didn't give His Highness any face. Mother. Okay, go back. Concubine Shu interrupted him directly. Next time you give others food, I won't even leave you vegetables. The 4th Prince covered his rumbling stomach and asked pitifully, Can you give me something to eat now? Concubine Shu deliberately picked up the snacks beside her and put them back. No, get out of here. Concubine Xian smiled and shook her head. Huarue, give the snacks to the 4th Prince. The 4th Prince took the snacks, fearing that his mother would snatch them back from him, and left like a gust of wind after thanking her. He stopped running when he looked back to see that no one was catching up with him. Your Highness, wait for me. Afong caught up with the 4th Prince. You still know that I am your Highness? The 4th Prince continued to walk quickly. Why don't you say something else? You have to talk about the bet. Now that my mother has also come to interfere, she will definitely cheat me out of it. According to my mother's character, no matter whether she wins or loses, she will bleed. Even if I don't tell you, your majesty will know. The two of them left Zuewa Palace and walked through Changchong Palace. Is that the 3rd Prince? The 4th Prince pointed at someone not far away. Afong rubbed his eyes. It is indeed the 3rd Prince and his subordinates, and the place they went to seems to be the clean room. The 4th Prince stuffed a piece of dessert into his mouth and ran over to block the 3rd Prince's way. 3rd Prince, where are you going? The 3rd Prince raised his eyebrows and looked at the snack in his hand. You went to see Luor? The 4th Prince nodded. How do you know? No, I asked you. Are you going to see Yang Xian? Almost distracted by the fox of the 3rd Prince. Well, do you want to go together? The 3rd Prince raised his mouth corners, narrowed his narrow eyes. I saw that you ran quite fast just now. Your injury should be almost healed. You should be able to withstand a beating. After saying that, he took a piece of snack, put it in his mouth, and walked past the 4th Prince and left. Offing, is the 3rd Prince mocking me? The 4th Prince stuffed 2 pieces of dessert into his mouth fiercely, and said incoherently, Why is it okay for him to go to Yang Xian, but I will be beaten when I go, and the hateful thing is that he snatched my dessert. Ziyang followed the 3rd Prince and asked in confusion, Your Highness, why do you suddenly want to go to Yang Xian? The 3rd Prince swallowed the dessert and chuckled. Yang Xian must want to see me now, so I will play with her. As he spoke, he had already reached the door of the bathroom, and Yang Xian's voice could be vaguely heard from inside. The 3rd Prince went in, and the voice inside stopped abruptly. The steward saw that he was dressed elegantly, and stepped forward to salute. Your servant greets His Highness the 3rd Prince. Although he had never seen the 3rd Prince, he heard from others that the 3rd Prince was very beautiful, and liked to wear purple clothes. The man in front of him was dressed in purple, wearing a jade crown, and his appearance was more beautiful than the empress he had seen in the harem. Get up. Yang Xian heard the long-lost voice, and looked at the 3rd Prince with red eyes. Your Highness, are you here to see me? Your Highness, if you have something to say, please follow me. The steward took the two to the next room, served tea, and then left. I wondered who Yang Mei was, and why all the nobles came here. I thought your Highness would never come to see me again. Yang Xian wiped her tears, wishing she could pour out all her grievances. For the sake of our acquaintance, I will naturally come to see you. The 3rd Prince stroked the jade ring on his hand. If you behave yourself, you will suffer less. Your Highness, I enter the palace for you, and I am willing to suffer these hardships. Why don't you understand my painstaking efforts? She thought that the 3rd Prince came to see her, because he remembered the little things they had experienced together, but it turned out that she was overthinking. You took money from your 4th brother to support others for my own good? Yang Xian didn't want to keep this a secret for a long time, and her expression was slightly paused when she heard it. Since your Highness knows, you will understand that I am really doing this for your own good, and I am even willing to enter the palace for you. Chapter 80. The 3rd Prince is the male protagonist. Knowing that she cannot hide the truth from him, Yang Xian took out a folded letter from her bosom and handed it to him, and at the same time made a decision in her heart. This is what I wrote. You ask someone to give the letter to a man with a scar on his face in the alley. He will naturally believe you, your Highness. The 3rd Prince took it, and took out a bottle of golden wound medicine from his sleeve, and put it on the table. You take care of yourself in the palace. Yang Xian suddenly laughed. Your Highness, do you know why I gave you this letter? Without waiting for the third prince to speak, she continued, believe me, you will understand soon. Looking at the back of the third prince leaving, Yang Xian took the golden moon medicine on the table, her eyes full of madness. She thought that the third prince came to see her to ask questions, so she pretended to be familiar with him. In the end, the third prince did not treat her as a stranger. Since the third prince did not take her seriously, she would not let him live comfortably. She wanted to let the third prince taste the taste of being abandoned by everyone. The third prince came out of the bathroom and went straight back to the mansion. After entering the study, he took out the letter from Yang Xian and handed it to Ziyang. Look at this handwriting, can you imitate it? Ziyang took a look and shook his head. This handwriting is too ugly. My subordinates wrote better than this when they just learned to write. But why would Yang Xian give this to you? The third prince sneered, because she wants to drag me into the water. The only thing he can use is his identity. Yang Xian simply thinks that he can use his identity to drag him into the water. In fact, he originally planned to wait until the remnants of Yulo Kingdom were resolved before asking his father for forgiveness. So Yang Xian's threat was insignificant to him. Drag his highness into this? Ziyang's eyes widened. Women are too scary. But looking at his highness's appearance, he must have a plan. You imitate Yang Xian's handwriting and write a letter to the scarred man as I said. After the third prince finished speaking the contents of the letter, Ziyang had a bitter face. I have never imitated such ugly handwriting. The third prince smiled and patted his shoulder. I believe you can imitate it. In fact, it was the first time for him to see such ugly handwriting. Your Highness, what if the scarred man doesn't believe it? Ziyang walked to the door and turned back. You can add something related to your father in the letter. He will believe it. Now imitate it here. Ziyang pulled a chair and sat down, and began to imitate it seriously. He thought that his highness must not want to imitate such ugly handwriting, so he asked him to imitate it. He copied several copies in succession, and finally copied the most similar one. Ziyang dried the copied letter, and handed it to the third prince. Your Highness, take a look, is this okay? If he continues to imitate, he is worried that his handwriting will be so ugly in the future. I don't know how Yang Xian learned to write. Very good, send it now. Ziyang took the letter out of the third prince's mansion, and went to the alley. He walked to the alley with ease, pushed open the gate of a courtyard, and found the scarred man. The scarred man was impatient waiting for news from Yang Xian, and looked at the door when he heard the door open. Seeing Ziyang was a little surprised. Why did someone from the third prince come to see him? This is a letter from Yang Xian. Ziyang handed the letter to the scarred man. She is in the palace, and it is not convenient for her to come out, so I asked her to pass it to you. The scarred man glanced at Ziyang, opened the letter, and crumpled it into a ball after reading it. Did Yang Xian really succeed? Seeing that he did not notice the difference in the words, Ziyang breathed a sigh of relief. It is true, so his highness needs troops now. Yang Xian said that you are Ding Feng's subordinate. You will help his highness, right? The scarred man stared at Ziyang. I have to go to Yang Xian to ask clearly. Seeing that he was not fooled, Ziyang narrowed his eyes. Although Yang Xian succeeded, if the prince found something unusual, do you think you can still take revenge? The most important thing you should do now is to gather the other brothers and rush into the palace with the third prince. The scarred man began to waver. The boss should also want to see the bloodline he left for him. Seeing that he was wavering, Ziyang said anxiously, What are you waiting for? If you don't believe it, you can gather the brothers and go to the palace to find Yang Xian to confront him. I can also draw a map of Yang Xian's location for you. Okay. The scarred man took out a flare. As long as this is set off, we can gather other brothers, but there are not many brothers. He hesitated for a moment, but still handed the flare to Ziyang. Give me the map of Yang Xian's residence. In the palace. After Yang Xian left the third prince, she was in a very good mood, humming a song and cleaning the toilet. Xiao Yuanzi thought she was crazy when she saw her like this, and wanted to stay away from her. Now the third prince has gone to find the scarred man, so she has to start taking action, otherwise it will be bad if the third prince kills those people. At night, after dinner, Yang Xian returned to her room, thinking about how to make the identity of the third prince known to everyone. Suddenly, the question asked by the scarred man flashed through her mind. She stood up suddenly, as if she understood something, and a guess emerged in her mind. At this moment, the window was pushed open, the candlelight flickered a few times, and the scarred man in a black nightgown came to Yang Xian. Why are you here? Yang Xian was frightened and took a step back. Ziyang said you succeeded. Where is the dog emperor? The scarred man stared at Yang Xian. The scar, which was already scary, looked even more terrifying in the dim room. Yang Xian thought she had heard wrongly. She couldn't even protect herself now, let alone attack the emperor. Was the third prince plotting against her? The fourth prince, who was sneaking outside to look for Yang Xian, heard the conversation inside and raised his hand to push open the door. "Your Highness, save me! This man wants to kill me!" Yang Xian saw the fourth prince coming in and shouted at the top of her voice. Her voice was trembling. She was really scared. The scarred man only wanted to avenge Ding Feng, but he didn't care whether it was the third prince's plot. It would be bad if he was too angry and killed her. Even if the scarred man didn't kill her, she had to find a way to kill him, otherwise he would be a calamity that prevented her from dragging the third prince into the water. Regardless of whether her guess was correct or not, she would not allow this man to ruin her plan. "Offing, don't let anyone run away." After the fourth prince finished speaking, Offing flashed forward and fought with the scarred man. Xiang, who was squatting outside the palace wall, heard the sound of weapons colliding inside, and asked the third prince next to him in a low voice. "Your Highness, should we go to help?" The third prince shook his head. "There are my father's secret guards here, and my fourth brother is here. Yang Xian will be fine, and we don't have to go out." As he was talking, the two people who were fighting in the house left the yard. "Yang Xian, why did you turn your face against me? I don't intend to kill you." The scarred man was angry. He just wanted to kill the dog emperor to avenge his boss. "Your Highness, he is here to kill me. Kill him quickly." The fourth prince pursed his lips and glanced at Yang Xian. He heard the conversation between the two just now, and it was clear that they knew each other. Chapter 81. Offing, leave him alive. Hearing this, Yang Xian panicked. "Your Highness, he not only wants to kill me, but also wants to do something bad to me." The fourth prince was unmoved. When he heard the little princess's voice, he still chose to believe Yang Xian. It was not because he liked Yang Xian so much, but because he firmly believed that he would not make a mistake. Besides, the things that the little princess said had not happened yet, so he was unwilling to believe in unfounded things. But now Yang Xian actually lied with his eyes open. Did he really think he was as stupid as the little princess said? Damn it, too damned. Afeng was afraid that the fourth prince would be fooled by Yang Xian again, so he could not help but speed up his attack, and the scarred man was defeated in a few moves. "Your Highness, how do you deal with him?" Yang Xian stared at the fourth prince, wanting to see how he would deal with the scarred man. As a modern person, she certainly did not dare to kill anyone, so she could only use the fourth prince's hand. When she was in contact with the fourth prince, she did some things to him that were misunderstood intentionally or unintentionally. When the fourth prince heard this, he should be so angry that he would kill the scarred man directly. "You can kill me or chop me up, whatever you want." The scarred man was stepped on by Offing, and glared at Yang Xian fiercely. If he hadn't considered that the third prince was the eldest prince's blood, he would have exposed the true face of this woman long ago. Yang Xian hid behind the fourth prince, pretending to be scared. "Your Highness, look, he is still threatening me. Aren't we friends? Kill him quickly." The fourth prince lowered his eyes, then raised a smile. "You have a good rest. I will take him back to deal with him. Don't worry." Yang Xian was very proud. It seemed that the fourth prince really fell for it. Ziyang, who was hiding on the palace wall, was furious. "Your Highness, the fourth prince didn't believe Yang Xian, did he?" They had worked hard to lead the scarred man, who was a road idiot, into the palace, but the fourth prince was still in this state. The third prince shook his head and jumped down from the palace wall. "The fourth brother is quite stubborn. He won't change his mind easily. The more others say bad things about Yang Xian, the more he will feel that others are targeting Yang Xian. Now that he has heard it himself, he should accept the reality. If he still favors Yang Xian, he is hopeless. So, Your Highness, you came to see Yang Xian today and asked your subordinates to contact the scarred man, just to attract the fourth prince to watch this show? No wonder you came to see Yang Xian in the daytime and deliberately ran into the fourth prince. The fourth prince would definitely be curious about what the two of them talked about when he saw Your Highness coming to see Yang Xian. But there were many people in the daytime, so he must have come secretly at night. Your Highness is really calculating. The fourth prince and Offing took the people away and returned to the side hall where they were staying temporarily. Offing pushed the man in and kicked him to his knees. The loser is the enemy. If you want to kill him, just kill him. As for that crazy woman, I am not interested in her, the scarred man said with a fearless look. The fourth prince raised his eyebrows. Who said I want to kill you? Offing was almost moved to tears. His Highness finally got rid of the deception of Yang Xian. Offing, gag him, put a bag over him and lock him up. After doing everything, Offing ordered people to take the scarred man away. Turning around, he saw the sad face of the fourth prince. Your Highness, Yang Xian deceived you. Don't be too sad, it's good to see clearly. The fourth prince slammed the teacup on the table heavily. Offing, I am sad because of the silver. Do you know what 100 taels of silver means to me? He finally thought he could win, but in the end, it was all gone. Your Highness, I asked you to withdraw the bet before, but you insisted that you would win. Now it's too late. Offing made up the knife without any hesitation. The fourth prince clenched his fists and slammed them on the table several times, gritting his teeth and saying, Damn it, it's too damned. Not only did he not treat me as a friend, he also cheated me of my money and made me a pauper. The brothers must have laughed their heads off when they knew about this. If he hadn't thought of going to Yang Xian to ask what the third brother had said to her, he would still be kept in the dark, complacently thinking that he had won. She cheated on His Highness, but His Highness can cheat on her too. The fourth prince suddenly raised his eyes to look at Offing, and then laughed. Yes, how could I not have thought of this? If you dare to deceive me, I will let her taste the feeling of being deceived. He whispered a few words in Offing's ear, raised his hand, and patted Offing's shoulder. Do as I said. As for the scarred man brought back, torture him slowly. When the emperor received the report from the secret guard, he raised his eyebrows. After letting him leave, he looked at the eunuch Chow next to him. The third child is thoughtful. Eunuch Chow smiled and nodded. The third prince is indeed thoughtful. He did so much for the fourth prince, which can be regarded as a deep brotherly love. The emperor sighed, feeling mixed emotions. Go and give me the records related to Ding Feng. Eunuch Chow hesitated for a moment and whispered, It's midnight now. Your Majesty, why don't you take a rest first and look at it tomorrow? No problem, go get it. The emperor raised his hand and rubbed his temples. He still couldn't accept that the third prince was not his child. After thinking about it for so long, he still couldn't figure out how to deal with the third prince. If the identity of the third prince is announced directly, it will be a shame for the royal family, but if it is not investigated, it will be uncomfortable after all. Then the only way is to kill the third prince and hide this secret forever. But the third prince really can't do it. It is said that the royal family is ruthless. In fact, besides being the emperor, he is also a father. He has watched the third prince grow up since he was a child. He is outstanding in all aspects. After all, he can't bear it. Your Majesty, the things are brought. Eunuch Chow interrupted the emperor's thoughts. He handed a booklet to the emperor, wondering why the emperor suddenly wanted to see the information related to Ding Feng. Could it be that he couldn't bear to part with Ding Feng? The emperor took the book and read it carefully page by page. The more he read, the worse his expression became. When he turned to the back, he threw the book on the long table. The next day, when Yuilua woke up, she heard Nani Zhang and concubine Xian talking. My queen, I heard that an assassin entered the palace last night. Fortunately, the assassin was killed by the guards of the fourth prince. Nani Zhang looked frightened. Concubine Xian took a crabapple hairpin and inserted it into her bun, but did not respond. But she thought in her heart that since the guards of the palace were so strict, the assassin must have been very skilled in martial arts, since he could enter without anyone noticing. How could he be easily killed by Offing? Could the assassin be a remnant of Yulo Kingdom? Could it be that the time-traveling girl had a falling out with this guy, so she used the fourth prince's dog to get rid of him as soon as possible? Don't worry, Mammy. The palace is heavily guarded. Nothing will happen. Concubine Xian stood up and picked up Yuilua. She changed her diaper, dressed her, and fed her milk with skillful hands. After everything was done, Yuilua was carried to court by the emperor with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Oh, the miserable schedule is here again. Every day is so simple, get up and suffer. But the tyrant's dark circles are too serious. Could it be that he didn't sleep all night because he turned the cards last night? Chapter 82. The emperor, who wanted to ignore it but couldn't, almost stumbled and stood up. The little guy's choreography sounded in his ears again. He was undoubtedly overindulging himself. How could he attend the court when he couldn't even walk steadily? Fortunately, he didn't throw me to the ground. The emperor, he hasn't turned over the cards for a long time, and he is still indulging himself. Lure really put all kinds of hats on him just to chore him. I didn't sleep well because I was thinking about the third child. I went to the hall, and the ministers stood in 2 rows below. After seeing the emperor, they all knelt down and saluted. Today's morning court should be quite lively. The scarred man was killed by the fourth prince, proving that the time-traveling woman has started to act. Thinking of this, Yuilua shuddered. The male protagonist now ignores the time-traveling woman, and it is unknown how she will deal with the male protagonist. After all, women are still scary when they go crazy. The Emperor asked everyone to stand up, and before anyone could make a report, footsteps were heard outside. Stop her, and don't let her talk nonsense. Yang Xian broke away from these people, and ran into the center of the hall, leaving the ministers confused. The humble girl Yang Mei pays respect to His Majesty. Fuck, this time-traveling girl is really crazy. She doesn't even pretend anymore. She just goes to fight the hero. Come on, drag this guy away for me. Yang Xian was naturally unwilling to give up, because her goal was not achieved. She sneered. Everyone should be very interested in what I want to say, that is, the identity of the third prince. After this, the ministers began to whisper. Why don't you drag this nonsense servant away? The Emperor's face was gloomy. Before he had figured out how to deal with the third prince, the identity of the third prince must not be known to others. Wait, the third prince came in a purple robe, father. If she wants to say it, let her say it. The crown prince and the second prince, who were called over, were puzzled and just stood by and watched. Even if the Emperor doesn't let me say it, other people know almost everything. Yang Xian shook off the person who was dragging her. I have been saying all the way that the third prince is not your child. The ministers who were originally whispering to each other looked at each other. This is not a casual remark. Damn, the time-traveling girl is going to destroy it if she can't get it? Just like the virtuous concubine, she doesn't let the male lead live well even if she doesn't live well herself. Ah, I really wish I were an octopus, so I could slap her 8 times at once. The Emperor saw that things were out of control, and stopped trying to stop her. I want to see what you can say. Yang Xian glanced at the upright third prince, as if he would shut up if he showed me kindness. But the third prince still looked charming, and he didn't panic at all when he heard that he mentioned his identity, as if it had nothing to do with him. She pursed her lips and looked away. What I want to say is absolutely true. The third prince is indeed not the child of the Emperor and the virtuous concubine, but the child of the virtuous concubine and Ding Feng, and is the remnant of the Yulo kingdom. Anyway, the scarred man is dead now, and she is not worried that her plan will be disrupted. The fourth prince, this idiot, is sometimes useful. Your Majesty, we don't know whether this person's words are true or false. It is better to lock up the third prince first, and then give him justice after the matter is investigated. Prime Minister Li knew that the Emperor was in trouble, so he stepped forward and spoke. He interrupted the other ministers' discussions. I second the motion. The Minister of Rights and the Minister of Punishment also stepped forward. The Emperor looked at the third prince. Old third, what do you think? The third prince looked calm and said, everything is up to the Emperor. The Emperor was silent for a moment. Come on, take the third prince away and keep him under guard. And Yang Mei, take her back to the clean room. After saying that, he stood up and left with Yuilua. Resignation. Eunuch Chao finished his words in a hoarse voice, and quickly followed the Emperor. When the third prince passed by Yang Xian raised her chin like a proud rooster. You were the first to be unkind, so you can't blame me for what happened now. She had given the male protagonist a chance, but he didn't take her seriously. The third prince simply ignored her, and left with the guards. The second prince and the crown prince were left confused. Did the third brother ask us to come here just to see his identity exposed? The Emperor returned to the Imperial study, and sat down without saying a word. Eunuch Chao carefully handed the Emperor a cup of tea. The tyrant must be feeling bad, and suddenly felt a little sympathetic to him. The person he sincerely regarded as his son was someone else's child. I don't know how he will deal with the third prince. But according to the character of the third prince, he will definitely not make things difficult for the tyrant. Woohoo, I want to cry. The Emperor took the teacup and put it on the long table. The tightly wrapped secret guard suddenly appeared. It was my subordinate, who failed to take good care of Yang Mei. I beg the Emperor to punish me. It's not your fault. He originally ordered the secret guard not to stop Yang Xian, so he did this. You go to the fourth prince and secretly interrogate the relationship between the villain and Ding Feng, and everything related to Ding Feng, no matter how big or small, record it. Yes. The secret guard left in a flash. Yuilua said excitedly in her heart. Oh my god, the fourth prince has also learned to play tricks and deceive people? He felt that he had missed something. The fourth prince was frightened when he saw the secret guard suddenly appearing. Fourth prince, the Emperor ordered me to come here to interrogate the criminals. As expected, nothing can be hidden from his father. The fourth prince was surprised and asked Offing to take the secret guard to the place where the scarred man was imprisoned. Your Highness, something big happened outside. After Offing came back, he whispered to the fourth prince what he heard outside. No wonder father wants to send someone to interrogate this man. The fourth prince stood up and looked at Offling with wide eyes. You said Yang Xian was eager to kill the scarred man. Could it be related to the third prince? You should tell father's secret guards about this, and secretly go to mother to borrow some torture instruments. With mother's torture instruments in hand, I don't believe that scarred man will not confess. Anyway, mother has no shortage of things to torture people. In the next 2 days, because of Yang Xian, the identity of the third prince spread throughout the palace and everyone knew it. Even though the emperor had forbidden anyone to talk about it, everyone thought that the third prince was doomed. Your Highness, people are talking about your identity outside. Ziyang pushed the door open in indignation. Obviously, Your Highness was innocent, and he certainly wanted to be the emperor's child more than anyone else, but this was not his choice. He knew nothing, but had to endure these rumors. The third prince chuckled. The truth cannot be hidden. Let them say it if they want to. Anyway, what he said is the truth. At this time, the door was pushed open. A eunuch placed 2 white steamed buns on the table. You're going to give His Highness this to eat? The eunuch glanced at Ziyang and said sarcastically, Your Highness? It's all spread out now. What kind of His Highness is he? It's good enough to have something to eat. Don't be picky. Chapter 83. The eunuch snorted coldly and turned away. They are too much, Your Highness, I will kill him. The third prince picked up the steamed bun and ate it slowly, looking at the angry Ziyang, and said in a low voice, This steamed bun is still good. Instead of getting angry with irrelevant people here, you might as well go to the emperor and tell him that I want to see him and Lure, and see if he is willing to bring Lure to see me. When he was a child, his mother was not good to him, let alone eating steamed buns. It was good enough that he didn't go hungry, so he didn't think this steamed bun was that bad. Ziyang pursed his lips and stood up. I do it right away. He left the house and went straight to the Imperial study. When the emperor heard that it was Ziyang, he asked someone to come in. The third prince wants to see me? Ziyang bowed and said respectfully, His Highness said he wants to see you and the little princess. Finally, I can go see my third brother. He must have been given a cold shoulder by the palace people these 2 days. People in the palace have always been flattering, and I don't know how he eats and how he lives. The emperor sighed, hugged Yuilua, stood up, and went to the place where the third prince was imprisoned with Ziyang. Eunuch Chao raised his hand and pushed open the door. The third prince heard the voice and stood up and saluted the emperor. Get up. The emperor looked at the furnishings in the room and sat down on the armchair beside him. Now you don't want to call me father? Have the palace servants made things difficult for you? Ziyang wanted to speak, but the third prince glanced at him. He retracted his gaze and whispered, No palace servants have made things difficult for me. You don't have to worry. Oh, the third prince is afraid that the tyrant will stand up for him. When his identity is confirmed, the tyrant's previous stand-up will become a joke. That's why you don't want to tell the tyrant. The emperor lowered his eyes and handed Yuilua to the third prince. Don't you want to see Lure? The third prince took the soft Yuilua and said with a smile, Thank you for bringing Lure to see me. Yuilua always felt that the third prince spoke strangely. His tone was very relaxed, but it was serious. As long as you are the third prince, I am your father and Lure is your sister. This will not change. The third prince poured tea for the emperor and raised his hand to hand him the tea. Thank you, father. The emperor took the tea and did not ask the third prince why he came here. The two talked about some ordinary things. After drinking a cup of tea, the emperor stood up. If you need anything, let Ziyang go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I have important things to deal with. The third prince waited for the emperor to bring Yuilua to the door and said loudly, Thank you, father, for drinking tea with me. Goodbye, Lure. After the emperor walked away, the third prince closed the door, put away his smile, and sat back in his chair, and instructed Ziyang. Tomorrow, you will report to your father that the remnants of Yuluk Kingdom have been caught in one fell swoop, and ask the emperor how to deal with them. As for the valuables in my house, send them to concubine Xian's palace for Lure. Ziyang was puzzled. Your Highness, you could have told the emperor about the remnants of Yuluk Kingdom just now. Why did you wait until tomorrow to report to the emperor? The third prince lowered his eyes, and did not explain. Just do as I say. My father must be very upset now. If he told my father about this just now, I'm afraid it would be even more difficult for my father to decide to deal with him. He couldn't make it difficult for his father, and couldn't let the dignity of the royal family fall to the ground. Ziyang always felt that the third prince was a little weird today, but he couldn't tell what was wrong, so he stayed in the room without leaving. Until the next day, the third prince asked him to do what he had asked. He asked worriedly, Your Highness, are you really okay? The third prince raised his eyebrows. His eyes and eyebrows were full of smiles. What could be the problem? Go quickly. The Emperor had just finished reading the interrogation record presented by the secret guards, and then heard Ziyang asking for an audience. He curled his lips, put away the interrogation record, and motioned for Ziyang to come in. Yuilua always felt uneasy in her heart. She didn't sleep well last night. Now she heard Ziyang coming in, so she quickly perked up and opened her eyes, and pricked up her ears to listen to what Ziyang said. Your subordinate greets His Majesty. The Emperor asked him to stand up. What do you want to see me for? The remnants of Yulok Kingdom have been wiped out by your highness. The third prince asked me to come and report to your majesty how to deal with him. You clearly had the opportunity to say it yesterday. Why did you say it today? What is the third prince planning to do? What else did the third prince tell you? The emperor also realized that something was wrong and asked in a deep voice. Your highness asked me to give all the valuables in the mansion to the little princess. Why does it feel like he is telling me about his last wishes? Could it be that the third prince is worried that the tyrant is not ruthless, and is afraid that his life experience will become a stain on the royal family and damage the tyrant's majesty? So he has made a decision not to embarrass the tyrant, and plans to commit suicide? Thinking of this, Yuilua was not calm at all. No wonder he felt a little strange when he spoke yesterday. I'm afraid he had already made a decision when Yang Xian told the truth. Wu tyrant, go and stop him. Seeing that the emperor's face was getting uglier and uglier, Xiang didn't understand. He thought that he didn't say anything wrong. Go to the third prince. The emperor stood up suddenly, and hurried to the third prince's residence with Yuilua. When they reached the door, the emperor signaled others to step back. Before the door was opened, he heard the familiar voice of the third prince from inside. What are you doing here? Yang Xian curled her lips, wearing a set of eunuch's clothes, and sat opposite the third prince. I came to see you. I spent a lot of effort to see you. If she hadn't knocked Xiao Yuanzi unconscious and stripped off her clothes to disguise herself, she really couldn't get out. Your highness doesn't seem to welcome me? The third prince sneered. If you are here to see a joke, you can leave. It's foolish to be complacent with such a little trick in front of me. Yang Xian held her chin with one hand, and stared at the third prince. This palace? You are not the emperor's child now. Do you think you are still the high and mighty third prince? If you beg me, maybe I will still remember our previous friendship and think of a way to save you. She just didn't believe that without the glory and wealth, without the status of a royal family, she couldn't tie the third prince to herself. Save this palace? The third prince played with the teacup. Even if this palace is not the emperor's child, at most I will be demoted to a commoner or exiled. Do you think I need you to save me? He knew Yang Xian's thoughts better than anyone else, but it was a pity that this person didn't understand him at all. What if the emperor wants to kill you? Yang Xian was a little unhappy when her thoughts were exposed. You don't plan to beg me? Who knew that after she finished speaking, she heard the third prince say lightly, if that's the case, I'd love it. Why ask you? You should be glad that you are hiding in the body of Miss Yang, otherwise I would kill you without mercy now. Seeing the murderous intent flashing in his eyes, Yang Xian put away the smug look on her face. Even if the emperor wants to kill you, you don't hate him, and you don't want to stand with me? What's the point of what she did? She spent so much time on the male protagonist, but in the end, she got nothing. Chapter 84. Why do you hate the emperor? The emperor is a king first, and a father second. It is understandable that he killed me, a remnant of Yulok Kingdom. On the contrary, if he lets me go, it will cause a lot of dissatisfaction. The ministers in the court cannot tolerate the remnant of Yulok Kingdom living. Yang Xian was furious, and couldn't understand the third prince's train of thought at all. You don't think that with your little tricks, I will become a person on the same boat with you, and let you manipulate me? The third prince paused and continued, it's a pity that you are destined to be disappointed. The remnants of Yulok Kingdom that you locked up in the alley have been caught by me. Yang Xian's eyes widened. How could you do this? She originally wanted to see how the high and mighty third prince would bow his head, but she almost got herself angry to death. She had finally gathered those people together, but the third prince just caught them all in one fell swoop. Okay, you can go back now. The third prince straightened his sleeves. If you don't go, I have someone send you back. Yang Xian stood up. Just wait, I make you regret looking down on me, and then you definitely come to ask me for help. After saying that, she walked to the window behind and prepared to leave. Just as she climbed over the window, the door was suddenly pushed open. She was so scared that she couldn't help but speed up, jumped out of the window with her hands and feet, and left quickly without stopping. The emperor glanced at the window, and didn't let anyone chase him. Yang Xian still had a big show to perform with the fourth prince, otherwise he was afraid that the fourth prince would be stupid again. Greetings, your majesty. The emperor just stood there, looked at the third prince for a moment, and sighed. Get up. I heard everything just now. The third prince raised his eyelids. Since I heard it, please grant me your blessing, your majesty. The emperor sat opposite him. You really don't want to be my son, and don't want to be Luor's brother. Woo-woo, third brother, please don't die. What will happen to the heroine if you die? I didn't know the truth before, so I blamed you a lot. Now the truth is out. I don't want to embarrass you. If you are willing, I will pray to be your son and Luor's brother in the next life. The third prince's hand holding the teacup was shaking a little, revealing his emotions at the moment. Woo-woo, please don't die, third brother. I am willing to exchange fourth brother's lifelong happiness for your safety. The emperor took out the interrogation record and handed it to the third prince, who said the truth is out. Take a look at this. The third prince took it puzzled, and after reading it, his narrow eyes were full of disbelief. Is this all true? What's true or false? Can't I take a look at it? Ah, could it be that third brother is the child of a tyrant? The tyrant is too much. He tricked me into tears. The emperor patted the excited little guy and smiled. Can I still lie to you? The fourth prince took a lot of torture instruments from concubine Shu and gave them to the secret guards for interrogation, so it's worth it for you to help him. As expected, nothing can be hidden from father. The concubine Shu is devoted to studying mechanical arts, and father is busy with government affairs, so he neglected to discipline the fourth brother, which led to his simple mind. Fortunately, he did not cause any big trouble. The fourth prince's behavior is indeed related to him, and the emperor did not deny it. His mind is on government affairs, and the crown prince, and the third prince only cares about him from time to time. As for the second prince, the fourth prince, and the two princesses, they have never spent any time on him. At the same time, young Xian returned to the clean room and saw that no one followed him, and was glad that he ran fast. She calmed down her anger at the third prince, changed her clothes, and put them on Xiao Yuanzi, then woke him up. Xiao Yuanzi looked at her face, and took a step back in fear. What are you going to do? Yang Xian rolled her eyes. Nothing, I saw you were asleep, and woke you up to wash the toilet. Xiao Yuanzi got up and followed her at a distance. Yang Xian had no time to care about Xiao Yuanzi's alienation. She was thinking about how to force the male protagonist to beg her. By then, there would be no need to worry about the male protagonist and the female protagonist having any intersection. She wanted to make the high and mighty male protagonist crawl at her feet. Thinking of this, Yang Xian couldn't help laughing. The steward came over with a stern face and scolded, "Why don't you hurry up and do your work?" Yang Xian put away her smile, pouted her lips, and went forward obediently. While washing, she thought about how to do it. Suddenly, the prince's gentle and jade-like smile flashed through her mind. She was happy, and had an idea. But how could she see the prince? Just thinking about it, a sound of footsteps came. "Yang Mei, the prince wants to see you for something." Yang Xian raised her eyes, met Offing's unhappy face, and stood up with a smile. She thought to herself that someone really handed her a pillow when she was sleepy. She couldn't go out, but she forgot that there was still the idiot fourth prince, who could be used. "Offing, His Highness, do you have something to ask me?" Offing ignored her and turned away. Yang Xian said something to the steward, turned around and went to the room to get something and put it in her waist, then came out and quickly followed Offing. Neither of them spoke along the way. Yang Xian was in a good mood and didn't bother to care about Offing's look at her. Ziyang, who was beside the male protagonist, also disliked her, but so what, he couldn't kill her. "Your Highness, I've brought the person." Entering the side hall, where the fourth prince lived, Feng stepped aside after saying this. The fourth prince quickly put down his tea, wondering why his father asked him to find Yang Xian, the liar, and hid behind the screen to eavesdrop. When he saw Yang Xian now, he thought of the gold and silver he had been cheated of. "Your Highness, I just happen to have something to talk to you about." The fourth prince, who was worried about having nothing to talk about, glanced at her. "What do you want to talk to me about? Return the money to me." Yang Xian's smile froze on her face. Why did the fourth prince suddenly think about the money? Didn't he ask her to return it before? "Your Highness, I want to thank you for helping me kill the villain. Fortunately, you are here, otherwise I would be scared to death." The fourth prince said softly, "How do you plan to thank me? Give me money?" Feng almost laughed out loud when he heard it. "Your Highness is now obsessed with money, and he can't stop talking about money. I have researched a new food to repay you, Your Highness. By the way, you can invite the crown prince to join us. It will be more lively when we eat together." Yang Xian thought this was a good reason, but she didn't expect to hear the fourth prince say, Why don't you call father and little sister, and second brother to come together? Hearing this, she frowned. Why did she feel that the fourth prince was arguing with her? How could she do anything if she called so many people? The emperor would definitely not bother to sit with her. But your highness, your food is too little, not enough for so many people. The fourth prince thought seriously. That's true. Why don't you give money to Offling to buy vegetables, and I will send someone to invite the crown prince brother to come over. Young Xian gritted his teeth, took out his purse and handed it to Offling, telling him what vegetables he needed to buy. He thought to himself that he should be patient and not bother with a dead man. After this meal, the idiot fourth prince would be worthless. Yui rolled her eyes behind the screen. The king of hell wanted the fourth prince to die at 3 o'clock, but the tyrant had to do this so that he could catch the king of hell off guard at 2 o'clock. Chapter 85. The word death exploded in the fourth prince's ears. He stole a glance at Young Xian and moved his chair calmly. Money can be earned again if it is lost, but life is only one. He must be careful. If he really goes to see the king of hell, it will be miserable. Young Xian did not notice his abnormality and urged him softly, Your Highness, please ask someone to invite His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I will start cooking when Offing brings back the ingredients. The fourth prince pulled back his thoughts and ordered someone to invite His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. After a cup of tea, the Crown Prince strode in with Lin Chi. Seeing Young Xian raise her eyebrows slightly, the father really arranged a big show for the fourth brother. Meet the Crown Prince, brother. The fourth prince stood up and pulled the Crown Prince to sit next to him. Meet Your Highness the Crown Prince. Young Xian glanced at the Crown Prince's gentle jade-like handsome face, and couldn't help but feel a little regretful in her heart. If she hadn't spent too much time and invested too much in the male protagonist, she would have wanted to turn to the Crown Prince. After all, the Crown Prince looks more humane than the male protagonist. It's a pity that for the male protagonist, she must destroy the Crown Prince, so that even if the male protagonist doesn't want to, he has to take on the responsibility of the country. Why did Miss Yang come to my fourth brother? Of course she came to kill the dog. The fourth brother is useless now, and the third brother doesn't want to pay attention to her. Her dream of becoming the queen is broken, so she naturally has to find other ways to kill the fourth brother and put the blame on the Crown Prince. In this way, the Crown Prince's position will naturally be unstable. Using the life of the fourth brother to destroy a Crown Prince will force the third brother to take care of the affairs of the court. The time-traveling girl has a good plan. The abacus beads are about to hit my face. The Crown Prince raised his eyebrows slightly. According to Lure, he doesn't have to worry about Young Xian's tricks. Anyway, he won't kill him. He turned to look at the fourth prince with some sympathy, and said, Help the fourth brother later. The fourth prince stared at Young Xian with some caution. Lure didn't say how Young Xian would harm him, so he was on guard. Forget it, I just eat the Crown Prince's brother later. Anyway, Young Xian won't kill the Crown Prince's brother. Having made up his mind, the fourth prince relaxed his tense body and picked up the tea. Look at the fourth prince's silly look, he is drinking tea leisurely even though his life is almost in danger. The fourth prince took a sip and almost choked. After calming down, he put the tea on the table and simply didn't drink it. Why don't you drink? If you don't drink, you won't have a chance to drink in the future. The fourth prince, So she has a say on what to do. The emperor and the third prince were sitting behind the screen, and they almost laughed out loud at this. In fact, not only the fourth prince was nervous, but Young Xian was also nervous. After all, it was her first time to harm someone, and she kept thinking about what to do later. Your Highness, I've bought everything you need. Offing ordered people to bring in everything Young Xian needed, breaking the silence in the room. Young Xian came to her senses and stood up quickly. Wait for me, I do it right away. It will be done soon. Perhaps because she stood up too violently, the chair made a harsh noise. Without waiting for the two to speak, she pretended to be calm and directed the palace servants to take the ingredients to the small kitchen next door. She also turned around and went to the small kitchen. Offing. Seeing her leave, the fourth prince waved to Offing. Do you have any more silver? Offing handed the remaining silver to the fourth prince. How come there is only so little left? Don't you know to buy less? The prince shook his head and laughed. Fourth brother, are you starting to prepare the money for the bet? The fourth prince had a bitter face. Crown Prince, can you not mention this unhappy thing? Fourth prince has really high requirements. He only does 3 things every day: embarrass himself, embarrass the tyrant, and embarrass everyone. You are either embarrassed or on the way to embarrassment all day long. Let the Crown Prince find something to talk about to make you happy. Isn't this embarrassing? The fourth prince, eh? The prince curved his lips. Luo really didn't let anyone off. After listening for so long, it seemed that Luo hated the fourth brother the most. Could it be that the fourth brother didn't give Luo a gift? Fortunately, I gave Luo enough good things. The hot pot is here. Yang Xian was busy and ordered someone to bring the hot pot up. The room was instantly filled with the heat and aroma of the hot pot. This kind of weather is most suitable for eating hot pot. Eat it. There is nothing that can't be solved by eating a hot pot. I thought the two would ask what this thing was, but they were very calm. The prince picked up the chopsticks. It looks good. The fourth prince felt Yang Xian's gaze and smiled perfunctorily. It's really good. It smells very good. The time-traveling girl's cooking skills are really good. I, who only know how to order takeout, have been hungry. I don't know if the stupid fourth brother can find the clues. No, I can't let the fourth brother die. The fourth prince, who thought Luo had a change of heart, didn't have time to be moved, and heard the little guy's voice continue. It doesn't matter if he dies, but it will implicate the crown prince, so the time-traveling girl cannot succeed. The fourth prince was so angry that he picked up the chopsticks and snatched the beef that the crown prince had picked up. The crown prince smiled good-temperedly and put a few more pieces in his bowl. Eat it, fourth brother. Maybe because of Luo's thoughts, the fourth prince actually had a feeling of, eat it, and you can go on the road. Your Highness, if you like beef, I put more. The fourth prince didn't say anything. Seeing that Yang Xian had also eaten, he ate it boldly. Anyway, it's all cooked in the same pot, so it won't be poisonous. Behind the screen, Eunuch Chao began to swallow his saliva when he smelled it. The emperor glanced at him sideways, and he thought the emperor wanted to drink tea, so he went forward to pour tea for the emperor and the third prince, and then stepped aside. The three people outside had almost finished eating, and Yang Xian stood up. I go get water for the two princes. Walking to the small kitchen next to him, Yang Xian took out the porcelain bottle he had taken back from the house, glanced around, and after confirming that no one was around, he opened the stopper of the porcelain bottle and poured it into one of the glasses of lemonade with trembling hands. She had asked Hai Tang for this medicine before. It was said to be colorless and tasteless, and it would not scare people to death after using it. After mixing the medicine into the lemon water, Yang Xian calmed down her nervousness. She comforted herself in her heart that it was okay. Anyway, the fourth prince's accident had nothing to do with her. The fourth prince invited her here, and she didn't know about it beforehand, so she could definitely clear herself and let the crown prince take the blame. After convincing herself, Yang Xian carried the lemon water out of the small kitchen and tried to smile naturally. This is lemonade, please have a taste, your highnesses. Yang Xian put his own cup in front of him, handed a cup to the crown prince, and finally handed the cup with ingredients to the fourth prince. Your highness here? No one eats lemons. Can you drink it if you soak it in water? The fourth prince took the lemonade and smelled it. Is this the focus? Luo wanted to hold her forehead when she heard it. Isn't concerned about the time-traveling girl offering her service for no reason, but is worried about whether it can be drunk. It is definitely drinkable. It's just that something is added. Chapter 86. The fourth prince, who was enjoying his meal, put down his cup. Luckily Luo reminded him, otherwise he almost forgot about it. Your highness, try it, it's delicious. The fourth prince picked up his cup and handed it to Yang Xian. How about I exchange with you? Yang Xian's eyes flashed. Did the fourth prince find out something? She forced a smile. Your highness, I have used this before. Men and women should not touch each other. Luo was sarcastic in her heart when she heard this. Oh, now you know that men and women should not touch each other. Why didn't you say that men and women should not touch each other when you used to touch people at every turn and even entered the house and lived in the third prince's mansion? It's okay, I don't mind, are we friends? The fourth prince looked like if you don't change, you don't consider me a friend. Yang Xian almost cursed the fourth prince to death in her heart. If she changed, wouldn't she be drugging herself? She looked at the prince for help, and the prince took a sip of lemonade and put down the cup. Since you don't mind, it's okay to change. I heard that Miss Yang's personality is different from other girls, and now it seems that there is no difference. Without waiting for Yang Xian to speak, the prince continued, Miss Yang doesn't want to change. Is it because my fourth brother's water is different from yours? This plain sentence scared Yang Xian so much that the cup in her hand fell to the ground. How could it be? The crown prince is smart, and he is not on the same level as the stupid fourth prince. Seeing this, the fourth prince confirmed that there was something in his cup, otherwise Yang Xian would not be so nervous. Crown prince is just talking casually, you don't have to be nervous. If you don't want to change it, don't change it, I will drink it. The fourth prince raised his sleeve to cover the cup, winked at the crown prince, and then pretended to drink it all, but in fact the water poured into his sleeve. Luor said he was stupid, and she would let Luor see who was smarter, and surprise her later. Never mind. The prince understood, and knew that the fourth prince had also seen the clues, so he stopped trying to stop him. This water is really good. The fourth prince put the cup upside down on the table and praised. Fortunately, young Xian was glad that the fourth prince didn't find anything. It seemed that she was too nervous, and this idiot was not on guard at all. The fourth prince took advantage of young Xian's inattention, raised his hand, and pulled the prince's sleeve, and kept winking. The prince didn't understand what he wanted to say, so he didn't respond. If you like it, I do it for you next time. Young Xian looked up at the fourth prince, his tone very sincere. The fourth prince withdrew his hand, grinning, but thinking about what medicine young Xian had given him. When should he fall down, and what should he do? The prince brother is really something. He squeezed his eyes for so long, but he didn't understand, and Luor praised him for being smart, but he was smart as hell. Now I don't know whether I should fall down or not. What if I get caught? The fourth prince gritted his teeth and fell on the table with a thump. Never mind. Let's just lie first, and then we talk about it when we're exposed. No way. The crown prince brother should have seen the clues. Why did the fourth prince, this stupid dog, drink the water? Is he pretending? But he pretended too hard. The sound of the knocking on the table hurt even through the screen. The fourth prince was indeed hurt by the knocking. He wanted to raise his hand to touch it, but it was inappropriate, so he had to endure it. What's wrong with your highness? Young Xian didn't expect the drug to work so quickly, so he pretended to be scared. The prince shook his head, and calmly put down his chopsticks. He must have fallen asleep, Miss Yang, don't be nervous. How could he have fallen asleep? Young Xian knew better than anyone why the fourth prince fell down. She stood up and shouted to the outside with a righteous look on her face. Come here, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince murdered the fourth prince, come here quickly. The fourth prince rolled his eyes. Young Xian was even dumber than him. He was still worried that he would not be exposed, but Young Xian did not even verify it, and directly accused the Crown Prince. It was so stupid. Offing and Lin Qi, who were outside, heard the noise and rushed in. Seeing the fourth prince lying on the table, they went forward and tried to pull the fourth prince. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? The prince was worried that the fourth prince would be exposed, so he quickly stopped him. Your Highness, you have murdered the fourth prince, but you didn't let Offing check on the fourth prince. Young Xian accused him. Yui Lua clicked her tongue in her heart, and her eyes were almost rolled up to the sky. Stupid, the prince stopped Offing just because he was worried that he would be exposed. You're talking nonsense. Ah Feng glared at Young Xian. How could His Royal Highness the Crown Prince kill His Royal Highness? Is it you, the troublemaker? Young Xian wiped her tears. Your Highness and I are friends. How could I possibly harm His Royal Highness? Besides, you invited me here. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is only the Crown Prince now, and other princes may threaten his position, so he is naturally the most likely to harm His Royal Highness. You should report to the Emperor immediately, and have someone investigate the matter thoroughly, and you must get back for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The fourth prince couldn't listen any longer, and stood up, and Young Xian's righteous speech came to an abrupt end. She looked at the fourth prince in disbelief. You, what do you mean? The fourth prince squeezed the water on his sleeves into the cup. Speak, why don't you say anything? Ha ha ha, the time-traveling girl must be dumbfounded. Being deceived by someone she thought was extremely stupid. Great, Your Highness, you're fine. Young Xian pretended to be happy. It seems that I was wrong. It was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. A Feng seemed to understand something and sneered. Aren't you going to invite the Emperor? I go now. Tyrant, see you, hurry up and give the time-traveling girl a big surprise. The Emperor had a black line on his forehead, stood up, and walked out from behind the screen. No need. Everyone in the room knelt down to pay their respects. The Emperor asked someone to stand up, and glanced at Young Xian. Come here, call the Imperial physician. The fourth prince thought the Emperor was worried about him, raised his hand, and touched his forehead. Father, I'm fine. The Emperor sat down expressionlessly. I asked the Imperial physician to come and check what was in the water. The fourth prince, After all, he thought too much. Your Highness, you lied to me? Are we friends? Young Xian was dumbfounded. Her mind was in a mess. She couldn't believe it. The fourth prince actually lied to her. The Emperor was still behind the screen. Even the third prince was there. Wasn't the third prince locked up? Who is your friend? The fourth prince snorted coldly. I will not be friends with a fool like you. Hurry up and return my silver. A girl is so thick-skinned that I have to ask for it in person. How good are you to be deceived by such a fool? You are just the same. Your Highness, I did this for you. Do you think the Emperor will accept you with your identity as a remnant of Yulo Kingdom? Chapter 87. Come here, block her mouth. After Eunuch Chao gave the order, Offing stepped forward quickly and took out a piece of cloth to block Yang Xian's mouth. Your Majesty, Dr. Lin is here. Dr. Lin came in, put down his medicine box, and knelt down to salute. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. The Emperor motioned him to stand up, pointed at the water that the fourth prince had wrung out, and said, check what's in this water. Dr. Lin took the water, took out a silver needle from the medicine box, and put it into the water, and the silver needle turned black instantly. He took out the silver needle, smelled the water again, and said with a bow, Your Majesty, this water is highly poisonous. This poison is colorless and tasteless. This poison should be unique to the royal family of Yulo Kingdom. Yang Xian wanted to defend herself, but her mouth was blocked, and she couldn't say anything at all. She could only desperately shake her head to deny. The Emperor frowned and said sternly, Come here, search her body. Soon, a palace maid found a small porcelain bottle from Yang Xian and handed it to Lin Tai. It is this poison. Lin Tai took the porcelain bottle and poured some medicine powder on his hand. Yang Xian knew that she was finished, and her body collapsed to the ground without anyone to support her. Come here, the palace maid Yang Mei slandered the third prince as a remnant of Yulo Kingdom, intending to murder the fourth prince and put the blame on the prince. From now on, she will be imprisoned in Tianlao. After the others took Yang Xian away, the fourth prince walked over to Yuilua and kissed her chubby face. If it weren't for Luo, he would have been defenseless against Yang Xian, and now he would have become a corpse. Fortunately, there was Luo. Yuilua didn't know what the fourth prince was crazy about, and she twisted her face in disgust. Are you itchy? The Emperor gave him a warning look. Who told you to kiss Luo so much? Don't you see that she is unhappy? The prince walked up and took out a square handkerchief, gently wiping the saliva off Yuilua's face. Luo, don't be scared. Fourth brother might be scared silly. Fourth prince, Crown prince is still gentle. Fourth prince is really rude. Does my face smell like hot pot now? You? Ah, what good show did I miss? Second prince came in waving a folding fan. When he saw the Emperor holding Yuilua, he almost tripped over the threshold. After standing up straight, he quickly put away the folding fan in his hand, put on a serious look and went forward to salute. Your son grieved the Emperor. He was frivolous just now, but when he saw the tyrant, he changed his face in seconds. He really switched smoothly. He is worthy of being the son of Concubine De, and he is as good at acting as Concubine De. Get up, come and find the fourth brother. The second prince nodded. Father, the fourth brother made a bet with a few of us, he lost, and I am here to collect the debt. The fourth prince looked at the second prince with resentment. Second prince, I almost lost my life. Do you have a heart? You don't care about me, but you ask for a debt as soon as you open your mouth. He finally understood why his father asked him to call Yang Xian and listen behind the screen. It turned out that he was waiting to see him laugh. Isn't fourth brother fine? The second prince glanced at him from head to toe. No limbs are missing, just a little disfigurement. It doesn't matter. The third prince nodded in agreement. It really won't affect giving us money. Third brother, you are so heartless. The fourth prince touched his forehead. I also contributed to the interrogation of the scarred man. Why are you still thinking of asking me for money? The crown prince shook his head and laughed. Okay, stop teasing fourth brother. It's good that he's fine. Well, the life of the fourth prince was saved. In the book, he was not so lucky. Not only did he fail to save his life, but he also caused the crown prince to be criticized by the world, saying that he was not worthy of being the crown prince. The young lady of the Qin family was also pitiful. She said that she would no longer care about the fourth prince, but after the death of the fourth prince, she was so upset that she followed the fourth prince. The good childhood sweethearts could not resist the time-traveling girl. The fourth prince pursed his lips. He and Qin Qianqian had been playing together since childhood. How could he not see that Qin Qianqian loved him so deeply? The Emperor raised his eyebrows slightly. The foolish boy, the fourth prince, was so lucky. Could it be that fools have good fortune? He stood up and said, the weather is good today. You brothers, please accompany me for a walk. It's rare to see the fourth prince not being stupid. The life experience of the third prince is also clear. He is more relaxed than before. Several people followed the Emperor out of the side hall, and walked through the long palace road to the Imperial garden. When they walked to the rockery, they heard two disdainful conversations. I heard that the third prince is a remnant of the Yulo kingdom. I don't know how the emperor will deal with him. We have to send him food every day. It's so unlucky. His guard said he was a prince, and it was good enough to give him steamed buns. He really thought he was a prince. Now his life story has spread everywhere. Eunuch Chow was sweating coldly when he heard this, thinking who was blind. As expected, people in the palace would judge people by their appearance. They should be dragged out and beaten with a stick when they started to talk about it. Yuilua raised her head and glanced at the emperor. The emperor was about to walk out when he heard a clear female voice. I didn't know that two servants could make decisions for the emperor. As long as the emperor has not abolished the status of the third prince, he is the master. You can only serve him respectfully. How can you gossip here? Ah, it's the heroine. She seems cold and indifferent to the third brother, but she protects her husband like crazy behind his back. In the book, the two were separated by the time-traveling girl. In order to humiliate the heroine, the time-traveling girl also brought her into the palace. In fact, she didn't know that it was her own will. Fortunately, the third brother knew about the time-traveling girl's actions and imprisoned her. Unfortunately, the third brother was left alone in the end and couldn't be with the heroine. The second prince shook his folding fan. The fourth brother had someone who liked him, and the third brother also had someone to protect him. Why didn't I hear Luor talk about him and the crown prince? Could it be that he and his brother the crown prince are not even as good as the fourth brother? But why does this voice sound familiar? The third prince was a little surprised when he heard the woman speaking for him, and then he heard Yuilua's inner voice, and he couldn't help but be a little curious about this heroine. If he remembered correctly, the two didn't seem to know each other. The two people outside the rockery heard Mushue's voice, and quickly shut their mouths in fear. When they looked up and saw that it was a stranger, they didn't immediately salute. How dare you? You don't salute when you see the princess. The maid next to Mushue scolded sternly. The two of them saluted in a hurry, and they also understood the identity of this person in their hearts. The second prince, who was still doubting himself, heard this and glanced at the third prince in disbelief. He said that the voice was familiar, and it turned out to be his cousin. How could the third brother have a relationship with his cousin? Could it be that the two of them knew each other secretly behind his back? Second brother, it's okay to eat melons on your cousin. Are you wondering when your cousin knew the third brother? Not to mention that you don't know. Even the third brother himself doesn't remember. The emperor had heard almost everything, so he walked out of the rockery. I have clearly prohibited that no one is allowed to discuss the identity of the third prince in private. Anyone who violates the order will be beaten to death. Mu Shui and the maid saw the emperor coming out and hurriedly knelt down to salute. The two eunuchs were heard by Mu Shui saying bad things about the third prince. Chapter 88. Now the emperor suddenly appeared again, followed by the third prince himself. The two were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they knelt on the ground and kowtowed to admit their mistakes. Your Majesty, please forgive me, third prince, please forgive me. I was just confused for a moment and spoke without restraint. Ziyang snorted coldly. You didn't look like this when you fed His Highness dry buns. The emperor glanced at the two of them indifferently, and finally his eyes fell on Mu Shui, who was standing aside, and asked people to stand up. Mu Shui stood up, raised her eyes, and glanced at the third prince without leaving a trace, and then slowly retracted her eyes. She was wearing a moon-white waisted long dress, with cold eyes, and a small oval face as white as jade. Her thick black hair was tied into a simple bun, with a white jade hairpin inserted on it. This outfit was not only not plain, but made her look more elegant and refined, like a snow lotus on a high mountain. The heroine was a beautiful woman with temperament. She was a perfect match for the third brother, a match made in heaven. It was just a pity that she had such a face, and was secretly in love. I don't know what she was thinking. But is this secret love inherited from the family? The second prince is a frivolous guy who is very good at talking. He looks like a veteran driver. But when he meets the person he likes, he can't get a cold fart. He is also in pure love and secret love. The second prince, So now he is not making fun of the fourth brother, but starting to make fun of himself? The emperor listened with great interest and almost forgot about the two eunuchs kneeling on the ground. Fortunately, Mu Shui's voice sounded, calling back his thoughts. Your Majesty, I still have to pay my respects to the Empress Defei, so I will leave first. The emperor waved his hand, and after everyone walked away, he ordered his men to drag the two eunuchs on the ground and beat them to death. The maid and Mu Shui walked out of the Imperial garden, feeling very puzzled. Her princess usually turned a deaf ear to the outside world, and even her cousin, the second prince, didn't care at all. Why did she suddenly think of taking care of the third prince's affairs? Princess, the third prince is now at the center of the storm. It would be bad if the emperor misunderstood that you were the marquis's intention. Mu Shui raised her eyebrows and said indifferently, Daddy is loyal. What does it have to do with Daddy? I just can't stand those servants who bully their masters. The maid didn't say anything, but muttered in her heart, when did her mistress become so kind? When she arrived at the door of Defei's palace, she heard the noisy sound coming from inside before she walked in. Hearing the footsteps, Defei stood up quickly, looking as if she was facing a great enemy, and tidied her clothes. Quick, put away the cards and bring the Buddhist scriptures to me. Instantly, the people in the palace were in a hurry. Some were busy looking for Buddhist scriptures, and some were busy sorting out the leaf cards. Mu Shui walked in, and saw that several maids of concubine Da had just collected the last leaf card. Concubine Da, who had received the Buddhist scriptures, had no time to act serious and looked up at Mu Shui's cold face. Greetings, Concubine Da. Concubine Da put the Buddhist scriptures on the table, stood up, patted her chest and walked towards her. It's Shui, get up quickly, I was scared to death, I thought it was the emperor. Pulling Mu Shui to sit on the chair, Concubine Da asked with a smile, why did you want to come to the palace to see me? You didn't want to come before when I asked you to. Mu Shui pursed her lips. She just heard about the third prince from her father, and was too worried, so she came to visit her aunt to ask about it. Unexpectedly, she was lucky enough to meet the third prince. Seeing him following behind the emperor, she thought he was fine. I haven't seen my aunt for a long time, so I came to see her. Afraid of being discovered, Mu Shui quickly changed the subject, and was playing cards just now. Concubine Da curved her lips, you know, the palace is boring, I have to find something to amuse myself. Don't tell your father, or he will definitely lecture me. The image she had worked so hard to build must not be ruined. Mu Shui took out a Buddhist scripture and handed it to Concubine Da. Daddy also asked me to give this to you, saying that you would like it. But aunt, you should be careful of being discovered by the emperor. Concubine Da took the Buddhist scripture and said indifferently, no, the emperor will not come to me. I stay in the palace all day copying Buddhist scriptures. He can't come, and other concubines will not come either. Anyway, to the outside world, she is just a concubine Da who likes Buddhist scriptures. She is not a threat to those jealous concubines, so they will not bother her. Mu Shui laughed. She thought her aunt had changed after entering the palace, but she didn't expect it was just pretending. Other concubines want to compete for favor, but my aunt avoids them. Concubine Da took the tea handed by the maid, blew it gently, and took a sip. The emperor likes government affairs, and he is not the kind of person who covets beauty. People who understand know that they should just live their own lives. She already had the second prince, and she didn't want to experience the pain of childbirth again, so she would naturally avoid it. By the way, has Aunt heard about what's going on outside? Defei shook her head blankly. Something big happened? Mu Shui told the story of the third prince, and Defei put the teacup on the small table beside her. The third prince is a good child, but it's a pity that he has a mother like Lu, and he is also a poor child. After saying that, Defei seemed to remember something, staring at her niece's cold face. Shui, why did you suddenly ask about the third prince? Could it be? Before she finished, she was interrupted by Mu Shui. I heard some palace people talking when I came here just now, so I felt a little sad. And, don't think too much. Defei, who had been thinking too much, also gave up her thoughts after hearing this. Shui and the third prince didn't know each other, so there would be no relationship. It has always been like this in the palace. From what you said, the third prince must be fine. The emperor is still concerned about the third prince. Even if the emperor wants to punish the third prince, concubine Xian should help speak up. Seeing Mu Shui's puzzled expression, Defei smiled and explained. The most favored person in the palace now is the little princess, and concubine Xian is her mother. Moreover, the third prince and the little princess are very close, and given concubine Xian's personality, she will definitely say something for the third prince. Thinking of the baby in the emperor's arms, Mu Shui suddenly realized. It turned out that it was the little princess, and she really looked favored. As the two were talking, the maid came in to report that the second prince had arrived. Mother, your son is here to see you. The second prince strode over, bowed, and sat down on his own, asking someone to serve him tea. You don't even know how to greet your cousin when you see her? Concubine Da glanced at her son. The second prince put his fan on the table. Hello, cousin. Hello, cousin. Mu Shui also nodded in response. By the way, I heard that my brother is choosing a husband for you, Shui. Defei's eyes moved back and forth between the two of them. Shui, What do you think of your cousin? The second prince spat out a mouthful of tea when he heard this. Seeing his intense reaction, Defei glared at him. Why, is it unfair for you to let Schwer marry you? Chapter 89. The second prince put down his teacup and waved his hands. Mother, it's because my cousin is so good. You know what kind of person I am. I am not worthy of my cousin. Let alone that he is someone he likes. Even if he doesn't, he can't destroy the happiness of my third brother and cousin. Isn't this a random matchmaking by mother? I am worried that Schwer will suffer if she marries someone else and be bullied by her mother-in-law. If she marries you, you naturally dare not neglect Schwer, otherwise you really don't deserve Schwer. She watched her niece grow up. She has a cold temper. She is a little worried about marrying someone else. Mother, you are worrying too much. My cousin is outstanding in appearance, and she is a princess. Who dares to treat her badly? Besides, I can find a man without a mother-in-law for my cousin. The third brother is very suitable. It would be great if the couple lived in the third prince's mansion. Defei nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Aunt, you don't have to worry about my affairs. I will choose the one I like. If I don't like any of them, Daddy can't do anything to me. Mu Xue knew that Defei was concerned about her, but Daddy always doted on her, so naturally he wouldn't force her to marry. That's right. If Schwer can't find someone she likes, she can live with your cousin. The second prince rolled his eyes silently. Mother, you make it seem like no one wants me. Hearing what he said, Concubine also got excited. How dare you say that? If you have someone who wants you, tell me. I ask the emperor to grant you a marriage. Thinking of the person he likes, the second prince shut up in dismay. If he says it out loud, he'd be beaten up by his mother and uncle. No, he is not as tough as the fourth brother, and can't stand being beaten. At the same time, after the emperor separated from several princes, he took Yuilua back to the Imperial study. As soon as he sat down, he heard someone come in to report. Your Majesty, there are several adults outside who want to see you. The emperor glanced at the eunuch Chow next to him. Go, send these people away. These people who want to see you must be about the third brother. Anyway, now that it has been said, those who didn't come will definitely talk about it again in the morning court. It is better to deal with it together in the morning court tomorrow, so that these old guys will shut up. Eunuch Chow complained in his heart. He was going to offend people again. Concubine Chow had endured too much by the side of the tyrant, such as offending people. The emperor raised his eyebrows. Eunuch Chow, are you unhappy? Eunuch Chow paused and quickly put on a respectful smile. What are you talking about, Your Majesty? This is my duty. How can I be unhappy? After saying that, he walked out of the imperial study and was surrounded by 4 or 5 ministers. Eunuch Chow, what did the emperor say? Eunuch Chow cleared his throat. Please go back, everyone. If there is anything, we will talk about it in the morning court tomorrow. The emperor has no time to see you now. Several people looked at each other. Was the emperor trying to evade them? Without waiting for them to ask further questions, Eunuch Chow turned around and went into the imperial study, quickly closing the door. After several people left, he walked up to the emperor and reported. Your Majesty, they were all sent away. The emperor nodded, picked up the booklet with relevant records of Ding Feng, and handed the interrogation record of the scarred man to Eunuch Chow. Send these 2 things to Dr. Lin, and let him find out something. Why don't you let me take a look? Maybe I can find out something. Yuilua raised her little hand to grab it, but the emperor had already waved his hand to let Eunuch Chow do it. He knew that Luor would definitely see something, but if he wanted to dispel the rumors, he naturally needed someone who could speak convincingly. Besides, the scarred man was not an imperial physician, so his words could not be completely trusted. It was better to let Imperial Physician Lin confirm it. Imperial Physician Lin was very efficient, and confirmed the emperor's uncertainty before dinner. The next day, the ministers came to court earlier than usual, and gathered in groups of 3 or 4 outside the palace to discuss the matter of the third prince. It was not until Prime Minister Li and Lord Qin came that they calmed down a little. Prime Minister, the matter of the third prince is now known to everyone, which can be said to be a disgrace to the royal family. Prime Minister, do you know how the emperor plans to deal with the third prince? Prime Minister Li raised his hand and stroked his beard. Are you so anxious? How to deal with this matter will be known in the morning court. You are here to discuss something that has not yet been concluded. Do you want to be dragged down and beaten to death like those palace servants? After he finished speaking, the door of the hall was opened by the palace servants. Prime Minister Li walked in. The other ministers shut up and followed him in line, waiting for the emperor to arrive. The emperor came in with Yuilua in his arms, sat down and waited for them to finish their ceremony before speaking indifferently. My dear ministers, please start your music. I know you have been holding it back all night, so you must be feeling very uncomfortable. The tyrant was really rude to the ministers. Your Majesty, you must give everyone an explanation about the third prince, otherwise it will be a disgrace to the royal family. I heard that the emperor beat the palace maid who discussed the identity of the third prince to death. The emperor is so careless about human life, I am afraid that the palace maids will resent him. Since the third prince is not of royal blood, he should be executed. These people said this at once, thinking that the emperor would be furious, but he looked calm and composed. All finished? Who told you that the third prince is not my son? You all believe what I said. If I really wanted to kill people, I would have beaten you to death. Why are you still talking nonsense here? Prime Minister Li grasped the key point and stepped forward. Does the emperor mean that everything is a misunderstanding? Eunuch Chow glanced at the emperor and shouted outside. Bring everyone in. Yang Xian was dragged in by 2 guards and pushed to the ground. She raised her head and shouted loudly, Your Majesty, I am innocent. The third prince is really Yilagugwa. Before she finished speaking, she saw the scarred man being brought in and stepped back in fear. Isn't this man dead? Why is he still here? Are you surprised to see me alive, idiot? The scarred man said sarcastically. Yang Xian was able to get out of her fear when she heard the word alive. So the fourth prince deliberately lied to her, and he was actually alive all along? Your Majesty, since this person is still alive, you can ask him, and you will know that the third prince is indeed Dingfeng's son. Yang Xian tightened her hanging hands, praying in her heart that this person would not ruin her plans, otherwise she would be completely finished. The sky prison was not a place for people to stay, and she didn't want to be locked up again. Oh! The emperor raised his eyebrows. Why are you so sure that the third prince is not mine? The other ministers were also very curious, waiting for Yang Xian's next words. Yang Xian snorted coldly, raised his hand and pointed at the scarred man. This man asked me a few questions to test whether the third prince was colorblind, and infer that Ding Feng was colorblind. In case these people didn't understand, Yang Xian also explained. Colorblindness means that some colors cannot be distinguished. It is hereditary, and the third prince is also the same. Chapter 90. As soon as these words came out, Yuilua laughed out loud. The time-traveling girl really did everything she could to drag the third prince into the water. How come I didn't know that the third prince was colorblind? Thinking of this, Yuilua suddenly remembered the plot in the book. So in the book, the time-traveling girl used the same method to use the fourth prince to kill the scarred man, not because the scarred man wanted to molest her, but to kill him to silence her. Because she mistakenly believed that her father was colorblind, so her son would also be colorblind. Since the third prince didn't have it, it proved that he was the emperor's child, so killing the scarred man was to conceal the identity of the male protagonist. Yuilua shook her little head. Doesn't the time-traveling girl know that her father's colorblindness will not be passed on to her son? She also made up a lie that the male protagonist is also colorblind to fool the ministers. The scarred man sneered and looked at Yang Xian. You are really stupid. I asked you this question just to test you, but you turned around and wanted to kill me. Who told you that your father's colorblindness will be passed on to his son? Yang Xian narrowed her eyes, so she remembered it wrong? But now that the words have been spoken, would it be inappropriate to change the words? I just hope these old-fashioned people don't know what is hereditary or not, so that they can nail down the identity of the third prince as a remnant of Yulo Kingdom. When did I become colorblind? I didn't even know it. The third prince walked in with a smile and bowed respectfully to the emperor. Father, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has brought Dr. Lin here. Let Dr. Lin solve the doubts for you adults. The ministers who were originally wavering stopped talking and saw the Crown Prince and the second and fourth princes file in. Dr. Lin followed behind. After the few people saluted, Dr. Lin smiled at Yang Xian. Are you sure color blindness is hereditary? Seeing his confident expression, Yang Xian began to waver. This doctor looked young, but full of confidence. Why not just say that he remembered it wrong? Anyway, since they said that the third prince would not be inherited, can't they also think that the third prince is Ding Feng's child, unless they can prove that the third prince is the emperor's child? Maybe I remembered it wrong. Yang Xian frowned. Since you said it is not hereditary, then the third prince is not colorblind. How to prove that he is the emperor's child? TSK, the time-traveling girl is sure that paternity tests cannot be done in ancient times, so she is here to lead the rhythm. Fortunately, the tyrant found Dr. Lin, who is knowledgeable, and is waiting to see the time-traveling girl get slapped in the face. Dr. Lin did not answer her question directly, but turned to look in the direction of the Minister of Justice, Lord Qin. Lord Qin, I have read the relevant records of Ding Feng, and it is recorded that he was hit to death in prison. Is this true? Aren't you talking about the third prince? Why are you asking about Lord Qin again? The ministers are puzzled. Lord Qin agreed, but he nodded. Yes, but the strange thing is that his injury was not serious, but blood was all over the floor, so it's better to say that he died of bleeding than to say that he was hit to death. Although he thought it was strange, Ding Feng was dead at the time, so he didn't investigate the reason. This proves that the third prince is the emperor's child. Dr. Lin retracted his gaze and bowed to the emperor. I have seen this disease in an ancient book. People call people with this disease glass people. Their bodies are very fragile, unlike normal people. Normal people will stop bleeding when they are scratched, but serious people will bleed. This disease can be passed on to boys. My goodness, isn't this modern hemophilia? Dr. Lin knows a lot. My dear ministers, do you still have doubts about the identity of the third prince? Come on, those who just ordered the execution of the third prince, saying that I take human life lightly, do you still have any objections? How dare the people who were named to object? The emperor clearly came to the court because he had evidence, and it would be too ignorant for them to say anything more. Seeing these people pretending to be dead, the emperor snorted coldly. If you discuss the third prince's affairs in the future, you will be executed directly. Anyway, the autumn exam has just passed, and the spring exam will begin after the new year. Even if you are killed, there will be no worries about no one to take over the position. With talented people, tyrants start to get cocky. This is a clear message to them. If they don't behave, they will be laid off directly. The ministers hurriedly bowed, Your Majesty. The emperor nodded with satisfaction and looked at the scarred man and Yang Xian. The two men will be executed directly, and the woman will be locked up in the secret cell of the Ministry of Justice. Yang Xian's face turned pale when she heard this punishment. She had read books and knew how terrifying the secret cell of the Ministry of Justice was. There were all kinds of death row prisoners locked up in it. What was the difference between directly executing her? She looked at the fourth prince with a pleading face. She was gagged and dragged out when she wanted to speak. The fourth prince pretended not to see it and looked away. This man almost made him go to see the king of hell, and he didn't pay back the money he owed him. He actually wanted him to plead for him. What a dream. Your Majesty is wise, but the other remnants of Yulo Kingdom will always be a hidden danger if they are not eliminated. The emperor stared at the person who spoke for a moment and stood up. While you were holding on to the identity of the third prince, he had already wiped out the remnants of Yulo Kingdom. Do you still need to remind him? He walked away, and after 2 steps he stopped. Sir Qin, follow me to the Imperial study. Sir Qin followed the emperor to the Imperial study, and the emperor sat down and gave a direct order. Just lock up that woman, and have someone watch her carefully, don't torture her, and don't let her commit suicide. If it weren't for the concern for the health of Miss Yang, he really wanted to order someone to kill her with a knife. Your Majesty, why don't you hand her over to the Dali Temple for detention? The emperor didn't want anyone to die, so it would be more appropriate to lock her up in the Dali Temple. Do as I say. You are the only one who can be held responsible for the death of the person. He had thought about going to Dali Temple before, but Yang Xian's father Yang Wen will be appointed to Dali Temple next year. If Yang Wen takes pity on his daughter and commits corruption, he doesn't want to ruin Yang Wen's career because of the time-traveling girl. Today is a good day. The time-traveling girl can no longer make trouble. Now the hero and heroine should be able to be together happily. After Lord Qin left the Imperial study, Eunuch Chao handed the emperor tea. Do you think I don't care enough about my children? The emperor took the tea and asked Eunuch Chao. Eunuch Chao smiled and said, Your Majesty is concerned about the country and the people, so it is inevitable that you will be a little negligent towards the princesses. If your Majesty feels bad, you can grant marriages to the princesses, since they are all of marriageable age. The emperor drank a sip of tea and stood up. I forgot to go to Concubine's bedroom. Oh, I have to go to Concubine's bedroom. Pray for her. She'd better be copying Buddhist scriptures, otherwise her character will collapse. Is Concubine cheating in broad daylight? The emperor was puzzled. The least worrying people in the palace were Concubine De and Concubine Xian. But Luor said that, and he always felt a little uneasy. He went to Concubine De's palace gate with full of doubts. He didn't let anyone inform him, and walked in directly. Chapter 91. The maids in the palace were so frightened when they saw the emperor that their faces turned pale. They knelt down and saluted to remind Concubine De. Your servant greets His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. When Concubine De heard the voice, she quickly put the leaf cards in her hand on the table and looked up to see the emperor's serious face. She stood up pretending to be calm and walked to the emperor with a dignified smile to salute. Why didn't you inform me when the emperor came so that I could go out to greet him? Haha, concubinda has a really good psychological quality, as if she was not the one playing leaf cards. The emperor glanced at concubinda and walked to the chair and sat down. If I had someone report it, how would I know that you were playing cards? Concubinda poured tea for the emperor, her mind racing, thinking about how to pass the buck. She handed the tea to the emperor, knelt straight on the ground, and folded her hands in front of her. Your Majesty is wronged. These cards were sent by Hangi yesterday. I took them out to let the palace servants take them away. As concubinda, I will definitely not knowingly commit a crime. The second prince is really miserable. He is at home, and the blame is on others. Concubinda really wants to make her children suffer, but not herself. The way she uses to cheat her son is comparable to that of concubine Shu. Really? The emperor narrowed his eyes, and looked at eunuch Chow standing beside him. Did the second prince come to concubinda's palace yesterday? Eunuch Chow replied respectfully, yes, your majesty, and the princess was there too. Concubinda was afraid that the emperor would ask more questions, so she quickly changed the subject. I wonder why the emperor came to see me. The emperor motioned her to get up, and took a sip of tea. I plan to grant marriages to several princes, so I want to ask your and concubine Shu's opinions. The crown prince and the third child have no mother, so he will ask them directly what they think. Your majesty, I have no objection. As long as the children are willing, everything is up to your majesty. The emperor nodded, put down the tea, stood up, and walked to the door with Yuilu in his arms. Da Fei let out a heavy breath, thankful that she managed to fool him. Unexpectedly, the emperor suddenly turned around and said, forget it this time, and don't do it again. After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving Da Fei confused. Your majesty, what does the emperor mean by this? Several palace maids surrounded him. They probably found out. Put away the cards, and be more restrained recently. Back in the imperial study, eunuch Chow flattered him. I know that the emperor is wise and powerful, and he will definitely not be fooled by concubinda. The emperor snorted coldly, concubinda is afraid that I will go to her palace, and she is also afraid that others will bother her. I handle official business every day, and I don't have the time to go to her bedroom. Everyone treats me as a jackal and avoids me. Concubinda told him all day that she wanted to copy Buddhist scriptures. Concubine Shu was busy all day, and concubine Xian was neither cold nor warm to him. Everyone else wanted him to go to the palace, but these three people were just short of writing the word disdain on their faces. The tyrant finally realized that he was disdainful, and he was quite self-aware. He was bored in the palace and had to find fun. You should be glad that it was just playing cards, not cheating on you. The emperor, Go call Lin, the imperial doctor, and send someone to summon the deputy commander of the imperial guards. Eunuch Chow took the order and left, but he walked out of the imperial study and turned back. Your majesty, Lin, the imperial doctor, just happened to come. The big liar is here. He looked righteous and awe-inspiring during the morning court, and fooled the ministers. I almost got fooled. Fortunately, the time-traveling girl is not good at biology, otherwise she could have exposed you directly. The emperor scratched his ears. He didn't intend to give the time-traveling girl a chance to speak. The guards were not dead. If the time-traveling girl really wanted to expose her, she could just block her mouth. Your majesty. The emperor asked people to stand up. You performed well during the morning court. Dr. Lin smiled. Your majesty, can you please not let me lie next time? I'm really not good at it. Fortunately, this disease is rare, and the ministers are unfamiliar with it, so they were all fooled. Not good at it. The emperor raised his eyebrows. I think you are better at it than anyone else. If you hadn't known about it, and didn't report it, I wouldn't have used this method to prove the identity of the third prince. You can do this to atone for your sins. It was indeed his fault, so Dr. Lin stopped talking. He had just entered the Imperial Hospital not long ago, and he thought he could show his skills, but the result was the opposite of what he wanted. He could only be ordered to do odd jobs every day. Until one day, concubine Xian suddenly sent someone to summon him to take her pulse. He thought he was finally taken seriously, but when he entered the room, concubine Xian dismissed the people around him. She threatened him to do a good job, and not to be like her own doctor, who even misdiagnosed the month. He finished the diagnosis with trepidation, and asked concubine Xian's doctor about the month he diagnosed. It turned out to be 1 month longer than his own. At that time, he didn't know concubine Xian's intention, so he told the truth carefully. As a result, concubine Xian smiled and rewarded him with a lot of things. After returning to the Imperial Hospital, He was already sweating coldly, wondering why concubine Xian's doctor would lie to her. But he never figured it out. It was not until the news of the third prince's identity came out in recent days that he understood the meaning of concubine Xian's words. Seeing that Dr. Lin was standing there, and was reluctant to thank him, Eunuch Chao raised his voice to remind him. Dr. Lin, why don't you thank the emperor quickly? What are you standing there for? Dr. Lin pulled back his thoughts and cowed out to thank him. I thank the emperor for his grace. Eunuch Chao sent Dr. Lin out of the Imperial study, and the person sent to invite the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, Wang Yu, came over. Your Majesty, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, Wang Yu, is here. Wang Yu entered the Imperial study, knelt on the ground with a bang, and knocked his head heavily on the floor. Your Majesty, I am guilty, and have failed your trust. I beg your punishment. The emperor raised his eyebrows, but did not let him get up. What crime have you committed? Wang Yu closed his eyes. Ding Feng has a strange disease. I knew about it, but not only did I not report it to the emperor, I also helped to deceive the emperor. I deserve to die. The emperor's tone was flat, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. You really deserve to die. You helped Ding Feng deceive me, and did what I asked him to do. Wang Yu took out a porcelain bottle, and handed it over with both hands. Your Majesty, I have only been helping Ding Feng in the past few months. Before that, he had been taking medicine, just like an ordinary person, so I knew he was sick, but I didn't know it was such a rare disease. Eunuch Chao took the porcelain bottle, smelled it, and presented it to the emperor without finding anything unusual. The emperor didn't understand pharmacology, so he just put it aside and rubbed his temples. Wang Yu, I can spare your life, but I can avoid the death penalty, but I can't escape the living crime. If you resist 50 military sticks, I will not pursue it in the future. Wang Yu cowed out heavily. Thank you, Your Majesty. I am willing to accept the punishment. After punishing Wang Yu, the emperor gave the medicine to Eunuch Chao, and was about to ask him to give it to Dr. Lin. Yui Lua's inner voice sounded beside her ear. The tyrant was not going to give the medicine to Dr. Lin for examination. Instead of giving it to Dr. Lin, it would be better to give it to the heroine. The heroine's medical skills are much better than Dr. Lin. Chapter 92. This will not only create opportunities for the third brother and the heroine, but also check the use of the medicine. Tyrant, you will have a grandson in no time. The emperor thought it made sense and took the porcelain bottle back. The girl from the Mu family is a good match for the third brother in terms of appearance and family background. Why don't he just grant them a marriage? Thinking of this, he looked at Eunuch Chao. The princes should not have left the palace yet. Let them come to Qingxing Palace to see me, and call concubine Shu and concubine De over. After giving the order, the emperor picked up his pen and wrote an imperial edict. He put it away before standing up and heading towards Qingxing Palace. He had heard that the Marquis of Qingyuan loved this daughter. The third daughter had a bad reputation before, and now there was a matter of different status. If it is not handled properly, I am afraid that the marriage will make the Marquis of Qingyuan and the concubine De dissatisfied. They went to Qingxing Palace, which was more spacious than the imperial study, and waited for a while before a group of people filed in. They were all here, and the tyrant began to match couples randomly. In fact, if you ask me, you should not grant them, because they may not like what you grant. Rather than responding to everything and not getting anything done, it's better to let them go. Otherwise, you have given 4 couples who are unhappy, and if they are not doing well, they will come to you for after-sales service. Why bother to find things for yourself, the emperor? He hasn't even started yet. I just want to ask what they think. The princes who also heard Yuilua's thoughts thought it was over. Everyone is here. Please take a seat. Several people bowed and sat down. The emperor smiled and said, I was busy with government affairs before, and delayed the marriage of you brothers. I called you here today to help you get married. What do you think? Several people looked at each other. They all had the same idea in their minds. You might as well continue to delay. Second brother, do you have any objection? The second prince, who was suddenly called, was stunned for a moment, then looked at concubine De. Father, I have no objection, but mother has already shown me. Concubine De almost couldn't maintain her dignified smile, and gave the second prince a warning look. Yuilua laughed. They are indeed mother and son, and they always blame each other when something happens. Second brother didn't even think about what he said. The tyrant dared to point the heroine to you. Do you dare to take it? Your Majesty, don't listen to his nonsense. The emperor looked at the fourth prince again, and the fourth prince quickly lowered his head, silently saying in his heart, Can't see me, can't see me. The second brother dared to use concubine De as a shield, but he didn't dare. Otherwise his mother would definitely give him a slap in the face. Fourth brother, what about you? What you fear will come true. The fourth prince stole a glance at Concubine Shu, and Concubine Shu spoke directly, it's useless to look at me. I'm worried that others will look down on you, so I didn't show you a match. The fourth prince, Father, I'm still young, there's no rush. Why not give marriages to the brothers first? After the fourth prince finished speaking, he felt several eyes falling on him. He knew without looking that they were from his brothers. The emperor thought of the time-traveling girl in the prison and stared at the fourth prince. Fourth prince, you are not still obsessed with Yang Xian, are you? The fourth prince shook his head like a rattle. I am not. She is not the type I like. Oh, I was broke for her, but now I think she is ugly. Several people held back their laughter and sympathized with the fourth prince. The young lady of the Qin family grew up with you, and is the only daughter of Minister Qin. I think you two are a perfect match. As soon as these words came out, the fourth prince knelt on the ground. Father, please forgive me, Qin Qianqian whips people at every turn. If you want to torture me, just say it directly. It's too early to say it. Generally people who say this will be slapped in the face, and look forward to the fourth brother chasing his wife to the crematorium. The emperor asked him to stand up, and asked the prince and the third prince, and the two of them also avoided the topic. Forget it. The emperor sighed, and before they could relax, he continued. The marriage can be abandoned. Since you don't want to, I won't force you, but from today on, you all live in the palace, and listen to Li Yunhe's lectures with the prince. The fourth prince almost cried. What he feared most was studying. Was his father planning to torture him in another way? Father, if I marry Qin Qianqian, will I not have to go to school? The emperor said with a fake smile. What do you think? Now hurry up and leave the palace to pack your things. Classes will start tomorrow. After leaving the Qingxin palace, the fourth prince was like an eggplant hit by frost. Why don't you resist? Going to school every day is so boring. The second prince opened his fan and fanned himself, glancing at him. If you resist, will it work? The third prince nodded in agreement. You should be thankful that the emperor didn't grant you a marriage. Just accept the fact that you have to go to school. Actually, Lord Li's lectures are very interesting. The crown prince raised his hand and patted the fourth prince's shoulder. Really? The four of them went their separate ways and walked to the palace gate. The fourth prince suddenly asked, why do you think the emperor wants us to go to school together? The third prince and the second prince looked at each other and walked to their carriages. Isn't it obvious? It's probably because of you, my fourth brother, that the emperor feels that he has neglected to discipline us, so he makes up for it this way. After the third prince got on the carriage, the fourth prince turned to ask Offing. What does third prince mean? Offing asked expressionlessly, Your Highness, are you sure you want me to tell you? Then I tell you straight away. The third prince meant that it's because your highness is too stupid, simple-minded, strong-limbed, and can't judge people well. In order to avoid you. Stop. The fourth prince raised his hand to interrupt him, and got on the carriage. I know you know a lot of idioms, but I always feel that your words carry a lot of personal emotions. Offing shook his head. I don't have any. After saying that, he drove away from the palace, headed for the fourth prince's mansion. The carriage reached a busy street, and the fourth prince lifted the curtain. Stop. A phone stopped the carriage. Your Highness, we have to go back to the mansion to pack up. You can't be late for school on the first day, right? The fourth prince jumped off the carriage. I've been treated harshly by my mother in the palace recently, and my mouth is almost tasteless. It's a good time to come out now, and go to the restaurant to eat something to improve the food. If he doesn't eat now, he will not only have to endure the torture of going to school when he lives in the palace, but also continue to be treated harshly. But your highness, you don't have money. The fourth prince pointed to his face. I have this face, and I will pay them back when I have money. The two entered the bustling restaurant. The fourth prince wanted to go to the private room, but Offing quickly stopped him. He touched the money in his pocket that he had plundered from Yang Xian, and compromised and sat outside. He called the waiter to order the dishes, and when the dishes were served, he began to eat voraciously. Qin Qianqian and her personal maid entered the restaurant. The maid saw the fourth prince and Offing at a glance, and couldn't help but speak. Miss, the fourth prince is here too. Chapter 93. Let's go to another place. Qin Qianqian said, as she was about to turn around and leave, but the maid stopped her. Miss, the fourth prince is not with that woman. You have been angry for so long, and you are not going to pay attention to the fourth prince? Qin Qianqian glanced at the fourth prince. He seems happier when I ignore him. She quarreled with her for a woman who didn't know her place, and she talked about her in front of so many people. completely ignoring the friendship between the two who grew up together. She really thought that Qin Qianqian had no temper. "Miss, if you don't want to pay attention to him, let's go in and eat by ourselves." Qin Qianqian thought for a moment and walked in with her skirt lifted. "You're right. Why should I leave when he's here?" When they walked into the restaurant, the waiter came up to greet them with a smile. As they wanted to go upstairs with the two of them, Qin Qianqian said, "We eat here." It happened that there was an empty table next to the fourth prince, so Qin Qianqian walked over and sat down directly. The maid covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Miss really said one thing and meant another. She didn't want to see the fourth prince just now, but now she chose to sit close to him. Qin Qianqian ordered the dishes, and the fourth prince had almost finished eating. When she saw the fourth prince stand up, she sat up straight and pretended not to see him. The fourth prince did not see her, and stood up and asked the waiter to put the remaining silver on the table. The waiter picked up the silver. "Sir, this is not enough." The fourth prince looked at Offing and whispered, "Lend me some, I will return it to you when I have money." Offing spread his hands. "It's not that I don't want to lend you, but the queen doesn't allow it. I have advised you just now. Sir, if you don't have money, don't come in to eat. You look gorgeously dressed, but I didn't expect you can't even afford a meal." The shopkeeper noticed the commotion here and hurried over to ask what was going on. After asking, he scolded the waiter. "Sir, don't bother with him. He's new here and doesn't know you. You're a regular customer. How could you not be able to pay? This man came here often before. Although he didn't go to the private room, he ordered a lot every time. Obviously, he was a rich man. Shopkeeper, he really doesn't have money to pay." "Really?" The shopkeeper stared at the fourth prince, obviously not believing it. The fourth prince smiled awkwardly and pointed at the silver on the table. "It's just a little bit short. I'm a frequent customer here. Shopkeeper, please remember it first. I pay you back next time." The shopkeeper's smile faded when he heard this. "Sir, you are a frequent customer here. You should know our rules here." The people around looked over here and began to point fingers. This. Just as he uttered a word, his mouth was covered by Offing next to him and whispered in his ear, "Your Highness, if you reveal your identity, you will be embarrassed in the palace. The Emperor and the Queen will definitely not forgive you. Think twice." The fourth prince pulled away Offing's hand and looked at the shopkeeper. "Then what do you want?" Before the shopkeeper could speak, Qin Qianqian stood up and walked to the fourth prince and put the silver she took out heavily on the table. "Is this enough?" The shopkeeper quickly put on a smile and put away the silver. "Enough, enough. It turns out that this young man is Miss Qin's friend. You should have said it earlier." After the shopkeeper left with the silver, the fourth prince wanted to thank Qin Qianqian, but Qin Qianqian didn't even look at him and went back to her table to sit down. The fourth prince scratched his head and walked to sit opposite her. "Qin Qianqian, I didn't provoke you. Why are you still angry?" The two of them had quarreled a lot, but every time Qin Qianqian would ignore the past and talk to him. This time they just met. Why did he get angry before he even said a word? Offing shook his head and stepped forward to remind the fourth prince, "Your Highness, we should go back and pack up." The fourth prince remembered his business and didn't stay any longer. He stood up and said to Qin Qianqian, who ignored him, "Thank you for your help. Don't worry, I will return the money to you." The two walked out of the restaurant and returned to the fourth prince's mansion. The fourth prince asked someone to pack up, still wondering why Qin Qianqian was angry. "Offing, just tell me whose fault it was today." "I didn't say anything," but Qin Qianqian got angry on her own. Offing poured him tea. "Your Highness was pointed at by those people just now. How do you feel?" The fourth prince took the tea and drank it all. "Of course I am angry, but what does this have to do with Qin Qianqian? Before, because of Yang Xian, your Highness said in the restaurant that Miss Qin was unreasonable and made her a girl to be pointed at. I think Miss Qin is really angry this time. After all, she has ignored your Highness for half a month." The fourth prince was speechless and raised his hand to point at his nose. "So you want me to apologize? Impossible. She will come to me sooner or later anyway." Qin Qianqian, who was in their mouths, had also returned home. Seeing their daughter come back, Lord Qin and Madam Qin asked their daughter with a smile, "Qianqian, are you looking for the fourth prince again?" Qin Qianqian got angry when she mentioned the fourth prince. "No, who wants to look for him?" Lord Qin shook his head and laughed. "I see you. You are quarreling again. Why this time?" Qin Qianqian narrowed her eyes. "Mother, you said he is simple-minded, but I think he is more than simple-minded. He is simply a pig-brain." Madam Qin quickly covered her daughter's mouth, fearing that she would say something treasonous. "Watch your words. After all, The fourth prince is also a prince. It's not good to say that. Qin Qianqian pulled Madame Qin's hand away. Isn't that what you said, mother? I don't know what's so good about that woman. Her appearance is just passable. She doesn't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. Her talent and temperament are not even comparable to Sister Shue's fingernail. But the fourth prince actually said something about me for her. Qianqian, in fact, you are on par with the person you were talking about. But why does Dad feel that you are not angry, but you can't stand the fourth prince helping others? Do you like the fourth prince? Madame Qin also stared at Qin Qianqian after hearing this. Dad, how can you say that to your daughter? Qin Qianqian stood up. My daughter doesn't like the fourth prince. He helps whoever he wants. Master Qin sighed and said deliberately, Really? I heard that the emperor plans to grant marriages to several princes, and I don't know who will be given to the fourth prince. In the palace. It was dark when the princes packed up their things and moved into the palace. The emperor specially arranged for the three of them to live in the same place. He also gave the drafted decree to eunuch Chao to announce it to the world. Then he took Yulua to eat at concubine Xian's palace. After the meal, concubine Xian ordered people to remove the leftovers and knelt on the ground. The emperor was shocked. Concubine Xian, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Concubine Xian stood up. I have something to ask. Please agree. The emperor nodded. What is it? Yulua, who was lying on the bed playing by herself, rolled her eyes and pricked up her ears. Ah, mother, please ask the tyrant to let you take me out of the palace. Get rid of Jiang, the brother-supporting demon, so that my uncle and grandfather can have a good new year. Chapter 94. Jiang is indeed a worry for her, and concubine Xian curled her lips imperceptibly. Your Majesty, I haven't visited my father for a long time, so I want to take Luor out of the palace to live for a few days. It's still unknown what Jiang has done, and one day is definitely not enough. After finally leaving the palace, I naturally have to spend some time with my father and brother. It's true that I didn't think it through. Why don't I go with you and Luor? He's not used to Luor being away for a few days. To me, tyrant, don't join in the fun. If you go to the general's mansion, your uncle and grandfather will definitely feel uncomfortable. You really don't know how to let go. Can you let my mother and I live a good life together? Don't be like a dogskin plaster. The emperor, what a heartless little thing. Seeing that concubine Xian was unwilling and didn't know how to refuse, the emperor waved his hand. I mean to send you to the general's mansion tomorrow and come back, otherwise I will be worried. Concubine Xian smiled and nodded. I thank the emperor, but I have another request. The emperor raised his eyebrows. Tell me about it. My brother has been away from home for many years, and he has been away from his family for a long time. Now that the border is relatively stable, I would like to ask the emperor to let my brother stay in the capital for a longer time. My mother is still thoughtful. It's just the right time to let my uncle divorce Jiang and find a better aunt again. The emperor drew a black line on his forehead. Luor seems to like to match people. I don't know what Jiang did to make Luor so disgusted. Why not remind concubine Xian? But it's unreasonable for him, an emperor, to control the affairs of the ministers in the harem. Forget it. Concubine Xian is so smart. If Jiang is restless, she will not fail to see it. I also have this plan, so let's do as you wish. The emperor stood up and said, I will go back first. The next day, the emperor did not bring Yulua to the court. After the court, he went to see concubine Xian and Yulua out of the palace. Isn't that father and concubine Xian? And Luor? The fourth prince saw the group from a distance, with envy on his face. I thought Luor could play with her to relieve her boredom, but father actually took Luor out of the palace. The third prince patted his shoulder. What you should worry about is when the emperor will come back. The fourth prince was stunned. Why? The second prince also patted his shoulder and said bluntly, Why else? The emperor asked us to take classes with the crown prince and brother, and he will definitely keep an eye on us. You must be the one who is being paid special attention to. Anyway, with the fourth brother here, he doesn't have to worry about being at the bottom. In the carriage, Yulua was shaken awake, raised her hand to rub her eyes, and looked at the emperor's smiling face. Luor is awake. You can see your grandfather and uncle later. Are you happy? Empress Xian looked at the emperor, who was talking to himself, with a gentle smile. Hearing the noisy voices outside, she raised her hand and gently lifted the curtain. She happened to see Li Qian, who was distributing porridge to people. Li Qian also noticed Empress Xian, whispered a few words to the maid, and walked over here. Halfway through, she felt that it was inappropriate to talk in the street, so she turned back. Empress Xian did not notice her coming over here, put down the curtain, and said softly, I didn't hear anyone talking about the third prince all the way here. It seems that this matter is completely over. The emperor lowered his head and teased Yuilua. The third brother solved the hidden danger of the remnants of Yulo Kingdom. The people are happy, and will naturally not discuss other things. The two chatted casually, walked through the busy streets, and the carriage stopped at the door of the general's mansion. The emperor handed Yuilua to concubine Xian. You take Luor with you. I won't go in. I have important things to deal with. Yuilua blinked. The important thing refers to the fourth prince, right? Light a candle for the fourth prince. A poor student mixed in with several academic masters must be the focus of attention. The emperor, who almost forgot about this, silently took note of it. Luor had left the palace, so he could go and care about how the princes were doing in class. Your Majesty, I respectfully send you off. The emperor leaned out and waved his hand. Take Luor into the house. After the carriage left, concubine Xian carried Yuilua into the magnificent general's mansion. The guard at the gate was considered an old man in the general's mansion. Seeing concubine Xian, he quickly saluted and led her to the main hall. Daddy, your daughter is here to see you. In the main hall, the old general was wiping his weapons. When he heard his daughter's voice, he quickly put down his weapons and stood up. Come, let me see little Luor. The old general took Yuilua. Have you had breakfast? Empress Xian nodded. Why don't you see your brother? As he was talking, Jin Tingen just came back from martial arts practice and saw Empress Xian and Yuilua with a smile on their faces. Sister, have you eaten? I asked someone to make it. I just told my father that I've already eaten. Jin Tingen sat on a chair nearby. Okay, I asked someone to make some dishes you like, and clean up the house you lived in before for you and Luor to live in. Empress Xian was a little confused when she heard this. Why didn't I see Jiang? The old general held Yuilua and sat down, saying nonchalantly, she went back to her parents' home, and should be back in the afternoon. How long can you stay this time? She actually went back to her parents' home, and her uncle didn't go with her. Could they have had a fight? Empress Xian lowered her eyes and glanced at her brother. She thought so in her heart. She should stay for a few days. Why didn't my brother go to Jiang's house with Jiang? Did they have a fight? They were all family members, so Empress Xian didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. No quarrel, sister. Bring Luor here and stay at ease. Don't worry about these things. I picked out a few things you can use. Take them back when you enter the palace. He did not quarrel with Jiang, but he was just angry at Jiang's behavior. Although he checked the account book and found nothing wrong, he still felt uncomfortable, so he didn't want to go back to her parents' home with Jiang. If Jiang hadn't taken the initiative to take out the things he gave to his sister, he would definitely not have embarrassed her like this. Seeing that her brother was unwilling to say, concubine Xian didn't ask any more questions. Jin Tingen was afraid that his sister would ask more questions, so he told the maid next to him. You two, go and clean up the room where the queen lived before she got married. No need. I brought Nani Zhang and Huarui here. They should be here soon. Let them clean up. After Empress Xian finished speaking, Huarui and Nani Zhang came in with large and small bags. My queen, I will go and clean up now. Nani Zhang put down her things and was about to go out. She used to be a member of the general's mansion, so she naturally knew where Empress Xian's boudoir was. No. A maid's voice trembled, and she knelt in front of Empress Xian. My queen, I'm afraid your boudoir can't be lived in now. Jin Tingen frowned. Why do you say that? Didn't I tell you that no one is allowed to touch the queen's boudoir, and keep it the way it was before? Chapter 95. The maid kowtowed heavily on the ground, her face pale as she said, Please forgive me, madam. It was madam who asked us to use your boudoir to place flowers and plants. Another maid also knelt on the ground quickly. Madam said that madam would not be back for a while, so she put it away first and asked us not to tell the old general and the general. This Jiang is really bold. I think what she said might be even worse than this, but the maid didn't dare to tell the truth. The old general raised his hand and slapped the table heavily after hearing this. Is it really like this? Seeing the old general angry, the servants around him all bowed their heads and said nothing. The old general has been kind to people in the mansion these years, which makes them forget his original protective temper. Dad, don't be angry. Jin Tingen tried to persuade him. You want me not to be angry? The old general was so angry that he wanted to slam the table again. Jin Tingen quickly held his hand and pointed at Yuilua, who was holding her with big round eyes. Hold Luor. Don't scare Luor, calm down. The old general then remembered that he was still holding his granddaughter, suppressed his anger, put on a kind smile, and whispered to Yuilua, Don't be afraid. Lure, Grandpa didn't mean to scare little Lure. Be good, don't be afraid. Lua was very cooperative, grinning and giggling. Seeing that his precious granddaughter was not frightened, the old general breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the little girl would scream. Don't be angry, Daddy. Just ask someone to move the flowers out. It won't be a problem. The old general frowned in disapproval. What do you mean it won't be a problem? Jiangshi usually looks honest, but she actually did something so disgusting. Jiangshi has been in charge of the mansion for these years, and there has been no trouble. So he is relatively relieved about this daughter-in-law. I didn't expect that my daughter would do this when she returned home. Let's go and see what she has done to the room. The old general stood up and led a few people to concubine Xian's boudoir. Nani Zhang stepped forward and opened the door. All kinds of flowers and plants came into view, and there were many dried petals and leaves on the ground. How could it be seen that it was a boudoir? Come on, move all these out and restore it to its previous state. At the old general's order, the servants began to move the flowers and plants out quickly. On the other hand, Jiang knew nothing about this. After having lunch at her mother's house, she got on the carriage and planned to go back to the general's mansion. Unexpectedly, her mother chased her out, with a face full of resentment. It's fine that the general didn't come with you, and he didn't even prepare the gift. You have managed the general's mansion for these years, and you have worked hard. They don't take you seriously. Jiang naturally knew why Jean Tingen didn't go back with her. It was all for concubine Xian. I took those things. Didn't I return them? She glanced at her mother. Mom, I brought a lot of things back to the mansion over the years, and I've also given a lot of money from the general's mansion shop to my brothers. Don't make trouble now, otherwise it won't make up for the loss. Mother Jiang glared at her with disappointment. There are so many good things in the general's mansion. What you brought back is nothing. No, I want to go to the general's mansion with you. There was nothing Jiang could do about her, so she could only go down and help her get on the carriage. Mom, don't talk nonsense when we get to the general's mansion. Mother Jiang leaned back in the carriage with an impatient look on her face. I know. If your father hadn't arranged this marriage for you, would you have lived so well? Now that your father is gone, you have to take good care of your brothers. After listening to Mother Jiang's mumbling all the way, we finally arrived at the general's mansion. Jiang stood up and gave a worried reminder. Mother, please don't talk nonsense. After getting off the carriage and entering the general's mansion, Jiang felt that the atmosphere in the mansion was different from the past. This general's mansion is really magnificent. You should buy one for your brothers too. Jiang's mother looked at the general's mansion greedily. With so many people living in such a large house, there must be many empty rooms. Mother, please restrain yourself. Mother Jiang retracted her gaze and followed Jiang to the main hall. In the main hall, concubine Xian and her family were having lunch, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Ah, it's better to come at the right time than to come early. The generals are having lunch. Mother Jiang's sharp voice destroyed the harmonious atmosphere. Lua frowned when she heard this voice. The best beggars are here. Can't Mother have a good meal? It's really unlucky. Jiang tugged at her sleeves, and at the same time noticed concubine Xian sitting next to the old general. Without caring about anything else, he stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Greetings to the Empress Xian. Empress Xian nodded lightly. Her beautiful eyes swept towards Jiang's mother, knowing the consultant. I wonder who she is. Jiang smiled and said, Your Highness, this is my mother. My mother was worried about me being alone, so she sent me back. That's right, I didn't expect to meet the ladies having dinner. Jiang's mother agreed with a smile, but her eyes were staring at Empress Xian. Since the person has been sent back, you can go back. Concubine Xian put down her bowl and chopsticks, took the handkerchief handed over by Hua Rui, and wiped her mouth. Not everyone can come to the general's mansion. My lady, my mother will leave in a moment. Jiang didn't expect concubine Xian to humiliate her like this, in front of so many maids. Oh, this is the little princess, she looks so cute. Mother Jiang noticed Lua held by Nani Zhang, and walked up to touch her. Nani Zhang took a step back and said unhappily, How dare you, you can touch the little princess whenever you want. The old general had almost finished eating. After ordering the food to be cleared away, he stood up and sat on the armchair next to him. Madame Zhang, bring Lure to me. After taking Lua, the old general looked at Jiang with sharp eyes. Jiang, go and clean up the boudoir of the queen and let her live there. Jiang was struck by lightning when she heard this. How could she have forgotten about this? I had planned to vacate it before the general came back, but I forgot. No wonder concubine Xian was so rude. My queen, old general, I was just busy with other things and forgot. I didn't deliberately put the flowers and plants in the queen's room. It's not intentional, it's intentional. There are so many empty rooms, but you chose to put it in your mother's boudoir. You have the nerve to say it's not intentional. You are still busy. What can you be busy with? Busy stealing things from the general's mansion and moving them to your mother's house? John's mother was afraid that a quarrel would break out and her plan would fail, so she tried to smooth things over. My queen, my daughter has taken care of the general for many years. Even if she has no merit, she has worked hard. Just vacate the room. We are all family, don't hurt the harmony. Concubine Xian chuckled, yes, let's forget about it. That being said, Jiang felt particularly uneasy. But Concubine Xian did not intend to pursue the matter further, which made her confused for a while. Thank you for your consideration, your majesty. I will not let such a thing happen again next time. Oh, that's right, we are all family. Mother Jiang stepped forward and poured Concubine Xian a cup of tea. Chapter 96. Jiang was afraid that she would say something treasonous, so she tried to wink at her. But Jiang's mother didn't notice her expression at all, and continued to talk to herself. I heard that the general won the battle, and received a lot of rewards. My daughter is so lucky to marry a general. Jean Tingen looked calm, as if waiting for her next words. Seeing that no one responded, Jiang's mother squeezed out 2 tears. My daughter is lucky, but we are an orphan and a widow. Our son has no official position, and can hardly stay in the capital. The general has made great achievements in the war. If she can help her son get a position, she can stand up straight again. Can't stay? Jean Tingen doesn't buy her tricks. He knows John's mother's character too well. If you can't stay, just leave the capital. If you want a position, take the Imperial examination yourself. John's mother paused while wiping her tears. The general has made great achievements in the war. Why don't you help my 2 sons get a position? After all, they are your brothers-in-law. Yuilu rolled her eyes. You're crying poor and asking for a job. Do you really think your uncle is a turtle in a wishing well? People put coins into the wishing well to make wishes, but you don't even put coins in. You even dare to use your own bad daughter to try to get close to him. Bah, you're still a brother-in-law. You have no nerve. All the money earned from your uncle's shop went into the pockets of your 2 useless sons, and you're still crying poor here. The old general couldn't listen anymore, and threw the teacup heavily to the ground. Do you want to walk out by yourself, or do you want me to throw you out? John's mother shrank her neck, afraid that the old general would really throw her out, and waved her hand quickly. It's okay if you don't seek an official position. The general's mansion is so big, can I let my sons come to work in the general's mansion? General, please consider it. After that, she pulled Jiang out of the main hall. You should blow the pillow wind to the general. Your brother said that it's too tiring to look after the shop. You should arrange an easy job for them to come to the general's mansion. Jiang nodded, pushed her out of the mansion, and got into the car before returning to the main hall. Don't worry, General, Mother is a little confused at her age. Is she still confused? I think she is very cunning. Seeing that several people ignored her, Jiang pinched her handkerchief and looked at Concubine Xian. Madam, I invited other ladies to come to the mansion to appreciate the flowers tomorrow. Do you mind, madam? It's useless to mind. You can't ask her to cancel it. Then everyone will know that it is Concubine Xian who bullies others by taking advantage of her power, unless she doesn't want her reputation. These ladies in the capital looked down on her before, and now that the general is back, she has to take this opportunity to be proud of herself. Concubine Xian curled her lips. It doesn't matter, I can just join in the fun. Jiang just wanted to show off, so she would help her. Your Highness really wants to attend? Jiang's face was full of surprise, but she was very happy. The Empress Xian is now in the Emperor's favor. Wouldn't it be a great honor for her to attend her flower viewing banquet? After Jiang left, Empress Xian dismissed the others. Brother, you and Dad saw what Jiang's mother did just now. I am a little worried. Jiang is in charge of the mansion. Have you seen the things in the storehouse and the shop after you came back? Mother is really smart. This question hits the nail on the head. Jean Tingen nodded. I've checked. The Emperor's rewards are all recorded. She also kept accounts of what I brought back. I didn't see any problems. The old general looked at the two of them. Does Jiang dare to take things from the mansion? Of course she wouldn't dare to take things given by the Emperor. It's hard to say what my brother brought back. After all, my brother himself can't remember what they are. Empress Xian thought for a moment. Brother, why don't you send someone to check the shops outside first? You must be on guard against others. Check it to be at ease. After a few people talked for a while, Jean Tingen ordered his people to get the account books of each shop. Brother, If Jiang really took the things in the mansion, how would you deal with it? She had to ask her brother's attitude clearly, so that it would be easier to deal with the following matters. Jean Tingen was silent for a moment. If that's the case, I want to divorce, but I'm worried that the general's mansion will be criticized. Empress Xian knew his worries. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, the general's mansion was managed by Jiang. Divorcing Jiang at this critical moment, regardless of whether Jiang is willing or not, people outside might say that her brother abandoned his wife after winning the battle. However, as long as her brother is willing, she has plenty of ways to preserve the reputation of the general's mansion. Brother, don't worry. If you hadn't married Jiang and Dad hadn't begged the emperor, Jiang and her family would have been exiled long ago. Wait until the person who went to check the accounts comes back. I look at the account book and then make plans. The person sent to check the accounts came back with the account book before dinner and handed it to Jean Tingen. Jean Tingen took the account book to find concubine Xian and handed it to her. It's all here. Concubine Xian took the account book and flipped through a few pages, frowning slightly. This account book has not been recorded for several days, and even the whereabouts of some things are not written. After reading several books in a row, it was the same. Mammy, you and Huarui sort out this account book. It will be useful when the time comes. The two took the account book to the side to sort it out, and concubine Xian sighed. Brother, go tell father that the general's mansion has done its best for the Jiang family over the years. Without waiting for Jean Tingen to look for the old general came in by himself and patted Jean Tingen on the shoulder. Dad knows that you are considering your mother's last words, and the reputation of the general's mansion. Your mother must also want you to live a good life, so do whatever you want. Your mother will definitely support you if she is in heaven. Jiang didn't know that what she did had been exposed. She was still in a good mood and chose clothes to wear tomorrow. Madam, the Prime Minister's mansion was not going to come, but now he has changed his mind. Jiang's personal maid ran in. Jiang said nonchalantly, I know. Seeing the maid still standing there, Jiang came over and sat down. Anything else? The maid closed the door. While the general is in the mansion, why don't you go and talk to him? This way, the two young masters might have a job. Jiang didn't say anything. Jean Tingen didn't want to touch her at all, and he was still talking to her. From the time they got married until now, she suspected that Jean Tingen had some hidden illness. Okay, mother asked you to say it, right? She knew I still let me whisper in her ear. The maid didn't understand what she meant and thought she was shy. The general has been fighting outside, and now he's finally back. Madam, you have to seize the opportunity, lest people outside always talk about your childlessness. Jiang rubbed her brows. Empress Xian came back suddenly. I always feel uneasy. I sent someone to get the account book, but she hasn't come back yet. Originally, she planned to check it tomorrow, but Empress Xian suddenly returned home, so she had to be more cautious. Chapter 97. At this time, a servant ran in breathlessly. Madam, something is wrong. Jiang frowned and scolded. What's wrong? Can you speak properly? Didn't I ask you to get the account book? Could it be that the general sent someone to take the account book? This shouldn't be. She had fooled around that day. The servant wiped the sweat from his forehead. When I went there, the account book had already been taken away. Do you know who took it away? The servant shook his head. I heard from the shopkeeper that it was someone I didn't know, and that person said that the lady asked him to get it. I asked him to get it. Could it be someone from my brother's side? It's not the first time that my brothers have taken the account books. I think I'm overthinking it. The general won't care about these things. Okay, you go, and do your work first. Jiang waved her hand to let the servant leave. Still a little worried, she decided to try Jean Tingen to see if he took the account book. She ordered the maid to take a plate of snacks and go to Jean Tingen's yard. Jean Tingen happened to come back from concubine Xian's place. Seeing her smiling and walking towards him, his expression turned colder. General, I bring you some snacks. Jiang waved her hand and asked the maid to bring the snacks. She took them and walked into the house. Do you have anything else to do? Jean Tingen walked to the chair and sat down. Jiang stole a glance at him and whispered, General, you've been fighting outside for many years. Now that you're back, do you want to see the account book of the shop? Jean Tingen thought Jiang came here to talk about having sex, but she didn't expect that she was here to test the account book. He glanced at Jiang calmly. You are the only one who can take care of the shop. No need to look at it. Seeing that he didn't look fake, Jiang was completely relieved. Thank you for trusting me, General. Jiang looked at Jean Tingen's room. I think your room is too simple, why not? Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Jean Tingen. Jiang shut up angrily and left. Concubine Xian was not idle either. Nani Zhang and Huarui sorted out the account books, while she ordered people to move all the flowers that were moved out of the house to the yard. Jiang was puzzled as she watched the servants move the flowers to her yard. Who told you to move the flowers here? The Empress Xian asked us to move them. She said that since we were going to enjoy the flowers, the more flowers the better. I believe the other ladies will like it. Jiang didn't dare to say anything more, and had to let the servants move the flowers to the yard. After dinner, Jiang returned to the yard by herself and waited for tomorrow. Perhaps because of the change of place, Yuilua didn't sleep well. Thinking of what her mother had asked someone to do yesterday, she forced herself to drink milk. Mother couldn't have done that for no reason. There will be something interesting to watch later. After packing up Yuilua, Concubine Xian specially changed her into a thicker set of clothes. Luor likes to join in the fun, and she will definitely be unhappy if she is not taken with her. My queen, the account book has been sorted out. Huarui handed the account book sorted out after staying up all night to Concubine Xian. Concubine Xian took the account book with a smile and asked the two to go to rest. No need, my queen, I'm fine. Jiang sure was restless to begin with, so she had to follow the queen and protect the queen and the little princess. In Jiang's courtyard, the ladies who came to attend the flower viewing banquet arrived one after another. Jiang was wearing a gorgeous dress, smiling as she greeted the ladies who came. Please come in. Everyone smiled, but they looked down on Jiang. How could a daughter of a corrupt official be qualified to sit with them if she was not from the General Ba's mansion? Madame Li and Li Qian were the last to arrive. When they entered the courtyard, Li Qian began to look for Concubine Xian. Lady Xian wore a hairpin from her shop at the last full moon banquet of the little princess, which made her shop's business much better. So she wanted to thank the queen and asked her mother to bring her here. Madame Li. Seeing Madame Li come in, the ladies who were drinking tea stood up and greeted her. Prime Minister Li was a high-ranking official and respected this lady enough, so they naturally did not dare to be disrespectful. Madame Li greeted everyone one by one, and then took Li Qian to sit down. I heard that the son of the Kai family passed the exam. Madame Li and Miss Li are so lucky. Another lady sneered at the words. Now you praise others for being lucky, but you didn't say that at the beginning. Madame Li knew without thinking that although the emperor encouraged people to do business, many people still looked down on businessmen and might say behind her back that she treated the concubine's daughter harshly and promised her to the Kai family. Madame Li, don't listen to her nonsense. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Jiang hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Since we are here to appreciate the flowers today, you should all say less and come and see the flowers in my yard. Jiang was the host after all, so the two stopped arguing and shifted their attention to the various flowers. The flowers in the general's mansion are beautiful, but why did Madame Jiang put out the dried ones for us to see? Jiang pinched her handkerchief and saw that Concubine Xian had not arrived yet, so she lowered her eyes. This is what Concubine Xian meant. I just followed her instructions. We are all smart people, and Jiang was almost saying that Concubine Xian was bullying others. Oh, she started to secretly say that my mother was bullying others. It was indeed my intention. Concubine Xian came in holding Yuilua. Jiang didn't expect Concubine Xian to come so coincidentally. But what I said was the truth, and she couldn't do anything to me. Greetings, Empress Xian. Everyone put down their tea and bowed. Empress Xian randomly picked an empty seat and sat down. Please get up quickly, I came here uninvited. I hope I didn't disturb your fun. What are you talking about, Empress? We are so happy that you can come. How could we disturb you? Others also followed suit. That's good. Empress Xian smiled. Jiang is particularly concerned about this flower viewing banquet, not afraid that the flowers will be frozen, and even move the flowers to the boudoir where I lived before. She paused here and continued, but I came back suddenly yesterday, and had to move all these flowers out of the room. Is it because of me that these flowers withered? Ha ha ha, is mother using magic to defeat magic? Who wouldn't know what's implied? Jiang's face turned pale and blue. Concubine Xian seemed to be speaking for her, but in fact she told these people everything she had done, and she pretended that she didn't care about it. It really made people angry. Your Highness, Madame Li said softly, in fact, these flowers are not afraid of cold weather, and the weather has been good recently. They will grow better in the sun. Concubine Xian nodded. I see. I thought I had misremembered the planting methods of these flowers. However, since Jiang is in charge of the general's mansion herself, it is inevitable that she might have remembered it wrong. I have heard that your Highness is kind, and today I see that it is true. It is obvious that Jiang deliberately messed up Concubine Xian's house, because she saw that she had entered the palace. As a result, concubine Xian not only did not care, but also spoke up for Jiang. Chapter 98. Everyone disliked Jiang to begin with, and after hearing what concubine Xian said, they looked down on her even more. I am indeed very busy, so I can't take care of everything. Thank you for your consideration, your majesty. You only want to empty the general's mansion, so naturally you can't take care of everything. Concubine Xian curved her lips. You have been managing the shops in the general's mansion for these years. If I care about such a small matter, wouldn't it be too cold-blooded? After saying this, concubine Xian didn't continue the topic. Your majesty is holding the little princess, right? A lady who didn't get along with Jiang looked at Yuilu in concubine Xian's arms. It said outside that the little princess is cute and smart, and is a fairy child given by God. Yuilu rolled her eyes. Sure enough, it's better to spread your own rumors. It's not enough that she's cute, but also smart. I don't know how a baby who can't speak a word can be seen as smart. Jiang looked at everyone surrounding Yuilu and concubine Xian, and her back teeth almost broke. She is the head of the general's mansion. Okay, concubine Xian glanced at Jiang and stood up. Everyone, enjoy the flowers slowly. I will take Luer back to the room first. Your majesty, thank you for last time. Li Qian also stood up, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. If Madame Li and Miss Li have nothing to do, you can come to my room and sit down. She saw that Li Qian seemed to have something else to say. Back in concubine Xian's room, Huarue made tea for everyone and stepped aside. In fact, in addition to thanking your majesty, I have something else to say. There was a shop in the general's mansion opposite hers. She often saw someone taking things from it. After asking around, she found out that it was Zhang's brother. She wanted to find a chance to tell concubine Xian, but she was worried that she was meddling too much. But today, Zhang's intentional and deliberate behavior of defaming the empress made her feel that she still had to say something. Concubine Xian chuckled, Miss Li, don't be polite. Just say whatever you want to say. Li Qian glanced at Madame Li before she said, my shop is right opposite the general's mansion shop. I often see the general's wife's brother taking things from it. Thank you, Miss Li, for telling me. Empress Xian looked at the account book and was not surprised at all. Her brother wanted to divorce. If Jiang sure knew what was good for her, she would not make the two sides quarrel too badly. But if Jiang sure did not know what was good for her, she would not be soft-hearted. Madame Li and Li Qian did not stay for long. They drank tea and left. The people from Jiangshi also left one after another after Madame Li left. The flower viewing banquet ended in such a bad mood. She wanted to show off, but was criticized by Empress Xian in public. These people looked down on her to begin with, and they might be even more excessive in the future. The maid cleared the tea sets in the yard and helped Jiang, who looked unhappy, back to the house. Madam, if the general cared about you, these ladies would not dare to treat you like this. Do you know when the queen will return to the palace? If a queen doesn't stay in the palace properly, I don't know what she will do in the general's mansion. I haven't heard of it. Jiang pinched her eyebrows. She had stayed for a day, but didn't leave. At the same time, after learning that Jiang's people had left, concubine Xian ordered someone to invite Jiang to the main hall. Jiang came to the main hall full of doubts. The old general and Jean Tingen were sitting with ugly faces, and concubine Xian looked normal. I wonder what instructions the queen sent to call me here. Is concubine Xian going to blame her for what she said in the yard? Huarue, show her the account book. Account book? A trace of panic flashed across Jiang's face. So the account book was taken away by concubine Xian? Madam, explain the accounts in this account book to the queen and the generals. Jiang took the account book with shaking hands. Her legs softened, and she fell to the ground. Yuilua clicked her tongue in her heart. Her legs softened with fear. She really couldn't stand the slightest fear. I don't know what my grandmother was thinking. She actually chose such a bad thing for my uncle. Did she think my uncle lived too well? My lady, this account book is managed by the shopkeeper. I don't know why I am like this. Jiang now understood that concubine Xian was coming for her this time. No wonder she didn't mind her putting flowers and plants in her room. It turned out that she was waiting to settle the accounts together. She didn't really not mind at all. Concubine Xian curled her lips. You are in charge of the general's mansion's finances. Do you think you can get away with it by pushing the responsibility to the shopkeeper? Jiang shook her head quickly. The queen also said that there are too many affairs in the mansion. This is indeed my fault. It is true that I was negligent, but I really don't know where the silver went. This mouth is harder than a dead duck. Do you know? Just ask and you will know? Jean Tingen said to the outside of the door. Come here, bring the people here. Soon, people from various shops were brought to Jiang. General, madam, it was really the madam who asked us to do this. She said that if we didn't listen to her, she would make us leave the shop. Yes, we have parents and children to take care of. We dare not disobey her. Not only that, the madam also told her family not to collect money. Several people said one thing after another, and sold out Jiang completely. General, I didn't do it. These people are clearly talking nonsense and framing me. Whether it's nonsense or not, you can tell by looking at the account book. A shopkeeper took out the account book on his body. This is what I secretly wrote down. The general will know where the silver went after reading it. When Jiang threatened them, they knew that this matter would be exposed sooner or later, so they secretly made a correct account book. In this way, if the matter was exposed, Jiang wanted to push the matter to them, and they could defend themselves. The shopkeepers were still clear-headed, but Jiang was dumbfounded. It turned out that the clown was himself. Jean Tingen took the account book and handed it to Empress Xian. Empress Xian flipped through a few pages and actually remembered it clearly. Since the shopkeepers are innocent, they should go back to the shop first. Once the matter is investigated, the general's mansion will naturally give rewards and punishments. After the people thanked her and left, Jiang was still crying out for injustice. The account books are all here. Return whatever you took. They must be returned, as well as the things in the warehouse. Nothing can be missing. Empress Xian gently patted the excited Yui Luo. By the way, you didn't steal the things in the warehouse. Jiang looked at Jean Tingen after hearing this. I have shown the general the account books of the things in the warehouse. I didn't take anything from there. Really? Concubine Xian stared at Jiang with her beautiful eyes. I advise you to think carefully before you speak. After all, the general doesn't know what is in the warehouse, but I know better than anyone else. Although Concubine Xian does send people to the general's mansion regularly, it seems that she has never been to the warehouse. Is she lying to me? Haha, my mother can actually lie. My queen. Jiang's words were interrupted by Concubine Xian. Madam, go get the account book. If there is one item missing from the warehouse, the Jiang family will directly compensate for the same 10 items. Chapter 99. When Jiang heard that Concubine Xian asked someone to get the account book, she panicked. She had given all the things she took back to her mother. She was lucky to get back the original ones, let alone 10. Besides, those things were rare. Where could she get the same ones? Your Majesty. Jiang pulled back her thoughts, picked up a handkerchief, and wiped her tears. I took the things from the warehouse out of helplessness, because my family really needed money. Concubine Xian curved her lips when she heard this, indicating that Hua Rui didn't need to go. They took it, not to mention the things in the warehouse. Even the money your family took from the shop is enough for an ordinary family to have food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Jiang pursed her lips. The Jiang family is my family anyway, I can't just ignore it. Mother is right, only my family can be trusted. Empress Xian interrogated him like this, and Jean Tingen didn't say a word to help her. The two have been married for many years, not husband and wife in reality, but in name only, they are really heartless. Yui Luo was so angry that she laughed. You can manage your mother's family, but it's not polite to treat your husband's family as an ATM. I can't manage the Jiang family, but I didn't ask you to manage the things in the general's mansion. The general's mansion is not a fool. After saving your Jiang family, they have to be responsible for your Jiang family for the rest of their lives. Jiang was speechless, and was silent for a moment before she could say a word. Your Majesty is right. I was also bewitched for a while. I will ask my mother to return all the things later. Anyway, whether it is Concubine Xian or the general, they will definitely not stay in the general's mansion forever. She will fool around for the time being, and then find a solution from her mother. Her mother has no other skills, but she is unmatched in playing tricks. He doesn't believe that the general's mansion likes to expose the family's dirty laundry. TSK, Jiang wants to fool around? It would be strange if you can get the things back without using tricks to deal with your top-notch mother. In addition to returning the things, your character is not suitable to be the mistress of the general's mansion. This palace knows that it is not easy for women, and I don't want to make it too difficult. You return what you took away intact, and then divorce the general. Hearing the word divorce, Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief, and she shook her head repeatedly. No, I was assigned to the general by the old lady. Your Majesty cannot let me and the general divorce just because the old lady is gone. The general is very concerned about his family and his filial. That's why she dared to take things so recklessly, because she was sure that the general would not divorce her for this matter. At most he would just give her a few words of admonition. But concubine Xian actually asked her to divorce. It was impossible. I would never agree to it anyway. Although the people in the general's mansion were cold to her, they never treated her badly, and the general's mansion had a simple backyard, so she lived a very good life. Only a fool would agree to a divorce. If my mother were to see your behavior, she would not want you to stay in the general's mansion any longer. Seeing that concubine Xian was determined, Jiang cast a pleading look at Jean Tingen. Here she comes. She is going to start moral kidnapping. General, have you forgotten what the old lady said? You can't divorce me. It's unfilial. Jean Tingen knew that his sister wanted to divorce because of what he said yesterday, but Jiang was so tactless that he didn't want to save face for her. Since you don't want to divorce, I will write a divorce letter and send it to the Jiang family. Now you go back to the Jiang family and ask them to return all your things. Great job, uncle. If you meet a rogue, you have to be more rogue than her. Jiang returned to the Jiang family in a daze. Jiang's mother didn't notice her abnormality and asked, "Have your brothers found jobs? I think the general's mansion is so big that it must need a lot of people to do the work. Your brothers can help you when they go there." "Yes, sister," the two echoed beside them. "If we can work in the general's mansion, we can get married soon." Jiang frowned and interrupted them. "Enough. The general found out what I did and wants to divorce me. Knowing what you did." Jiang's mother looked anxious. "What should we do? Besides divorcing you, is there any mention of returning the things? There are so many treasures. Returning them would be like asking for my life." "Mother, you have to return the things, and I will send you the divorce letter." Mother Jiang slammed the table heavily. "It's absurd. It's fine if you divorce me, but you want to take the things back. No way. What should I do?" Mrs. Jiang looked at her mother. "They are still waiting for me to return the things. Why don't you return the things and see if the general will forgive me?" "Return the things?" Mother Jiang exploded directly. "Impossible. Don't even think about it. Once you enter my Jiang family, these things are mine." Then she pulled Jiang up and said, "Come on, mother will take you to seek justice. Since the general's mansion wants to divorce her daughter, she will make this matter known to everyone to see if the general's mansion still has shame." The mother and daughter went to the general's mansion angrily, and were stopped by the guards outside the door after getting off the carriage. No outsiders are allowed to enter. Mother Jiang raised her hand and pushed the person who stopped her. "What outsiders? Open your dog eyes and see clearly. This is the wife of your general's mansion." The guard was unmoved. "The general's mansion has no wife now. Please leave." "You won't let me in, right?" Mother Jiang gritted her teeth. "Then I ask your general to come out and see me." After saying that, she turned and walked down the steps, shouting at the top of her voice, "Everyone, come and see. The general's mansion is bullying people." The general's mansion is located next to the street, and when she shouted, everyone gathered around. The guards saw that something was wrong and hurried into the mansion to find Jean Tingen. General Jiang and her mother are shouting outside the mansion, attracting many passers-by. Yuilu rolled her eyes. "The tantrum is coming. So excited, mother. Take me to see it." Concubine Xian was a little amused, and asked the guards to leave, and looked at Jean Tingen. They did this to deliberately discredit the reputation of the general's mansion. Let them talk for a while before taking Aunt Zhang out. Aunt Zhang is smart, and can read people's expressions. It's the right person to handle this matter. Outside the general's mansion, Zhang's mother saw more and more people coming, and began to complain about the general's mansion with snot and tears. "Everyone, please judge. This general's mansion is too bullying. They want to divorce their wives after military merits. It's a pity that my daughter has been running the general's mansion for many years, but it ended up like this. Now my daughter can't even enter the door." The common people didn't understand what was going on. Seeing her crying, they all started to point fingers at the general's mansion. At this time, the red-painted door suddenly opened, and Jean Tingen and Aunt Zhang came out. "Oh, they're out." Aunt Zhang glanced at these people, and finally her eyes fell on Zhang's face. "Jiang, the general's mansion and the queen were merciful and saved your face, but I didn't expect you to bring your mother to confuse right and wrong and destroy the reputation of the general's mansion." Chapter 100. After these words, the people who were pointing and talking became quiet. Seeing that Nani Zhang's words made people start to doubt her, Zhang's mother rolled her eyes, sat on the ground and began to pat the ground. "This person is close to Empress Xian, and the general's mansion is bullying people by taking advantage of their power, and not letting people say anything." After Zhang's mother said this, she felt a little proud. She was so embarrassed that she could make a scene, but Nani Zhang couldn't do that. When the people believed her words, the general's mansion would have to coax their daughter back if they wanted to have a good reputation. By then, not to mention returning the things, they might even ask for more. Unfortunately, Zhang's mother underestimated Zhang's mother. Zhang's mother had been in the palace with concubine Xian for many years, so how could she not see Zhang's mother's tricks? The queen said that the Jiang family should be dealt with once, and for all to avoid any trouble in the future. Jiang was indeed in charge of the household affairs and the shop before. Before Zhang's mother finished her words, Zhang's mother said excitedly, "Listen, everyone, she herself admitted that it was my daughter who managed the general's mansion. My daughter has no merits, but has worked hard. Why can they divorce her just like that?" Yui Luo was held by concubine Xian and stood by the gate. Although she couldn't see the situation outside, she could hear everything clearly. "What a fool, you think you have lived too long. And Zhang hasn't even dug a pit yet, but you jumped in." And Zhang sighed, "Jiang is really hard-working. She manages the shop, but the money from the shop goes into the pockets of the Jiang family. She manages the general's mansion, but the things in the general's mansion warehouse are moved to the Jiang family." In an instant, the people who helped to attack the general's mansion looked at the mother and daughter. All kinds of eyes made Jiang want to pull her mother away. Nani Zhang continued, "The Jiang family should have been exiled, but the emperor and the old general were merciful and pardoned her family for Zhang's sake." Unexpectedly, the Jiang family was not grateful, but instead repaid the kindness with hatred. The general was fighting and defending the border, but now he is not only being smeared, but also accused of bullying others. It is really disheartening. The people were ashamed and began to blame Jiang and the others one-sidedly. "General, we were blind and deceived by this man. Now we apologize to the general." A commoner began to clasp his fists and apologize. "As a general, it is my duty to protect the country and the people." Jean Tingen looked gentle and did not bother with these people, which made them even more ashamed. Jiang saw that she could not get any good, so she pulled her mother and wanted to run away. Nani Zhang had been staring at the two of them, so she naturally would not give them a chance. "Jiang, you used the queen's boudoir to place flowers and plants. The queen was kind-hearted, and not only did she not bother with you, but she even pitied you after you stole things from the general's mansion. She only asked you to divorce the general and return the things. As a result, you did not appreciate it, and even falsely accused the queen of bullying others by taking advantage of her power." And Zhang, my mouthpiece, carried the whole scene by herself. Zhang's mother paused, turned her head, and said angrily, "You are slandering me. What did I say? Is it that you shouldn't return the things you took, or shouldn't the general divorce Jiang?" And Zhang looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, tell me, should Jiang return the things, should she divorce?" The people agreed very cooperatively, "Yes, yes, yes." "What should you say?" Jiang couldn't argue, so she just broke the jar and said, "My daughter just took some things. Why should it be so serious that he divorced me? It's another matter whether he didn't touch my daughter because he had a hidden disease." Jiang knew her mother was shameless, but when so many people told her about it, she was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. "You can't play like this. It's okay to be angry, but you actually attacked your uncle. Don't you know who has a hidden disease?" Concubine Xian raised her eyebrows. Luo meant that Jiang had some defects. In the book, after her uncle's family was wiped out, Jiang was afraid of death, so she lied that she was pregnant. As a result, the tyrant summoned the Imperial physician to check her pulse. Not only was she not pregnant, but she was also infertile. Nani Zhang frowned. "Rude, the military doctor and the court doctor know the general's health better than you. Come on, bring the people who slandered the general into the palace for punishment." Before they could bring the two people into the palace, they saw several people coming over here. "General Jean, just now 2 people said that it was your brother-in-law who was causing trouble in my gambling house. I brought the people here." Jean Tingen had a guess at his mind, and asked them to bring the people over. When the two saw Jean Tingen, they shouted, "Brother-in-law, let these blind people release us." "Oh, the stupid teammate is here. It's good that the family is together. Son, are you okay?" Mother Jiang looked at the two of them distressfully, and was relieved to see that they were okay. She said to Jean Tingen in an imperative tone, "Hurry up and let your 2 brothers-in-law go." Jean Tingen curled his lips. "Let them go." Mother Jiang thought she had caught Jean Tingen's handle, and was looking proud, when she heard Jean Tingen continue, "Come here, send these 2 people who are causing trouble outside by taking advantage of the general's mansion to the Jingzhou mansion." Several guards stepped forward and took the 2 away. "Thank you all for speaking for the general's mansion today. Let's all go." As the people dispersed, they spit at Jiang and the others before leaving. "I heard that the general is loyal, brave and upright. Today I see that it is true." The owner of the gambling house turned around and left. Concubine Xian carried Yuilua back to the main hall and ordered Huarui to call the palace doctor. John's mother and Jiang were pushed in unwillingly. Why did you bring us in? Do you want to kill us? Mother Jiang stood up straight. Concubine Xian chuckled. The general's mansion can't do this. Your Majesty, the court doctor is here. Jiang was stunned. What did she call the court doctor for? Let the court doctor take a look at Jiang, so that she won't bite the general's mansion if there is any problem with the general's mansion. Jiang looked guilty. No, thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. If she really let the court doctor take a look, wouldn't he know that she would not have children at all? That's why she placed her hopes on her brothers. Madam, please. After the court doctor said that, Jiang was pushed to sit on the chair by Huarui and held down. Jiang knew she couldn't escape, so she had to resign herself to her fate and stretched out her hand. The court doctor examined the pulse seriously and said respectfully, Madam, General, Madam's body was severely injured when she was a child, and she will never have her own children again. After the court doctor left, John's mother stiffened her neck and said, Why, do you want to use this to threaten us to return the things? I tell you, you don't have the things, but you have your life. Oh! Empress Xian stretched out the ending tone and spoke softly. I don't know if your two sons will be so stubborn after entering the Jingjiaoying mansion. It's useless for Madam to threaten me. The things have been exchanged for silver and used up.